After the college entrance examination, Lin Chu unexpectedly obtained the Joyful Life system, binding the system talent, wealth accumulation, which allows him to earn cash income every minute and second. Moreover, as long as he derives joyful experiences from daily life, he can activate various system rewards. Cashback on shopping, attribute boosts, various top-tier skills. From then on, he would grasp immense wealth and have beautiful women around him. Lin Chu's perfect life thus began. Chapter 1. July in the peak of summer. The phoenix tree overhead is lush and green, and the brilliant sunlight filters through the treetops, casting fragmented light spots on the moss-covered stone brick ground. Lin Chu, right? Here's your admission notice. Please keep it safe. Thank you. He received the EMS envelope from the postman. The handsome young man smiled politely and thanked him, then walked back to the small courtyard under the tree. Look at young Chu, so promising in the distance. Several neighboring aunties peeked at the boy's back, filled with envy. Shanghai University's School of Fine Arts. That's a 211-key university, right? Isn't it? Oh, if only Lin's parents knew, they could rest in peace. Speaking of which, the fine arts major is quite expensive. I wonder if he can afford it all by himself. Back in the house, Lin Chu placed the bright red admission notice in front of his parents' memorial portraits. Then he lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them into the incense burner. He slightly closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. For all these years, he had been lonely and solitary. However, Lin Chu did not wallow in despair. Instead, he worked hard and successfully got into a prestigious university. But now, facing the high tuition fees of the fine art school, the boy felt a bit uncertain. Chapter 2. Lin Chu took a taxi to the high-speed train station. The taxi fare also unexpectedly returned 10 times. He received a cashback of 256 yuan. If he could earn this much money in a day's live stream, Lin Chu would wake up smiling in his dreams. And now just a drizzle. On this journey, Lin Chu was determined to take full advantage of the system's benefits. The distance from Xiangning to the provincial capital Tianzhou is not far. If he took the high-speed train, it would only take about 10 minutes. Lin Chu had booked a flight for a little after 3 p.m. With some time in between, carrying only a backpack, Lin Chu certainly wanted to buy some travel luggage and clothing in the provincial capital. After all, the cashback on travel is applicable to all travel-related expenses for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He queued up to enter the station, checked his ticket, and boarded the train. Perhaps because Xiangning is a small station, not many people boarded at this stop. After getting on the train, the number of passengers was also relatively low. The carriage was not full, appearing quite empty. Big, open big, hit hit hit. Just as Lin Chu was walking down the aisle looking for a seat, he heard a young couple sitting nearby. The girl had long hair and was focused on playing a mobile game, while the guy next to her was animatedly shouting and gesturing. Chapter 3. Wow, are you sketching live? Noticing the landscape sketch on Lin Chu's iPad, Jiang Runan exclaimed, "It's so well done. Are you majoring in fine arts in college?" "Thank you." Lin Chu stopped drawing, smiled politely, and said, "Not yet, but I will after the summer vacation." "You just graduated from high school?" Jiang Runan blinked her eyes and asked with great interest, "Which university did you get into?" "Shanghai University Fine Arts College." "Lin Chu Ziplit Hon Stili." "Shanghai University? Wow, we're alumni." The black-haired senior beside her exclaimed in surprise, "I'm also from Shanghai University." "Oh, really?" "Yes, I'm from the Shanghai University Film Academy." Jiang Runan said excitedly, "I'm a year older than you, in my second year now." "Oh, hello, senior." "Lin Chu's my." "Hello, junior." Jiang Runan covered her mouth and smiled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Women are emotional creatures. The fact that she coincidentally met a handsome guy on the high-speed train who attended the same university instantly diminished her initial unfamiliarity with Lin Chu. Their relationship suddenly became much closer. "Are you also going to Tianzhou?" Chapter 4. Lin Chu's somewhat awkward reaction was quickly noticed by Jiang Runan beside him. She suddenly realized that her behavior indeed seemed a bit too intimate. She hurriedly distanced herself, pulling her sun protection jacket a bit tighter. However, once the initial shyness faded, looking at the blushing handsome junior, Jiang Runan found it quite amusing. As a recognized beauty in the film academy, countless boys pursued Jiang Runan both on and off campus. There were all types: domineering CEOs, geniuses, aloof types, gentlemanly ones, and quirky ones. But no one had ever been as shy as the handsome junior in front of her when she got a little closer. What a pure little puppy. Jiang Runan secretly covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, her shyness instantly dissipating. In its place was a hint of a forbidden thrill. No wonder that guy Tang Yi is so into younger ones. It turns out this feeling of dominance is indeed a bit stimulating, Jiang Runin thought to herself. If you ask if she really liked Lin Chu at that moment, it was definitely not possible. Chapter 5 Welcome to Vacheron, Constantine. Amidst the enthusiastic greetings of the staff, Lin Chu strode into the Vacheron Constantine boutique. To be honest, when it comes to luxury watches, Lin Chu only knew about Patek Philippe. After all, in the novels he had read, the latter was usually a standard for wealthy male protagonists. However, there was nothing he could do. The two Patek Philippe boutiques in the country were located in Beijing and Shanghai. Currently, the best watch store Lin Chu could find in Tianzhou was this Vacheron Constantine. Hello, sir. The person in charge of receiving Lin Chu was a capable young lady in uniform. She slightly bowed to Lin Chu and respectfully said, "How can I help you?" Lin Chu nodded slightly and got straight to the point. "Can you recommend a watch for me?" "No problem." The sales lady said politely. "May I ask what your budget is?" "About 5 to 600,000. Upon hearing this, the young lady couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Although she didn't mean to look down on him, to be honest, this young man looked very young and inexperienced. Judging from her seasoned sales perspective, he probably wasn't even 20 years old. Chapter 6 Meeting again. Fate is truly wonderful. Lin Chu, why are you here? Looking at the boy sitting next to her, Jiang Runin's expression was both surprised and delighted. Are you going to Lucheng? Yes. Lin Chu nodded, looking equally surprised. So, senior, you are too? Yes. What a coincidence. Jiang Runin said with a smile. Continuous encounters and such coincidental situations would make anyone feel it was extraordinary. By the way, I looked at the painting you just sent me. After sitting down side by side, Jiang Runin smiled and said, "It's really well done." "Thank you, Lin Jr." "You're welcome." Lin Chu replied with a smile. A painter's greatest sense of achievement is having someone appreciate and like their work, especially when that person is a beautiful woman. Ding dong, ding dong. Before they could say much, Jiang Runin's incessant phone notification sounded again. Since the flight hadn't taken off yet, she didn't need to turn off her network. Jiang Runin quickly took out her phone and started checking the messages. Sun E. Jiang Runin. Which AI software generated your new avatar? The effect is so good. Jiang Runin. Guess. Sun. You guess if I guess? Angry. Chapter 7 Ladies and gentlemen. Our plane is about to take off. Please confirm that your seatbelts are fastened and your mobile phones are turned off. As the cabin announcement of the imminent takeoff rang out, Lin Chu looked blankly at the seatbelt. It was his first time on a plane, and he felt a bit confused. The seatbelt goes here. Seeing the boy's bewildered expression, Jiang Runin smiled and said, "Around your waist." "Oh, got it, thanks." Lin Chu nodded repeatedly and fastened his seatbelt as instructed. Not long after, the plane began to accelerate. With a jolt, the aircraft lifted off the ground and took to the skies. Experiencing flying for the first time, Lin Chu felt more discomfort than excitement. The dizziness and chest tightness caused by the weightlessness made him feel quite uncomfortable. "Junior, you don't need to be nervous." Noticing Lin Chu's expression, Jiang Runin comforted him. "Try taking deep breaths and swallowing. It can relieve it quickly." Lin Chu followed her advice and indeed felt much better afterward. However, the feeling of panic still hadn't completely dissipated. Chapter 8 After some twists and turns. The flight was delayed for over 2 hours before finally arriving smoothly at Lucheng, Kaiwan Airport. At the moment the plane came to a complete stop, Lin Chu finally relaxed completely. Ding! The feeling of surviving a disaster has given you an unprecedented life experience. A pleasant announcement sound from the system echoed in his mind. Joy value 30. Feeling the host's joyful emotions has successfully triggered a system lottery opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a random reward. Unlocking the basic attribute of charm. Charm attribute? What is that? What is it for? Hearing about this brand new type of reward, Lin Chu was momentarily stunned. With a puzzled mind, I opened the system panel. Sure enough, my system's basic attribute panel had changed. Name, Lin Chu. Age, 18. Wealth, 34. 697. 324. Happiness value, 95. Personal basic attribute panel. Appearance, 90. Superb beauty like Panin. Figure, 60. Slightly thin, malnourished. Subhealthy. Temperament, 71. Good, ordinary, special. 60. Normal novice. Chapter 9 Ruan An. Over here. As Lin Chu and Jiang Rua Ninja stepped out of the terminal, they heard several shouts not far away. Ah yi, yi. Sure, Yuan saw three young girls standing in front of the big red Mercedes E300 parked on the side road. Jiang Ruonan shouted and sprinted towards them with her long legs. In the blink of an eye, the girls were hugging and jumping with laughter, chattering away. Lin Chu, who was left behind, strolled over leisurely. His gaze quickly scanned Jiang Ruonan's circle of friends. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. What kind of celestial dormitory is this? Any one of these four girls is so beautiful. It wasn't that Lin Chu had seen too little, but these four girls were indeed too stunning. Jiang Ruonan, who had already amazed Lin Chu, went without saying. Next to her, the tall girl with long, wavy hair dyed golden brown was equally beautiful, unlike the pure and innocent Jiang Ruonan. The golden-haired girl wore a black blazer that perfectly created a missing bottom style, her long legs wrapped in Balenciaga-branded black stockings paired with dark Martin boots, looking super cool and sexy. Chapter 10. The villa was booked by Sun Yi. It's located in Haitang Bay, next to the famous duty-free city where luxury hotels gather. It's not large, considered a small villa. However, the environment is superb with a small garden pool, and outside the yard's fence is a view of coconut trees and the beach. Wow, a sea view house. Upon entering the villa, Jiang Ruonan's eyes instantly sparkled like little stars, hugging the golden-haired girl and rubbing against her excitedly. And there's a pool. Hey, you're amazing. What amazing. Zhang Yi huffed. We sisters didn't even get to eat dinner waiting for you. Yeah. Tang Yi next to her chimed in, Xiaonan. You have to solve this problem. Okay. Jiang Ruonan, knowing she was in the wrong, pouted her lips. I'll treat everyone to supper. That's a must. Let's arrange a seafood barbecue feast. Huh, seafood barbecue feast? Jiang Ruonan trembled in fright. I mean, sisters, can we take it easy first? I'm already broke just to meet you. Oh, Jiang Ruonan, now you know how to cry poor. Chapter 11. The evening breeze is gentle, and the coconut trees sway. Through the gaps in the dense and broad leaves, the brilliant starry sky can be seen. Lin Chu, don't mind what they said just now. Walking side by side on the coconut tree path, Jiang Ruonan's tone was somewhat reserved. They usually talk like that in the dorm. Is that so? Lin Chu asked in return. Are the topics in the girls' dorm so open? Please. Girls' dorm topics are way more open than what you boys think. Jiang Ruonan covered her mouth and laughed. For example? The beautiful senior girl tapped her chin, smiling charmingly. I want to tell you. Oh, no. Lin Chu, I believe you. Seeing Lin Chu's confused expression, Jiang Ruonan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Seeing this, the boy couldn't help but smile as well. A warm and pleasant ambiguous atmosphere slowly grew between them. Lin Chu, Jiang Ruonan clenched her fist and coughed lightly, casually asking, when you said you don't have a girlfriend, was that true? Chapter 12. Wow, so sweet. Jiang Ruonan took a big sip from the coconut in her hands and laughed, her crescent-shaped peach blossom eyes sparkling like the starry sky. The boss said this coconut was picked at noon. The boy, carrying 2 boxes of deadly wusa beer, tried to sound relaxed, making his breathing a bit smoother. So, it's supposed to be a bit sweeter. Oh, I see. Jiang Ruonan nodded repeatedly, sipping with her cherry lips. Lin Chu was slightly dazed watching her. A beauty is a beauty. Even eating is so pretty. It's a pity the boss didn't give an extra straw. Not noticing Lin Chu's gaze, Jiang Ruonan sighed with a smile. Otherwise, you could have tasted it too. Hearing her say that, Lin Chu impulsively blurted out, actually, 1 straw wouldn't be a problem. Huh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruonan's expression visibly froze. Then, a sudden blush crept across her snow-white skin. Look, given how hard you're working, the beautiful senior girl said with some stuttering, slowly yet decisively handing the coconut straw to Lin Chu's mouth. Chapter 13. Sipping on some drinks and eating seafood. A box of deadly wusu was finished. The girls' faces turned rosy, and they began to talk more. The atmosphere heated up. The relationship between Lin Chu and the 4 sisters quickly became closer, completely losing the previous sense of awkwardness. Of course, others wouldn't have this effect. After all, Lin Chu was naturally a handsome guy with a score of 90 in looks. Just like how men love to see beautiful women, most women also naturally feel good about handsome guys. Moreover, this little puppy not only looked appealing, but also took the initiative to order supper for everyone, willingly doing the hard work. He was rich, considerate, and had no airs about him. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, quiet, and not talkative. He didn't force his way into the conversations among the sisters. He was completely different from the typical wealthy second generation who liked to show off. However, he wasn't dull either. He would occasionally join the conversation at the right moments. A quality guy like this, any normal straight girl would easily develop a good impression of him. So, aside from Jiang Ruanan, who was already familiar with Lin Chu and called him her brother, even Tang Yi and Sun, who initially had a good attitude towards Lin Chu, became closer to him. Chapter 14, that's right, I really like Ruanan. After Zheng Li Le, Yi Pian Ke de Su Shi, Lin Chu spoke Gandhi Li. I think Sister Ruan is not only very beautiful, but also has a particularly good personality. If she's my girlfriend, she would be my ideal type. So, if I have the opportunity, I would be very willing. Honesty is the best weapon. After Lin Chu honestly expressed his feelings, the three mischievous girls were momentarily stunned, then burst into giggles. What a straightforward kid. You're making me want to be in a relationship too. Oh no, it looks like our little Ruan is going to be taken. What nonsense. Blushing and flustered, Jiang Ruan broke free from her two sisters' hold and said anxiously, "Stop it. Xiaochu is my brother. We're just siblings. This topic ends here." TSK. As soon as she finished, the girls immediately started booing. However, seeing Jiang Ruan so shy and angry, they didn't continue the topic. The rest of the time was spent drinking, eating skewers, and chatting. Chapter 15. As Lin Chu was dozing off, he suddenly felt increasingly hot. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable with the blanket tightly wrapped around him, he subconsciously pushed it away. But unexpectedly, the large white blanket seemed to come alive. As soon as Lin Chu pushed it away, it immediately wriggled back over him. He kept pushing, and it kept covering him. No matter how he kicked, it wouldn't budge. How strange. In his muddled sleep, Lin Chu thought, now even a blanket has AI intelligence? It knows how to cover itself? In the dim light of the night, he saw the blanket stretch out a corner and drape it over him. In his drowsy state, Lin Chu instinctively pushed it again, but he couldn't muster the strength, so he just rolled over to lie on his side. Late at night, the cool air from the air conditioner blew colder and colder. Drowsy, Lin Chu instinctively wrapped the blanket tighter around himself. The warm feeling quickly dispelled the chill from the air conditioner. At last, Lin Chu felt comfortable and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps due to a long day of travel, he slept soundly that night. Chapter 16. Another wave of pillow attacks hit him. The shy and mischievous Jiang Ruan even twisted Lin Chu's soft flesh at his waist with her delicate fingers. It hurt so much he grinned in pain. Who would have thought that this seemingly cold goddess had such a fierce side? However, despite the beating, he was quite fortunate to witness it. As a girl, Jiang Ruan only wore a loose, thin t-shirt while sleeping. Her delicate skin, glowing in the sunlight from the window, was dazzlingly white. No, don't look. Noticing Lin Chu's gaze, Jiang Ruan pouted and quickly stood up, darting out of the room. Just then, voices could be faintly heard from outside the door. "Good morning, have you seen Xiao Ruan?" "No. Isn't she sleeping next to you? I checked her room this morning, and no one was there." "No one. That little brat didn't sneak out to cheat, did she?" "What? Let's go check." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruan's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes widened in panic, and she quickly dashed back inside. Chapter 17. The pain for being pinched on his leg jolted Lin Chu awake. He glanced at Qin Xiuan, who was sitting quietly with her back to him, and quietly pulled the blanket a bit, asking in a low voice, "What are you doing?" "Let me go," Jiang Ruan, hiding under the blanket, silently mouthed. Realizing Lin Chu had glanced at the window where Qin Xiuan was, she urged, "Aren't you looking for an opportunity? Hurry." Jiang Ruan was getting anxious. If A.E. and E.E. returned, how would they escape? Fortunately, this time Jiang Ruan didn't have to wait long. Lin Chu lifted the blanket with one hand. "All right, let's go." Whoosh! Jiang Ruan, who had been ready to spring into action, quickly emerged and darted out. Phew, the alarm was finally lifted, and Lin Chu couldn't help but relax and exhale. Leaning against the headboard, he continued to enjoy the refreshing morning light. The breakfast brought back by Sun Yi and Tang Yi. It was a local specialty, bao luo fun, a combination of rice noodles and various toppings, delicious and tasty. The five of them, one guy and four girls, sat around the dining table, each with a bowl of noodles. Chapter 18. Lin Chu wasn't particularly surprised by the situation before him. After all, apart from the spring festival, summer vacation was the peak season for tourism in Deer City. It was quite normal for the Atlantis underwater world, a popular tourist destination, to be packed. I'm on the front desk," Lin Chu said, pointing towards the hotel front desk as he addressed the girls. "Excuse me for a moment." "Wait, Lin Chu," Jiang Ruan called out to stop him. "Did you book the room here?" "Lin Chu, not that. EA." He had already booked a room through the app in the morning. "Wow, Atlantis ISNT cheap right now." Sunny interjected. During the summer vacation, rooms under 5,000 should have been booked out long ago. She frowned slightly. "The rooms available now start at 5,000, right?" 5,000. Hearing that price, the other girls in the friend group immediately grimaced. The Seaview villa they booked was only 9,800 per day, divided among them. It was just over 2,000 each, which was quite cost-effective for the peak season. Chapter 19. Upon seeing the personal butler assigned to Lin Chu's suite by the hotel, the girls behind him were completely unsettled. With their backgrounds, being able to attend Shanghai University's Film Academy, they were certainly not from poor families. Take Sunny, a local from Shanghai, for example. Her family's film company is located in Shanghai, and just recently, her father gifted her a fully equipped Mercedes E300L for her 20th birthday. But even that top-of-the-line Mercedes E300L only costs about 600,000. And here Lin Chu was coming in and dropping $1 million just to stay in a hotel for 10 days. Sun E pondered to herself that she had seen quite a few rich second-generation individuals, but she had never encountered someone like this junior. Just yesterday, he was wearing casual clothes, and today he can pull out $1 million to stay in a hotel. Who would he be dumbfounded? He is simply a weirdo. "Mr. Lin, please follow me." While her group of friends was in shock, the suite's butler, Penny, smiled politely and led Lin Chu to the suite. Do you want to come over and sit with us?" Lin Chu paused slightly and smiled as he invited the four girls. "Sure." The girls quickly reacted and agreed happily. Chapter 20. After checking out the famous underwater suite, they returned to the living room on the first floor. In fact, Lin Chu wasn't too interested in the so-called underwater suite. Perhaps because it was a closed space without windows, it felt unexpectedly oppressive. It was definitely a place where two people could try various fun things. But sleeping alone felt a bit scary. After going upstairs, Lin Chu felt much better. The comfortable sea breeze blew in from the spacious terrace, and the pleasantly warm indoor temperature felt especially refreshing. Following Lin Chu's prior arrangements, they had a lavish Cantonese dim sum lunch in the suite, said to be prepared by a newly hired chef, delicate and light, with great taste. The sun is so bright outside. After finishing their meal, the girls looked out at the glaring midday sun, completely losing the desire to go out. One by one, they lay on the living room sofa. "How about we just rest here for a bit?" Lin Chu took a sip of tea and said, "When the sun weakens in the afternoon, we can go to the beach to watch the sunset." "I think that's a good idea." The girls nodded in agreement. "Since we have nothing to do, why don't we play some games?" Tang Yi suggested with a smile. "We have 5 people. Let us team up for a game." Chapter 21. Legendary. "I can't play anymore. Throw. After being killed again by the opponent's Nakaru, Sun E threw her phone and sighed dramatically. "No." Seeing my teammates about to lose their cool, Jiang Runin quickly reassured, "I'm still good. I can still fight." "You're still good?" Upon hearing this, a somewhat dejected Sun E opened the interface and was taken aback. "What? You Haven T died even once in this huge disadvantage?" "Hee." Jiang Runin smiled brightly. "It's mainly because Xiao Chu supports well." Xiao Chu. Hearing this, Sun E glanced at Lin Chu's economy. "Goodness. A support Liu Bang has an economy second only to Jiang Runin's carry, ranking second in the entire team. He leading the dangerous lanes, and the opponents can't catch him at all. Little Platinum has some skills." Andai, Xiao Chu, regaining some confidence. Sun E picked up her phone again. "You're quite good." "Just average," Lin Chu modestly replied, "mostly thanks to Sister Nin's good leading." "No, your awareness and operations are quite on point," Jiang Runin cheerfully chimed in. "Hey, you too." Chapter 22. After witnessing Lin Chu's skills in the first game, the group of friends, who were completely convinced, were happy to let him take the lead. To complete the system task, Lin Chu naturally didn't hold back and fully transformed into the ultimate balance mechanism Terminator. He dominated the games, leading the group to an impressive 8 consecutive victories. Ding! Esports expert card effect time has ended. Effect time. Host has accumulated 126 kills. Congratulations. Host has received a system multiplier cash reward of 12,600,000. Postal Savings Bank. Your account ending in 566 has received an income of 12,600,000 yuan. Current balance 25, 941, 652. Wow. Seeing the sudden notification on his phone, Lin Chu's eyebrows jumped. 12 million in cash rewards. Just for playing a game? Is that really necessary? I like it. After resting for a bit, it was already close to evening. The group laughed and chatted as they walked out of the hotel and headed to the beach. In the distance, the dazzling golden sunset hung above the horizon. The vast sky was filled with gorgeous evening clouds, stunningly beautiful like a scene from a Makoto Shinkai film. Chapter 23. Back at the hotel, Lin Chu sat comfortably in the bathtub by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying a relaxing soak. In the underwater world, just a window away, an old sea turtle swam leisurely towards him. It took a look at the smooth, lonely biped in the tub, immediately shrinking its head in disdain and swimming away disappointedly. Lin Chu, what the heck? Why do I feel offended? He picked up his phone sitting next to the tub and opened the WeChat group chat, sending all the photos taken in the evening. As he sent them, he suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering he still had a photography enhancement feedback card unused. But thinking about it, it didn't seem matter. After all, the vacation had just begun, and there would be plenty of opportunities to use it. Looking at the photos of the girls in the group chat, the corner of the boy's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Gu, beautiful, sassy, jutfun, whichever one. They were all stunningly beautiful. Moreover, they were all lovely, and each person had a great personality. From a man's perspective, no matter which one he chose, giving up the other three would be a great pity. Why not simply? A thought of a win-win situation suddenly popped into Lin Chu's mind, but it was immediately denied by himself. Chapter 24. What? Jiang Runin's face turned pale upon hearing this. No way. I feel like Lin Chu isn't that kind of person. You're thinking too much. You should know that men are creatures that only think with their lower bodies. Seeing Jiang Runin getting anxious, the mischievous group of friends Woon team missed this opportunity and immediately began teasing her. Honestly, what Yuan said isn't wrong at all. Men can hardly resist temptation. A young, rich, and handsome guy in a presidential suite. What else can he do alone? Don't be fooled by how honest he seems. He might be cuddling with that flirty little butler right now. Ha ha ha. I'm not listening. Jiang Runin shook her head repeatedly, stood up with her coffee cup, and walked away. However, jokes can be unintentional, but the listeners have their intentions. Recalling the butler's mature and charming demeanor, Jiang Runin's heart suddenly started to panic. No way. Restless, even the coffee in the cup tasted particularly bitter. Walking into the small garden of the villa, I secretly glanced at Sun, E, and the others in the living room. Jiang Runin casually took out her phone and quietly sent a message to Lin Chu. Hey Xiao Chu, good morning, grinning. Chapter 25. Oh, it's nothing. Just suddenly wanted to dress like this. Stockings? Of course, it's for sun protection, right? There's really no other meaning. On the way to the yacht harbor, Jiang Runin remained calm and composed while dealing with the relentless interrogation from her three best friends, earning a round of teasing. By the time the group of friends arrived at the yacht harbor, it was already past 10 in the morning. Lin Chu hasn't contacted you yet, right? Sunny, dressed in a black dress, asked while adjusting her sunglasses on her nose. No, Jiang Runin replied helplessly, picking up her phone to check again. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe things aren't done yet. Waiting like this isn't a solution. Tang Yi in the back seat suggested, why don't we go ahead and book a yacht first? Sound good. Hearing this, the sisters nodded in agreement. It was the peak summer season, and many people were renting yachts to go out to sea. If they were late, they might not be able to rent a yacht for the day. Arriving at the yacht rental company at the harbor, as soon as the girls got out of the car, they suddenly heard a loud engine roar from the road in the distance. Two Porsche sports cars, painted in racing livery, sped towards them, one after the other. Chapter 26. Sorry, ladies. The receptionist at the yacht rental company said apologetically to Sun, E, and the others. All our yachts are fully booked for today. Fully booked? Sun E glanced at the time in surprise. It's only a little past 10. How can it be fully booked? Im sorry, Mang. The receptionist politely replied, because it is the peak tourist season, our yachts usually need to be booked a week in advance. A week in advance? Sun, E, and the others exchanged helpless glances. It seemed that there was no hope for a yacht outing this time. I told you there wouldn't be any yachts. Seeing the regretful expressions on Sun, E, and the others, Chao Kuan, who had been following them, said smugly, come on, God is son. Just go out to sea with us for a day. It'll be fun. Hearing this, Sunny blinked and looked at her three friends. Jiang Runin shook her head. Tang Yi, Thao Wen. Qin Xuan was busy playing on her phone. Forget it then. Sun Yi immediately understood and straightforwardly rejected. We're not planning to go out to sea today. Why not go out to sea? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chu walked out from the yacht company. Chapter 27: The Sound of Seagulls. The sea breeze brushed over the ocean, and the whole world was a shade of blue. The dazzling summer sunlight was everywhere, shining brightly. The white luxury yacht cut through the waves, racing freely. Sitting on the circular sofa of the top deck of the Ferretti 960, the four girls from a 502 friend group were still in shock from the intense surprise. To go out to sea, they had directly splurged $24.6 million to buy a yacht. It was simply magical. Only now did the friend group realize that spending $1 million on a 10-day hotel stay was nothing but a drop in the bucket for Lin Chu. I didn't expect he could even drive a yacht. Sun Yi nudged her sunglasses on her nose and whispered, "That's pretty normal, right?" Looking at the young man's figure, the cute Tang Yi had her crescent-shaped eyes filled with admiration. For someone from his background, he probably knows a lot of things, right? He's just too outstanding. Qin Shuan placed her finger on her lips, her expression thoughtful. I wonder how he was raised since childhood. It must be something we can't even imagine. Chapter 28. You guys are driving me crazy, Jiang Runin said, flustered and angry, pretending to hit her group of friends. Xiao Chu, don't be like that. Taking advantage of the moment when the attention was off her, Jiang Runin lowered her voice and said, "We're siblings, you know." "Oh, you little brat won't quit, huh?" "Lin Chu, come help us take pictures." "Sure." Hearing the suggestion from Tang Yi and the others, Lin Chu readily agreed. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he directly used the Photography Enhancement Feedback Card. Ding! Photography Enhancement Feedback Card used successfully. Basic skill, Photography 100. Accompanied by the voice prompt in his mind, Lin Chu instinctively closed his eyes, feeling a slight dizziness for a moment. Once his mind calmed down again, Lin Chu picked up the newly bought DSLR camera and walked to the front of the yacht. "Hurry up, Xiao Chu." The four girls had already posed and urged in unison. "Let us start with a few group photos." Okay, it must be said that after gaining top-level photography skills, Lin Chu's understanding and perception of photography were completely different. Chapter 29. Jiang Runin's body was soft. Wearing only a thin dress, she felt as delicate as a little kitten in his arms. Because they had accidentally spent a night together before, and after these 2 days of communication and knowing Lin Chu's secret background, Jiang Runin's feelings for Lin Chu had rapidly intensified without her realizing it. Thus, she did not resist this upgraded intimacy of hugging. Of course, the premise was that it had to be in private. If it were in front of the friend group, that was absolutely not allowed. However, as the saying goes, wanting more is human nature. Holding the warm and fragrant girl in his arms did not make Lin Chu stop. Instead, it ignited the heat in his heart even more. "Be good." Jiang Runin stretched out her tender hand, gently brushing the hair on one side of her shy red cheeks, whispering into his ear, "Just hugs are allowed. But you can't do anything else, okay?" Jiang Runin closed her eyes tightly. Feeling the young man's deep breaths, her body temperature quickly rose at that moment, and her soft heart began to melt slowly. This guy Xiao Chu is really naughty in private. This kind of seemingly serious demeanor, yet mischievous when alone, did not arouse Jiang Runin's aversion. Chapter 30. As the sun set, the luxurious wooden dining table on the top deck of the yacht was set with red wine and exquisite dishes. The white, gauzy tablecloth fluttered gently in the soft sea breeze. The candles, burning slowly in the sunset, emitted a soft glow. In the midst of the colorful evening glow, it seemed particularly romantic. Lin Chu is amazing. Watching the perfectly seared steak with a Maillard reaction color on the plate, Tang Yi clasped her hands to her chest, exclaiming in awe, "I didn't expect you could cook." "Yeah," Sun Yi nodded in agreement, praising, "I have to say this medium rare steak is really well done. Just the right temperature. The cream mushroom soup and potato salad taste fantastic too." Qin Shuan generously offered her perfect review. "It's even better than what I had in a professional Western restaurant." "I'm glad you like it." Lin Chu nodded politely in thanks. Although Jiang Runin didn't say anything, her expression while looking at the boy was full of smiles. Clearly, seeing Lin Chu receive unanimous praise from her best friends made her very happy. "Look at Xiaonan." Sun Yi glanced at the smiling and silent Jiang Runin and said, "Hearing us praise her man, she's secretly grinning over there." Chapter 31. What? The love-struck one is obviously Tang Yi. Okay. Hearing this comment, Jiang Runin responded somewhat unconvinced. "Wrong. I'm just a fan of good looks." Sitting in the back row, Tang Yi with her white silk legs crossed and her small hand propping up her smooth chin. Laughed softly. Xiaonan, do you want me to test your little puppy for you? Before she finished speaking, Qin Shuan interrupted. You little flirt. I see your test is a cover for seduction. What? I'm sacrificing myself for the happiness of my good sisters. Xiaonan, to prevent Tang Yi from stealing the show. I also apply to test Lin Chu for you. That's not necessary. I think it's very necessary. Sun Yi, holding the steering wheel, interjected. Anyway, you haven't established a relationship yet. It's still early, so it's perfect for more tests. Let these two wild, flirtatious girls help you test the waters. What are you talking about? Who's wild? Who's a flirt? What you said is too much. Although I occasionally make a few suggestive jokes. I'm still a proper young lady, okay? Chapter 32, huh? No. Even though we are in the same dormitory, we're not in the same major. Xiaonan is performing arts. Yi is broadcasting and hosting, and Yuan is drama and film literature. What? Me? Guess what major I am? Damn it. You're in the postnatal care of pigs major. I'm in the directing department. Director. You know? Lin Chu shot a glance at the tall and elegant girl in the passenger's seat, who was not pleased. What? You're actually in the directing department? Lin Chu widened his eyes in surprise. With such good looks and figure, isn't it a bit of a waste to be a director? What? Do I not look like a director? Sun Yi casually tossed her wind-blown hair and feigned a serious face. Not at all. Lin Chu shook his head vigorously. You're not a director. You're clearly the style of a beautiful leading lady. If you become a director in the future, won't there be a line at your door at night? Line? Why? To get you to play the rules. Oh, so you're not honest at all. Sun Yi rolled her eyes. Now that Xiaonan is gone, your true colors are showing. Huh? Chapter 33. After various sweet nothings and cheesy apologies, Lin Chu managed to keep the front passenger seat of the Mercedes E300 and didn't have to get out of the car due to the furious Sun Yi. The car started, and the two continued on their way. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Chu secretly sighed. Although he had successfully passed the test of the main character Sun Yi with his clever responses, this success was only temporary. As for whether there would be other tests in the future, who knows? After all, besides Sun Yi, there were also the two goddess-level beauties, Tang Yi and Qin Shuan. Just thinking about that charming doll-like voice and the hidden fierceness behind her looks made Lin Chu feel a headache. The future was indeed full of traps and full of surprises. Sigh. I just wanted a date? Why are there always spirits trying to harm me? Ding. You successfully passed the best friends test, feeling a sense of relief. Happiness value 10. Congratulations. The host has received a random reward. Specified car purchase cashback reward buff. Specified car purchase cashback reward buff. From now on, when the host makes a car purchase, there's a chance to trigger a doubling cashback for any specified car model. This buff lasts until 23:59. Chapter 34. More than an hour later, the two drove to the Red Forest International Exhibition Center near Fengwang Road in the city. As the annual International Auto Show in Luqing, and with it being the peak tourist season, the area outside the exhibition center was already crowded. Walking through the bustling crowd, Lin Chu soon began to sweat on his forehead and felt hot all over. In contrast, Sun Yi beside him, in a short skirt and black stockings, appeared much more relaxed. Her golden wavy hair looked especially glamorous in the sunlight. Those long legs wrapped in lettered black stockings constantly attracted the attention of surrounding men. Meanwhile, Lin Chu, walking alongside her, also became the focus of countless gazes, compared to the intense admiration for the blonde goddess. The looks directed at Lin Chu were filled with envy and awe. After all, dressed in expensive luxury brands, accompanied by a beautiful woman, plus the elegant demeanor revealed by the growth of his temperament, he perfectly matched the typical template of a wealthy young master in everyone's usual impression. If he had stepped out of supercar instead of the Mercedes E300, it would have been even more fitting. Of course, Lin Chu was here today precisely for this purpose. Chapter 35. The Qin Plus, priced at $798, was once one of Lin Chu's dreams. After the college entrance examination, during the period before receiving the system's favor, Lin Chu had carefully considered his future and seriously made two plans. The first was that if he could solve his college tuition and living expenses, he would smoothly finish university, graduate, and find a good job. The second was that if he really couldn't solve the money problem, Lin Chu planned to give up university, go south for 2 years to work, and save up 80,000, buy a Qin Plus outright, and then drive for Didi while live streaming. He had even thought of his persona, a handsome dropout driven by poverty, yet still pursuing art as an inspirational youth. Perfect, just waiting for some blind MCN agency to notice him. Filming skits and riding the trending wave to start live streaming. Come on, family. 3, 2, 1, link up, and directly reach the peak of life. Even the company name Lin Chu had thought of in advance was Forward Media Holdings Group Company, Limited. Of course, the company can still be established now. After all, with the system backing him up, he directly bypassed the intermediate steps and achieved success in one step. Chapter 36. Looking at the shiny Mercedes-Benz logo on the key, Han Lu was stunned and speechless. She had originally hoped to regain some ground by relying on her boyfriend's new Mercedes, but who would have thought that Sun E actually owned a Mercedes herself? Damn. Losing again. Haha. I didn't expect Miss Sun to be a Mercedes owner as well. Lu lay beside her was also slightly taken aback, then smiled broadly. What a coincidence. Everyone has this model. We should communicate more often. By the way, Miss Sun, I have a Mercedes car club that often organizes activities together. How about I add you to it? Let's exchange WeChat first. No need to add WeChat. Sun E shrugged, her expression aloof. It's just a means of transportation. What's there to communicate about? Hey, that's not right. Lu Lei chuckled, leaning in closer. A means of transportation is indeed a means of transportation, but there are different levels. We drive Mercedes, so naturally, the level will be different. Even if it's just a means of transportation, we should still value quality and enjoyment, right? As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Chu beside Sun, his tone flippant. Otherwise, driving a BYD out would be a joke, wouldn't he? Chapter 37. In fact, Lin Chu's requirements for a car were not high. He had never thought about buying many cars. However, since he triggered a car purchase cashback, the situation was different. Who would want to go against money? Therefore, as long as the system could continue to specify, Lin Chu would definitely buy. He arrived at the luxury brand area of the auto show. Lin Chu glanced around the exhibition hall, and soon, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The designated car for cashback purchase is being confirmed. Current cashback car model, Bugatti W16 Mistral. Cashback multiplier, random. Bugatti W16 Mistral? After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chu immediately looked toward the Bugatti exhibition stand not far away. In the central area of the stand, surrounded by a dense crowd, was the Bugatti W16 Mistral that the system mentioned. The highly recognizable classic Bugatti horseshoe-shaped grille and the family-style C-shaped design of the body were all in matte pure black. The rear featured an X-shaped taillight group, including the central illuminated body character, exuding high class. Chapter 38. What is going on? Why was the Bugatti W16 Mistral suddenly removed from the exhibition? The visitors in the hall were astonished as they watched the Bugatti supercar being driven away. Don't you know? This Bugatti W16 Mistral was just picked up in full payment. Full payment? This car costs around 34 million, right? 34 million? Damn, which rich kid bought this? What a pity, I actually reserved one before, but didn't take it, and now I bought a Wuling. It sounds quite good to drive. While everyone in the exhibition hall was speculating which rich kid had spent lavishly at the back door of the convention center, Lin Chu had already sat in the driver's seat of this road beast with a look of enjoyment. Ding! Bugatti W16 Mistral has been purchased. This consumption successfully triggered a 10x cashback multiplier. Congratulations, host, you have received a cashback of 343,235,000. Postal Savings Bank. Your account ending in 566 has received an amount of 24,156,000 yuan. Current balance, 480,911,125. Chapter 39. With the help of the crew, the two donned their diving gear. Are you ready? Sun E asked, smiling as she looked at Lin Chu, who was wearing his goggles. The boy bit down on the regulator and gave a thumbs up. Okay, remember to take pictures for me later. Don't worry. Sun E nodded with a smile, adjusted her goggles and regulator, and gracefully leaned back, jumping into the sea first. Lin Chu followed suit, leaning back and leaping in. With a splash, Lin Chu felt the world before him first blur with waves, then quickly become clear. Kicking his fins and breathing steadily after the initial awkward phase passed, Lin Chu could finally appreciate this novel world he had never seen before. The brilliant sunlight filtered through the shimmering surface of the sea, falling on the colorful coral reefs. Schools of vibrant tropical fish swam through the water, dazzling the eyes. Just as Lin Chu was immersed in this magnificent underwater world, Sun E swimming ahead of him. turned around, and made several gestures toward him. Thanks to the knowledge he had crammed on the boat earlier, Lin Chu managed to recognize what she meant. Chapter 40. I know, I will do my best. Chu, you have fun too. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chu shook his head and smiled slightly. He casually put down his phone, stood up, and turned to look at the sea surface. The sun was shining brightly, and the water was clear. What a beautiful world. Just as the boy was secretly marveling, he suddenly sensed an unsettling feeling, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Where is Ai? The boy's breathing became rapid. He widened his eyes, searching for Sun Yi's figure in the waters around the cabin. No. Sun Yi was going deep diving. She was snorkeling. She didn't bring diving equipment or an oxygen tank, so she couldn't have been underwater for this long. Something happened. Something must have happened. At that moment, Lin Chu's heart was in his throat. Having an accident in the sea is no joke. Uncle Ruan! Uncle Ruan! Lin Chu shouted loudly toward the bow of the boat. What's wrong, handsome? Hearing Lin Chu's call, the tan captain, Uncle Ruan, rushed out from the lounge. Chapter 41. Sister Ai here. Lin Chu took off his shirt without turning around and directly handed it to Sun Yi behind him. Oomph. A soft nasal sound came from behind. The shirt he handed over was taken, followed by a rustling sound. All right, done. At this, Lin Chu turned around and looked at Sun Yi in front of him. Don't say it. At this moment, this blonde goddess has a delicate little face with rosy cheeks, tearful eyes that seem ready to cry, and a hint of panic. Once a strong granddaughter queen, she now shows such a pitiful and shy appearance. This strong contrast is indeed very endearing. Thank you. The blushing granddaughter queen said softly. Oh, Lin Chu nodded upon hearing this, teasing her intentionally. Is it really that simple to repay a life-saving grace with just one sentence? Then tell me, what else do you want? Usually, the boy said with a smile. Shouldn't it be to pledge yourself? Oh, pledge myself, huh? The blonde goddess crossed her arms, her little face returning to its usual cold demeanor. Don't even think about it. Ah, what a pity. Looking at the boy's expression of mixed frustration and sincerity. Chapter 42. The sky darkened. Perhaps it was because it was about to rain, the atmosphere in the cabin began to feel heavy. Why am I not interested in love? Lin Chu blinked in confusion at the dark clouds approaching the sky. It's nothing. Sun Yi looked up at him, her lips curling into a nonchalant, bitter smile. It's just that I find such things particularly uninteresting. Is that so? Lin Chu nodded slightly. So what if we're together? What does a vow mean? Sun Yi shrugged, her gaze towards the distant sea particularly cold. It's just a result of a momentary impulse. After a while, feelings will cool down and enthusiasm will fade. In the end, it will either be living together in a superficial harmony or tearing apart completely and becoming strangers. Thinking of this, I feel that love is truly unnecessary. Aha! Looking at Sun Yi, who seemed so clear-headed, Lin Chu touched his nose and chuckled softly. Well, I think, your way of thinking, while it does have some possibility, overall, it doesn't always have to be this way. Chapter 43. Yes, I'm sorry, Lin Chu. Listening to the boy briefly talk about his parents' situation, Sun Yi was first extremely shocked, then like a little girl who had done something wrong. She lowered her head to look at her toes, her tone cautious. I didn't know that your family had gone through such things. It's okay. I've actually gotten used to it. Lin Chu smiled, looking at the beautiful woman beside him. So, promise me to cherish the present time. Okay? Sun Yi nodded vigorously. This dog Junior is really strong. Women are emotional creatures. When empathy floods in, it touches the heart, making it easy to make irrational decisions. All right, it's decided. The blonde goddess suddenly extended her hand, wrapping it around Lin Chu's shoulder. Sister will take you home today. Huh, so soon. I'm not that kind of man. What do you mean so soon? Sister just wants you to feel the atmosphere of home again. Okay. Night fell. The sky was overcast with clouds, and the stars were nowhere to be seen. In a high-end villa community somewhere in Deer City. Chapter 44. Sun Lianqing had never imagined that his daughter would bring a strange man home one day. Not once. For the previous decade or so, Sun Lianqing's focus, besides his career, was exploring the mysteries of the universe. However, since his daughter grew up, his attention gradually shifted from career and the universe to his daughter. What a good daughter. Cheerful, generous, beautiful, academically gifted, and capable. 100% the kind of child that belongs to someone else's family. So at this moment, upon learning that his precious daughter might be in love, Sun Lianqing's heart felt like a spilled jar of mixed flavors, complex and varied. Just like most fathers in the world, he suddenly realized that his precious daughter was about to become someone else's treasure. Could he accept this? Moreover, with himself as a bad example in front, for all these years, Sun Lianqing had felt guilty towards his daughter. So now he was even more afraid that she would suffer any harm. It would be impossible not to think too much. Occasionally, in the quiet of the night, old Sun would often find himself daydreaming. What if that bastard in the future also cheats? Chapter 45. At the same time, in the villa's kitchen, Lin Chu and Sun Yi stood at the counter, wiping the freshly washed dishes with white towels. Lin Chu was 183 centimeters tall, while Sun Yi was about 170 centimeters. The scene of the two busy in the kitchen side by side looked like a young newlywed couple. Especially fitting. Looking at the reflection of the two in the window glass, Sun Yi suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable anticipation. If that dog Junior were my boyfriend, how nice it would be. By the way, Just as she was lost in thought, the boy suddenly spoke, startling Sun Yi. She nervously raised her hand to adjust a strand of hair at her temple and quietly asked, "Is there something? I remember you mentioned before." Not noticing Sun Yi's expression, Lin Chu continued to wipe the plate while asking, "Your uncle is in the film and television media industry, right?" "Yes." Sun Yi nodded. Huaguang Media, mainly involved in film and television investment and signing artists. "Oh." Lin Chu put down the plate in his hand and picked up another one. "Is it still easy to enter the film and television industry now?" Chapter 46. Taking a shower together is impossible. The gentlemanly Lin Chu naturally let the elder sister go first to use the bathroom. "Lin Chu, I'm done." After half an hour, Sun Yi's voice came from outside the door. Lin Chu opened the door. He saw Sun Yi, with her hair wrapped in a towel. Coming out of the bathroom, the queen is indeed a queen. She has taste. Ding! The mischievous system suddenly broadcasted in Lin Chu's mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Grabbing a towel from the rack, Lin Chu adjusted the water temperature lower and quickly took a cold shower. By the time Lin Chu came out of the bathroom, he was already calm and composed. "You're done so quickly?" Hearing the noise in the corridor, Sun Yi, with a mask on her face, poked her head out from the room and asked. Lin Chu, holding a towel and drying his wet hair, replied, "Boys take showers quickly, don't they?" You use this towel to take a shower?" Looking at the light pink towel in his hand, Sun Yi blinked in surprise at Lin Chu, who was wearing a black facial mask. "Yes," Lin Chu nodded. "There were 4 towels hanging inside, and I just randomly took one." Okay. Chapter 47. Knee pillow. Upon hearing Lin Chu's request, Sun Yi's fair little face instantly flushed with a hint of red. "Is that not allowed?" The little puppy acted pitifully, retreating to advance, immediately cutting off Sun Yi's escape route. "Didn't you just say you would agree to any request I make today?" "I did say that, but a knee pillow still." Sun Yi's imposing aura instantly dissipated as she covered her short silk nightdress, looking shy. It hurts. My skin feels fiery hot. Ouch, ouch, ouch." "Shut up." Looking at the boy who was putting on a poor performance, Sun Yi ultimately couldn't resist her soft heart, biting her red lip in annoyance. Fine. I agree. Is that good enough?" "Sure enough." "Yeah, you're the best of me." Enough with the sweet talk. Sun Yi turned around and glared at him, her little expression fierce. "I warn you, a knee pillow is a knee pillow. If you dare to move your hands or feet around, don't blame me for being rude. I promise not to move." Looking at the obedient puppy-like Junior, Sun Yi couldn't help but pinch her nose, feeling a headache. "I give up. Is this puppy Junior specialized in teasing sisters?" Chapter 48. Qin Xuan. "TCH, boring. I thought the little puppy was still with you." "Sun Yi, what nonsense. What time is it? Still together. No matter how good the relationship is, we should avoid suspicion." "Tang Yi, something is off?" "Yi, why do I see your face particularly red?" "Sun Yi, red, my sister. I just took a shower, okay? It's hot." Qin Xuan, "I don't believe you come clean. Is there a man hidden in your room?" "Sun Yi, I'm hiding your sister. Can you two be serious? Stop thinking about men all day, okay?" Qin Xuan, "Women thinking about men is the most serious thing, right?" Tang Yi, "You're just pretending to be serious. Clearly, what you want the most is you." Sun Yi, "Damn it. Who is pretending to be serious? Who has thinking?" Tang Yi, "Stop spreading rumors. I'll send you a lawyer's letter." Tang Yi, "Haha, lawyer's letter? I see you're just trying to cover it up. Don't think I don't know the files in your computer D drive. Damn it. I'm really defeated by you plastic friends." The blonde queen's face flushed, her pearly teeth clenched tight. Chapter 49. Glaring at the puppy Junior, Sun E rushed out of the room. The aloof queen, Sun E, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She lay on the bed like a deflated balloon, her whole body limp. Of course, as someone who values her friendship, Sun E would never have any inappropriate thoughts about Lin Chu. After all, he was already Xiaonan as potential boyfriend, which was a done deal. She could never dream of meddling in her friend's relationship. However, as she thought about it, a sudden idea jumped into her mind. If it weren't for Xiaonan, would I still love? But everything with that puppy Junior. Stop, Sun E. Even if it's not Xiaonan, it's still not okay. How would you think of such things? Ugh. Stop thinking. A night without conversation. The sun was high in the sky. Lin Chu, who had slept in, drove his newly bought Bugatti supercar to his father's company with Sun E. They signed contracts and transferred ownership, transferring Sun Yi's Ehime Media to Lin Chu's name. The company name was slightly changed to Ichu Media. Originally, this company was mainly controlled by Lao Sun's Huaguang Media, with Sun E nominally holding 30 of the shares and serving as the company's legal person and CEO. Chapter 9. Lin Chu. Are you sure you want to increase the company's capital? In the business hall of the Lu City Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Sun E looked at Lin Chu, somewhat stunned. In her understanding, as long as the company is reasonable and legal, the registered capital doesn't seem to matter much. So she was a bit baffled by Lin Chu's eagerness to increase the registered capital. Of course, it has to be increased. Lin Chu explained seriously. The amount of registered capital of a company directly impacts the first impression it gives in the industry. The larger the registered capital, the more it reflects the company's strength and secures a favorable position in future risk assessments. This has a tremendous influence on the company's subsequent development and talent attraction. The boy spoke with conviction. In fact, he didn't understand these things at all. He was just reciting knowledge he had read last night on Baidu Encyclopedia without missing a single point. What Lin wanted was just the system's cash return. Okay? I see. After hearing Lin Chu's explanation, Sun E nodded with a dazed expression. So how much do you plan to increase the registered capital? 8 billion. Chapter 51. Pentakill. Accompanied by the shocking announcement from the phone. On the screen, Bai Qi flashed and shouted to stop the opposing 5. Empress Wu Zetian scored a pentakill with a big move. Brothers, one wave. Before the voice finished, the opposing crystal exploded. Damn, it actually surrendered? Sun E's annoyed voice came through the voice chat. Not enough. I want to play another round. No more, it's too late. I just got home after taking a flight and switching to high-speed rail. I'm all sore. Lin Chu rubbed his shoulders, complaining repeatedly. He had just gotten home when Sun E invited him to duo Q. Can't handle it after just 3 rounds? Are you even a man? Damn, men aren't robots. Fine, let's call it a day. Sun E said. By the way, you're planning to go to Hungyan the day after tomorrow, right? Yeah, I've already bought the plane ticket. Does Xiaonan know? No, she doesn't. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Got it. Sun E replied impatiently. And on the other end of the phone, faint murmurs of complaints could be heard. Chapter 52. The next morning, Lin Chu drove out in his brand new Yangwang U8. First, he went to the best liquor store in the city to buy a pair of Matai and 2 packs of Heezy. Lao Yu loves smoking and drinking. Bringing some good cigarettes and liquor to him is a way of showing respect. After tossing the liquor into the trunk, Lin Chu drove to the community where Wang Lei lived. The community was an old one, with narrow roads and many dead ends. It was easy to get in but hard to get out, so cars were mostly parked outside. However, Lin Chu had no such concerns and drove straight in. Hey, it's a dead end in there. You can't turn around. The old men and women sitting idly under the trees didn't forget to remind him loudly. Lin Chu, however, paid no attention and continued driving forward. What a stubborn fool. Let's see how you get out after you go in, the old men sneered, waiting to see the young man's embarrassment. But unexpectedly, the large vehicle made a tank turn right on the spot. The old men and women waiting to see the joke were left dumbfounded. Damn, that's high-tech. After waiting in the car for more than half an hour and receiving 4 or 5 calls urging him, Wang Lei finally came running down from upstairs, looking quite pleased. Chapter 53, not to mention anything else. Just one BMW 5 Series is indeed a goal that many people will never achieve in their lifetime. So Zhang Cheng, who was born into a good family, certainly had his reasons to be proud. What a joke. Why should my dad's lifetime of hard work lose to your 10 years of study? Therefore, despite having poor college entrance examination results, not being handsome, and lacking outstanding talent, Zhang Cheng felt completely confident facing Lin Chu at this moment, because his starting point was already higher than the end point of many others, including Lin Chu. Sheng Yi. If you're going to mention BMW, just mention BMW. That's too impressive. A few people squeezed out of the crowd, looking excited and admiring. Bingring, Yang Giskiviko. Wulong. Small troublemakers from their class who had been Zhang Cheng's loyal followers since the beginning of high school immediately surrounded their boss when they saw he had a new BMW, bending over and flattering him in various ways. This must be the 2024 new Model 530L, right? Beautiful. Really beautiful. This car must cost over 500,000, right? What? Fully paid? Damn. Boss, you really have money. Listening to their explanations, the high school classmates present looked at Zhang Cheng with envy. Hee. The BMW 5 Series is just SOSO. Chapter 54. This watch of mine isn't a famous brand either. Zhang Cheng took over the conversation, raised his wrist with the watch, and smiled. It's just a Tudor Royal Series, not expensive, only about 50,000. Damn. The whole table gasped in exaggerated shock. A watch for 50,000. I can only say, you're filthy rich. It's so damn cool, seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces. Zhang Cheng happily took off the watch and weighed it in his hand. Oh, Sheng Yi. Is that watch pure gold? And it's set with diamonds? They all gathered around, chattering in amazement. A watch that's worth almost as much as a car. It's really impressive. Wow, beautiful. Really beautiful. Compared to Cheng Ji's watch, my Apple Watch is just trash. Longzi, don't come to compare with him. Cheng Ji's watch is the real deal. Zhang Cheng said proudly. Actually, I don't particularly like the design of this watch. I just think Tudor sounds cool, and the Royal Series name is quite imposing, so I chose this one. But I see this watch as just an entry-level piece. Cheptiv 55. Ah. Lin Chu, are you joking with everyone? Jiang Ku and the others were stunned for a while, before coming back to their senses. Their dry voices filled with disbelief. A Vacheron Constantin watch casually costs over 100,000. Can you afford it? What can't I afford? Lin Chu smiled like too lazy to say more. He directly pulled out the exclusive digital certificate for Vacheron Constantin on his phone. What the hell? Looking at the detailed information about the watch recorded on the digital certificate, Zhang Cheng and the others were once again left dumbfounded. Vacheron Constantin Historical Masterpiece Series 5000 H000PB058. Also see Lin Chu. Purchase location: Tanzhou Guijin IFS Vacheron Constantin Flagship Store. Price: 570,000. Hiss. A gasp echoed around. Lin Chu's Vacheron Constantin was like an exploding nuclear bomb, instantly sweeping the whole venue. The entire restaurant fell silent in an instant, with a pin drop audible. Everyone's mind was filled with a single thought. How is this possible? The people present simply couldn't connect a 570,000 watch with Lin Chu. Chapter 56. Thinking of this, Li Shui looked at Lin Chu and then at Zhang Cheng, who was drinking and bragging with his buddies nearby. She felt a mix of emotions. The more she looked, the more she felt Zhang Cheng was far inferior to Lin Chu. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she became. However, Zhang Cheng, sitting next to her, clearly had no idea about the change in Li Shui's mindset. After all, to him, even though his watch couldn't compare to Lin Chu's, he still had a 500,000 BMW 5 Series, enough to save face. 500,000 and 50,000. It's not too far apart, right? Realizing this, Zhang Cheng, who had been feeling inexplicably frustrated, suddenly felt much more comfortable. A table of younger brothers certainly knew the situation well. So, the topic of bragging among everyone naturally skipped over the watch and shifted to cars. Eventually, the conversation returned to Zhang Cheng's BMW. Actually, I don't really like the Range Rover. Listening to everyone's flattery, Zhang Cheng said with a smile, I think this car isn't really suitable for my age. I prefer sports cars more. Rather than buying a Range Rover, I'd rather spend a little more and get a Porsche 911. That's for sure. Upon hearing this, Peng Rui and others immediately followed the trend and praised him. Chapter 57. Chugo. Your car shouldn't be an ordinary BYD, right? In the parking lot, Wang Lei carefully examined the logo on the front of the Yangwang U8. His tone cautious. Just tell me, how much is it, so I can give up? Yangwang U8. Lin Chu casually opened the car door and smiled. Not expensive. Just a little over $1 million. Damn. Wang Lei clicked his tongue repeatedly. Annoyed, I was just bragging about getting one for myself in the future. Turns out it costs $1 million. What a slap in the face. All right, get in the car. Let's go. Go. Where to? Watching this guy carefully open the car door and slowly climb in, then carefully close it again, Lin Chu couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't you always say you wanted to experience a big sword? Damn, is that really possible? Wang Lei's eyes widened in surprise. Scenes of young models dancing vigorously in a club quickly flashed in my mind, and tears of joy flowed from my mouth. It must be possible. Lin Chu grinned. Today, I will arrange the best big sword in the city for you. Chapter 58, Late Night. A silver Ideal Mega smoothly drove along the highway to Hengdian. Inside the car, Lin Chu relaxedly leaned back in the massage seat. It was his first time riding in a business MPV, and he felt that everything about the car was great. The exterior was imposing, the interior luxurious, the battery powerful, and the sound insulation excellent. However, sitting inside felt a bit too peaceful, making one involuntarily want to lie down and close their eyes. Lin, this is the script outline for our crew. The person speaking beside him was a well-dressed fat man. Wei Jin, the executive producer of Youth in Flames. The so-called producer is fully responsible for the overall coordination of the script, preparation for filming, recruitment of personnel, crew finances, and all related matters in a film project. He is the absolute ruler of the crew, the highest authority, second only to the financier sitting next to him, Lin Chu. Lin Chu nodded slightly, took the script, and casually flipped through it, with a beaming smile looking at the young financier beside him. Wei Jin felt a mix of caution. After stepping into the film industry for so many years, it was indeed his first time seeing such a young financier. Chapter 59. That night, Lin Chu slept soundly. He had a dream. In the dream, Jiang Ruonan wore a purple cheongsam. Her skin was as white as snow, her beauty radiant, with every frown and smile full of grace. In a flower-filled small building, she diligently practiced calligraphy skills. The next day, before dawn, Lin Chu woke up quietly, tossing and turning. It wasn't that he lacked willpower, but the little benefits were too charming. He got up, went to the bathroom, and took a shower. The remaining sleepiness vanished, and he felt refreshed. After thinking for a moment, since he had nothing to do anyway, Lin Chu simply changed into sportswear and went out for a morning run. Morning running was a good habit he had developed since middle school. It's just that he had been living too comfortably lately and had been a bit lazy. He walked out of the hotel and jogged along the main road near the film city. The fresh morning air greeted him, making him feel invigorated. After running for nearly an hour, Lin Chu, slightly out of breath, prepared to take a short break and have breakfast. He found an outdoor breakfast stall by the roadside and sat down. "Boss, I'll have a portion of soup dumplings and a bowl of soy milk." "Okay," the boss replied cheerfully. "Just a moment, young man, it will be ready soon." Chapter 60. Hey you, stop dawdling. Hurry up and get in the car. Under the urging of the buck-toothed guy, Lin Chu confusedly got into the car. Sitting next to Zhang Ruwei and his buddies, Lin Chu was still a bit dazed. Where to complain? He was just pulled into the car like this. What the hell is going on? The buck-toothed guy, standing by the door, counted the number of people again, then raised his hand to check the time, his tone particularly dissatisfied. Didn't we say there were more than 50 people when signing up yesterday? How come only this few showed up today? Sai, forget it. Driver, let's go. All right. With a beep, the minibus door slowly closed and drove towards the film city. Seeing Lin Chu being pulled into the car in confusion, Zhang Ruwei and his buddies couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. "Dude, it's fine," Zhang Ruwei said with a smile. "You're just acting as an extra for a day. Think of it as playing a free real-life CS game. Plus they provide meals and give you $60 a day." "What? Only 60 for a day?" Lin Chu exclaimed. "That's impossible, right? Isn't the going rate 100 to 150 a day? Where did this come from?" Zhang Ruwei pointed at the buck-toothed guy in front and whispered, "The group leader is our crew's assistant director. He said the film industry is in a cold winter now, so daily wages are much lower than before." Chapter 61. Yoshi. Flower girl, Misi Misi. Zhang sang, "The cherry blossoms in our hometown are blooming again. For the cold and black card, I pledge allegiance." The group of extras shared a clothing tent, chaos everywhere. Witnessing the college students dressed in costumes, their originally naive and pure temperament instantly switched to something perverse and lewd. Lin Chu, in disguise, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Goodness, these people are professionals. It's not just that they acted well. It's that they seem like they've done this in their past lives. Ding! A prompt suddenly appeared in Lin Chu's mind. The ruckus of the extras makes you feel particularly joyful. Pleasure value 3. Congratulations, host. You have received a random system reward. Best actor card. Best actor card. After use, the host's acting ability will be permanently raised to the highest value, and the system will provide a comprehensive score based on the characters the host portrays, giving corresponding rewards based on the score level. Do you want to use the best actor card? Yes or no? Goodness. Starting as an extra to become a best actor system. You really know how to play. At the right moment, Lin Chu confirmed the use of the card. Chapter 62. At exactly 9 a.m., the director of Youth in Flames, Fan Dao Jun, sat in front of the director's monitor and waved to the assistant director Wang Gang beside him. Seeing this, Wang Gang quickly picked up the megaphone and walked toward the extras on the set. Hey, ahem, everyone gather around. Wang Gang shouted loudly to the extras. Usually, explaining the basic plot and camera positions to extras is a tedious task that the main director wouldn't personally handle, leaving it to the assistant director. Listen up. Let me explain the main content of the next scene. Everyone, stop giggling and listen carefully. If anyone keeps making mistakes after we start shooting, don't blame me for yelling at you. It must be said that the assistant director's aura was still strong enough. Hearing that the assistant director was personally explaining the scene, the originally noisy college students quickly quieted down. Each one stared with curious, naive, and clear eyes at Wang Gang holding the megaphone. Including Lin Chu, everyone began to listen attentively to Wang Gang's explanation. This scene was actually very simple for the college students playing the extras. Chapter 63. Cut. Who was shouting damn just now? And you guys, why are you laughing? Who the hell can laugh while escaping for their lives? Is your brain sick? The third shoot starts in 10 minutes. Everyone, be serious. Current character image of the host. Little Baka. Acting score. A system notification suddenly popped up in Lin Chu's mind. Warm reminder. The current role screen time has reached the maximum acting score. To improve the acting score, more screen time is needed. After listening carefully, Lin Chu frowned. However, he quickly understood. After all, the character he was playing now was just a minor role with hardly any lines. No matter how outstanding his acting was, it would still be useless. It seemed that to achieve a higher rating, he had to find a way to increase his screen time. Ouch, it really hurts. While Lin Chu was pondering, he heard Zhao Keaton sitting next to him groaning in pain. Are you okay, Keaton? I'm Yufina. Zhao Keaton rubbed his calf. I got kicked by Xiong-su during the shoot. Chapter 64. Looking at Xiong-su, who was completely dazed for being beaten. The entire crew was momentarily stunned. Damn! Finally breaking free from the beating, Xiong-su was instantly furious. I left you all. This guy ripped off the smelly boots on his head, his expression twisted with resentment, and shouted hoarsely. You want to cause trouble? Come on. Let's see if you can take me on one-on-one. Enough. Xiong-su, watch your impact. With several crew members desperately trying to restrain the barking mad Xiong-su, Wang Gang, with a dark expression, pointed at Lin Chu and the others, angrily reprimanding them. What is wrong with you students? I asked you to shoot a scene, and you dare to deliberately hit someone? Seeing the executive director's furious questioning, Zhang Rui and his friends immediately panicked, subconsciously looking at Lin Chu in front of them. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Chu remained calm and composed. Director Wang, I hope you can be objective. Would we deliberately hit someone? Aren't we just shooting normally? Damn, I'll shoot your mother. Xiong-su, firmly held by several crew members, immediately exploded in anger. Chapter 65. Hey mom, I'm doing fine in the crew. Oh, why are you worried? Hung Jian isn't far from Linzhou. I'll be back after I finish shooting. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm looking at the script. Bye. In the crew's actor resting room, Jiang Runin had just hung up the phone. Suddenly, CLA, who had been watching the excitement outside, hurriedly walked in. Xiaonan. This girl, who was acting as a supporting character with her, couldn't stop talking as soon as she entered. Oh, you missed it. It was so fun just now in the group. What happened? Jiang Runin looked up from her script, curious about the little chubby girl her age. Yes, it was noisy in the shooting area just now. What happened? Yes, CLA said with a grin. Just now? A few university student extras took the opportunity during the fight scene to teach that Xiong-su a lesson. Really? Jiang Runin widened her eyes in surprise. Of course. CLA glanced outside, lowering her voice. Actually, I've long been annoyed by that Xiong-su guy. What a piece of work. Acting all high and mighty just because he is an assistant director. Chapter 66. Cut. The voice sounded. Li Jun twisted his neck and walked over to sit on a nearby chair. Several assistants rushed over immediately to fan Li Jun, massage him, and hand him water. Brother Jun, what is going on? Once again, being called to cut by Li Jun, Fan Dao Jun, sitting in front of the director's monitor. Frowned in confusion. That last scene seemed fine. I think it was lacking something. Li Zhen smilat, dismissibly. Casually took a sip of the water handed to him by an assistant. He spat the water he had just drunk onto the ground. Damn! Li Jun wiped his mouth, glared at the assistant with a dark expression. What the hell is this water? The new glasses-wearing female assistant was startled and quickly said softly, It's wa, huh? Who told you I drink wa? Li Jun's face turned red with anger. You expect me to drink this? Is this water for humans? Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Jun. I'll pay attention next time. Sorry is enough. How do you work? Su Bingbing, who had just taken a seat beside him, glared and reprimanded. Don't you know that our Brother Jun only drinks Nongfu Spring Natural Low Sodium? That kind of glass bottle. Chapter 67. What's happening over there? Hearing the noise coming from the director's side, Zhang Rue and the others, who were waiting for lunch in the corner of the set, curiously craned their necks. It seems like a conflict broke out among a few actors. ISNT that the fairy sister? Damn, how did she get splashed with milk tea? I saw it. It was Su Bingbing who splashed it. That is too much. Is this the legendary on-set arrogance? Hu ye. Didn't you just say that sister is your girlfriend? Can you tolerate this? Damn, where is Chu go? On the set, looking at the disheveled Jiang Runin, Li Jun, sitting on the chair, showed a smug smile. How could you hit someone? Despite her disheveled appearance, seeing her friend being hit made Jiang Runin, with red eyes, stand in front of CLA, glaring at Su Bingbing. Even though there were still tears in her peach blossom eyes, the girl showed no sign of backing down. What is wrong with hitting someone? Su Bingbing crossed her arms, glancing disdainfully at Jiang Runin. Who told that ugly thing to speak up? What is wrong with teaching her a lesson? Chapter 68. Hearing Lin Chu's words, both Li Jun and Su Bingbing were initially taken aback. Then Li Jun coldly laughed, his tone indifferent. Little Lin is really quite bold. It's just a small company. Su Bingbing sneered in agreement. Just invested 5 million. What is there to show off? I say, Little Lin. Li Jun glared at Lin Chu with resentment, his voice low. I'm not afraid to tell you. I've been in this industry for many years and have some connections. So if you're smart, apologize to me right now. Otherwise, I can guarantee you, I can definitely make your little broken company unable to survive in this industry. Oh, hearing this, Lin Chu smiled dismissively. Since you're so confident, let us wait and see who can't survive in this industry. Fine, let us see. Little Lin, oh dear. Just as Li Jun was about to leave with a dark face, the producer Wei Jin rushed over in a hurry. Sorry for being late. As he walked in, Wei Jin first noticed Li Jun, who was drenched, and then glanced at the atmosphere and the crew, causing his smiling expression to stiffen slightly. Chapter 69. Sorry. Chu in a high-end restaurant with soft lighting. Jiang Runin looked at Lin Chu across the table and whispered, It's all because of me that you've spent so much money. Why don't we just leave it at that? How can we do that? Lin Chu put down his chopsticks and said seriously, The contract for investing 1 billion in the crew has already been signed. Are you trying to make me breach the contract? But 1 billion is too much. Jiang Runin bit her lip. Your money doesn't come from nowhere. How can you spend it so recklessly? Hearing this, Lin Chu chuckled dismissively. To be honest, this investment came from the system's reward of 2 billion for film investment, which felt no different from money blown in by the wind for him. However, this feeling of splashing money around was indeed somewhat exhilarating. Thinking this, Lin Chu gave a teasing smile to the beautiful senior. Oh, now you care about your boyfriend's money? Who? Who said you're my boyfriend? Jiang Runin's face flushed, and she quickly crossed her arms, turning her head away proudly. Chapter 70. Hastily packing her clothes, Jiang Runin glared at Lin Chu angrily. You sit still on the sofa. I'll go take a shower first. Getting straight to the point? Straight to what? Jiang Runin angrily rushed over, twisting Lin Chu's cheeks with both hands. Are you annoying? You keep thinking about that all day long. Do you even know what romance is? Got it. I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Runin stood up, raising her small fist in a threatening manner. No funny business. No looking around. No moving about. Otherwise, I'll beat you. Lin Chu. Looking at the young man's pitiful expression, Jiang Runin couldn't help but chuckle before leaning over to kiss his cheek. All right, be good and wait for sister. After the kiss, She didn't wait for Lin Chu to respond and walked away with her long legs, smiling. The bathroom door closed. Not long after, the sound of running water could be heard from inside. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Chu immediately took out his phone and sent a text message. Soon, footsteps could be heard outside the apartment door. Chapter 71. Ding. The host has gained an unforgettable experience. Pleasure value 1,000. In a Cantonese restaurant, while enjoying exquisite snacks, Lin Chu suddenly heard the system's prompt in his mind. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. Passive talent, silver tongue. Passive talent, silver tongue. From now on, your spoken words will be more persuasive and easier for others to believe from the heart. Indeed, this is a memorable moment, and the reward is impressive. Not to mention 1,000 points of pleasure value. The newly acquired passive talent, silver tongue, is something Lin Chu truly needs. Whether it's painting a grand vision for employees in his career or sweet-talking girls in romance, this ability is incredibly useful. Thinking about this, Lin Chu happily raised his head, gazing affectionately at Jiang Runin in front of him. Baby, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Scared? Are you crazy? Just eat properly. Lin Chu, what? How could it be useless? Is it my posture that is wrong? In a fit of anger, the flustered Lin Chu directly added the newly acquired 1,000 points of pleasure to his charm. Chapter 72. Westlake is much larger than Lin Chu imagined. Just visiting the scenic spot of the 3 pools mirroring the moon, he was already sweating profusely. By the time he finished touring half of the 10 scenes of Westlake, he exclaimed how tiring it was. Touring Westlake is not like being by the seaside in Lucheng, where you only need to find a comfortable spot to lie down. The attractions at Westlake are simply too numerous, and after an afternoon of walking, his legs felt sore. On the other hand, Jiang Runin, as a local from Linzhou, was even more enthusiastic than Lin Chu, who was visiting Westlake for the first time. She held on to Lin Chu and wouldn't let go, enjoying the tour immensely. By evening, by the lakeside next to Jixin Pavilion, the setting sun melted gold, and the rippling water was dyed a brilliant golden hue by the sunset, sparkling yet gentle. On the small boat where the two were alone, Jiang Runin leaned on Lin Chu's shoulder, gazing at the beautiful sunset in the distance. Her delicate face flushed slightly, and in the warm evening glow, she resembled a gorgeous lotus blooming in the summer breeze. "This is so nice," the beautiful senior murmured softly, her voice as gentle and pleasant as a cat stretching lazily. "I wish it could always be like this." "If you like it," Lin Chu smiled and said, "we can always be like this." Chapter 73. Carrying several shopping bags, Lin Chu stood patiently at the bathroom door. In the distance of them all, a middle-aged couple approached. The middle-aged woman had her hair styled up and wore a long dress full of ethnic style. Although she was older, she still exuded charm, and her demeanor was quite elegant. The middle-aged man wore a Chinese-style jacket, his hair neatly combed, and he wore a pair of vintage round glasses commonly worn by scholars of the Republic of China, giving off a refined and gentlemanly aura. The couple reached the bathroom door. The elegant woman handed the shopping bags to the man and walked into the bathroom. The bespectacled middle-aged man stood not far from Lin Chu, holding the shopping bags. Perhaps due to a sense of camaraderie, the two men, one young and one old, exchanged glances instinctively. They politely smiled and nodded at each other. "Ha, young man, waiting for someone?" Perhaps feeling bored waiting, or perhaps thinking that this young man was quite handsome, the middle-aged man cheerfully struck up a conversation. "Yeah, waiting for my girlfriend." "Oh." The middle-aged man smiled, his gaze inadvertently landing on the shopping bags Lin Chu was holding. Chapter 74. In the living room, the sliding door was open, and a somewhat warm night breeze blew in from the terrace, lifting the white gauze curtains. Separated by a redwood tea table, Lin Chu and Jiang Runin sat side by side on a small wooden stool. Jiang Shuwen and Yang Jiqing sat on the armchairs opposite them. The colorful plastic bags on the floor rustled in the wind, adding to the silence in the living room. With a complex expression, Yang Jiqing glanced at her daughter and then sideways at her husband. Noticing the look from his wife, Jiang Shuwen helplessly raised an eyebrow, adjusted his glasses, and cleared his throat. As the daughter grows up, she will eventually look for a boyfriend. Uncle Jiang had imagined this day before. However, he really couldn't have anticipated that this day would come so quickly, and in such a unique manner. Cough, cough, Xiaolin. Actually, I was young once too. Jiang Shuwen carefully began to speak. So this kind of thing still needs to be restrained, Before he could finish his sentence, Uncle Jiang instantly put on a painful expression. It turned out that he had been sharply pinched by his wife beside him. Chapter 75, the next morning. Lin Chu came out of the hotel and took a taxi to Jiang Runen's house. After getting out of the car, he saw the beautiful senior standing in the shade of a tree, smiling and waving at him. Looking up, he saw that today Jiang Runen was wearing a white off-shoulder short dress, adorned with layered lace, pure yet cute. The fitted style highlighted her exquisite figure perfectly. Her beautiful face was as flawless as the finest porcelain. Her waist-length black hair swayed gently with her steps, beautiful and elegant, constantly attracting the attention of passers-by. I must say, a beauty like Jiang Runen truly belongs to the perfect type in the hearts of men of any age. She is indeed the white moonlight. Didn't we say we were having lunch? Why did you come so early? At the moment, Jiang Runen affectionately linked her arm with him. Lin Chu seemed to hear the sound of hearts breaking around them. Because of certain matters, Lin Chu smiled and said, "Let's go. Accompany me to the 4S store." To the 4S store? Jiang Runen blinked in confusion. Why? I had a vehicle reserved in advance. Chapter 76, do you want to take a picture? Looking at the slightly nervous Jiang Runen, Lin Chu smiled and said, "Take a picture?" Jiang Runen blinked. What picture? You know, the kind that is particularly popular on Douyin. Like, thanks to my husband's love, I've acquired my first car in life, kind of bragging photo. I don't want to. Jiang Runen pouted and said, "You're not my husband. And besides, this isn't even my car. If you like it, I can give it to you." Lin Chu smiled slightly. It's just right in the store. Buying another one wouldn't hurt. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but click their tongues. A luxury car worth millions is just given away? Did you hear that? No. Jiang Runen looked at the Cullinan beside her, frowning. This car is too big. It looks like something a greasy middle-aged man would drive. I don't like it. Greasy? Lin Chu covered his face and asked, "Then what kind do you like?" I like the Wuling Mini, the pink and cute kind." Oh my gosh. Everyone was taken aback. You don't want a $1 million luxury car, but you like a 50,000 yuan cute little car? After a brief and exquisite celebration ceremony, the outer cover of the luxury vehicle was slowly removed. Chapter 77. Sorry, Mom and Dad. We're late. As the door to the restaurant private room opened, Jiang Runen quickly walked in with an apologetic smile. "Why are you so late?" "The dishes have already been served," Yang Jiqing said. "We've been waiting for you." "Oh, don't mention it. It was so congested on the way here on the weekend." "Knowing it's the weekend, why didn't you take the subway?" "No, I didn't take a taxi." All right, sit down quickly." Jiang Shuan, concerned for his daughter, quickly raised his hand to gesture, and Xiaolin, "Come sit too. Today is a family dinner. Don't be too polite." "Ah, thank you, uncle." Lin Chu nodded and sat down beside Jiang Runen. "Oh my, this must be Nan's boyfriend." As soon as they sat down, a wealthy-looking aunt at the opposite corner of the round table squinted her eyes and cheerfully spoke. "Young man, you look quite spirited." "Oh, Aunt Jing, long time no see." Hearing this, Jiang Runen quickly greeted her. "Let me introduce. This is Lin Chu." "Lin Chu, this is my aunt and my cousin." "Hello, aunt. Hello, sister." Lin Chu returned a polite smile, glancing at the mother and daughter across from him. Chapter 78. What? Xiaolin, you're an orphan? Huh. Oh no, that is really too tragic. Xiaolin, how do you live alone? Do you have other relatives to support you? What? You don't have any other relatives? You have to study and make a living. That must be really tough, right? How do you handle college tuition and living expenses? Oh dear, look at that. This young man is really strong, huh? Watching Lin Chu calmly respond to all the questions about his personal situation, Jiang Shuwen and Yang Jiqing exchanged glances, especially the latter. Her pair of resentful little eyes kept glaring at her husband, making her meaning very clear. If it weren't for your ridiculous suggestion yesterday, how would there be so much trouble today? Faced with his wife's reproachful gaze, Uncle Jiang found it hard to defend himself. He originally thought Lin Chu was quite talented, and bringing him along would be good for appearances. Something shouldn't be said. It's better left unsaid. Who would have thought this kid was so straightforward, actually revealing his family's true situation completely? Isn't that just putting our family's face out there for her aunt to scrutinize? Chapter 79. Looking at the young man standing by the Cullinan, Yang Ruiqing and her family nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. Although it's said that fortunes change every 30 years, but this transformation is just too fast, right? Just a moment ago, he was an orphan without parents. Now he is driving a Cullinan, a luxury car worth 10 million. How rich must his family be? Thinking of this, Yang Ruiqing and her daughter felt their eyes turning red with envy. Meanwhile, The previously proud overseas returnee Song Yiqian was also stunned into silence. Every pore in his body seemed to be screaming, "What the heck? Cullinan? Is this kid really driving a Cullinan?" Staring at the luxury car before him, Song Yiqian felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face, a stinging pain spreading across his cheeks. He had just bragged about how his classmate's dad drove a Cullinan. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary kid was actually the rich kid driving a Cullinan? In comparison, his BMW Z4 was nothing. He had just been bragging. Song Yiqian, what were you thinking, bragging in front of such a rich kid? Chapter 80. Why? Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Runin blinked in confusion. Hey, it's not that I have an opinion about Lin Chu, Mom. Yang Jiqing sighed and said softly, but think about it. Lin Chu's background is so impressive, and you, on the other hand, are just an ordinary girl from a common family. Mom, I'm just worried that you two are not from the same social class, and in the future, you might not be able to keep his heart. After hearing this, Jiang Shuwen nodded in agreement. For them, no matter how wealthy or powerful their daughter's boyfriend is, that's not the most important thing. As parents, they believe the most important thing is their daughter's lifelong happiness. Without this premise, everything else is meaningless. Dad, Mom. After listening to her mother, Jiang Runin lifted her gaze, her clear eyes looking at the two. I understand what you mean, but I still want to say I believe in Lin Chu. As she spoke, the girl's lips curled up slightly, revealing a radiant smile. At least I'm sure right now that I like him, and he likes me too. I think that's enough. Chapter 81. All right then. The leading role is confirmed to be teacher Zhang Sunwen, with special appearances by Wang Jinsong, Zhang Jijian, Fu Dalong, Rin Zhengbing, and others. Sitting in front of the computer, Lin Chu finalized the main cast framework for the production. Naturally, Wei Jin and others had no objections to the decisions of this young financial backer. After all, these actors are all seasoned professionals, and their acting skills are undoubtedly excellent. Having them all on board will definitely enhance the quality of the drama. The next task will be up to everyone, so please take care of them. Lin Chu smiled and said, as for funding, the company will add more as needed, so everyone can feel free to proceed without any worries. Great. President Lin is indeed straightforward. Don't worry, President Lin. I, old fan, will do my utmost to ensure a perfect outcome for you. Upon hearing the financial backer's words, Wei Jin and others were naturally excited and beaming with joy. Having a wealthy boss is fantastic, especially for producer Wei Jin and chief director Fan Daojun. These two have been struggling in the industry for over a decade, and finally encountering Lin Chu allows them to show their talents and fully unleash their creativity. Chapter 82. Sun Yi looked beautiful today, carefully made up with delicate light makeup, her face cold and stunning. She wore a fitted blouse paired with a black denim skirt. Not wearing black stockings, her fair long legs clad in black straight boots. She exuded a chic yet sexy vibe, embodying the perfect Korean senior style, showcasing her supermodel-like figure to the fullest. Aside from her consistently disappointing chest, she had almost no flaws. Just standing there, she effortlessly attracted countless heated gazes from passing males. Oh no, Princess Sun walked up to the Cullinan. Amidst a sea of heartbroken glances, she opened the car door, smoothed her taut denim skirt, and elegantly slid into the passenger seat. With slightly furrowed brows, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and shot a displeased glare at Lin Chu. Sorry for being late. As soon as the strong aura of Princess Sun was released, Lin Chu immediately obediently admitted his mistake. You think saying sorry will get rid of me? Sun Yi sneered. Do you know that your 10 minutes turned into me waiting under the blazing sun for almost an hour? Oh no, this is serious. Let me see if I've tanned my dear eye. Get lost. Chapter 83. Under the guidance of investment manager Wang Yu, a few of them took the elevator to the high floors of the financial center. President Lin, our center has a total of 52 floors. Stepping out of the elevator, Wang Yu placed her hands in front of her respectfully and explained, we are now visiting the 35th and 36th floors of our center, which is the top of the office area in our financial center, aside from the top 16 floors that are a hotel. The design concept of our building is based on the 180-degree view of the Bund, creating a sky lounge. Here, you can fully enjoy the magnificent Huangpu River, as well as the spectacular view of the entire Lujiazui skyline without any obstructions. Not bad. Listening to Wang Yu's explanation, Lin Chu nodded slightly and began to stroll around the spacious floors. It must be said that the AGS Financial Center's location, not being in the Lujiazui CBD, is actually its greatest advantage. Because of the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, directly across the river in front is the skyline of Shanghai, represented by the Oriental Pearl Tower. Standing quietly by the window, gazing at the rushing Huangpu River and the vast and magnificent superbuildings in the distance, the small-town youth Lin Chu felt an immense shock in his heart. Chapter 84. In the evening, in the Riverside office on the 36th floor of the AGS Financial Center. Watching Lin Chu spin around in the boss's chair, he felt that her worldview had been completely overturned. 2 floors of top-tier office space, a 10-year long-term lease, and they even prepaid the full amount, not to mention the property fees for the next 10 years. He stared at this guy in disbelief. In just one afternoon, he had thrown out $1 billion. It was like playing a game. Does the world really have to be this surreal? Of course, she wouldn't know that Lin Chu, who had the system, was crying as he retracted $2 billion. As a startup company, the expenses for the company's location were also included in the effectiveness range of the startup cashback card. So for Lin Chu, spending money was just a matter of gaining more benefits. If it weren't for the system's limitation that he had to pay first before getting cashback, Lin Chu wouldn't have minded pulling off a larger sum. After completing the system cashback, Lin Chu's total assets, including the cold $2 billion in his personal account, along with the company's registered capital of $500 million and an additional $1.9 billion earmarked for film industry investments, totaled up to an astonishing $4 billion. Oh, and there's also a monthly allowance of $3 million from the system. Chapter 85. Lin Chu opened his moments, and the first post he saw was Sun Yi's picture and text update. Everything we encounter is fate, and everything we possess is luck. Below the caption were 9 stunning night shots of Sun Yi. Of course, the ones on the carpet and the office desk were definitely not posted. Instead, Lin Chu had privately saved them under the guise of deleting them. With a tap of his finger, a little red heart lit up. Naturally, he scrolled down, and Qin Shiwan's private photos jumped into view. This look? Akiko Matsumoto? Lin Chu raised an eyebrow slightly. It was rare to see such a sultry Akiko Matsumoto. What are you peeking at? Why you look so perverted? Just as Lin Chu was engrossed in the alluring cosplay photos, Sun Yi suddenly walked up to him. She immediately caught sight of the photos on Lin Chu's phone screen. The originally smiling expression of the blonde beauty instantly turned expressionless. Oh, President Lin is really in high spirits, not letting go of even a moment to indulge in his desires? Where? It's just a casual matter. Lin Chu smiled reluctantly and set down his phone. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. It just felt a bit guilty getting caught at such a time, similar to being caught sneaking a peek. Wait, this woman looks a bit familiar. Chapter 86. Sun Yi's idea is good. She directly called Jiang Runin to let her know about this matter. And then, the dog Jr. wouldn't dare to make any excessive moves due to Xiaonan. But she never expected that the dog Jr. was unreliable and Jiang Runin was so carefree. How could you not have any idea how wild your little puppy is? Do you not treat your man as a man? Or do you not treat me as a woman? Beep beep. A crisp sound of the fingerprint lock rang out. The tightly closed door slowly opened. Here, the first one to enter was Sun, who took a pair of pink slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them in front of Lin Chu. There are no men's slippers at home, and the largest size is only mine, so just make do with this. Hiss, stuffing his feet into Sun Yi's pink slippers. Lin Chu looked at his tightly squeezed feet and said, I just like it this way. Sun Yi, what a dog junior. After a simple tour of this room, the overall feeling was pretty good. It was a small, high-rise single apartment. The layout was a one-bedroom with a living room, mainly decorated in a warm pink Ines style. Various sizes of plush dolls, exquisite light-colored furniture, and various delicate little ornaments unexpectedly created a cute, girlish vibe. Chapter 87. Dog Thing. Stinky Thing. I'll beat you to death. A flurry of pink fists and legs. Sun Yi, the queen, was out of breath, and the flush on her fair cheeks grew more intense. Lin Chu, who was pressed on the sofa, was equally exhausted. Although he was being hit with pillows by Sun Yi, he also gained quite a few benefits from it. At first, Sun Yi, who was at max rage, naturally didn't realize it. Now that things had calmed down a bit, she finally realized something was wrong. Embarrassed and angry, Sun Yi finally came to her senses, screamed, and hurriedly picked up a pillow to press it tightly against Lin Chu's face. The poor dog Jr. was unable to breathe and could only thrash his limbs. Stop. Listening to the muffled sounds coming from under the pillow, Sun Yi, whose head was a mess, could only panic and scream, unable to notice anything else. She was straddling him and pressing the pillow down hard. Lin Chu was about to see the Tainai great-grandmother waving at him. Little skin girl, you think I won't beat you if I don't do it for 3 days? Lin Chu gritted his teeth in anger and directly used brute force to push away the yelling Sun Yi on top of him. Chapter 88. Wow. Lin Chu felt something was off. He smiled, picked up the drink in his hand, slurped it down, and the juice and meat smoothly slid down his throat. The taste was fresh and fragrant with a hint of something, followed by a rich garlic flavor. It was really good. Tang Yi was stunned for a moment, her eyes sparkling with joy. Lin Chu had been eyeing Tang Yi for a long time, although they hadn't seen each other since they left Luqing. They had exchanged quite a few messages. Xiao Chu Chu, how do you like my outfit? How does it compare to yesterday's? Which one do you prefer? Give me some advice. Do you like JK? Black stockings or white stockings? Calf, over the knee, or full coverage? What about Lolita style? Can I wear hanfu? Huh? A maid? I haven't challenged that yet. In just over a month, Tang Yi became the person Lin Chu communicated with the most, without a doubt. Of course, Lin Chu's attitude toward this short-haired lowly was very firm, to be observed, but overall, neither proactive nor rejecting nor responsible. Their secret exchanges went unnoticed by Sun Yi, who was sitting beside them. She put on gloves, picked up a small lobster, and forcefully twisted its head and tail apart. Chapter 89. Creek. White steam wafted out from the open bathroom door. Lin Chu, wearing only a pair of shorts, walked out while drying his hair with a towel. Seeing the pink-blue towel in his hands, Sun Yi, who was sitting on the sofa with a face mask on, was momentarily stunned, then quickly covered her mouth and her shoulders shook slightly. Why did the silly junior get that wash towel again? What's wrong? IEG. What are you laughing at? Lin Chu asked in confusion, wiping his damp face with the towel. Nothing, nothing. The blonde queen's body was shaking, her movements a bit chaotic. However, she still considered the dog junior's face and didn't say anything in front of Tang Yi. Oh, Lin Chu nodded, his gaze naturally sweeping around the sofa. Besides Sun Yi, Tang Yi had also finished her shower and changed into Sun Yi's nightgown. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and soft, with a perfectly shaped, exquisite oval face, like a beautiful girl who stepped out of an anime. Her big, expressive eyes seemed to have waves of water swirling within them. However, compared to Sun Yi, who was 170 centimeters tall, Tang Yi, who was probably only around 160 centimeters, appeared significantly smaller. Chapter 90. Hey. Tang Yi. What are you doing? Watching Tang Yi pretending to scroll through Douyin with both hands, Sun Yi's little face immediately turned serious. If you're going to apply body lotion, just apply it. Don't mess around. Oh, just a little bit. It'll be done soon, hee. Tang Yi said with a smile, gently and playfully poking. Lin Chu, what is this lingering feeling? It can't be that some strange switch has been turned on. All right, that's enough. After evenly applying lotion from top to bottom, Tang Yi leaned back and said with a smile, Huh, only half of your body? Oh no, Xiao Chu Chu, do you want to below too? Not applying lotion on your legs is like applying lotion for nothing. Fine. A cough. The annoyed coughing interrupted the conversation between the two. Sun Yi, wearing a black gold seaweed mask, crossed her arms and glared at Lin Chu. The disdain of a queen. Seeing this, Lin Chu didn't bother applying body lotion anymore and obediently moved in front of Sun Yi. Hey, Jia, why don't you give me another face mask? What face mask? Isn't the body lotion good enough? Chapter 91. Late at night. In the pitch-black room, only the soft sound of the air conditioner could be heard. In a daze, Lin Chu felt a bit hot, closed his eyes, and pushed with his hand. The quilt is so heavy that I can't push it away at all. I instinctively turned over, only to find that the other side was also a quilt. It tightly wrapped around Lin Chu's legs, soft and warm, making it impossible to kick off. Lin Chu, who was half asleep, felt quite helpless. He turned over again, lying on his back. To his surprise, the other leg was also entangled in the quilt. One leg on the left, one on the right, unable to break free. It was uncomfortable. In the morning, Lin Chu woke up naturally, opening his eyes slowly. He looked around in a daze. Through the gap in the curtains, sunlight streamed in. To his left, he saw a cascade of brilliant golden hair. To his right, there was smooth chestnut short hair. Amid the messy strands, delicate white skin was close at hand. Lin Chu thought, how did 701 turn into a sandwich? Just then, the girl with short hair on the right slowly woke up. Her clear and lively eyes fluttered slightly before slowly opening. Chapter 92. After wandering around the city god temple, it was already noon. The sun was blazing, making it unbearably hot. Lin Chu, accompanied by two girls, decisively chose to return to the car. Just like on the way there, the granddaughter, Sun, naturally stretched her long legs and sat in the passenger seat, while Tang Yi took a seat in the back. Looking at the golden-haired goddess with her legs crossed slightly, Lin Chu felt a bit envious. There were four of them, but only one passenger seat. What would they do in the future? He turned the air conditioning to the maximum and let it blow on him for a while, finally feeling like he had regained some life. Xiao Chu, where do you want to go next? Oh, wait a minute. Just as Lin Chu was about to speak, his phone on the center console suddenly rang, displaying a message. He picked it up, glanced at it, and casually clicked on the navigation location in the message. Sin Koirut. What are you going there for? Check in? Hearing the navigation's voice report, Sun Yi, in the passenger seat, pushed her sunglasses up, surprised. Tang Yi in the back leaned forward and softly suggested, if you're going to check in at Sun Kai Road, it's better to go in the evening. The light is softer then, and the scenery looks better. Chapter 93. After walking out of the old Western-style house, Su Wenchang brought Lin Chu and the others to the company's VIP reception room to continue discussing future intentions. Lin Xiao, this Western-style house has a building area of 500 square meters and a land area of 1,600 square meters. It has a total of 5 bedrooms, 4 living rooms, and 6 bathrooms. Seeing the young rich man's face show a hint of interest, Su Wenchang naturally seized the opportunity to provide a detailed introduction to Lin Chu. In the old Western-style house business in Huhai, there's a saying, if you don't open for 3 years, when you do, it's like opening for 3 years. Moreover, this Western-style house is the most valuable one in Su Wenchang's hands. If it can be sold smoothly, he could earn at least a few million in commission. 1,600 square meters? Upon hearing Su Wenchang's introduction, Sun Yi widened her eyes in surprise. While Su Wenchang went to make tea, she discreetly pushed her sunglasses and gently nudged Lin Chu, whispering, are you sure you need such a big house all by yourself? Of course I need it. Lin Chu blinked in confusion. And who told you I live alone? Besides you, who else is there? My sister Xiaonan, Yi, and Yuan. Plus, with my master bedroom. That's exactly 5 rooms. Not to mention, it's just right. I wouldn't buy it if it were less. Chapter 94. Divine Eye of Investment. Looking at the new ability he had just gained, Lin Chu felt delighted. It was a very good ability with significant implications for his future business development. The only downside was that each activation required 100 points of joy, but that was okay. Over the past half-month, he had accumulated quite a bit of joy points from his friends in room 502. He now had over 900 points. To test the specific effects of the ability, Lin Chu directly spent 100 joy points to activate the Divine Eye of Investment ability. As for the target, he simply chose the newly acquired old Western-style house. After all, with the 4 fairy sisters around, joy points were not a problem. Ding! Ability Divine Eye of Investment activated. Joy points 100. Current target, Sun Kai Road Old Western-style house. Current market price, 12.8 billion. Future 10-year investment growth potential, 353308. So that is how it is. After reading the investment return rate displayed by the system, Lin Chu understood immediately. The minimum return ratio was 35, which was easy to understand. It should be the minimum depreciation price of this house. Chapter 95. I see. I understand now. After listening to Chun Suyo, Lin Chu nodded. The request for help from Chun Suyo was not too difficult. He had formed a supercar club, and one of his brothers had a father who managed the Shanghai Commercial Bank. This guy also held a position in the bank, mainly responsible for attracting deposits. Given their family's connections in Huhai, this was just a matter of socializing and talking. However, in recent years, due to the overall economic situation, many in their social circle had seen their assets shrink or withdraw. Thus, this task that seemed simple before had become increasingly difficult. The deposit task assigned to him at the beginning of this year had not been completed, with a shortfall of 1.7 billion. If it wasn't completed smoothly, he would inevitably face a scolding from his father. Brother, I know 1.7 billion cash is neither too much nor too little. Chinsuyo took a sip of tea and said solemnly, if you can help, please do. A little help is better than none. Lin Chu smiled lightly and said, it's a small matter. I can cover the 1.7 billion shortfall. Chapter 96. Stepping onto the black awning boat, the woman responsible for receiving them followed aboard. The two stood gracefully at the back of the boat, skillfully maneuvering the small boat along the clear waterways of the Jiangnan water town. Sitting at the front of the boat, a gentle breeze welcomed him as he admired the white walls, black tiles, green pines, and lush willows on both sides. Lin Chu felt refreshed. Looking back, he saw the two women in kipeos, their skirts billowing in the wind, outlining their long figures and graceful curves. A glimpse of white skin peeked through the split in the skirt, embodying a uniquely Eastern aesthetic of sensuality. "Mr. Lin, please." "Thank you." About 10 minutes later, the black awning boat slowly approached the shore. As Lin Chu stepped off the boat, he finally saw the full view of this Jiangnan clubhouse. The first thing that catches the eye is a large solid wood door in the Jiangnan style. A plaque hangs on the door, with the words "You Garden" elegantly written in flowing Han clerical script. Inside the garden is spacious and graceful, with staggered stone bridges, winding paths leading to secluded spots, lush green bamboo groves, and pavilions with blue bricks and dark tiles, all complementing each other beautifully. A gentle breeze sweeps through the bamboo forest, refreshing and pleasant, making one feel a deep sense of tranquility and comfort. Chapter 97. Looking at the handsome, young Lin general in front of them. The OL sisters all had spring-like expressions and smiles on their lips. They couldn't be happier. After all, the men they had encountered or served before were mostly middle-aged or even elderly. Now, having such a young and wealthy patron was simply thrilling for them. Unfortunately, Lin General didn't seem particularly interested in their flirtations. After all, you never know what the life of such proactively charming women has been like. For someone who might have been approached by men of all ages, Lin General was truly indifferent. Just her. After scanning the group and pondering for a moment, Lin Chu finally made her choice. That's right, it was the last girl. To everyone's surprise, a girl wearing glasses timidly stepped out from behind her colleagues. Seeing Lin Chu's choice, Tianqi and Chun Xiao, who were sitting nearby drinking tea, were both taken aback. They never expected Lin Chu would choose such a girl. With large black-framed glasses, her forehead covered by thick bangs, her not-so-long hair styled into a simple, slightly outdated short braid. Chapter 98. The crisp sound of toasting echoed in the private room. The Mouton Rothschild red wine, served as an appetizer, went down smoothly, with a refreshing dry fruit aroma and just the right amount of sweetness that even Lin Chu, who wasn't fond of red wine, couldn't help but be moved. "Good stuff." "Indeed. Want some more, Chua?" Tianqi said with a smile, holding the wine. "That's not good." Lin Chu politely declined. "I drove here. It wouldn't be convenient to drink too much." "What's inconvenient about that?" Tianqi pointed outside the private room and said with a grin. "There are so many beautiful girls outside who can drive you home. Just pick one you like." "Wow, such attentive service?" Chun Xiao, swaying his high wine glass, leaned in with a mischievous grin. These girls under old Tian's wing can do much more than just provide driving services. Lin Chu thought to herself. Good thing I didn't randomly choose someone. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. All right then, Lin Chu smiled. Since they were being so hospitable, she decided to go along with it. After the appetizer, it was showtime for the three chefs. Each stunning dish opened Lin Chu's eyes, who had never experienced such a high-end restaurant before. Chapter 99. A flagship supercar worth 20 million? Hearing this, Lin Chu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That threshold is quite high. It's even more than double that of the so-called top supercar club in China, HAC. It truly belongs to a level that most people can't even touch. So how about it, Xiao Chu? Interested? Chun Xiao, the founder and president of the club, said with a smile. Our club has a professional garage, exhibition hall, and racetrack. Of course, more importantly, although our club doesn't have many members, each one has great character. Everyone comes together for a common goal. There may be some rich kids, some silly ones, and some LSPs, but I can guarantee that there are definitely no annoying people in our club. In simple terms, the so-called supercar club is essentially a high-level networking circle. A supercar is just a stepping stone that represents status. On the surface, it's about promoting supercar culture, but in reality, it's more about leveraging this network to achieve resource integration and exchange, capital and capital, money and power. Through the bond of supercars, they cooperate and help each other, forming a strong alliance for mutual benefits. Chapter 100. The next morning, the intelligent control system in the main bedroom of the old European-style house slowly opened the electric curtains at the set time. The summer sunlight streamed in through the dense branches and leaves of the plane trees outside, instantly brightening up the stylish British bedroom. Amidst the birdsong coming from outside, Lin Chu slowly opened his eyes. Rubbing his eyes, he picked up his phone to check the time. To his surprise, after unlocking it, he saw several unread messages. Opening them, he found Jiang Runin, calling Xiao Chu. Jiang Runin, aren't you home? Jiang Runin, crying, son, dog. Get online to play, son. Where have you been? Son, voice message, son. The other party is canceled. Tang Yi, Xiao Chu. Where do you want to go tomorrow? How about the aquarium? Tang Yi, I'm wearing this dog shorts tomorrow. What do you think? Tang Yi, photo. Qin Xuan, take me with you. After replying to Jiang Runin, Lin Chu casually tossed the phone aside and got up to wash up. Chapter 101. What? Are you asking me to resign? Half an hour later, in the living room of the old European-style house, Zhao Yushi, sitting stiffly on the sofa, exclaimed in surprise after hearing Lin Chu's words. Strictly speaking, Lin Chu was staring intently at the A4 document in hand, without looking up, and gently shook his index finger. It's a job change. Become my personal secretary and exclusive investment advisor. Of course, everything regarding salary is negotiable. The reason Lin Chu suddenly proposed this was because he was tempted, after seeing Zhao Yushi's resume. Zhao Yushi, 22 years old, a finance major at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. During her time at school, she excelled and received national scholarships every year. She is an outstanding talent that is hard to come by. What if I agree to compensate you for that car? Hearing this, Zhao Yushi blinked, a hint of anticipation rising in her eyes. However, it was quickly extinguished by Lin Chu's next words. What are you thinking? You definitely have to compensate for the car damage. Oh, Zhao Yushi lowered her head, pursing her lips. There was no way around it. She had to bear the consequences of her own mistakes, no matter how hard it was. Chapter 102. Sir, please enjoy the tea. Sir, please have some snacks. Sir, is there anything else you need? Dama Jin Dao sat on the sofa of the Gucci store, thoroughly enjoying the attentive service from the female staff. There was no help for it. This guy was just too handsome. Plus, he looked wealthy at first glance. Even if they couldn't get to know him, making a good impression might encourage him to visit more often, which would be a win. What? He might not buy anything. Just enjoying the view is fine too. Not long after, the sound of high heels clicking against the wooden floor approached. Amidst the soft gasps of the nearby female attendants, Lin Chu looked up with some anticipation. The first thing that caught his eye was a long black dress. The slit on one side revealed a pair of long, fair, and straight legs, clad in black high heels with red soles, subtly peeking through the dress. The thighs were curvaceous, the calves slender and free of excess flesh, and the small patch of skin exposed by the slit was smooth and fair, captivating attention. Compared to those beautiful legs, the sleeveless design of the dress clearly had a more explosive visual impact. The delicate straps around her neck, paired with a fitted style that hugged her curves, showcased her impressive figure that had been concealed by a conservative uniform. Chapter 103. Sir and Madam, please take care. We look forward to your next visit. As the staff's respectful voices echoed, Lin Chu and Zhao Yushi strolled out of the Hang Lung Plaza. Zhao Yushi, looking refreshed and stunning, instantly became the center of attention for passers-by. Women envied her high-end clothing and the overflowing shopping bags in her hands, while men gazed at her with longing, unable to resist stealing glances at the beauty, even under the furious glares of their girlfriends or wives. Many were even jealous of Lin Chu walking beside her, breathing heavily, wishing they could take his place. It looked much more comfortable now. Glancing at the shy Zhao Yushi beside him, Lin Chu smiled slightly and sincerely remarked, indeed, people rely on their attire, just like horses rely on saddles. Zhao Yushi nodded, her gaze continuously shyly fixed on her feet, evidently still unaccustomed to being the center of attention. All right, now let's go to the bank and take care of some business, Lin Chu casually said, pulling out the Bugatti key to unlock the car. Chapter 104. Xiao Yi, don't say such things. Lin, unperturbed, patted his thigh. We need to be practical. Don't believe in rumors or spread them. Got it? Oh. Sun Yi coldly smiled, her long fingers tapping on her phone screen. Then she shoved the screen in front of Lin Chu's eyes. Look, it's you in this TikTok video, right? Driving a Bugatti Mistral Roadster with a gorgeous girl beside you. What the hell? Lin Chu blinked upon seeing the video of himself captured by a passerby. Damn, how has the internet become so advanced now? I just went out for some shopping, and I'm already trending locally? Haha, are you jealous? Jealous of me? That's a joke. The blonde beauty's face turned flustered as she stammered. Why would I be jealous of you? We don't have anything going on. Then why are you angry? I am not angry. Sun Yi, feeling insecure, crossed her arms, her little head turning away with a hint of pride. Seeing this, Lin Chu grinned and pressed on. Not angry? Then why did you come at me with such a fierce attitude? Chapter 105. At noon, under the blazing sun, Shanghai Disney was packed with people. As compensation for ruining her stockings, Lin Chu suggested they go to Disney. Sunny, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside and gradually turning into a doting sister, naturally agreed without hesitation. Of course, it was more accurate to say she was eager for the outing. After all, this was a rare opportunity for the two of them to be alone since Lin Chu arrived in Shanghai. Seeing the crowded entrance, Lin Chu decisively arranged for a 33 VIP pass, skipping the long queue and significantly enhancing their experience. Once inside the park, Sun excitedly grabbed Lin Chu's hand and rushed towards the newly opened Zootopia attraction. Hand in hand, they entered the cartoon-themed Animal City, and the tall blonde beauty instantly transformed into a little fangirl, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, Judy! Nick! Flash! Look, it's Flash! So cute! Watching Sunny, who was as happy and excited as a little girl, Lin Chu maintained a gentle smile on his face. Chapter 106. At 9 p.m. Amidst the eager expectations of everyone, the highly anticipated Disney fireworks show commenced as scheduled. Colorful and brilliant fireworks burst into bloom in the night sky above the castle, making the entire night sky look like a beautiful fairy tale world. How beautiful! On the terrace of the 33 Club facing the castle, Sun Yi gazed at the dazzling fireworks in the night sky, softly exclaiming. Indeed, Lin Chu nodded, looking at the blonde girl beside him. The colorful lights reflected on her fair and delicate face, making her even more breathtaking than the fireworks tonight. Look at me. Click. The crisp sound of the shutter echoed, capturing a perfect portrait. I knew you'd be taking pictures. The blonde beauty pouted, mumbling softly, her expression illuminated by the brilliant fireworks. Both sexy and cute. It's rare for the atmosphere to be this good. Huh? What? Lin Chu blinked in confusion. Nothing. Sun Yi's tone suddenly grew a bit impatient. She knew what this inexplicable resentment in her heart was and understood she shouldn't dwell on those thoughts. Chapter 107. A hotel waiter wheeled in a cart and respectfully placed the ordered dishes on the table, alongside various exquisite dishes. There was also a large pot of steaming brown sugar ginger tea. Chu, did you order this for me? Sun Yi blinked in confusion at the brown sugar tea on the table. How did you know I got my period? You rushed to the bathroom several times today. I could guess, Lin Chu said with a grin, pouring a glass of tea and placing it in front of Sun Yi. That's more like it. Holding the slightly warm brown sugar tea with both hands, Sun Yi felt a warmth in her heart, and her mood instantly improved. The dog Junior had noticed it long ago and kept it in mind. So warm. Thinking of this, Sun Yi happily got up and gave Lin Chu a kiss on the cheek. Are you happy now? Lin Chu pretended to be angry and wrapped his arms around her waist. Are you no longer calling me a scumbag? Oomph. Don't think a cup of brown sugar water can win me over. Sun Yi raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. There's only a thin line between a warm man and a scumbag. Damn, where did you learn this twisted logic? It's just the truth. Leaning her head on Lin Chu's shoulder, Sun Yi pouted and murmured. Being good to just one person is called a warm man. Being good to a group of people is a scumbag. Chapter 108. Perhaps due to her period, Sun Yi was not very enthusiastic today due to excessive blood loss. Moreover, she was especially impatient with the dog Junior. It must definitely be because of her period, Lin Chu thought so firmly as he drove Sun Yi home and kindly reminded her to rest well and drink more hot water. After successfully receiving a hard kick from the CEO, Lin Chu hummed a tune as he walked out of Sun Yi's house, and his phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a message from Tang Yi, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. Look, life is just this coincidental. Everything connects seamlessly. Tang Yi, little Choo Choo, never responds to me. Lin Chu. I didn't mean to. I've just been really busy these past few days. It's all billion-dollar businesses. You know, Tang Yi. Now you know to reply to messages? Are you free today? Lin Chu. I guess I'm free. Why? Want to invite me out? Tang Yi. Sure. Before he could reply, his phone buzzed again, and another group chat notification popped up. Goddess and little puppy, Qin Xuan. I am very honored to tell all my dear ministers that I will be returning to Huhai today. Hurry up and arrange the pickup for everyone. Chapter 109. Looking at Tang Yi, who was standing by the roadside as the car window slowly rolled down. She was first taken aback, then blinked in surprise. A bright smile blossomed on her cute doll-like face. Little Chu, get in the car. Uh-huh. Oh. E is going out with her boyfriend. As soon as she opened the passenger door, two passing aunties cheerfully said to Tang E, No, Aunt Lu. Yes, not my boyfriend. Yes, just a regular friend. Ha, now you're shy. The aunt peered into the car at Lin Chu and covered her mouth with a smile. So young and already has a car. What a catch. Wow. He is quite handsome. E is 18 now. She should be dating. Did you know? We originally wanted to introduce my nephew to E, but someone beat us to it. Your nephew is almost 40. Why introduce him? Are you out of your mind? Amid the chattering of the aunties, Tang E smiled a bit shyly. She smoothed her short skirt and lightly sat in the passenger seat. The car slowly started and drove out of the alley. Wow, is this the Xiaomi SU7? So beautiful. Chapter 110. Under the shade of the tall sycamore trees, the summer sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, swaying in the wind. On the bench under the tree, Lin Chu, Tang E, and Qin Shuan sat side by side, sharing some pork rib rice cakes. E, this place's rice cakes are so delicious. Here, have some. I still have one that I haven't finished. Don't be too forceful, it's too big. You Achu, do you want some pork ribs? It's not fair. Why do I only have rice cakes? Stop messing around. Hurry up and finish. By the way, Achu, can you help me take some photos later? The weather is so nice today. It's perfect for shooting. Teacher Xiaoyuan? Haha. ISNT that Teacher Xiaoyuan? Just as they were eating pork rib rice cakes, a surprised voice suddenly rang out in front of them. Looking up, they saw a young man with dark skin standing in front of them. He was holding a Canon camera with a long lens. His hair was a bit messy, his stubble unkempt, and his teeth were a bit bucked. He looked especially lewd when he smiled. Young Defa? Upon seeing this guy, Qin Shuan instinctively frowned. This guy was a photography blogger who often took pictures at anime expos. Chapter 111. Wow. Lin Chu, is this really your house? Looking at the garden villa in front of her, Qin Shuan's eyes were filled with amazement. I just bought it not long ago. Just bought it? As the one in the friend group who knew the least about Lin Chu's wealth, she was completely shocked. After all, this was a mansion worth over 100 million. How rich must Lin Chu be? A god-level rich person like him only appears in TV dramas or novels, right? Lin Chu naturally didn't pay much attention to Qin Shuan's surprise. The astonished gazes of outsiders had long become commonplace for him. By the way, I just heard you want to shoot a set of photos in a Republican Hu-Hai style, Lin Chu said. What do you think of the environment here? Hearing this, looking at the stylish garden villa, Qin Shuan nodded vigorously. Perfect. How about we arrange it? I'll help you take a set, Lin Chu proposed. He had already promised to help her take photos. Really? Qin Shuan said excitedly. Okay, it must be arranged. Little Chu, I want it too. Tang E beside him tugged at Lin Chu's hand in a cute way. Sure, anything goes. Chapter 112. Actually, Lin Chu was just teasing the two of them. His makeup skills were indeed self-taught, but he wasn't learning to be a mortician. He was genuinely a makeup artist. As for why he learned makeup, it was actually because Lin Chu had worked part-time in a wedding dress studio. As a photography assistant, he had a basic understanding of lighting, props, atmosphere, makeup, and styling. Because he was an art student, Lin Chu's aesthetic ability was much higher than others, making him quite proficient in makeup and styling. So, he also helped Qin Shuan with her hairstyle. Her shoulder-length hair was styled into an elegant updo, adorned with a silver hairpin flower behind her ear, paired with a pair of pearl earrings for coordination. Holding a small round fan, she fanned herself. The noble and elegant demeanor of a refined lady was instantly showcased. Looking at her refreshed self in the mirror, both Qin Shuan and Tang E beside her were astonished. Following that, Lin Chu also did a full makeup for Tang E. Unlike Qin Shuan's charming style, the makeup for Tang E was more cute. With exquisite eyeshadow and beautiful under-eye bags, she looked like a pure and lovely Japanese schoolgirl, full of energy. Chapter 113. As night fell, the bathtub at the shooting location was in a complete mess. Due to being drenched, the two girls who had just taken a shower changed into the nightgowns that Lin Chu had bought in advance and walked into the study. Qin Shuan changed into a black silk lace set with thin straps and a deep V neckline. Her snow-white, rounded shoulders and deep, fair cleavage were fully visible. On the other hand, Tang E opted for a cute cartoon-patterned camisole sleepwear. To Lin Chu's surprise, the seemingly smallest girl, E, actually had a decent size. Although she couldn't compare to Qin Shihuan's impressive D-cup, she was still above average. Round and perky, she was especially adorable. All right, let's take a minute to mourn for IE's regretful airport experience once again. As soon as the two girls walked in, the entire study was instantly filled with a delightful fragrance. They approached the computer, one on the left and the other on the right. Qin Shihuan sat down with her arms crossed and her fair thighs crossed, her slippers dangling lightly from her toes. Meanwhile, Tang Yi sat down obediently with her legs together. But like the former, her gaze towards Lin Chu was filled with resentment. Little Chu, it's all your fault. You made my clothes wet. And I have nothing to change into. Chapter 114, the bladeless fan turned silently, sending refreshing cool breezes that gently swayed the white gauze curtains in the dining room. The European-style solid wood dining table was filled with dozens of takeout boxes of late-night snacks, including barbecued food, spicy crayfish, and various seafood. The four of them sat at the dining table, eating, drinking, chatting, and laughing. Little Chu, I've peeled the crayfish for you. Jiang Runin brought a bowl of peeled crayfish tails to Lin Chu. Wow, thank you, sister. What are you thanking me for? What else do you want to eat? Should I peel a big crab for you? Sure. Just knowing how to say yes. Moo. Seeing the two of them kiss after a disagreement, Tang Yi, sitting opposite them, clicked her tongue repeatedly and secretly whispered to Qin Shihuan, Don't you think Xiaonan has changed a lot? Yeah. Qin Shihuan blinked. It seems she has become more of a sycophant. She would never peel shrimp for others before, let alone open crabs. Hee, looking at you, too lovey-dovey. Tang Yi's eyes sparkled slightly. Then she curiously asked, Yuan, do you think being in love really causes such a big change? Chapter 115 Lil Chu likes you. Like she really likes you. Late at night, Tang Yi, lying in bed, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It wasn't because the bed was uncomfortable. Tang Yi turned over and opened her eyes to find Qin Shihuan staring back at her with bright, sparkling eyes. A blush crept onto her fair face. Hee. The two exchanged awkward smiles. Yuan, you're not asleep either? Yes. Haha, it's getting late. Sleep, good night. The two turned over simultaneously, lying back to back. However, they were still blinking their bright eyes, unable to fall asleep. By the way, that thing seems quite interesting. The next morning, Lin Chu was the first to get up. After an hour of morning exercise, he felt refreshed, took a shower, and went downstairs to start preparing breakfast. This old villa is managed by a professional property management and housekeeping company. Chapter 116 Xiaonan's holiday lasts for 3 days. Lin Chu also has exactly 3 days left until the new semester starts. As for the other 3 girls, they were all free spirits. So the group quickly came together, planning for a spontaneous trip. Since it was a spontaneous trip, choosing the travel destination was equally simple and straightforward. Once again, the financial backer, Lin Chu, personally employed the ancestral Lin family's random dart-throwing method. With a thud, the dart was thrown. It hit the bullseye. Qin Shihuan, ha. Looking at Qin Shihuan, who was face-palming, the 3 girls burst into laughter, each of them unable to contain their amusement. Are you kidding me? Qin Shihuan, who had just flown in from Xijing yesterday, was pulling her hair in frustration. I finally managed to escape from home. And now you want me to go back for a trip? Are you serious? What does it matter? Tang Yi laughed so hard she nearly fell over. We've never been to Xijing. You could just be our tour guide. Absolutely not. This won't do. Old rules apply. We'll vote in the dorm. Those in favor of going to Xijing, raise your hands. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 3-1, resolution passed. Chapter 117 tickets are ready. They must be a perfect pentagon. Okay, hold it steady, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. In the waiting hall of Hongqiao Airport, Jiang Runin looked at the group ticket photo taken on her phone, a huge smile spreading across her face. Let me see. Not bad. Send it to me. The mischievous Tang Yi leaned over to take a look, exclaiming in surprise. Send it to the group. Jiang Runin said with a smile. Hey, how about we all post the same moment on WeChat? Sure. The girl gang quickly agreed, pulling out their phones to post on WeChat. Little Chu, quickly give your sister a like. I want it too. Hearing her friends' urging voices, Lin Chu opened WeChat and saw 4 identical photos flooding the feed. Jiang Runin, Love's Flight Diary, Tang Yi, BFF Trip Season 2, Expecting Heart, Sun, Departure, Qin Shihuan. Really, I'm crying. With a slight smile. He raised his hand and liked all of them from top to bottom. He also downloaded the ticket image and posted his own moment. Family of 5 going to Xijing. Sun E, who was scrolling through WeChat, suddenly shouted, "Lin Chu, are you crazy?" Chapter 1:18 More than 2 hours later. The plane landed on time at Xianqing Airport. The five of them got off the plane and came to the airport exit. The luxurious combination of one handsome guy and four beautiful girls inevitably became the focus of attention for passersby. "Lin Chu, where are we going first?" Jiang Runan, pushing her luggage, asked while linking arms with Lin Chu. "Well, since we're in Xijing," Lin Chu nodded and said, "we should definitely pay a visit to the dock first. Let us go meet my future in-laws." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuan nearly spat out blood on the spot. "You go by yourself. Don't drag me into this." Qin Shuan huffed angrily. "I just escaped from home. I don't want to go back and listen to lectures." "Hey, is this the right place?" Sun Yi pushed up her sunglasses and glared at Lin Chu. "This guy is taking advantage of you." "How am I taking advantage?" Lin Chu retorted confidently. I've never had a mother-in-law since I was young, so I really hope to have one." Sun Yi. "It sounds like that's the case." Amidst the noise of travelers exiting to the arrival exit, Lin Chu suddenly broke away from the group and strode to the side. Chapter 119, since it is renowned as the city of carbohydrates, there was naturally no reason not to indulge in noodles during the first meal in Xijing. The five of them came out of the hotel, following the local native Qin Shuan, and arrived at a small, non-trendy noodle shop. The noodles were served in bowls, topped with fragrant garnishes, sprinkled with bright red chili, and before serving, a spoonful of steaming hot oil was drizzled over them. The aroma was rich and captivating. This grand way of eating allowed southern-born Lin Chu to experience the unique boldness of the Northwest that the city of carbohydrates offered. With a bowl of noodles and a bottle of ice peaked down, even Lin Chu, who had a good appetite, felt a bit stuffed. Not to mention the few girls. Each one complained about needing to go for a walk to digest. Only Qin Shuan, with her little red mouth, seemed unaffected and was still able to continue eating a quality meat sandwich while walking. This left Lin Chu and the others astonished. Yuan can really eat," Lin Chu said, curling his lips. "Isn't that right?" Jiang Runan whispered. "Let me tell you, this is nothing. Yuan usually eats a lot. I was shocked the first time I had a meal with her." Sun Yi nodded. "She's the first girl I've seen who can eat enough at a hot pot buffet to make it worth it. I don't know how big her stomach really is." Chapter 1:20 Ding. Host spent 1,800 happiness points to successfully upgrade special attributes. Current special attributes 701,888. Excellent appearance. Looking at the semi-transparent system interface in front of him, Lin Chu clicked his tongue slightly. Each of the 5 personal attributes, appearance, figure, temperament, and charm, required 1,000 happiness points to upgrade by 1 level. But the special attribute only required 100 happiness points for each level upgrade. Indeed, it was a good deal. Late at night, the once brilliant lights of Xijing outside dimmed considerably. "I'm going to use the restroom," Sun Yi softly said to herself as she put on her bathrobe and slipped out in her slippers. With a firm resolve, she walked into the restroom. Locking the door and turning off the lights, she sat down on the toilet. In the dim and quiet environment, her ears finally found peace. However, despite this, Sun Yi felt increasingly restless. Impatient, she picked up her phone, wanting to scroll through short videos to distract herself. But unexpectedly, as soon as she unlocked the screen, she involuntarily opened her phone's photo album. Chapter 121 After exercising, the two of them returned to the suite together. The hotel breakfast Lin Chu had ordered in advance had also been delivered. A table full of various carbohydrates. As they went upstairs, they saw Tang Yi and Qin Shuan, both with dark circles under their eyes, already washing up in the bathroom. Only Jiang Runan in the master bedroom was sleeping soundly and couldn't be woken up no matter what. She was sleeping so deeply. Helpless, they walked downstairs. To Lin Chu's surprise, Sun Yi and her 3 friends were unexpectedly generous about it. No one even attempted to go upstairs to try to wake up Xiaonan. After all, they knew. The looks the 3 girls directed at Lin Chu were filled with trepidation. Xiaonan was furious, but Xiao Chu was still chatting and laughing. After finishing breakfast, due to Jiang Runan not waking up, Lin Chu and the others abandoned their travel plans. Instead, they lay on the spacious sofa in the suite and started watching a movie. It was still that film, What Kind of Life Do You Want to Live? The dull plot made the 3 girls doze off. Meanwhile, Lin Chu was not idle. He was jumping up and down, tiring Lin the CEO out. If it were any other boy, daring to treat Sun Yi and the others with such disrespect, Chipter stod divine so touching, leaning against Lin Chu's embrace. Jiang Runin couldn't help but sob continuously. It's too tragic, it killed me. The other three girls were no better off, all crying like clowns. I'll never dare to watch such a dance drama again. Whoa, it's all Xiao Chu's fault. Why did we come to Huaqing Palace to watch this dance drama? Hey, it's my fault. Lin the CEO sighed. I really shouldn't have brought you to watch such a touching love story. All right, don't cry, my dear, Lin the CEO said grandly, opening his arms to embrace the four girls. Don't be sad, my dears, your husband will be heartbroken. The girls first squirmed a bit, then realized something was off. Damn, you scoundrel, taking advantage of us. Xiao Chu, you're being shameless. Taking advantage of us, huh? Sisters, let's teach him a lesson. Help! Murdering my husband. When they returned to the hotel, the rain had already stopped. However, all five of them were drenched like drowned rats. Chapter 123, so comfortable. As they entered the hot spring pool, the four girls couldn't help but exclaim in comfort. Sitting in the center of the group, they felt their lives were complete. Jiang Runin, leaning on Lin Chu's shoulder, punched him lightly. Why did you squeeze in here? Lin can. Just remove the violent part. Jiang Runin was taken aback, her cheeks puffing up. It felt wrong, but she couldn't refute it because she knew her annoying brother was speaking the truth. For now, only she knew. Jiang Runin, why don't you manage your boyfriend? Sun Yi, who was also nestled under Lin Chu's shoulder, frowned. Look at him, always planning to take advantage of us. I'm not taking advantage. Lin Chu waved his flexible index finger. We're all wives. How can it be called taking advantage? Go to hell. Who's your wife? Splashing me? Try splashing again. Wow, how can you guys do this, always ganging up on me? Haha, sisters, come on. Let's teach this little guy a lesson, so he learns not to talk big. Stop. If you don't stop, I'll fight back. Chapter 124, after persistent pleading from the dog-like junior, the four girls finally agreed to give him this privilege. After being kicked out of the room, Lin Chu lay on the living room sofa, eating grapes, exuding an air of a king waiting for his concubines to make their appearance. It was quite fitting. After all, the four sisters he had chosen were all enchanting beauties capable of causing chaos. After a while, the door to the room slowly opened. The first to come out was Qin Shuan, who had changed into a Tang-style skirt, perfectly recreating the grandeur and elegance of the great Tang dynasty. I have to say, Qin Shuan truly deserves to be a professional cosplayer, excelling even beyond Jiang Runin and Tang Yi, who appeared right after her. After donning the hanfu, Jiang Runin maintained her usual cool and ethereal temperament, perfectly embodying the light and graceful essence of Zhao Fian. Although Tang Yi was not bad either, her cute smile and appearance could slightly break the immersion. It felt like there was a slight gap compared to the enchanting beauty who could make the Zhou Emperor play with the feudal lords just to see her smile. How's it going, Xiao Chu? Jiang Runin said with a bright smile, looking at the somewhat dumbfounded boy. Chapter 125. Lin felt a bit miserable. In just one night, he was teased by four heavenly girls showcasing hanfu, leaving him in a state of confusion. Huh? Sun Yi tilted her head in surprise. Jiang Runin, are you okay? Yeah. Lin Chu nodded repeatedly. What should I do? It's simple, Lin Chu replied. Sun Yi, Jiang Runin, are you sick? Sun Yi blushed and cursed. No, it's not like that. It's just I want to sleep together. Jiang Runin pleaded. Xiao Yi, I haven't slept with you in a long time. Can we sleep together today, please? Sister Jiang Runin simply wanted Sun Yi to accompany her while sleeping. Although the four sisters of room 502 had a very good relationship, there were also small factions among them. Jiang Runin and Sun Yi had the best relationship and talked about everything. On the other hand, Tang Yi and Qin Shuan shared more common topics and were relatively closer. So, she felt safe and could comfortably have a good sleep. Of course, Jiang Runin was unaware that her good sister and her troublesome younger brother had already developed feelings beyond that of ordinary friends. Yes, Lin Chu said seriously, since Xiaonan wants it so much, you should sleep with us. Saying this, the boy smiled brightly. Don't worry, I promise I won't do anything inappropriate. That dog will definitely do something inappropriate. Knowing her dog-like junior's nature, Sun Yi couldn't be oblivious to the bad intentions behind his actions. She firmly refused. Furious, Lin put Jiang Runin down and rushed to Sun Yi, lifting her without a word. What the? Lin Chu, what are you doing? Sun Yi panicked as she was held in Lin Chu's arms. Put me down. Let me go. Ouch. Sun Yi exclaimed in pain, kneeling on the bed. Rubbing her sore backside, she glared at Lin Chu, gritting her teeth. You jerk. All right, Lin Chu approached and said. Sun Yi looked terrified as she glanced at Jiang Runin, who followed them into the bedroom. She grabbed Lin Chu's collar, flustered and gritting her teeth. Shut up. Looking at the two on the bed, Jiang Runin tilted her head slightly. Xiao Yi, did Lin Chu say anything to you just now? No, nothing. Sun Yi hurriedly waved her hands and forced a laugh, secretly thinking how dangerous it was. If Xiaonan found out that she had slept with Lin Chu, she would be in big trouble. Wrapping her arms around the flustered Sun Yi, Lin Chu turned back with a bright smile. I just said that Ai is willing to sleep with us, and I'm very happy. You dog, are you a monkey? How can you be so shameless? Although she felt that staying tonight could lead to trouble, Sun Yi couldn't say anything further and could only go along with it half-heartedly. It's okay, she secretly reassured herself. I'm still the queen of the 502 dormitory. I still have some self-control. Sun Yi, will never collapse. Chapter 126. Come here, Bao. Lin Chu squeezed Sun Yi to the innermost side, then took Jiang Runin's hand and naturally pulled her down to lie on his left side. You dog. Seeing this, Sun Yi bit her lip and glared at Lin Chu. Knowing her dog-like junior's nature, she was well aware of his little tricks. This way, it naturally meant that the dog junior would be in the middle, with Sun Yi and Jiang Runin sleeping on either side of him. Enjoying the benefits of a three-way setup, right? Shameless. Jiang Runin, still a bit sleepy, looked at the fuming Sun Yi and awkwardly twisted Lin Chu's ear. Xiao Yi is your sister. You can't always think about taking advantage of her, okay? Lin Chu Bolinket? Isn't it because she's my sister that it counts as not letting the good stuff flow to outsiders? If I wasn't my sister, I wouldn't let her in. I'm not an easy guy. Goodness, when it comes to this, one must mention Lin's top-notch acting skills. His little expressions were so innocent and naive. Truly, even Zhao Wei would sigh, and Dehua would shed tears after seeing it. Chapter 127. Women, when facing the same sex, inherently possess a strong desire to win or lose. The more beautiful the woman, the stronger this desire. Because from childhood to adulthood, they have always enjoyed everyone's support, adoration, and praise. This naturally cultivates a somewhat superior personality over time. Therefore, such women find it even harder to accept becoming losers in competition, especially in relationships. Initially, Sun Yi kept clenching her small fist to hit Lin Chu, struggling with all her might. But gradually, her struggles became weaker, until finally her body went limp, and she began to enjoy the sweet moment. Time passed slowly. Finally, at a certain moment, with a soft inhalation, their lips slowly parted. Breathing heavily, Sun Yi felt no guilt. She only knew that at this moment, all her pent-up frustration and dissatisfaction had finally been released. She tightly embraced the annoying guy in front of her. Deep down, there was not a trace of guilt or fear, but rather an intense pleasure. This was the feeling of transforming from a loser to a winner in an instant. Chapter 128. Wow, today's breakfast is so sumptuous. At breakfast time, the five of them sat around the round table in the villa, enjoying a lavish breakfast delivered from the hotel kitchen. Come and try this, Qin Shiyuan, wearing glasses. Introduced one by one, these are some well-known dishes from Shijing that are rarely seen in Huhai. This is chive box, that is beefcake. And there's also mixed liver soup, cold noodles, and meatball hot and sour soup. Indeed, it was the city of carbohydrates, starting the day with high-carb, high-calorie foods. Lin Chu sighed, picked up a chive box, and started eating. A real man has three treasures: kidneys, chives, and oysters. Even with Lin Chu's child emperor demeanor, there was no reason not to eat these. Eating them often is good. The more, the better. Xiaonan, pass me the bowls, and I'll serve you soup. Qin Shuan adjusted her glasses, stood up with a ladle, and said, the spicy soup from Shijing is different from that of Hunan province. The taste is completely different. Great. Thanks. I've been wanting to try it. It smells so good. You could try this bowl first. Thanks. Chapter 129. Xiao Chu, you're only 18 this year, right? Oh, you're just 1 year younger than my Yuan. By the way, which department did you get into at Hu University? The Fine Arts Academy? Oh, amazing. You'll definitely be a great painter in the future. You're from Xiangnan, right? You graduated from high school and traveled alone. Doesn't your family worry? You have no one at home. Oh my, Mom, are you checking the household registration? Seeing her mother touch on a sensitive topic, Qin Shiyuan felt uncomfortable and quickly interrupted. Isn't it enough to let him eat? Sorry, Xiao Chu. And he is just curious. Don't mind me, Ho Xiaochun said, sighing inwardly. She initially thought Lin Chu was a nice guy, tall, handsome, and with a good temperament. But she didn't expect his family background to be like this. It seems unsuitable. Always eating, just knows how to eat. Ho Xiaochun said sternly. Did your mom not mention arranging a matchmaking for you? Why did you run away without saying a word? Almost embarrassing your mom in front of her old classmates. Matchmaking? Chapter 130. Hey, do you think Yuan Yuan will like that guy? I don't think so. He seems a bit greasy. Clearly not Yuan Yuan's type. Hey, this isn't just about being greasy. He's 10 years older than Yuan Yuan. Cough. 9 years, 9 years. But Yuan Yuan looks quite messy, haha. Oh, she's clearly doing it on purpose to look messy. Haha. Looks like a slob. No choice. Who told Annie to force her to go on a blind date? Luckily, my mom doesn't pressure me like that. Xiaonan, with Lin Chu around. You definitely don't have to worry. Sun Yi, Jiang Ruanan, and Tang Yi were sitting at another table a distance away, watching intently and chattering. Meanwhile, Su Wei, who was completely unaware that he had become the focus of their discussion, was sitting at a coffee table, looking a bit confused. It's understandable for a girl going on her first blind date to bring her mom, but what's with the guy sitting next to her? Chapter 131. Huh, Annie? What did you say? That big G beside you belongs to this kid? Su Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard. A GLC 50? The big G goes for over 150. This can't be compared. This guy's got a rich best friend? After a moment of realization, Su Wei thought. So, I'm the villain in this story? Don't mess with me. No, no. Seeing Su Wei looking confused, Ho Xiaochun quickly explained, that car isn't Xiaochu's. He rented it for his trip to Xijing. Rented? Upon hearing this, Su Wei's mouth curled up, his tension easing instantly. So it was rented. I almost freaked out. I thought he was some wealthy kid. Turns out it's just for show. Renting a big G for a blind date. What's he trying to prove? Hee hee. It seems like I'm still the main character. With the advantage back on his side, Su Wei straightened up again. Hee hee, I see. It's indeed much more convenient to rent a car for traveling. But I think there's no need to rent such an expensive car. A suitable one for transportation would suffice. Chapter 132. Daughter, is Xiao Lin really a private bank client? In the Hilton presidential suite, Ho Xiaochun excitedly asked her daughter. Wow, that's incredible. He must be really wealthy, right? What was that car Su Wei mentioned? Cullinan, Phantom, whatever. What? Rolls-Royce? Ho Xiaochun was shocked. Driving a Rolls-Royce, and 2 of them? This can't just be a rich second generation. He's practically a super rich second generation. If he needs to find a bank president, his family is the bank. Oh my goodness, daughter, you're amazing. Let me kiss you. Oh, stop it. How annoying. Qin Shuan, who was packing her luggage, was exasperated by her mother's antics. You've grown up, huh? You don't like your mom anymore? Pushed aside by her daughter, Ho Xiaochun still smiled and said, Good daughter. You really made your mom proud this time. To find such a wealthy son-in-law. It seems our family's ancestors are smiling down on us. Ha! The last time I burned incense for your grandfather was definitely worth it. Getting off track, Qin Shuan glared at her cheerful mother and doused her with cold water. Xiao Chu and I are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship right now. Chapter 133. Wow, a big beauty. Is this your so-called investment secretary? The investment secretary even helps you with housework? Good. You're living a life. For this once dreamed of good fortune, Lin, the CEO, was completely unable to enjoy it and could only flusteredly explain. No, she's really just a secretary. I swear, we are absolutely innocent. Nothing ever happened. Nonsense. Aren't you, and we innocent too? That doesn't stop you from calling her your wife. Who said we are innocent? What about me and I? Before Lin could finish, his granddaughter covered his mouth tightly, leaving him stuttering. Ouch. Let me speak. Sun Yi's face turned red. What does it have to do with you? Don't talk nonsense. Tang Yi. Qin Shuan. You have a date with her tomorrow, right? Great, I'll go along to see. Me too. No, that's not necessary, right? Lin Chu said, looking troubled. It's just a work discussion. Chapter 134. The hot August finally passed. After a long period of calm, Hu University welcomed its annual freshman enrollment day. The sun was blazing. On both sides of the school road, ginkgo trees are lush with leaves, and the bright sunlight penetrates the treetops, casting a mosaic of light on the ground. Lin Chu carries a backpack and strolls around the campus. With a tall figure and handsome features, he is dressed in a set of luxury brand clothing with a subtle logo, perfectly highlighting the hint of emerging nobility about him. Walking among a group of youthful and inexperienced students, he stands out like a crane among chickens. Along the way, Who knows how many innocent ripples of admiration he stirred in the hearts of young girls. Wow, that handsome guy must be a freshman. So handsome. I wonder which department he is from. It would be great if he were from our department. You should be the one to attract attention. Nonsense, I never attract attention. I just make a splash. Hey, Jime, aren't you at the freshman registration reception? Listen carefully. Did you notice that freshman guy wearing the new Versace summer and autumn collection? He caused quite a stir at your reception, right? What? He drove a sports car. A Bugatti? Wow. Give me a minute. I want all his information. Chapter 135. Faced with the enthusiastic invitations from a few roommates, Lin Chu found it hard to refuse. The four of them left the dormitory. Commenting on the beautiful senior girls they passed on the way, heading towards the school parking lot. Near the parking lot, they spotted a bright red Ferrari parked by the roadside from distance. Wow, it's so beautiful! Ren Zitong and Wei Lin exclaimed as they walked over, marveling at the Ferrari. This one can even be convertible. It's so cool. 2022 Ferrari 296. Do Binkoen approached with his hands in his pockets, casually flipping his bangs. It's a plug-in hybrid, equipped with a 3.0L twin-turbocharged V6 engine and an electric motor. The V6 engine provides 654 horsepower, and the electric motor developed by YSA in Eagle Country can output 165 horsepower, with a combined power output of 819 horsepower. The whole car is made of carbon fiber, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers h in 2.8 seconds, and has a top speed of 330 kilometers h. As he spoke, he lightly traced his fingers over the car's rear like playing the piano and added at the right moment, "It's another epic-making artwork under Ferrari. Bon, Colin, you know so much." Chapter 136. With a sound like a bullet being chambered. The dazzling diamond-white headlights of the Bugatti Mistral Roadster in the center of the crowd lit up instantly. In an instant, the originally noisy scene of onlookers fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone knew what the headlights of this Bugatti lighting up meant, and at that moment, Do Binkoen, standing next to Lin Chu, stared at him with a dazed expression, as if struck by lightning, standing rigidly in place, speechless. His heart raced, suddenly feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if he had transformed into a supporting male character in a story. Damn, Lin Chu is actually playing the pig to eat the tiger. Meanwhile, Ren Zitong and Wei Lin, the two young brothers, were also in shock, their brains momentarily malfunctioning. What? The big boss is actually my roommate. Old Lin, coming back to his senses, Do Binkoen felt his throat dry and hoarsely asked, "Is this car really yours?" "Of course." Lin Chu smiled, shook the keys, and said, "Haven't you always wanted to sit in and experience it? Go ahead, here's your chance. You can even start it up and rev it a bit." Chapter 137. Hey, handsome, can we add each other on WeChat? Huh? Looking at the young lady in a shoulder-revealing bodycon dress paired with Valentino shoes who actively wanted to add Lin Chu on WeChat, the three brothers squeezed in the car, their eyes turning red with envy. Damn, she's so beautiful. Is this the power of the Bugatti? It's terrifying. Sorry, my phone is out of battery. However, Lin Chu merely smiled and replied, politely declining. The reason for his rejection was simple. This girl did not meet his standards. While she was indeed pretty, fair-skinned, beautiful, with exquisite makeup and a tempting fragrance, it fell short of Lin Chu's exceptionally high expectations. He believed that her true beauty maxed out at 80 points. Unfortunately, this level did not meet Lin Chu's demand for only the best, without question. Is this a rejection? How rude. In public, being openly rejected, Pan Tingting showed no signs of embarrassment or displeasure. Instead, she smiled and responded cheerfully. Her generous demeanor exceeded Lin Chu's previous judgment of her. Chapter 138. Huda University Legend. The Sister Flowers? Ren Zitong and Wei Lin were taken aback by the words, then shook their heads in unison. Heh, you really lack knowledge. Do Binkoen smiled smugly, casually brushed his hair, and said, "The 502 fairy sister flowers are recognized by our Huda University as the 4 most beautiful girls in history." But why is it called 502? Wei Lin adjusted his glasses and asked, "Is it because of glue?" Nonsense. 502 is the name of their dormitory. Do Binkoen glanced disdainfully at the two brothers, casually took out his phone, and recited, Jiang Runin, a performing arts major and artistic goddess. Sunny, the aloof queen of directing. Qin Xuan, the voluptuous goddess of drama and film studies. And Tang Yi, the lowly goddess of broadcasting and hosting. Wow, they're so beautiful. looking at the group photo of the four beauties that Do Bingquan found on the school forum. Rin Zitong and Wei Lin were momentarily stunned. Kuan, you weren't lying. These levels of beauties are practically like stars. In contrast, the earlier Pan Tingting indeed fell a bit short. Looking at the two brothers, who were wide-eyed, Do Bingquan smiled slightly and said, "You guys don't know. They have so many pursuers." It said that every day, boys from both inside and outside the school line up downstairs to confess to them. Chapter 139. Amidst the cheers and excitement of the surrounding students, a boy holding 99 red roses slowly knelt down in the heart-shaped area formed by the rose petals. He raised his head, gazing affectionately at the stunning girl standing before him, and with a loud voice full of emotion said, "From the moment I first saw you, I fell in love with you at first sight. Over the past year of silently guarding you, I've become even more determined to love you. I vow to protect you for a lifetime." As the boy's heartfelt confession echoed, the cheers and excitement around them grew even louder, intensifying the atmosphere. At this moment, the face of the boy holding the bouquet turned red with excitement and anticipation. He paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and a confident smile slowly appeared at the corners of his mouth. With one hand holding the flowers and the other reaching out towards Tang Yi, he shouted loudly, "Tang Yi, I like you. If you're willing to accept me, if you're willing to give me a chance to protect you well, please take my hand." As the boy's confession echoed, cheers erupted from the crowd of classmates surrounding them. Chapter 140. After speaking, Lin Chu casually walked out of the crowd with his hands in his pockets, leaving Tang Yi, who was stunned and flustered, in disarray. "But stop, Lin Chu. Stop right there." The short-haired girl, suddenly coming back to her senses, stomped her feet in anger and pushed through the crowd, chasing after Lin Chu. Watching the two of them, the onlookers were as if struck by lightning, falling into silence. Hey, what just happened?" After a long while, Rin Zidong finally came back to his senses and whispered, "It seems like the goddess Tang took the initiative to confess to old Lin, but he rejected her." "Wow, so you saw that too? I thought I was dreaming." "Kunkin, did you see it like this too?" Kunkin, why are you crying?" "Cry my ass, I just got sand in my eyes." With red-rimmed eyes, Do Bingquan looked up, gazing at the sky with a sense of despair. "Goodbye, my youth, goodbye, my first love." Damn it. In the small garden at the school gate, Tang Yi finally caught up with Lin Chu. Seeing him on the phone under a tree, she huffed in dissatisfaction but didn't disturb him. Instead, she crossed her arms and angrily followed behind, glaring at him as he spoke on the phone. Chapter 141. Lin Chu vaguely remembered hearing a line in a movie that went something like this. "A man always needs a friend who, although they may not have much interaction, belongs to him when he is in need." The statement was quite nasty, but it expressed a thought that many men hide deep in their hearts throughout their lives. Aside from a few naive little cuties and overly righteous moralists, which guy doesn't like to have a steady partner at home while enjoying the thrill of outside flings? After all, acquiring as many mates and reproductive rights as possible is the most primal instinct ingrained in the genes of all living beings. Ding! The host feels extremely excited about establishing a new relationship. Pleasure value, 250. The intense sense of guilt stemming from a secret affair excites the host particularly. Pleasure value, 250. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. A film and literature copyright gift pack. Wow, another reward. Sitting in the Bugatti, Lin Chu looked at the system interface before him with some joy. The specifics of the reward didn't matter. It was all profit anyway. Just a game. Chapter 142. Wow, handsome. It's you. In the VIP room of the OB club, Pan Tingting looked at Lin Chu, who walked in behind Tian Qi, her eyes sparkling. At the same time, Guan Shui, sitting next to her, was taken aback, her expression extremely surprised. "Wait, the new member of the club is this guy?" After the surprise, Guan Shui's expression immediately darkened. Seeing Pan Tingting cheering on the sofa, Lin Chu was also stunned. "It's this girl again, what a coincidence." While he was still surprised, he suddenly felt a cold gaze land on him. Lin Chu turned his attention to the beautiful girl next to Pan Tingting, who had a colorful, braided ponytail. Wow. His first impression was that this cool girl was super pretty. Her figure clearly indicated that she worked out regularly, exuding a graceful and strong presence. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with a lightly tanned, wheat-colored skin that looked smooth and delicate, emanating a wild charm. Coupled with her naturally aloof beauty, she overshadowed Pan Tingting, who was dressed in a fashionable manner. It had to be said. This girl had reached a level that rivaled the top-tier 502 sisters. Chapter 143. Wow. Xiao Shui is angry. This is getting interesting, huh? Xiao Shui was the most competitive in our club. Did they provoke her? Xiao Chu is in big trouble now. Seeing Guan Shui's tense expression, the onlookers couldn't help but revel in the drama. What's the wager? Lin Chu smiled slightly, his tone non-committal. All right, since Miss Guan is interested, I'm happy to play along. What's the wager? Very simple. You and I will have a race. Guan Shui's face was cold, her expression indifferent yet competitive. Considering you're a newbie, I'll give you a 5-second head start. If you can outrun me, I will agree to one condition you propose. Condition? Lin Chu Bolinket? His gaze involuntarily sweeping over Guan Shui's curvaceous figure. Any condition? Perhaps because she had just been practicing boxing? Guan Shui was now dressed in a black tight tank top and sharp pants. To be fair, her figure was impeccable. The taut silhouette revealed every curve, with long legs that were the type known as wineglass legs. Her thighs were rounded, and her calves were firm, creating a smooth and beautiful overall line. Chapter 144. Up ahead is a 5 consecutive hairpin turn. Whoa, continuous drifting through the turns. Old Chun, where did you find this guy? He can't be a pro, right? Perfect turn, sprinting in a straight line. Wow, this straight line acceleration must be at 230. Ground flying. This is definitely ground flying. By the way, where is Xiao Shui? She is way behind. Can't even see the taillights. Yay, this time I, Yin Jiahui, have hit the jackpot. Chu Zi, go for it. Unlike the onlookers who were astonished, Guan Shui, driving the Ferrari 296, felt utterly despondent. As a participant in the race, she had watched helplessly as the Bugatti Mistral sped ahead from the moment the race started. She never imagined that the classic X taillights of the Bugatti she saw at the start would be the closest she would get to it throughout the entire race. After that, even just catching a glimpse of the Bugatti Mistral's taillights became a luxury for her. Too strong. In that moment, Guan Shui even felt that if she had any eggs, they might just be showcased by this guy. Chapter 145. Ding. After taking a shower in the dormitory bathroom, Lin Chu suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. A thrilling high-speed rush has made your adrenaline surge. Pleasure value 100. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward. $2 billion in financial investment funds. P.S. This investment fund can only be used in specific financial investment fields. $2 billion? Wow, that's not a small amount. Lin Chu, drying his hair, blinked in confusion. He clicked on the explanation terms of the system reward and read it carefully, and suddenly understood. The $2 billion in specialized financial investment funds were directly deposited into an account of a group registered in the Cayman Islands. Of course, the owner of this institutional account was Lin Chu himself. However, it was protected by a complex web of equity relationships, making it difficult for anyone else to trace the true owner of the group account, even if they tried to unravel it. The scope of activities: this money could be used for included financial investments in any country or region in the world. In short, the system had essentially given him a capital of $2 billion for investment. All the profits obtained from using this capital would belong to him. Chapter 146. At the end of September, the sun was blazing. In the afternoon, on the playground of Shanghai University's Fine Arts Academy. Wow, it's already September. Why is this damn weather still so hot? Lying under the shade of a tree, the brothers of room 404 fanned themselves with their hats while wiping the sweat off their foreheads, lamenting about the scorching heat that could make one shed a layer of skin. It's okay with weather like this. We still have another week. Ugh. I want to die. It's only the first day of military training, and at least 10 people from the whole department have already collapsed from heat stroke. Right? Old Lin, Dadong, Wei Zi. How about we pretend to be sick or something? Play fainting? No way. It's too embarrassing for big guys to do that. Yeah, Kung Gi. I think our instructor is actually quite nice to us. Look at that oil painting class. They're still getting scolded. Just as they were chatting, not far away on the playground, the oil painting class, which had been punished by the devil instructor to stand in military posture for half an hour, finally collapsed when the shout to dismiss was given. Wow, they're beauties. Watching the oil painting class from a distance with schadenfreude, Ren Zitong suddenly froze, pointing at the other class and shouting. Chapter 147. What else could I do? Lin Chu shrugged and said, She confessed to me. I rejected her. That's it. She confessed to you in public? Sun Yi frowned skeptically, expressing disbelief. Sigh. The young man casually blew his bangs, looking helpless, My damn charm that has nowhere to go. How many girls' hearts will it break? Keep pretending. Although Sun Yi spoke with an annoyed tone, the tense expression on her beautiful face visibly relaxed. You really rejected her? Why would I lie to you? Lin Chu said. There were so many people there at the time, everyone saw it. At least you know how to be smart. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi's cold expression melted away like snow, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. The news of Tang Yi confessing to Lin Chu and being rejected had already spread at Shanghai University. Sun Yi had heard about it, which is why she rushed to confront the dog junior. Chapter 148. Due to sweating profusely, Lin Chu didn't return to the dormitory, but instead booked a hotel room near the school. After taking a refreshing shower in the bathroom, Lin felt as if he had been reborn. So comfortable. Looking at Lin Chu, who walked out of the bathroom bare-chested, Tang Yi, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, supported her chin with her hand and asked with a smile. Refreshing. Lin Chu shook his hair and vigorously dried himself with a towel. While drying off, his toned chest muscles, defined 8-pack abs, and smooth lines of his V-shaped torso were all on display. Lin Chu's physique was originally on the lean side, but after activating the system for the past 2 months, with better nutrition and a consistent exercise habit, his body had become quite impressive. Tang Yi, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but gaze, her eyes glimmering. Just as men are attracted to women with big breasts and long legs, women too have an instinctive primal impulse when they see a well-built, handsome guy. She unconsciously walked in front of Lin Chu, her fair, delicate hands gently tracing the contours of his abs. Chapter 149. Tang Yi's phone rang several times in the car, but she kept refusing to answer. The anxiety on her face was clear even to Lin Chu, who was focused on driving. Arriving in front of Tang Yi's house, she turned to Lin Chu and said, Xiao Chu Chu, wait for me here, okay? After the car stopped, Tang Yi reached for the door handle, looking at Lin Chu with a serious expression that he had never seen on her face before. If you can't handle it, call me. Lin Chu nodded. I'll be right here, ready to help. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Her heart raced, and her face flushed slightly, with a hint of moisture sparkling in her beautiful big eyes. Then, her originally tense expression melted away like clouds, revealing a sunny, bright smile. Thank you, Lin Chu. The girl leaned over, cupped Lin Chu's face with her hands, and gently kissed him. After parting, Tang Yi grabbed her bag, opened the car door, and hurried into the alley. E is back. Hello, Aunt Lu. I just saw your uncle and aunt come. They're at your house. Hurry and go see. I know. Chapter 150. After hearing this, Tang Yi was completely dumbfounded. How can there be such shameless people in this world? Owing money, and wanting to sell her sister's house to pay off debts, even making her sister's family bear the mortgage and become house slaves? Absurd. Shameless. He, sister. Jia Yufei said cheerfully, looking at his sister. What do you think? I've even found a buyer for the house. You don't have to worry about the price or payment. Just give me the go-ahead, and I can have him come to look at the house and sign the contract right away. Well, Jia Shujia frowned upon hearing this. Brother, you have to guarantee that the money from selling the house is enough to fill the hole. Of course. Seeing his sister wavering, Jia Yufei was overjoyed and quickly said, Sister, we really owe 6 million. It's just your big nephew. Xiao Tian is about to take the college entrance examination soon. Aunt Huang Yuan quickly interjected. I have consulted before, Xiao Tian's grades are average, and it's a bit difficult for him to get into a top university. So I was thinking of sending him abroad to study. As for the cost, it's about 400,000 a year. So after 4 years, it would be around 2 million, give or take. Chapter 151. Looking at her determined mother, her pleading father, and her uncle's family who looked pleased, Tang Yi's eyes darkened, and the expression in her eyes faded. At this moment, she felt weak all over and disheartened. Ever since she was young, her uncle's family had been like vampires, haunting her. No matter how hard she tried to persuade, she still couldn't wake up her mother, who acted like a brother-supporting demon. Forget it, let them be. With this thought in mind, Tang Yi sat silently on the sofa. She didn't want to care about anything, nor could she change anything. Bang! With a loud noise, the door was suddenly kicked open. 4 or 5 burly men rushed in and surrounded Jia Yufei, who was kneeling on the ground. Dao! Douye! Seeing the scar-faced man who led the group, Jia Yufei was instantly terrified. His face went pale. Why are you here? What? Did you think hiding would make us unable to find you? Dao Gu smiled coldly, reaching out to grab the little hair the fat man had left. and violently lifted his head. Dao good, don't, it hurts. It hurts. The fat man grimaced in pain, but still forced a smile, looking utterly ridiculous. Chapter 152 Zhai. You. Fei. Even though she always supported her brother in her heart, at this moment, Zhai Shujia could no longer bear it. With red eyes, she shouted, "Do you have any conscience saying this? Yi is your own niece." "No, sister, let me explain." Eager to grasp this last lifeline, Zhai Yufei said resentfully, "Dao Ji's boss just said to accompany for one night. Never said anything else, right? Besides, that's a big boss. If he follows him in the future, would she still worry about not having a good life?" "Zhai Yufei, you beast. Is this even human talk?" Zhai Shujia was furious and rushed forward to tear him apart. "Enough. How you deal with your matters is not my concern. But that 2 million must be paid back quickly." Unexpectedly, Dao Ge, with a sinister smile, grabbed Tang Yi's hand. "You? Come with me? What are you doing?" Seeing him drag her daughter out, Zhai Shujia was instantly frightened and crazily rushed to save her daughter. But she was blocked by Dao Ji's underlings, and her frantic screams were useless. She could only watch helplessly as her weak daughter was dragged away by the tall and strong Dao Ge. Chapter 153. The host receives an unforgettable audiovisual feast, pleasure value 1,000. The rain cleared and the night deepened. The neon lights outside sequentially turned off. Fragmented moonlight, like flowing clear springs, streamed through the hotel windows, filling the silent room. It illuminated the two people lying on the bed, leaning against each other. Xiao Chuchu's charming voice rang in her ears, soft and sweet, like heavenly music. Lin Chu stopped caressing her glistening earlobes and responded, "Besides Xiaonan, who am I to you?" Tang Yi's little face flushed slightly, her clear eyes looking at Lin Chu. Without any hesitation, Lin Chu honestly replied, "Xiaonan is the first. You are the second." "Oh my God." Tang Yi blinked in surprise, feeling a bit unbelievable. "You and A actually haven't gone all the way? How do you know A and I are involved?" "Come on, I'm a woman." Tang Yi nuzzled into Lin Chu's embrace and said coyly. He looks at you like he's about to melt. "Who are you fooling?" "No way." Lin Chu rubbed his chin. "To me, it looks more like he's trying to provoke jealousy." Chapter 154. After school started, time passed quite quickly. In the blink of an eye, the last military training for this group of freshmen came to an end. University life officially began. In the oil painting department where Lin Chu was, the freshman curriculum was mainly focused on basic training in modeling. All 4 classes of the department were crammed into a common hall, where professional teachers conducted classes focusing on still life sketching. Each person set up a large easel, and the classroom was filled with the scent of pencils, wood shavings, and erasers, alongside the sound of pencil tips sliding across sketch paper. The long-lost feeling of being in a large art studio brought back memories of Lin Chu's training before the art examination. At that time, he was still innocent and kind, like a blank sheet of paper. With this thought, Lin Chu, sitting in front of the easel, suddenly frowned. "What the hell am I thinking? It's not like I'm not innocent and kind now. So what if I have a few more girlfriends? What's the big deal? Old Lin, why aren't you drawing?" His classmate Tatong nudged him and asked, "Class time is already halfway over. You'll have to turn in your homework soon." "No ruse." Lin Chu smiled slightly, continuing to sharpen his pencil. "I'm just brewing my emotions." With a golden finger boost, his current painting skill had reached the limits of human capability. Chapter 155. As an old professor at Hu University, Chung Xian's artistic accomplishments were clearly not something these freshmen could compare to. With a higher artistic cultivation than most. After watching Lin Chu's painting for a while, he suddenly keenly noticed that this young man, seemingly messing around, actually had a very methodical approach in every stroke. However, his technique completely transcended the conventional painting methods that most people stubbornly held on to. Thus, at first glance, it looked like he was just randomly doodling. Wait, this kid is no longer just at the level of having a method. Looking at the young man passionately wielding his brush, Chung Xian adjusted his heavy, old scholar glasses, and the eyes behind the lenses were filled with a serious expression. He was simply painting with such ease. A great talent. Absolutely a great talent. An expert can tell right away. Watching Lin Chu indulge in his painting, Chung Xian's heart surged along with the brush he wielded, trembling with excitement, unable to speak. Wow. Old Lin's painting seems to be quite extraordinary. It's indeed a bit interesting. Konga, this seems to be more than just a bit interesting. Chapter 156. As the sun set gradually, golden rays spilled down. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Lin Chu casually picked up his phone. Should we eat out or order takeout? Takeout, too lazy to move. Tang Yi closed her eyes and weakly waved her hand. Xiao Chu was thirsty and wanted to drink water. Just as she picked up the water bottle, her phone next to the pillow suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was a message from Jiang Runin. Jiang Runin. The crew has successfully wrapped up. I'll be in Magic City around 9 p.m. Xiao Chu, are you free? Lin Chu instinctively glanced at Tang Yi, his mouth twitching. Lin Chu, of course I'm free. You've worked hard. I'll come pick you up and treat you to a big meal to celebrate. Jiang Runin. I want to eat. A direct hit, causing Lin to grin. Now, Xiao Chu was a bit tired. Jiang Runin. Is that not okay? Pitiful, pitiful, pitiful. Lin Chu. How could it not be okay? It's a plan. A man can say he's tired, but he can never say he can't. What as for dinner tonight? Xiao Chu. Chapter 157 Late at night. In a luxurious mansion of Lin at Sunkai Road. How could Lin not love such a sweet Xiaonan? It would be worth it even if he died. The next morning, Jiang Runin, who had to rush back to school for registration, hurriedly left early. A man can be said to be unable to do something, but he can never be said to be incapable. This is a principle that Lin firmly adheres to. Since Lin Chu had just stunned Professor Chung with a remarkable piece of work yesterday and gained the privilege to attend classes freely, he naturally didn't plan to go to school, but drove to the headquarters of Simu Capital located in Lujiazui. The headquarters is situated in the super high-rise of the Global Financial Center. As an ambitious capital enterprise, Lin Chu believed it was very necessary to choose this location for the headquarters. After all, there should be some imposing presence, right? Good morning, Mr. Lin. As he stepped into the headquarters of Simu Capital, all the employees from the front desk to the staff area stood up and respectfully greeted the young wealthy boss. Lin Chu lightly waved his hand and walked into his exclusive office with a cold expression. Chapter 158, due to Xiao Nan's return. The long-separated group of girlfriends had arranged in the group chat to have a good gathering today. The location, of course, was Lin Chu's big mansion on Sunkai Road. After leaving the company, Lin Chu complained in his heart about the slow delivery speed of the Rolls-Royce and got into his only car that could fit 4 girls, the Xiaomi SU7. Following the navigation, he drove to the Film Academy located in another campus of Hu University. The purple Xiaomi SU7 drove into the school, attracting countless amazed gazes from university students along the way. After all, compared to the Porsche that costs over $1 million, this 300,000 yuan Xiaomi is within reach for many people if they work hard enough. So many young people have a particular fondness for this car. After parking in the Film Academy's parking lot, Lin Chu got out of the car and looked up. As expected, it was the Film Academy. The boys and girls coming and going were quite eye-catching. Taking advantage of the free time, Lin Chu planned to walk around the Film Academy and check out Jiang Runin and the girls' dormitory. With this thought in mind, Lin Chu stopped a tall and slender passing boy. Excuse me, can you tell me how to get to the girls' dormitory? Chapter 159, taking Jiang Runin home for dinner? Huh, Junior, you really know how to joke. The 2 girls, upon hearing this, thought the junior was joking and laughed, saying, if you're just trying to show off how different you are in this way, I suggest you forget it. Yeah, look, so many pursuers have confessed, but no one has succeeded. I'll tell you the truth, since I started school. I've heard that none of the girls in room 502 have ever been taken out for dinner. Not even once. The 2 sang together. Well, you're in luck today. Lin Chu smiled slightly. Today, not only will you get to see Jiang Runin being taken out for dinner, but you will also see the other 3 goddess sisters from room 502 being taken out together. Hee hee. The 2 girls laughed dismissively, clearly taking Lin Chu's words as bragging. Although he was indeed incredibly handsome, the idea of taking all the goddess of room 502 at once was just ridiculous. Did he think he was carrying a golden shovel? Chapter 160, looking at Jiang Runin hugging and kissing Lin Chu. Downstairs, a large number of Jiang Runin's admirers were heartbroken and felt unlovable. Aside from this group of fans of the goddess Runin, the rest of the people let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's Jiang Runin, not my family son, Tang Yi, Qin Shuan. There's still a chance, there's still a chance. Just as the other 3 goddess fans were secretly relieved, 3 graceful figures walked out of the girls' dormitory. Dressed in a black top that exposed one shoulder, paired with shorts and black stockings, was the cool Queen Sun Yi. A light-colored loose sweatshirt paired with a blue JK plaid skirt and over-the-knee white stockings, showcasing the perfect absolute territory of the 2-dimensional Japanese anime goddess Tang Yi. And simply wearing a fitted top and tight jeans, but her explosive figure made her look incredibly alluring, was Qin Shiwan. Each made the boys waiting downstairs at the girls' dormitory excited. However, this excitement did not last long. The three goddesses, smiling, walked over to the unfamiliar dogman and took turns hugging him. They even each gave him a kiss on the cheek. Chapter 161, After a Stroll Around Sam's. The shopping cart was already filled with ingredients that the four ladies wanted to eat, besides the cucumbers and sausage that the three sisters insisted on for Tang Yi. There were also the Longjing shrimp chosen by Jiang Runan, who was indecisive, the authentic Guobao meat that the Northeast girl's son he had been craving, and a milky soup fish that Qin Shiwan was so fond of. As for Lin Chu himself, he arranged 3 authentic Hunan dishes for the sisters: spicy stir-fried pork, steamed preserved meat, and a local specialty called the King and the Concubine Party. It was actually spicy stir-fried turtle and stewed chicken. For this, Lin Chu specifically chose a wild fish from the reservoir. The smooth-skinned fish was incredibly impressive. Since it was promised to be a night of celebration, besides food, various cakes and desserts, especially drinks, were of course essential. The 5 of them filled a large shopping cart and, after checking out, stuffed the entire front trunk of a Xiaomi SU7. Fortunately, there was enough space, once again giving a shout-out for President Lei. After driving out of Sam's, they cruised along the elevated road of Huaihai. It was now dusk, and the sky was dyed a color reminiscent of Fanta soda, vast and high. Chapter 162, Lin's Luxurious Mansion. Lin, who was sitting on a small stool, looked at the 4 pairs of beautiful legs surrounding him. One pair was smooth and fair-skinned. Another was enticingly clad in black stockings. A third was wrapped in soft and cute white stockings, and the last was voluptuous legs tightly encased in fitted jeans. Damn, unintentionally playing with them. So that's how it is. After hearing Lin Chu's explanation, transformed into Jiang Runan, she gently flicked the belt in her hand and squinted slightly. So, this Ms. Zhao Yushi is not only your investment secretary, but also your life assistant? Good, Lin, you're truly lucky. I've never seen such a shameless person. The sisterhood chimed in, collectively condemning the dog junior. After all, the 4 ladies in room 502 should enjoy their benefits among themselves, as it would be a waste to let it go to outsiders. As for the dog junior, constantly shouting about wanting to marry the 4 of them, although they took it as a joke and didn't take it seriously, hearing it repeatedly could, like brainwashing techniques used by cults or pyramid schemes, leave some subtle acceptance in their subconscious minds. Chapter 163. You're the big sister, so you have to eat this. Lin Chu picked up a large fish head with his chopsticks, preparing to send it to Sun Yi's bowl. Go. Seeing the giant fish head Lin Chu picked up, Sun Yi's face instantly flushed, and her long black stockinged legs tightly pressed together under the table. What the hell? How do you eat this? So disgusting. Get lost. I'm not eating it. Damn it. Don't give up. This is a good thing. You come eat. After a sumptuous dinner, the 4 fairy sisters had completely succumbed to Lin Chu's cooking skills. The taste was so delicious that it was on par with any top-tier restaurant they had ever been to. More importantly, this guy Lin Chu not only had great skills, but also remembered each sister's taste preferences and food restrictions clearly, despite making a whole table of dishes. Not a single dish was amiss. Just based on this, the sisters were quite pleased. Little Chu is really thoughtful. Chu, you are amazing. The spicy food made Qin Shiwan's little mouth gasp, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gave a thumbs up. I've never seen a boy who cooks like you. Chapter 164. Jiang Runan noticed Lin Chu's fiery gaze. With a hint of drunkenness still on her face, her already rosy cheeks became even more enchanting. Little Chu, do you like it? Jiang Runan lightly moved closer to Lin Chu, asking sweetly with a hint of drunkenness. Like it, super like it. The boy's Adam's apple moved slightly. He didn't need to lie at all because every smile and frown of his beauty perfectly matched Lin Chu's high standards of aesthetics. As the saying goes, a beauty who captivates the world. Looking at the mesmerized boy, Jiang Runan couldn't help but smile slightly. Her already stunning beauty became even more extraordinary with that smile. As long as little Chu liked it, that was more important than anything else. Because of love, she cared and thus wanted to make her beloved boy happy. This was the truest thought of Jiang Runan, who was in love. Wow, it feels so good after a shower. At that moment, the bathroom door opened again. Sun Yi, Tang Yi, and Qin Shiwan came out one after another. Lin Chu saw that all 3 girls had changed into the pajamas he bought for them. Chapter 165. Ah. Actually, it's not that scary at the beginning. The plot is okay. Yeah. After all, it's starring Gu Zai. It shouldn't be too absurd. I think it's quite funny. What the hell? Actually, these old Hong Kong movies are just scary with music. The terrified screams echoed in the luxurious mansion at night. It was no wonder this was hailed as the scariest installment in the Yin Yang Road series. Filled with various ghostly themes, eerie music, and sudden ghost face shots, the entire show kept the four ladies on edge, each one trembling in fear. They huddled together on the sofa, clutching each other tightly, screaming wildly. Lin Chu, you little brat, why are you showing a horror movie at night? It's too scary. Boo-hoo. Can you sleep with me tonight? What are you thinking? Go hug your Chu to sleep. Chu, right? Where's my Chu? Wah. I'm so sorry. No. Hurry and change to a comedy to wash my brain. Chapter 166. Strange. Why is there no noise today? In the guest room, separated by a wall, Sun Yi, Qin Shuan, and Tang Yi were squeezed on the big bed. The latter blinked her big eyes curiously. What are you talking about? What noise? Sun Yi, who was scrolling through her phone, asked curiously. What do you think? Tang Yi covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, usually, Jiang Runin would have probably gotten up already. Oh my! Sun Yi's face turned red at her words, and she quickly scolded. You little vixen, you think about nothing but this. I'm not thinking about little Nan. Tang Yi sniffed. Look at how proactive she was today. Oh dear. Yi, what are you daydreaming about? Tang Yi's voice pulled Sun Yi back to reality. I'm not. The blonde beauty awkwardly tucked her hair behind her ear. I'm just looking at my phone. Oh hot, Tang Yi not that. Then turned to look at Qin Shuan on the other side. Yuan, when did you change into a nightgown? That one was a bit uncomfortable, so I changed. Chapter 167. Unable to drive away, unable to scold away. In any case, Sun, Tang Yi, and Qin Shuan tightly hugged little Nan, refusing to leave the master bedroom no matter what. Seeing this, Lin Chu felt helpless. What else could he do but honestly lie down and sleep together? Chu, what are you doing here? Just as Lin Chu was lying down, ready to sleep, Sun Yi suddenly pushed Lin Chu, frowning and questioning. What are you doing here? Lin Chu chuckled in confusion. I'm going to sleep? Who allowed you to sleep in the middle of us? Sun Yi twisted Lin Chu's ear, lifting her long leg and kicking him out from between her friends. Hey, can you be reasonable? I'm being kicked off my own bed. How can I not sleep here? Less whining. If I say no, then it's no. How about we let little Chu sleep at the other end of the bed alone instead? Tang Yi suggested with her big eyes. Look, no wonder they played pirated digital games together. She's familiar with this question. Well, this is reluctantly acceptable. Sunny frowned and thought for a moment, finally nodding reluctantly. However, she still put on a serious face and threatened, but you better behave yourself and not think about doing anything weird. Chapter 168. Breakfast time ended amidst the usual noise of everyone. After breakfast, the four sisters returned to their rooms to start getting ready. Since it was the weekend, Lin Chu and her group of friends decided to take a trip abroad. The destination was not far, just to the neighboring country, South Korea, specifically a famous island in the south, Jeju. It is said to be the closest Jelly Sea island to Shanghai. It offers visa-free entry for Chinese citizens, and it takes just an hour by plane from Shanghai, even more convenient than driving to Chongming. It is especially suitable for weekend trips from the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions. After waiting for more than half an hour in the living room, the four sisters, who had finished their makeup and changed clothes, came down one by one. Walking in the front was Jiang Runin. Her flowing black long hair looked particularly glamorous in the morning light. She wore an exquisite white dress, exuding a serene and warm aura like a saint, with an ethereal quality. Next to her was Queen Sun Yi, who had changed into a black dress with a strapless style on the top and a simple crisscross strap at the back, tied with a knot at the waist. Her brilliant golden long hair was pinned up with a silver pearl hairpin, revealing a large expanse of smooth back. Against the backdrop of the black straps, her snow-white skin appeared even more delicate and tender, radiating a hot and sexy charm. Chapter 169. Finally, the first trip abroad. After exiting the airport, the four sisters looked at the blue sky of the island and sighed. Well, it doesn't feel much different. Lin Chu nodded slightly. This was indeed true. After all, from getting off the plane to leaving the airport, there were Chinese signs and Mandarin-speaking voices all the way. It seems that Jeju Island, Known as the backyard garden of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, truly lives up to its name. Since Lin Chu had booked the best sea view villa on the island, there was a personal butler and dedicated car service for the whole group. They took the hotel's special car to the booked sea view villa. The villa was not large, but it was quite tastefully decorated. The backyard was a lush orange orchard. It is said that oranges are a specialty fruit of Jeju Island and are widely recognized as a city image. Therefore, there are orange groves everywhere, along with cute cartoon mascots modeled after oranges. Unfortunately, it was not the right season yet. Although the branches were laden with oranges, they were still green and unripe. The stunning effect of bright orange was somewhat disappointing. However, fortunately, there was an infinity pool facing the sea in the yard, which made the photo-loving sisters cheer with excitement. Chapter 170. Since they had come to South Korea, they had to try authentic Korean cuisine. They enjoyed a variety of dishes, including seafood, army stew, abalone porridge, grilled yellow croaker, grilled black pork, and ginseng chicken soup. Lin Chu felt that the food was not that great. As one of the two East Asian culinary giants, alongside Japanese cuisine, Korean food gave him the impression that the seasoning relied heavily on sauces like soybean paste, spicy sauce, wrapping sauce, and lettuce sauce, etc. To say it was inedible would be an exaggeration, but to say it was particularly delicious was also not accurate. However, when the dishes filled the table, the visual effect was indeed quite impressive. Big bowls and small bowls, colorful and vibrant, made the four sisters take out their phones and snap a flurry of photos. After the meal, they returned to the villa and took turns to shower. Lin Chu, who was the fastest, sat in the living room organizing the photos from today. By the time he posted the selected beautiful photos in their group chat, it was already quite late. Originally, Lin Chu had thought about playing games with the fragrant sisters after their showers, but Jiang Runan didn't give him any chance and directly pulled Lin Chu's hand, dragging him back to the room. Chapter 171. As the sky brightened, Lin Chu and Sun Yi returned to the villa, where the hotel restaurant had delivered a prepared breakfast. The table was filled, especially lavishly. "Mr. Lin, hello," the villa butler said respectfully in a somewhat awkward Chinese. "The yacht you reserve has docked at the hotel as private pier. Do you confirm that you do not need to hire a crew?" "No need," Lin Chu nodded slightly. "I have an international yacht license. I can drive it myself." "All right." The butler nodded. "In that case, I won't disturb you. Have fun." "Thank you." Since it was a trip to the island, taking the yacht out to sea was certainly a must. Lin Chu had long booked the yacht for a sea outing, just waiting for the sisters to wake up before setting off. Of course, Lin Chu would drive the yacht himself because he didn't want any outsiders interrupting their yacht party with the four beautiful sisters. He certainly didn't want the four stunning sisters' swimsuit show to be seen by other strange men. Yes, Lin Chu is that domineering. "Good morning, Chu, Xiao Yi." "Good morning." After dawn, Tang Yi and Qin Shuan got up one after another. Chapter 172. What? "Xiao Chu you can massage?" On the sparkling sea, the girls gathered in the yacht's cockpit chattering away. "Really? Xiaonan, did a Chu really cure your menstrual pain? A simple massage made it go away? That's amazing. Is it really that effective? A Chu, can you help me with a massage later?" Sure. Lin Chu, holding the ship's steering wheel, nodded repeatedly. "Anyone can have it. I'll satisfy you one by one." "That's what you said," Sun Yi said, resting her hand on Lin Chu's shoulder, leaning close to his ear, her breath fragrant. "If I'm not satisfied later, I'll let you off." A refreshing scent penetrated deep into the boy's soul. Perhaps because she had watched the sunrise alone with Lin Chu that morning, Sun Yi seemed to still be lingering in that ambiguous mood. Therefore, when she spoke, her tone was completely different from the usual coldness and distance she maintained in front of others. Instead, it was unexpectedly soft and charming, radiating a tempting allure. Indeed, as long as the cold queen was willing to take the initiative, the strong attraction created by the extreme contrast of cold and warm could be considered a killer move. Chapter 173. Seafood? Is it sea fish? Tang Yi curiously asked. "Xiao Chu, do you think we can catch tuna here?" "Should be fine." Lin Chu nodded and said, "There are tuna in the northern sea area, and if we're lucky, we might catch a bluefin tuna." "Wow, bluefin tuna?" Tang Yi exclaimed with her mouth open. "I've heard of that. It's said to be a super high-end sashimi ingredient. It's very rare. Come on, give me a break." Sun Yi said with a skeptical look. "Do you know how rare bluefin tuna is? Instead of hoping to catch one, it would be more realistic to expect to win the lottery." "Not necessarily." Lin Chu smiled slightly. The top-tier skill that God's finger gave him included fishing. Strictly speaking, Lin Chu's fishing skills had already reached the human ceiling level, on par with Jeremy Wade. As the prelude of Catch My Breath played, he was never empty-handed. However, fishing aside, the current priority still needed to be addressed. Lin Chu rubbed sunscreen between his hands and gently and skillfully applied it on Jiang Runnin's fair and smooth skin. Chapter 174. Why hasn't Xiao Chu surfaced yet? Oh no, what if something happened? Yuan, don't scare me. Xiao Chu can swim, right? He won't get into trouble, will he? After waiting for quite a while, they still hadn't seen Lin Chu surface. The four girls on the deck were almost in tears. Oh no, we can't find Xiao Chu at all. Xiao Chu, what should we do? He can't really be in trouble, can he? Should we call 120? This is the sea. Calling 120 is useless. No, I have to go down and find him. Jiang Runnin, don't act recklessly. Seeing Jiang Runnin about to jump into the sea without a second thought, Sun Yi quickly grabbed her and pushed her back onto the deck. Can you even dive? Are you trying to get yourself killed by jumping in like that? At this critical moment, the leader of the group with a stern voice shouted, "You all stay put on the deck and don't move. I'm going down to find Ah Chu." After saying that, they heard a splash. The graceful blonde jumped into the sea like a mermaid. Fortunately, the yacht was anchored in a shallow area near the island. Chapter 175. After a false alarm, the atmosphere returned to a joyful state. The four beautiful girls in swimsuits lay on the deck chairs, soaking up the sun, enjoying a leisurely day. Meanwhile, Lin Chu had taken the yacht to the deep-sea area away from the island. The sky was clear and the sea was calm, making it perfect weather for sea fishing. He lined up a row of fishing rods along the edge of the boat, ready to showcase his fishing skills. Sea fishing is different from freshwater fishing. After all, there are plenty of fish in the sea that weigh hundreds or even 300 to 400 pounds without enough strength. The fishing rod could be instantly yanked away. People could even be pulled into the sea. So, preparation is essential. At the same time, Lin Chu did some leg stretches, jumps, and push-ups to warm up properly, ensuring he would be in the best condition to fight against any big catch. Finding a suitable fishing spot, Lin Chu anchored the boat, then walked to the front of the deck to cast the line. Seeing Lin Chu start fishing, the four sisters, who had been sunbathing on the deck, curiously gathered around. "Xiao Chu, can we really catch fish here?" Jiang Runnin, experiencing sea fishing for the first time, blinked a few times and asked with confusion. Chapter 176. What is happening? Everyone rushed to the violently shaking fishing rod. Looking at the rod bent into an exaggerated arc, surprised and at a loss. "Do we catch a fish? Why is it shaking so violently?" "We caught a fish," Lin Chu said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with excitement as he stared at the sea ahead. "And it's a big one. A big one." Hearing this, the group of friends was immediately shocked. What kind of big fish could bend a rod like that? Could it really be a tuna? Sunny said, her tone filled with anticipation as she nervously watched the sea surface. Whether it was or not, they would find out when it was pulled up. Lin Chu secured his waist and calmly put on rubber gloves. As the prelude of Catch My Breath played, no matter what kind of huge creature it was, he was determined to pull it up today. "Let us go." Gripping the fishing rod tightly, Lin Chu suddenly exerted force. At that moment, an incredibly powerful force surged from the depths of the sea. Even though Lin Chu had mentally prepared himself, he was still uncontrollably dragged forward by this force. Chapter 177. Under Lin Chu's skilled handling, soon, the top-grade and expensive snowflake bluefin tuna was neatly sliced and plated. The tender fish meat displayed a beautiful gradient from pink to pale pink, with white fat lines resembling frost interspersed within, colorful and delicate. Picking up a slice with chopsticks, he dipped in soy sauce and put it into his mouth. The moment it entered, his mouth was filled with the rich, oily fragrance unique to bluefin tuna. As he gently chewed, the soft and tender fish meat melted in his mouth, quickly filling his entire mouth with a sweet flavor from the sea. Although Lin Chu had eaten bluefin tuna in high-end restaurants before, that fish had been frozen for a period of time. No matter how advanced the preservation methods were, they couldn't compare to the freshness of fish just caught from the sea and eaten immediately. "This is amazing." Putting down his chopsticks, Lin Chu called out to the four girls, "Come and try this." Hearing this, the four girls who had been unable to contain themselves rushed over immediately. They each grabbed a thick slice of belly and put it into their mouths. "Wow." Moments later, the four girls exclaimed in unison, filled with genuine admiration. Chapter 178. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, time passed unknowingly as everyone joked and played around. Before they knew it, it was time to head back. With the four ladies accompanying him, Lin Chu piloted the yacht back to the port. After disembarking, Lin Chu contacted the hotel and arranged for someone to come purchase the remaining tuna. After all, this was abroad, and he couldn't take the tuna back with him. Throwing it away would be a waste. Although Lin Chu was wealthy, he was never one to waste. So, it was better to let the hotel arrange for someone to take it. It was also a way to give this fateful fish its final respect. Of course, since it wasn't a whole fish, despite its rarity, the price wouldn't be very high. After using his phone to negotiate with the purchasing staff sent by the hotel, Lin Chu reached a deal and stepped off the yacht. Has that tuna been sold? Seeing Lin Chu getting off the boat, Jiang Runin, who was waiting for him at the dock, immediately came up and linked her arm with his. It sold for 40 million. Jiang Runin, 44 million. Yeah, that's in Korean won, Lin Chu explained with a smile. Converted, it's about 200,000 or so. Chapter 179. The yellow-haired guy who was knocked away by a punch fell limply onto the beach, instantly losing consciousness. What the hell? Seeing the yellow-haired guy being sent flying by a punch, the remaining few little thugs were momentarily stunned. Then they started cursing angrily. They turned to look at the unexpected guest. Lin Chu looked at this group of little thugs with cold eyes and casually shook off the hand that had knocked the yellow-haired guy away. He didn't say anything, but made a provocative gesture towards the group of disgruntled little thugs. Seeing that there was only one person on the other side, and he was so arrogant, the little thugs immediately became emboldened. They cursed and charged forward. Want to teach this reckless kid a good lesson. But little did they know, they were about to face a terrifying boxing master. Thanks to the God's finger ability rewarded by the system, Lin Chu's boxing skills were now at a human ceiling level. Although his punching power might not be as terrifying as the top professional boxers, due to continuous training, dealing with this group of bullies was more than enough. Taking a deep breath. Chapter 180. Xiaoyuan, what did you just say? Sun Yi, Tang Yi, and Jiang Runin were all stunned, looking at the blushing Qin Shuan with blank expressions. I said, ignoring her friend's shocked reactions, Qin Shuan slowly walked up to Lin Chu. She looked up, her clear eyes quietly gazing at the boy, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Chu, I like you. I want to be your girlfriend. Maintaining a stiff smile until the sea breeze blew in through the window and messed up his bangs, Lin Chu finally reacted. What's going on? Did I just get confessed to? And in front of Xiaonan, Yi, and I? In his mind, he had actually envisioned the inevitable internal conflict among the group countless times. In his view, the main conflict would be between Xiaonan and Yi, or Xiaonan and Yi. Even Yi and Yi could not be ruled out. But he never expected it would be the usually low-key Xiaoyuan who took the initiative to stir up the conflict among the friends. And it was in front of the entire group, even with his official girlfriend, Jiang Runin, present. Chapter 181. Finally, amidst everyone's anxious anticipation, Jiang Runin didn't say anything to Lin Chu. Instead, she raised her clear eyes to look at Qin Shuan. Without showing any anger, her expression was particularly calm. I'll ask you again, Jiang Runin said word by word. Although her tone was calm, it was filled with the strong aura of a rightful partner. Do you really like Xiaochu? Yes. Without any hesitation, Qin Shuan nodded vigorously, her expression calming down from earlier panic, gradually returning to her usual composure. And her tone was incredibly certain. The atmosphere between the two was as calm as the silence before an impending storm. Such a tense situation made Sun Yi and Tang Yi, who were watching from the side, secretly break a sweat. If they really started arguing, who should they support? It's so hard. It's all that scoundrel's fault. Both of them were stirred up by him, creating chaos in the friend group. So annoying. All right, Qin Shuan. I'm telling you now. Jiang Runin took a deep breath under everyone's gaze and slowly said, Xiaochu's girlfriend is me. Chapter 182. In short, this unexpected and chaotic situation finally came to a relatively satisfactory conclusion. Although everyone tacitly accepted the existence of both girlfriends, in reality, there wouldn't be much of an obstacle for Jiang Runin in the future. After all, the current situation was that Lin Chu was having fun with 4 older sisters. It would remain the same in the future. With his temperament, he definitely wouldn't give up on any of them. Moreover, the scoundrel brother always claimed he wanted to treat the 4 older sisters as girlfriends. So, in the future, the actual interactions would not differ much from the current situation. It would continue to be the five of them together. However, the biggest problem was, what if the scoundrel brother ended up with Xiao Yuan? Then deciding who would sleep in the master bedroom would become a bit tricky. It can't be all of us together, right? That would be ridiculous. It's too embarrassing. Forget it, forget it. I won't think about it. It's all that scoundrel brother's fault. He is really so annoying. While Jiang Renan had come to terms with this, Lin Chu still had some concerns regarding Tang Yi and Sun. Ultimately, he chose not to say anything for now. Chapter 183. All right, you say it. I'll listen first. Lin Chu nodded with interest, pulled a chair over, and sat down. After spending some time together, his relationship with his roommates had become very harmonious. The others no longer had the same awe they had when they first started school. This is actually easy to understand. If an ordinary person sees a rich kid getting out of a supercar, they would naturally feel a sense of awe. But once you get familiar with this rich kid, especially when you eat, live, and study together, you realize that this guy also eats, sleeps, and even his bodily functions. That initial awe gradually dissipates, and interactions become much more natural. Now, Lin Chu and his three roommates were in such a situation. Lin Chu also adapted well to this way of interacting because he didn't like being a solitary figure above everyone else. I've always thought that pursuing girls is actually super simple. Do Bingkoen straightened his back and seriously began to analyze. I personally summarized the methods of pursuing girls in 2 words. 3 hearts. Chapter 184. The plain yet fulfilling days on campus passed like flowing water. Although they all attended Hu University, the 4 older sisters were in the film academy at another campus. They each had their own university courses to take. So on non-rest days, Lin Chu barely sees them. Usually, they only communicate in the WeChat group of Little Puppy and the Goddess. Of course, there are occasional private messages. For example, right now, Lin Chu, who just finished her professional class, received 3 private messages at once. Qin Xiwan, Chu, are you free this afternoon? I want you to accompany me to play. Tang Yi, I'm so bored, Xiao Chu Chu, I'm free tonight. Zhao Yushi, President Lin. The headhunter has sent over the information from the security company. Do you want to come and take a look in person? Being asked out by 3 girls at once, President Lin felt she was indeed too busy. All arranged, driving her newly bought Bentley Bentayga. President Lin left amidst the awe-filled gazes of her classmates. She arrived at the headquarters of Simu Capital, located in Lujiazui. As soon as she walked into the office, her assistant Zhao Yushi followed her in. President Lin, based on your previous requirements, this is the list of the most suitable security companies selected by the headhunter from hundreds of domestic security companies. Please take a look. Chapter 185. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu raised her eyebrows. The stock price was about to be forcibly delisted, yet old Jia still dared to act so arrogantly. I have to say, this completely exceeded Lin Chu's previous expectations, and it was somewhat surprising. If I remember correctly, the valuation of Faraday Future has almost bottomed out by now, right? Yes. Zhao Yushi glanced at the information and replied honestly. Currently, Faraday Future's valuation is $20 million US, compared to its peak valuation of $3 billion US. Its current valuation is less than 1/150th of the original. I see. Lin Chu smiled slightly. So old Jia is reluctant to let go. Back then, this guy was obsessed and wanted to build cars regardless of the consequences, even going so far as to abscond with funds abroad. Although a large part of it was to escape debt, to be honest, the Faraday Future, which old Jia bet everything on, could indeed be said to be his only hope for a turnaround. Well, even though it has now turned into a wishful thinking. Lin Chu was completely convinced that old Jia would be willing to part with the already declining Faraday Future. It's just that he was unwilling to do so at the current valuation. Chapter 186. Lin Chu turned on the flashlight and began to explore in the dark. Perhaps to intentionally create an atmosphere, the flashlight emitted very weak light, barely illuminating the path under their feet. Occasionally, some inexplicable eerie sound effects could be heard, making the already dark environment feel even more eerie and frightening. Don't be scared, Lin Chu said cautiously. In the darkness. Qin Xiwan blinked her big eyes. Chu, are you shivering? Just kidding. It's just the air conditioning is a bit strong. Walking along the narrow corridor to the end, the two arrived in front of a hospital room. After glancing at the bloody handprint on the door, Lin Chu swallowed hard, and after preparing herself mentally, she still gallantly pushed the door open first, stepping in front of Qin Xiwan and walking in cautiously. Inside the hospital room were several hospital beds, with long white banners hanging between them. In the dimly lit room, with a gloomy green light, the pale white banners moved without wind, appearing to have ghostly shadows within, creating an especially eerie and horrifying feeling. To be honest, President Lin was feeling a bit of goosebumps and didn't want to stay there for even a second. Chapter 187. More than an hour later, the two walked out of the mall. Qin Shuan, who had changed into a new outfit from head to toe, was carrying a shopping bag containing her original clothes. Her face flushed as she followed Lin Chu. "I'm sorry, Chu," Qin Shuan said softly. Looking down, "I don't know why, but ever since I watched that horror movie at your house, I've become a bit fascinated by this feeling. Did I cause you any trouble?" "No, it's fine." Lin Chu smiled awkwardly but politely. What could he say about such matters? Unexpectedly, the usually low-key and quiet Shuan turned out to be so strange. Sorry. Should I call it a Yandere to be more polite? Speaking of which, could this be the legendary second personality? And the awakening trigger was due to fear? Lin Chu suddenly found it a bit interesting. This little secret that belonged only to the two of them was stimulating. While a smooth and calm romance is good, having occasional unexpected situations can also be a small thrill. In short, the situation was controllable, and it vaguely gave a sense of inexplicable excitement. Chapter 188. Squinting and holding his breath. He was extremely focused as he read through the planning content in the document line by line. In Lin Chu's project proposal, he planned to merge the three parts of the three-body problem and shoot them all at once. Of course, as an epic science fiction masterpiece, it was obviously impossible to encompass the vast content and lengthy timeline of the three-body problem in just over 2 hours of film time. Therefore, Lin Chu planned to emulate the previous Red Cliff, splitting the entire film into 2 parts, releasing them separately. The estimated total investment was around 101.2 billion, which should be necessary for a sci-fi blockbuster. The director was proposed to be Guo Feng, who directed The Wandering Earth, and that was also fine. As for the cast, it was proposed to invite Wu Jing, Hu Ge, Sun Honglei, Jiang Wu, Xen Dong, Chung Daomin, and Jiang Runan. I say, you're not planning to make this movie just to promote Xiaonan, are you? He shifted his gaze to Lin Chu, who was calm and collected. That's one aspect. Lin Chu shrugged. But it's not all. After all, the entire world structure of the three-body problem is too grand, and Xiaonan's role is only a part of it. Chapter 189. Ding. Culinary crit hit card successfully used. Current crit hit card target 100 people. Diner satisfaction feedback. Perfect. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 100 shares of Hai Run Hui International Medical Center. Sitting in the private room, Lin Chu's mind flashed with a crisp prompt. Renhui International Medical Center? Hearing the reward content, Lin Chu was taken aback. With no knowledge of the medical industry in Hai, he obviously didn't know much. He picked up his phone and looked up the specifics of Renhui International Medical Center. Not knowing would not be a problem, but finding out shocked him. Renhui International Medical Center is the first international hospital in Hai approved by the National Health and Family Planning Commission, jointly listed with the Massachusetts General Hospital in the United States, and began operation in October 2017 as a comprehensive international hospital of Level 3 in Shanghai. Located in the heart of Suwei District's KO Hedging High-Tech Zone, Renhui Hospital covers an area of nearly 32 hectares, with approved bed capacity exceeding 500. It currently has more than 35 departments, including the Renhui International Oncology Center, Renhui Women's Medicine Research Center, Renhui Orthopedic Rehabilitation and Sport Health Management Center, Cardiovascular Medicine Center, from major clinical excellence centers, as well as key disciplines such as pediatrics and surgery. Chapter 190. The next day, a private jet landed smoothly at Hong Kong International Airport. Among a group of well-dressed business elites surrounding him, the central figure, a handsome young man wearing sunglasses and a high-end casual outfit, was particularly eye-catching. What's wrong? Lin Chu raised his sunglasses slightly, curiously asking Zhao Xiaomi, who had been covering her mouth beside him. It's my first time on a plane. I'm a bit unaccustomed. Zhao Yushi said, covering her mouth, her shoulders slightly shaking. The frowning look on her face made her appear quite pitiful. Oh, it's like that the first time. You'll get used to it. Lin Chu smiled and continued walking. Zhao Yushi, who followed him, although still looking uncomfortable, quickly took out her phone and turned off airplane mode. She then began nervously checking the latest messages on her phone, a hint of worry visible in her beautiful eyes. By the way, have you contacted Wide? Lin Chu walked a few steps forward, noticed no one was responding, and turned back with some confusion. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Zhao Yushi suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly put away her phone. Chapter 191. The convoy of Mercedes-Benz cars smoothly departed from Hong Kong Airport, racing along the coastal Qingyu Expressway towards Wide Tower in Central. Sitting in the spacious and comfortable seats of the business vehicle, Lin Chu, who was visiting Hong Kong for the first time, initially looked with great interest at the scenery outside the window. However, along the Qingyu Expressway connecting the airport and the city, there were mostly undeveloped hills and coastlines. After a while, Lin Chu lost interest due to aesthetic fatigue and withdrew his gaze. His eyes instinctively turned to Zhao Xiaomi sitting beside him. He noticed her expression was anxious as she kept looking at her phone screen and fiddling with it. The mainland phone card's data doesn't work here. Seeing this, Lin Chu, who had traveled abroad once, casually reminded her, "You need to activate an overseas data package." Oh, really? Zhao Yushi, who was leaving the country for the first time, finally realized. She quickly worked on it and finally activated the data function. Immediately, her phone began to sound with a flurry of message notifications. She nervously tapped the screen. Almost instantly, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. Chapter 192. The cost isn't high. Lin Chu shrugged and smiled. If my brothers need security in the future, just let me know, and I'll give you a discount. What? You have your own security company? Qian Dunqian and Yin Zhaowei were stunned. Aren't you an investor? Why are you planning to enter the security industry? Not exactly entering the security industry. Lin Chu smiled. It's just a security company I acquired on the side. It's convenient and reliable to use my own company. A security company? Which one did you just acquire? Wide. Wow. Yin Zhaowei's mouth twitched. So the rumored acquirer of Wide Security was you? That's right. It's me, Lin Chu said with his hands in his pockets. Chatting with the two, Wide Security is quite well known, and its valuation isn't low. The forced acquisition must have cost a lot, right? Not really. It was just a premium of 28 on the current valuation. What the hell? So that means you spent almost $200 million? Hey, where's the 200 million? It was just a little over $5 billion. Chapter 193. After Lin Chu and the others left, more than an hour later, a group of people walked out of the Gulfstream Aerospace Exhibition hangar. Surrounding the crowd were several foreign bodyguards in black suits, their presence no less impressive than that of Lin Chu earlier. In the center of the crowd stood a tall woman who was particularly eye-catching. Not very old. Her naturally light brown long curls were casually tied behind her head, adding a relaxed and calm quality to her. Against her snow-white skin, her rare green pupils and exquisitely beautiful features, especially her high nose and cherry lips, formed a strikingly beautiful face. She had the strong bone structure typical of Western women, while possessing the gentle beauty unique to Eastern women, with shoulders like a sculpted sculpture and a slim waist. Her long legs were not overly thin, slightly leaner than plump. She looked like a stunning beauty generated by AI, exquisitely and unmatchably beautiful. Miss President, he just regretfully informed us, a female assistant beside her said softly, that this Gulfstream G700 has indeed been purchased by another buyer. Who is the buyer? Upon hearing this, the girl slightly furrowed her brows and asked in a flat, unemotional tone. Chapter 194. Wow, look at that girl. She's really beautiful. At a round table on one side of the banquet hall, a man in a white suit gazed at Zhao Yushi, the focus of everyone's attention, with an extremely amazed expression. Jerry, what are you looking at? What's so great about it? A woman in a pink evening gown beside him rolled her eyes in annoyance and said in Cantonese, "Didn't you hear what they just said? She's just a girl from inland. What is so special about her? She's pretty. That's what matters. Who cares where she is from? TCH, you men only think with your lower halves." Seeing her boyfriend Jerry so infatuated, Pan Jiantong disdainfully scoffed. Her gaze towards the stunning girl in the distance turned filled with hostility. Country bumpkin, what is there to be proud of? Just wait. Chapter 195. As Pan Jiantong spoke, she picked up a silver knife and fork, demonstrating the correct way to use them. At the sight of her elegant posture, applause erupted around her. Looking at Pan Jiantong beside her, Zhao Yushi felt as if that polite smile mixed with mockery and disdain was like a sharp stab, piercing deeply into her heart. Embarrassment, humility, grievance, and awkwardness. Various negative emotions suddenly surged in the girl's heart, even making her feel an impulse to immediately get up from her seat and hurriedly escape from here. As an orphan who grew up in a welfare institution, Zhao Yushi, whose family conditions have always been very poor at this moment, clearly and vividly experienced the almost insurmountable huge gap between people and classes. Clearly, they were all sitting here in the same banquet hall, all wearing expensive haute couture evening gowns. Yet, even so, she always felt that she was out of place with everyone, completely unable to fit in. There was no sense of belonging, feeling isolated, as if she were a person from another humble world. Not only did everything not belong to her, but she also had to endure the unrestrained ridicule of this group of people. Chapter 196, although no names were mentioned, everyone present understood who the boy was referring to as the monkey. Originally, Pan Jiadong, who had been dumbfounded, turned even paler upon hearing these words. Who are you talking about? Feeling the strange looks from everyone around, the pampered Pan Jiadong exploded. Eating Western food should have a sense of ritual. Who wants to eat like you barbarians? Pan Jiadong argued desperately. Aren't I just kindly teaching her how to eat and how to use the knife and fork? What's wrong with that? Am I wrong? Kindly? Lin Chu smiled lightly and directly exposed her, saying your so-called kind reminder is to loudly mock first, deliberately attracting everyone's attention, and then ridicule her in front of everyone, making others embarrassed publicly? Is this what you call kindness? The boy spoke slowly, his tone as calm as ever. Although he was indeed a very gentle person, it did not mean he had no temper. On the contrary, Lin Chu was extremely protective. In his view, Zhao Yushi was his person, and anyone who insulted her was equivalent to insulting him. Therefore, when facing Pan Jiadong, Lin Chu had no intention of giving her any face. Chapter 197, watching the frantic Jerry being politely escorted out of the banquet hall by He Zhenghua. Everyone's attitude towards Lin Chu suddenly became much more respectful. As people who had long been in social circles, they certainly understood that He Zhenghua, the head of the Asia-Pacific region of Gulfstream Aerospace, made the decision to ask Jerry to leave without any hesitation, which represented something significant. Businessmen prioritize profit. Therefore, the only explanation was that this mysterious boy's background and strength far surpassed that of Jerry's family, the Li family. Coupled with the close attitudes of Qian Dunshan, Yan Zhaohui, and Guan Shui towards him, it was enough to indicate that this young man was not to be trifled with. While everyone at the venue had different thoughts, the chef responsible for the main course of the banquet once again presented exquisite dishes. Looking at the delicate fish dish in front of her, Zhao Yushi clumsily picked up the silver knife and fork on the table. What are you doing? Seeing his beautiful little companion, Lin Chu showed a puzzled smile. If you're not used to it, don't use them. Here, use chopsticks. Ah, okay. Facing her boss's almost domineering tone, Zhao Yushi was momentarily taken aback. Her heart instantly filled with warmth. Chapter 198, in the morning, Lin Chu and his group arrived at the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center. As one of the landmark buildings in Hong Kong, located in the central area by Victoria Harbor, this large building, resembling a bird spreading its wings, is one of the largest exhibition halls in the world. Since its establishment in 1988, countless large exhibitions have been held here, laying a solid foundation for Hong Kong to become an important trade activity center in the Asia-Pacific region. Due to today being the Sotheby's auction, colorful flags were waving outside the convention center, and the sound of cannons echoed. Countless media and invited guests were coming and going, creating a bustling atmosphere. As invited guests, Lin Chu and others naturally did not need to queue at the crowded main entrance. Instead, after getting out of the car at the VIP parking lot, they met with Yan Zhaohui and Qian Dunshan, who were waiting there, and then quickly walked towards the VIP exclusive passage guided by the auction staff. Where's Guan Shui? Lin Chu asked curiously while walking. Why didn't Tishi come today? Xiao Xue? She went to watch boxing, Yan Zhaohui replied. Chapter 199, Unexpected Joy. Although Lin Chu had long been accustomed to the system's critical rebate, he still wanted to say that he hoped for more of such simple and straightforward surprise rewards. Picking up an iPad from the nearby round table, Lin Chu quickly browsed through all the auction items for today. Soon, he pinpointed the top 3 most anticipated items for sale today. First, a watch. The Patek Philippe Grand Complications Master Acoustic 60-300 A010, starting price, $40 million. This watch, regarded as the most expensive watch in the world, was a unique stainless steel version specially designed by the Patek Philippe Group for the biennial-only watch charity auction. Its case is made of 18K rose gold, and the watch face is crafted from sapphire crystal glass, with a diameter of 47.7 millimeters, featuring a reversible case and a double-sided dial in rose gold and ebony black, paired with a crocodile leather strap. The movement used is the 300 GS Alabama 36750 QIS FUS IRM, which is the most complex and top-tier movement structure from Patek Philippe, consisting of 4 layers with a total of 366 finely crafted parts, with as many as 214 parts just in the case area. Chapter Hai Chambang. Congratulations. Guest number 669. With a light sound, the auctioneer's wooden hammer struck decisively. Excited shouts erupted simultaneously in the auction hall, successfully bidding for this precious Patek Philippe Master Acoustic 60 300 A010. As the auctioneer's voice faded, a chorus of gasps immediately filled the previously silent auction hall. People looked at the live broadcast close-up of the young man, wearing a mask and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, discussing among themselves. Incredible, 46. 5 million US dollars. Converted. That is about 3 billion, right? This can't just be called expensive. It's simply priceless. Is there really someone who would wear it? Wouldn't it just have to be kept at home every day? Thinking more about it, watches worth over 100 million are usually kept in a safe, right? Yeah. Who would dare to wear it? If it gets scratched, wouldn't the loss start over $1 million? Truly amazing. And the key is that guest number 669 looks so young. Who knows which wealthy family he is from? The situation is a bit more open. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a wealthy young master. Generally speaking, someone who can take out so much capital at once is unlikely to be present at the scene. Chapter 201. 56 million. Guest number 577 bids 56 million. The auctioneer, Chung Lianglin's highly motivating voice echoed in the auction hall. Is there any higher bid? Damn. Qian Dunsheng, sitting next to Lin Chu, couldn't help but exclaim. The competition is too damn fierce, right? It's only been a short while, and the bid has already increased by 10 million. Although his tone was complaining, he still raised his bidding paddle without hesitation. 65 million. Guest number 668. 65 million. 70 million. Guest number 577. 70 million. Damn. Seeing his bid refreshed immediately, Qian Dunsheng angrily cursed and looked towards the side of the auction hall. The young couple also looked over, staring at Qian Dunsheng and the others. The man raised his bidding paddle, pointed, and then stuck out his crimson tongue, arrogantly giving Qian Dunsheng and the others the middle finger along with the woman beside him. Just at that moment, the camera zoomed in on him, so that everyone in the auction hall and all viewers online could clearly see this scene. Chapter 202. 75 million. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we may have witnessed history. The auction hall echoed with the auctioneer's deafening and excited voice. Guest number 668 bids 75 million for this Koenigsegg Jesko. Compared to the previous discussions, the crowd below was now relatively quiet due to immense shock. Even though the current bid had reached an unprecedented 75 million, the rapid price increase had made them less shocked than at first. Most people chose to hold their breath, nervously and expectantly waiting for the potential bid that might appear. Like the people in the auction hall, Qian Dunsheng was also very nervous at this moment. 75 million was already all of his 50 million funds, plus the 25 million he borrowed from Yan Jiaowei. He naturally couldn't come up with more money. After all, his annual dividend from the group was just over 10 million. As an adult, he certainly wouldn't make irrational and crazy moves just because of a moment's impulse. Chapter 203. 85 million. 85, 5 million. 85, 5 million once. 90 million. 90, 5 million. 90, 5 million once. 96 million. 96, 5 million. The scene was silent. Only the auctioneer's loud screams echoed for a long time. Everyone was focused. They watched as guest numbers 577 and 669 had clearly locked horns. One was directly increasing the bid by $1 million, while the other was always adding the minimum bid increment of 50,000 on top of the opponent's price. The insane bidding from both sides caused the Koenigsegg Jesko to soar from the initial starting price of 48 million to the current 96.5 million, more than doubling the price. In the luxury villa, the people who were originally drinking and celebrating suddenly fell silent. They dared not breathe, looking at Henry, who was sitting on the sofa with a gloomy expression. At that moment, Henry looked up at the unfamiliar young man in the close-up shot of the auction site. His eyes filled with shadows. No matter how much he bid, The other party only added 50,000 to the original price. Chapter 204, Mr. Lin. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the financial team's total consumption statement calculated for you. Please check if there are any mistakes. Luo Jiaxi smiled as he presented the consumption statement handed over by the staff to Lin Chu, who was resting on the sofa. Hearing this, Lin Chu nodded slightly and took the statement to look it over carefully. Patek Philippe Master Complications 6300 A010 46. 5 million. Koenigsegg Jesko 96. 5 million. Tetiaroa Island 5. 8 billion. Besides these three top-valued auction items, Lin Chu also casually bid on a few pieces of jewelry. The prices were not high, totaling only a few million. Compared to the expenses of the three major items, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Therefore, Lin Chu was too lazy to add them up one by one and directly looked at the total amount at the end of the expense list. The total expenses amounted to over $1 billion. By the way, the reason for the high total cost is that besides the purchase prices of the auction items, it also includes the commission fees charged by the auction house. Regarding the commission rules of Sotheby's auction house, Yin Zhaohui had briefly explained it to Lin Chu during the previous bidding. Chapter 205, Ding. While sitting in the car back to the hotel, a system notification suddenly popped up in Lin Chu's mind. Host has completed the reward challenge. Successfully earned $3 billion in auction cashback. Huh. Lin, the general, leaned back in his seat, looking at the newly credited cold $3 billion, and let out a sigh of relief. $3 billion means over $21 billion. From now on, his total personal funds available for free use has truly surpassed $10 billion, without any fluff. Now, Lin can finally be regarded as a financial giant in this piece of land in the domestic market. Of course, this money still doesn't satisfy Lin Chu. After all, now that he is the Lord of South Pacific Island, he ambitiously wants to create a paradise of his own overseas. Villas and hotels are too small in scale. This time, Lin Chu wants to do something big. Build large infrastructure, large constructions, and turn Tetiaroa Island into a top global super city. What? An area of only 80 square kilometers is not enough? The Tianquan must be arranged. As long as there is enough money, there is nothing in this world that cannot be done. After ambitiously envisioning the grand blueprint for the future, Lin relaxedly lay back in a massage chair. Chapter 206. The next day. Huhai Tumor Hospital. Your brother now has a malignant tumor in the stomach that is at stage. In the expert's office, the masked expert professor looked at the information in his hand and said to Zhao Yushi and Lu Qingfeng, who were sitting at the desk. Although in our classification of cancer, his condition is already considered mid-stage. Fortunately, the depth of tumor invasion is relatively shallow, with relatively few lymph node metastases. And no cancerous foci have formed at the moment, nor are there signs of metastasis to other organs. Given the current situation, for patients like your brother, who is very young and whose cancer cells have not yet metastasized, my advice is to undergo surgery as soon as possible. Removing the malignant tumor from the stomach should be the best treatment method. After the surgery, he should continue with comprehensive rehabilitation treatment, and the 5-year survival rate should reach 50 to 60. 50 to 60? Hearing the expert's serious tone, Zhao Yushi frowned, and her heart couldn't help but feel suspended. According to the doctor, isn't her brother's situation still very dangerous? Dr. Li, is there a more reliable treatment option? Lu Ma beside her gently patted Zhao Yushi on the back and cautiously asked, I heard that some people have cured cancer just by taking some traditional Chinese medicine. Is there really such a method? Chapter 207. As the saying goes, a penny can defeat a hero. Not to mention the surgery cost of hundreds of thousands. At this moment, facing such a high surgical fee, Zhao Yushi felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Although the company has been developing well recently, and the boss is generous, the amount she could come up with now, including a few months' salary and bonuses, is just over 70,000. There is still a long way to go to cover the nearly 1 million surgery costs at Renhui International Hospital. Yushi, what are you planning to do next? Lu Qingfeng asked with a disappointed tone. Such a high treatment fee is a bit unrealistic for us, right? Zhao Yushi nodded with difficulty. Lu Ma was right. There's still more than a dozen children in the welfare home that need to be raised. The only income usually comes from a few donations from society, along with Lu Ma's part-time job to earn a meager salary. She originally thought that after joining Simu Capital, her income would finally become sufficient. allowing her to gradually help Lu Ma improve the conditions of the welfare home so that the children could live better lives. But unexpectedly, her brother Mu Yun's sudden illness shattered this newly emerging beautiful vision completely. Chapter 208. When Zhao Yushi was 10 years old, she was adopted from the welfare home. The person who adopted her was Duan Yud. When this guy adopted Zhao Yushi, he did not adopt her brother as well, but only her. When confirming the adoption, Lu Qingfang thought that this seemingly gentle and honest guy would make a decent adoptive father. But unexpectedly, this man turned out to be a gambling addict. Every time he lost money gambling, he would come home drunk, often beating and scolding little Yushi, who was only 10 at the time. Lu Qingfang only realized the true character of Duan Yud 3 years later during a home visit to the adoptive family, when she accidentally saw little Yushi covered in bruises. Filled with anger and sorrow, Lu Qingfang found a way to terminate Duan Yud's adoption relationship with little Yushi and took Zhao Yushi back to the welfare home. However, the nightmare did not end there. For the next 10 years, Duan Yud continued to harass the welfare home under the guise of being her adoptive father. There were even several occasions when he, due to gambling debts, attempted to forcibly take Zhao Yushi from the welfare home to pay off his debts to loan sharks. Even after being arrested multiple times, this man still refused to repent and continued to harass them. Chapter 209. Damn it, you crazy dog. Dare to hit me? Just wait, I'll bring people to kill you. A disheveled Duan Yud cursed and fled. Get lost. How dare you bully my sister? Cough, cough. Leaning on the four-pole, Zhao Muyun shouted loudly at the back of the bald man, suddenly breaking into a violent cough. His body, which had difficulty standing straight, gradually bent down, and his face instantly turned pale, looking frighteningly white. Zhao Yun, are you okay? Seeing Zhao Muyun collapse weakly, Zhao Yushi's face turned pale with fear, and she quickly supported him. No, I'm fine, cough, cough, cough. The intense coughing made Zhao Muyun unable to straighten his back. After all, his body was already very weak, and after getting angry and struggling with Duan Yud, he collapsed. Xiaoyun, are you okay? Don't scare your sister. I'm fine, sister, don't worry. Zhao Muyun said weakly. Suddenly a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, with a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 210. With things having come to this, there is no other way. Leaving Lu Ma outside the ward waiting for news, Zhao Yushi quickly got up and, in a daze, ran down to the payment hall. Even if the deputy chief surgeon performs the operation, the surgical fee would still be around 200,000. As she walked, Zhao Yushi took out her salary card. There's several thousand yuan she has saved since she started working. Originally, it was still far from enough, but fortunately, due to her previous job as a bank employee, she also had a credit card with a relatively high limit. By adding various online loans and other things together, she could barely gather the surgical fees. First, arrange for the surgery. As for future matters, we can talk about them later. Zhao Yushi, so you are here. Just as she reached the payment window, that extremely disgusting voice suddenly rang out behind her again. The girl's beautiful brows furrowed instantly, and she quickly turned around to glare at the newcomer. She saw that Duan Yud, who had just fled in embarrassment, had returned, followed by a few rough-looking men. Zhao Yushi shouted angrily, Duan Yud, why are you so persistent? Chapter 211. Let's go. Lin Chu said calmly, turning to walk away. Go. With tears in her eyes, Zhao Yushi murmured in confusion. Where to? To see your brother. Oh. Hearing this, Zhao Yushi stood up in a daze and followed Lin Chu with her head down. In her heart, due to what just happened, she felt both incredibly grateful and filled with warmth. She had fallen into the depths of despair countless times in her life, and each time she could only rely on herself to climb out scarred. But this time, when Zhao Yushi thought she had no hope left, and was even on the verge of despair, this young man in front of her seemed to descend from the sky like a savior. It was like a light suddenly shining in Zhao Yushi's dark life, illuminating and rescuing her from the abyss of despair. If that guy dares to harass you again, Lin Chu said without looking back, you can notify the security supervisor when Hui at any time. I have already instructed him that if any similar incidents occur again, he will handle it for you immediately. Ah, thank you. Zhao Yushi was suddenly taken aback by the words, her tear-stained face frozen for a moment. Then she repeatedly nodded and thanked him. Chapter 212. Your brother is in the special care ward ahead. Lin Chu stopped in his tracks, pointing to the ward at the end of the corridor, and said, he should be preparing for a pre-surgery physical examination now. You can visit him. All right, thank you. Zhao Yushi took a deep breath, walked up to Lin Chu, and gave a proper bow. Although he had said several times that there was no need for her to thank him, Zhao Yushi truly had no other way to express her gratitude to Lin Chu except for thanks. Go ahead. Lin Chu smiled slightly, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Watching the boy's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Zhao Yushi patted her chest and took several deep breaths. Finally, she calmed down the overwhelming gratitude in her heart. Then, Zhao Yushi walked to the front of the special care ward and paused for a moment. After hesitating for a while, she finally reached out and pushed the ward door. As the door opened, Zhao Yushi gently stepped into the ward and looked around the environment inside. Her eyes widened in surprise, her expression filled with disbelief. Clearly astonished by the luxurious surroundings of the room, what appeared before her was more akin to a presidential suite in a top hotel than a hospital ward. Chapter 213. Mr. Lin, I believe you should know. Xiang Naiqiang hesitated for a moment, speaking somewhat awkwardly, compared to those top hospitals enjoying national financial support. Our Renhui still has a significant gap in hard power and talent reserves. What if I'm also willing to invest more? Lin Chu raised an eyebrow and asked in return. Well, Xiang Naiqiang smiled awkwardly upon hearing this, his tone serious. Mr. Lin, I think your understanding of the medical industry may still be somewhat subjective. To put it bluntly, the birth of a top medical institution not only requires continuous financial investment, but also takes a long time to cultivate a talent system. All of this requires constant accumulation of small steps before a qualitative change can be achieved. As a scholarly expert dean, Xiang Naiqiang had already tried to be as tactful as possible. Lin Chu was certainly not foolish and could naturally discern the meaning behind his words. What Xiang Naiqiang meant was, in simple terms, that doing medical work requires perseverance and a steady flow, rather than just throwing money around and expecting immediate results. Chapter 214. On a sunny autumn afternoon, in a cafe outside the university gate, two girls sat at an outdoor square table, chatting leisurely. The brilliant sunlight filtered through the yellowing ginkgo tree leaves above, casting dappled light on the blonde girl, making her shine. Under the table, her beautiful long legs crossed together, forming a stunning curve. The other girl sitting beside her had a similarly slender and tall figure, her hair tied in a cute bun. Although her facial features were not as stunning as the blonde girl's, she still looked like a beauty in a general sense, enhanced by her delicate makeup. The loose gray sweatshirt draped over her long legs, also a pleasing sight. All right, I've finished reading your script. There are basically no issues. The girl with the bun looked up, returning the notebook to Sun. Just pay more attention to the atmosphere of the film in the shooting and post-editing, conveying the pure love between the male and female leads to the audience. As long as that is done well, the final effect of this short film should be quite impressive. Chapter 215. Zhong Xiaoman felt that if it wasn't her ears having issues, then it must be the world that had problems. The young man who just got out of Rolls-Royce not only had a private jet, but also a watch worth tens of millions. And he was this handsome. Is it really necessary to be this perfect? Is he the domineering male lead from some wealthy romance novel? Love it, love it. After browsing countless websites, Zhong Xiaoman couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She came up with dozens of ways to play with such a perfect young man. Even being his little pet would be worth it, right? Oh, what am I thinking? Keep it together. Just as Zhong Xiaoman was lost in her thoughts, Sun Yi beside her coughed lightly, raising her small hand to her lips. Is your friend's circle really only visible to me? Really, why would I lie to you? Lin Chu smiled and said, I've always been very low-key. Sun Yi rolled her eyes in response, thinking to herself that this guy came in and out in either a supercar or a Rolls-Royce every day. What is low-key about that? Xiaoyi, is this your boyfriend? Hearing the conversation between Sun Yi and Lin Chu, Zhong Xiaoman, who had just come back to her senses, quickly seized the opportunity to interject. Chapter 216. The afternoon tea, along with dinner, will be arranged by young Master Lin. To satisfy Zhong Xiaoman's wishes, the three of them went to a somewhat famous Nordic restaurant. It was said that the chef was a Michelin 3-star chef from Norway. To be honest, Lin Chu didn't have high expectations for Nordic chefs. After all, anyone with a bit of common knowledge knows that the Nordic region is basically a culinary desert. As expected, the meal did not disappoint Lin Chu. After an afternoon tea and Michelin dinner, aside from the overly sweet afternoon tea desserts, the dinner dishes particularly adhered to the 4 major Michelin elements: large plates, small portions, smear sauces, and herbs. That is, they only focused on the original taste of the ingredients. Aside from looking good, it seemed to have little connection to being delicious. However, the two girls were quite happy with their meal, especially Zhong Xiaoman, who had long wanted to come to EHB for a check-in. Took no less than 10 sets of photos for her friend's circle throughout the meal. Indeed, for girls, whether it's delicious is secondary. Looking good is the eternal theme. Wow, young Master Lin, you are just too generous. Savoring the top caviar in front of her, Zhong Xiaoman licked her plump red lips with her little tongue and said with a smile, "Indeed, only someone as wealthy as you can capture our Queen Yi's heart." Chapter 217. One can't say that Zhong Xiaoman is lacking in emotional intelligence or being meddlesome. Strictly speaking, no matter what gift Lin Chu gave to Sun Yi, it was just a little romantic gesture between them and had nothing to do with Zhong Xiaoman. However, since Zhong Xiaoman had just seen how rich Lin Chu was, yet he only gave Sun Yi such a cheap plastic ring, she felt a bit unable to accept it and blurted it out without thinking. Of course, it wasn't just about that gift. Lin Chu didn't get angry upon hearing this. He still smiled and took out an exquisite little leather jewelry box from his pocket. First give me the ring, then take this. You rascal. What exactly are you up to? The blonde goddess smiled as she twirled a strand of hair, obediently following Lin Chu's advice. At the side, the curious Zhong Xiaoman finally snapped back to reality, sticking out her tongue and realizing that she had indeed said too much just now. It turned out that young Master Lin had been prepared all along, and that plastic ring earlier was just a joke. It was actually herself who had overreacted. Look here. Lin Chu, who exchanged the plastic ring with Sun Yi using a jewelry box, tightly held the ring in his palm with his hand facing down. Chapter 218. Let's go. Bie, shall we? MHM, bye-bye. Watching the window of the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly roll up, the car started smoothly. Standing at the school gate, Zhong Xiaoman felt as if everything was a dream. Young Master Lin, such a perfect, wealthy young man, and Xiao Yi, such a beautiful school goddess. This couple is so wonderful. It's simply a match made in heaven. So sweet. This couple, Zhong Xiaoman has officially shipped it. You want Zhong Xiaoman to show you the short drama script? In the smoothly driving car, Lin Chu looked at the document on his notebook and said, "Isn't Yuan an expert in this area? Why don't you ask her?" "Forget it," Sun Yi waved her hand. "This short film is an important assignment arranged by my mentor. I can't treat it casually. Look at what you're saying. Yuan's screenwriting skills are actually pretty good." "I never said she wasn't capable." Sun Yi sighed helplessly. "It's just that this short film is a school promotional video themed around campus youth. And once it's done, it will be used as our Who Does recruitment promotional video. So the plot needs to be relatively youthful, positive, and uplifting. And your girlfriend seems to be the least good at this type. So I'm changing it up." Chapter 219. Huh? Sun Yi scoffed. "Do you think that's possible?" "But impossible." Lin Chu, whose love handles were tightly pinched by Sun Yi, immediately put on a smiling face. Lying on the sofa, Sun Yi, with her big, glamorous eyes wide open, stared intently at Lin Chu, who was focused on moisturizing her, and her eyes suddenly filled with tender affection. This rascal looks quite handsome when he gets serious. Thinking this, Sun Yi couldn't help but recall the scene in the restaurant earlier when Lin Chu surprised her with magic. Romantic, gentle, humorous, and incredibly talented. To be honest, this dog-like junior in front of her, whether in physique, appearance, or character, perfectly matched Sun Yi's preferences. It's simply too lethal, too charming. One could say he is the boyfriend she has always dreamed of. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Chu was her best friend's boyfriend, Xiao Nan's boyfriend, she would have probably pursued him recklessly long ago. Chu wants anything, I want to give it to him. The moment this thought flashed through her mind, the blonde goddess couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 220. What are you thinking? Looking at Lin Chu's confused husky face, Sun Yi snatched the medicine box back. "This is not what you think. It's not used for that. How could it be different?" Lin Chu said confidently, 3 words, clear as day. "I mean, it is indeed that, but not for that. Do you even speak human? What else could it be used for? To treat irregular menstruation." Yes. It's for treating irregular menstruation." Lin Chu, with a resentful glare at the dog-like junior. Sun Yi picked up the box of levonorgestrel and took out her medical record book from the drawer with her right hand. "Come on. This is medicine prescribed by the doctor to treat my endocrine issues." "Okay," the blonde goddess said angrily. "You better read it properly. Every day, you think about the wrong things." "Really?" Lin Chu took the medical record book from Sun Yi and opened it. Although he wasn't very familiar with the doctor's messy handwriting, Lin Chu, with his 50 vision, could still barely make out some characters. It seemed to indeed be for treating endocrine issues and irregular menstruation. Damn, I said, how come Sister Yi's period comes so frequently? Chapter 221. After changing into a new silk outfit, not long after, Sun Yi, wearing a nightgown, stumbled out of the bathroom with her two long, pale legs and collapsed onto the sofa. Help, being a woman is really hard. All right, let me help you with a massage. Lin Chu sat over, pinching Sun Yi's small hand and kneading it. After a series of moans, Sun Yi's originally pale face instantly regained some color. The frown that had been caused by pain relaxed immediately. Wow, your massage is truly amazing. Sun Yi climbed up from the sofa, rubbing her belly with a relaxed expression. It really doesn't hurt anymore, right? Lin Chu casually brought over a cup of previously warmed brown sugar water. You should eat less raw and cold stuff, especially drinks with ice. Too much will cool your body and cause pain. Oh, also, you shouldn't wear those clothes that expose your belly button anymore. Seriously? You have no idea how to take care of yourself. Come on, I'm only 19. Do I really need to pay so much attention to maintenance at such a young age? Why not? Lin Chu looked at his watch seriously. If you don't pay attention to maintenance when you're young, you'll just wait to regret it when you're older. Chapter 222. Watching Sun Yi hurriedly run away, Lin Chu looked up at the ceiling, wishing he could smoke a magical cigarette. No, wait, I don't smoke. Sleep. Sleep. A night without words. Early in the morning, Lin, wanting to use the same trick again, was ruthlessly kicked out of the room by Sun Yi. Facing the tightly closed door, Lin, in a fit of rage, angrily stormed out and took a car to Renhui Hospital. He had received news that Zhao Yushi's brother's surgery had been successfully performed. As the boss, it's normal to personally visit and express condolences. Under the reception of the hospital leaders, Lin Chu walked into the special care ward where Zhao Muyun was. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Zhao Xiaomi sitting on the sofa in the lounge outside the ward, talking to a middle-aged woman. The delicate little face, which had previously shown a hint of worry, now radiated relaxation and ease. It's understandable. After all, before this, Zhao Yushi had been under an incredibly heavy burden. She had to worry about her brother's condition while facing endless harassment from that gambling addict. Chapter 223. At noon, Lin Chu returned to the dormitory after a long absence. Pushing the door open, he saw his brother Cohen had changed into a brand new Versace summer and autumn outfit, humming a tune while posing in front of the mirror. The way he swayed his hips and twisted his waist was incredibly flamboyant. Oh, what's going on with you, Cohen? Looking at Do Bing Cohen, who was carefully arranging his golden ratio bangs, Lin Chu quietly asked Ren Zitong, who was playing games nearby. Kunkin sighed as he reluctantly put down his phone. You found a girlfriend, probably going on a date. Oh, really? Lin Chu nodded upon hearing this. As a pure love fan, it's really not easy for Kunkin to find a girlfriend. Was it really true? Wei Lin leaned over and smiled. Kunkin is serious this time, and his girlfriend is incredibly loyal to him. Yes. Last time Kunkin's girlfriend went out for Japanese food with her ex. It was Kunkin who paid. But how is that loyalty? Isn't that the opposite? Isn't it loyalty, then? Ren Zitong pinched his nose. Kunkin said this is how his girlfriend shows her love for him, being devoted to him. The reason she didn't let her ex pay is because she didn't want to owe him anything. Chapter 224. Unlike the two official girlfriends and the hidden master of knowledge. The 502 leader. As the last to arrive, Tang Yi's attitude towards Lin Chu was evidently much calmer. After all, she understood the depths of their relationship better than anyone else, and she was the most hidden one in the 502 girls group. Xiao Chu Chu, Tang Yi sweetly called out, opening her arms for a hug with Lin Chu. It was neither overly intimate nor awkward, perfectly measured. It made Lin Chu inwardly sigh. TSK. Indeed, the most understanding is still Miss Yi. Four sisters got into Lin Chu's Cullinan and headed towards the Lin family mansion. However, this time, the passenger seat next to Lin Chu was empty. Usually occupied by Jiang Runan, she chose to sit in the back seat today. The official girlfriend, Qin Xiuan, also opted for the back seat instead of the passenger seat. As for Sun Yi and Tang Yi, they wouldn't dream of taking over that spot. So today, a strange scene unfolded. The four sisters squeezed in the back seat, chatting and laughing, while Lin Chu sat alone in the spacious front seat, playing the role of the 502 designated driver. Chapter 225. In my opinion, why not have everyone participate? With his arms around the girls, Lin Chu smiled. We should break away from traditional thinking and go for a pure love harem route. I'm sure this drama will explode once it hits short video platforms. Can you be serious? Sun E helplessly supported her forehead, giving it what a scumbag look to the dog younger brother. Not to mention whether your proposal can even get approved. Don't you know the current trend is single female leads? Harem? Such a low theme. Who would want to watch it? No way. How would we know without trying? Lin Chu argued. Besides, we have Yuan Yuan, the great screenwriter, with us. Yuan Yuan go. Meow. The big-breasted girl picked up her phone, her fair fingers tapping furiously on the screen. The overall plot outline is as follows. The male lead and the female lead have been childhood sweethearts, promising to get into Shanghai University together. Unexpectedly, during the college entrance examination, the male lead was late due to an accidental car accident and missed the exam, ultimately failing to fulfill the promise of getting into Shanghai University with the female lead. Qin Shuan casually dimmed the living room lights and began to narrate her plot in a calm and subdued tone. Chapter 226. Oh, you really care about your dog younger brother. In the room, looking at Jiang Runin, who had locked Lin Chu outside, Sun E leaned against the window, teasingly crossing her arms. TCH, what is there to miss? Jiang Runin plopped down on the sofa, disdainfully snorting. It's just that little thing. Is he going to die if he doesn't come? Hearing this, Sun E secretly thought, I can't believe you, you little flirt. So curious. What's up with you today? Just as Sun E was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Runin's voice suddenly snapped her back to reality. And no, nothing at all. Really? Your face is so red. Jiang Runin raised her eyebrows in suspicion. I mean, what's going on with you today? Your face keeps getting hot and red. No way. I just took a shower, okay? Sun E stammered in a panic, her heart racing. Usually, she was straightforward and carefree, but when it came to lying or hiding something, she was really not good at it. Chapter 227. Reaching out to gently tap the bedside lamp, Lin Chu looked down. Indeed, it was his little treasure, Yuan Yuan. Ah Chu, I miss you. If you miss me, you should come over earlier. Lin Chu smiled as he rubbed her head. While saying this, the dog younger brother's face remained unchanged and his heart steady. The self-cultivation of a scumbag. I also want to come over earlier, but I thought if I came too early, it might not look good if someone saw. Why not? Lin Chu played with her delicate, shiny earlobe, softly soothing her. You are my girlfriend. Being with your boyfriend is nothing to worry about, right? MHM. In the gentle, warm light, looking at the boy's affectionate and slightly mischievous gaze. Qin Shuan's small face turned bright red like the red maple in the courtyard outside, shy yet extremely charming. Their eyes met, and at that moment, everything was silent. After a long while, they slowly parted. Looking at her beloved boy, Qin Shuan's round and lovely face was filled with smiles. Ah Chu, I like you. The girl raised her hand to tidy her slightly messy hair, smiling gently, her beautifully manicured fingers softly caressing his cheek. Well, I don't know why. I just really like you. Me too. Lin Chu smiled slightly and tightly held her hand. TCH scumbag. In the darkness, it was very quiet, but in the peaceful atmosphere, it felt somewhat abrupt. Qin Shuan was startled and suddenly opened her eyes. Ah Chu, did you hear something just now? What? No. Lin Chu slightly turned his body, nonchalantly glancing at the wardrobe beside him, and smiled. You must have misheard. Is that so? What are you smelling? I feel like you have a strange smell on you. No way. It's just the ordinary shower gel smell after I showered. No, it seems like you have 3 kinds of smells. Qin Shuan pressed her nose close to Lin Chu's chest, sniffing like a diligent little police dog. One is mine, one is yours, and the other one. If I remember correctly, it seems a bit like E. Lin Chu, your sense of smell is that good. What the heck? Over 200 chapters in. And you still have hidden skills? Ah, how could it be? Lin Chu laughed awkwardly. She's sleeping in her own room. How could she leave a scent here? Oh, by the way, I just realized that while playing the game earlier, her hair must have brushed against me. I see. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuan nodded thoughtfully. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chu quickly covered her mouth. Don't say it, please. Happiness value 666. Oh, really? Sure. Just as they were talking, Lin Chu's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly covered Qin Shuan's small mouth. What's wrong? Qin Shuan stammered. Her big eyes filled with confusion. There's footsteps. Someone is coming. Xiao Zhu. In the dark, the door was gently pushed open. A graceful figure walked in, and in a crisp voice, she said softly, Are you asleep? Chapter 228. Not yet. The boy rubbed his slightly hazy eyes and looked at Jiang Runin, who had walked to the bedside, his tone dazed. Sister Xiaonan, why are you here? What? Am I not welcome? Jiang Runin said, placing her hands on her slim waist, pouting in annoyance. Then I'll leave. No, no, no. The dog-like junior stood up quickly and pulled Jiang Runin into his arms. I've been waiting for you. I knew Sister Xiao Nan couldn't bear to leave me. Humph, sweet talker. Sister Xiao Nan. I like you. I like you the most. Xiao Chu. TCH scumbag. At the same time, in the wardrobe, Tang Yi and Qin Shuan, who were sitting with their knees hugged, both snorted in unison. After realizing it, the two exchanged awkward smiles. Whoa, it's all the dog junior's fault. Tang Yi thought to herself that this time she really got tricked by Xiao Chu. Originally, she just wanted to be an underground friend, not getting involved in the chaos between 502, and have a relationship where both parties took what they needed, but unexpectedly, one misstep led to exposure. Chapter 229. After breakfast. The few young ladies who returned to their room didn't keep Lin Chu waiting too long and soon came down after getting ready. After they left, Lin Chu first drove Xiao Nan to the airport to board the flight to Yinjing. The recording location for the variety show actors Please Get Ready is in Yinjing. Since this time, it involves the recording of 2 shows back-to-back, Jiang Runin will stay in Yinjing for about a week. In the first 2 episodes that have been aired, as a newcomer, Xiao Nan's performance has been commendable. Her down-to-earth personality plus the halo of a campus goddess has made her quite popular online, clearly becoming the most watched female guest of the entire program. In terms of online popularity, she subtly trends towards overshadowing other young female guests. The prospects are bright. After sending off Xiao Nan, he then took Qin Shuan, who had classes in the morning, and Tang Yi, who had a meeting in the literature department, to school. Only Lin Chu and Sun Yi remained in the car. Sister Yi, where are we going next? Lin Chu turned to ask Sun Yi, who was seated in the front passenger seat. To make it easier to talk, Sun Yi had switched to the front after Tang Yi and Qin Shuan left. Sun Yi, dressed in a dark-colored dress, crossed her legs as she got into the car. Chapter 230. He, the male lead of the short film? Suo was taken aback, his tone somewhat disapproving. What's wrong? Su Shige, do you think there is something inappropriate? Sun Yi could naturally hear the emotion in the other party's words, so she slightly restrained her smile and directly retorted. Personally, I think it's a bit inappropriate. Suo's expression turned serious. Classmate Sun Yi, I've emphasized before that this short film represents the image of our entire university. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Chu with a cold smile. I believe the male lead must possess certain professional acting qualities. It's not just about randomly finding someone or just someone who looks good. Oh, so according to your meaning, Su Shige, Sun Yi replied, her expression also becoming serious. I'm not a professional acting major, so I can't play the female lead? Hearing Sun Yi say this, Lin Chu, who was beside her, looked at her in surprise. It seemed that Sun Yi had never mentioned to him that she wanted to direct and star in this. Since it was like this, Lin Chu, who originally didn't care about the male lead role, suddenly became interested. Noticing the happy look in the dog junior's eyes, Sun Yi rolled her eyes slightly. Chapter 231. With a pop, a sound echoed in the somewhat quiet school corridor. The blonde girl Yuron was startled, quickly pushing the dog junior away and covering her flushed face. What are you doing? I must cultivate feelings with the female lead in advance to quickly get into character. Lin Chu shrugged, speaking seriously. Cultivate feelings? How can you just go straight for a kiss? The blonde queen was exasperated. If someone sees this, I'll definitely kill you. What is there to be afraid of? Anyway, the entire filming crew already knows that you're my girlfriend. Damn it. The blonde queen groaned, rubbing her nose in frustration. My reputation will definitely be ruined by you, you dog. Haha laughing, Lin Chu said, let us go. Despite the bickering, how could the queen hate the dog junior? Even if it was just some unfounded rumors and she became the so-called girlfriend, she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. The two went to the props room to select costumes needed for the shoot. This set is nice, and this one can work too, Sun Yi said, rummaging through the clothes on the rack, talking to herself. All right, there is also this most important piece. Chapter 232. What the hell? I asked you to come in and help me pull down the zipper. From behind a closed curtain, Sun Yi's annoyed voice came through. You can come or not. No, I'm coming. Lin Chu, hearing that there was such a good opportunity, quickly reached out to pull open the curtain. As the curtain slowly opened, Sun Yi stood inside with her back to him. The zipper on the back of her dress was stuck a bit above her back, revealing a small patch of smooth, fair skin. It was as flawless as jade washed from a clear pool, and as delicate as the first pot of tender tofu made in the morning. Perfectly breathtaking. You. Hurry up. After a moment of silence with no response from Lin Chu, Sun Yi, facing away from him, urged shyly, the production crew is still waiting to shoot. Oh, okay. Lin Chu nodded, reluctantly taking his eyes off her. He then stepped into the circular curtain area and carefully looked at the position of the zipper. It's stuck on a thread. Sister E, wait a moment, I'll help you get it out. Hum. Hearing Lin Chu's serious tone as he earnestly helped her with the zipper, Sun Yi suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable disappointment. Chapter 233. Listening to the rustling sounds coming from next door, Lin Chu lowered his head. He gently flicked his fingers on her smooth and tender fragrant shoulder, pointed downwards, and secretly winked to indicate. Sun Yi looked at the pleading expression of the dog Junior, pursed her lips, raised her head, and gave him a look that said, "That's enough, don't even think about it." Lin Chu was really anxious now. He was so angry thinking about those silly girls outside. Why did they have to come at such a critical moment? It was infuriating. His mindset was exploding, feeling wronged. But knowing that Sun Yi wouldn't dare to go out at this time, Lin Chu seized this last window of opportunity and once again showed a pitiful expression like a little puppy to his good sister. Holding Sun Yi in his arms, he pitifully begged her to continue. However, at this moment, Sun Yi, who had already come back to her senses from being soft-hearted under the dog Junior's persistent pestering, was no longer willing to indulge him. She directly ignored him, while simultaneously extending her fair little hand to pinch and twist his waist in frustration. Ouch! The dog Junior suddenly cried out in pain, caught completely off guard. Although the sound wasn't loud, due to the quietness of the room, the other classmates, changing clothes in a room, heard it clearly. Chapter 234. After venting her anger on the dog Junior, Sun Yi's anger slowly subsided. Although her gaze towards Lin Chu was still fierce and angry, at least she didn't continue to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Lin Chu smiled. He felt that the reason he was particularly fond of Yi Jia was not only because he hadn't tasted her yet, but more importantly, he liked to see Sun Yi's usually aloof and fierce queen demeanor, which could seamlessly switch to a huge contrast to being like a weeping pear blossom, wanting to refuse, but welcoming at such moments. Moreover, this was a side of the queen that no one else knew, a side that belonged only to him. Yi Jia, you look really good in your school uniform. Looking at Sun Yi, who was wearing the same school uniform as him, Lin Chu sincerely praised. Stop flattering me, Sun Yi said with a hint of annoyance. However, noticing the dog Junior's infatuated gaze on her, the golden-haired queen couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. The saying women adorn themselves for those they love is indeed very reasonable. What flattery! Lin Chu Lauget, holding Sun Yi, and took out his phone. Come on, let us take a photo to commemorate our childhood friendship. Chapter 235. As her long hair cascaded down, paired with the youthful school uniform she wore, Sun Yi's originally fashionable queen aura seamlessly transformed. With her flowing black hair, she looked gentle and graceful. At this moment, standing in front of Lin Chu was no longer the aloof academic queen, but a stunning beauty with long black hair resembling a pure moonlight. Although both had the cool type of long black hair, in Lin Chu's eyes, Sun Yi and Jiang Runan had significant differences in perception. Little Nan Jie was the classic white moonlight in the eyes of the masses, cool yet approachable, with a hint of sweetness in her smile, pure and lovely, embodying the typical artistic goddess in everyone's impression. On the other hand, Yi Jia, while also cool, lacked some approachability and had more aloofness, and her facial features were more stunning, with an innate sense of pride and aggression in her beauty. To put it more vividly, the former's beauty seemed like a moon wrapped in a gentle flame, warm on the outside yet cold and bright inside. The latter's beauty resembled a sun shrouded in a layer of ice, high and proud on the surface, but passionate and radiant inside. Different styles, yet both were Lin Chu's favorites. Chapter 236. In the photography department, the head Suo sat on the sofa, crossing his legs while browsing short videos of beautiful women. Brother, a male student walked in as the door opened and said, "The crew members have all been called back. They did well." Suo continued to watch the video of the beautiful woman dancing without raising his head. By the way, is there any reaction from Sun Yi's side? Not really. The male student paused for a moment and then replied, "But I guess they must be quite troubled now." Hee. Upon hearing this, Suo coldly smiled while casually scrolling through his phone. Damn, daring to go against me without thinking of the consequences. It was Suo's idea to use the excuse of calling the crew back, This vengeful guy simply wanted to vent his dissatisfaction. Don't want to play a couple with me? Then don't play at all. Brother O, aren't you afraid of the school holding you accountable for this? The male student cautiously asked, looking at Su O, who was still on his phone. After all, this promotional microfilm is for the school. If it gets delayed, the consequences could be quite serious. I actually want the consequences to be serious. Suo smiled nonchalantly. After all, we are just the assisting party, and the overall project leader is Sun E. Chapter 237, just as the onlookers were guessing and speculating in the business van at the back of the crew. Lin Chu and Sun E were leisurely sitting in comfortable massage seats, drinking freshly made lemon tea and playing a duo game. Watching this couple with the same cross-leg posture, Zhong Xiaoman, who was also in the car, was at a point of questioning her life. Although she knew that Lin Gongzi was very wealthy. How could anyone be this wealthy? With just one phone call, he could immediately summon an entire professional film crew. This was simply outrageous. It was like a story from a song, wish-fulfilling story, coming to life. I see. Lin Gongzi must be the legendary male protagonist of a song one, an entertainment industry tycoon, a media magnate. Narrowing her eyes, Zhong Xiaoman nodded and asked Lin Chu, Lin Gongzi, is your family in the film industry? No. Lin Chu denied without raising his head. His fingers quickly flying across the screen. Hey, what are you doing? Heal me. EM healing. Baby, don't stop. Keep healing me. Heal me hard. You're so annoying. Just play well. The bloodline is down. Go for the ultimate skill. Use both healing skills together. Heal me like crazy. Chapter 238, facing Lin Chu in front of her. Sun E couldn't help but feel nervous as well. After all, this was her first time acting in front of such a large audience. Moreover, unexpectedly, Lin Chu, who was playing opposite her, was extraordinarily good at acting. Every expression and smile revealed his charm. Under his outstanding performance, Sun E felt increasingly nervous. Cut. Sun E voluntarily raised her hand to call for a stop. Standing in front of her, Lin Chu showed no signs of surprise at Sun Yi's actions. As someone with top-notch acting skills, he could easily tell that Sun E was feeling quite tense, which was not the right state for a performance. After all, her main profession was directing, not acting, and her experience was insufficient. It was indeed quite challenging for her to perform while also directing. I'm sorry, I do. After calling for a pause, Sun E said apologetically, I couldn't quite get into the right state. Let's do another take in a bit. It's okay. Lin Chu's my. After a short break, Sun E worked hard to get into character, feeling that she was almost ready, before gathering the crew to start again. Chapter 239 cut. Okay, perfect. Amidst the applause of everyone, this shooting went through smoothly. Watching herself on the screen, Sun E tightly pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with a mix of surprise and joy. Such a natural and smooth performance. Is that girl in the frame really me? So amazing. How about now? Feeling much better? Lin Chu, squatting nearby and quietly watching the monitor, said with a smile. Yes. Sun E turned to look at him, a happy smile breaking across her face. Then she reached out and playfully hooked her arm around Lin Chu's neck, saying, I didn't expect it, Ah Chu. Your acting is actually this good. You just realized? I'm at the level of an award-winning actor, the boy replied half-jokingly. I see. The tall, dark-haired woman nodded meaningfully, then suddenly showed a look of realization on her face. I understand now. So that pitiful look you had before was all an act? You little rascal. Lin Chu, all. Chapter 240. Who are you? Looking at the unassuming middle-aged man standing in front of him, with dark skin, a short and stocky build, and wearing a baseball cap, Ouyang Hai said coldly, Let me tell you, you can't just say whatever you want. Speaking carelessly comes with responsibility. Who am I? Seeing the disdain on the other person's face, Fan Daojun laughed dismissively and said, Damn, I haven't been back in so many years, and no one recognizes me anymore. Forget it. I won't argue with someone like you. Saying this, Fan Daojun took out his phone and made a call. Hello, little brother. I'm at your school right now. By the way, our film academy is really impressive, employing so many security guards who kick people out at the slightest disagreement. Speaking carelessly? Impossible. Then why don't you come over and see for yourself? As he watched Fan Daojun chattering away on the phone, Ouyang Hai felt a bit perplexed. Narrowing his eyes, he looked closely at the stocky man. As the academic director of the Open University, Ouyang Hai was skilled at maintaining good relations with all the leaders above him. He was well aware of not only the main leaders within the academy, but also the relatives and friends of those leaders. Chapter 241. All right, Vice Director Ouyang. Coldly watching Ouyang Hai's performance, Hikaichi slightly changed his tone and said indifferently, from what I understand, it seems that the facts are not as you say. I heard that even after learning the specifics of the production crew situation, you still insisted on having security forcibly remove them. That's absolutely impossible. Before Hikaichi could finish, Ouyang Hai, feeling anxious, loudly protested, his exaggerated expression making him look more wrong than Do. He Yuan. Who have you been listening to? How could I possibly do that? You should know my work ethic. I've always been serious and diligent over the years. How can you believe the one-sided words of those unfamiliar people from outside? Unfamiliar people from outside? Before Hikaichi could respond, Fan Daojun laughed and said, damn, I didn't expect that after so many years, Fan Daojun, would now be considered an unfamiliar outsider at the Film Academy. Who are you? How are you not an outsider? At this moment, Ouyang Hai, feeling flustered, quickly thought about it and confirmed he had never heard of this person. So he retorted, you're neither staff nor management. May I ask, Mr. Fan, what connection do you have with our school? Chapter 242, Senior Brother. How come you have the leisure to bring the crew to shoot our school's promotional short film? During the break while the crew was packing up to move, Hikaichi, somewhat puzzled, asked Fan Daojun. If I remember correctly, the last time I saw your moments, you seemed to be working on a major film project? Fan Daojun waved his hand, secretly glancing at the tall young man not far away, and said in a deep voice, the demands of the financial backer. How could I refuse? Financial backer? Hearing this, Hikaichi followed Fan Daojun's gaze and was surprised to point. Is the investor from his family? I don't know if it's from his family. Fan Daojun lowered his voice, but the money is from a company under his personal name. Wow. Hikaichi's eyes twitched, feeling shocked. He had heard of the film project his senior brother was involved in. It was said that the initial investment exceeded 200 million, with additional funding to follow. Thinking of this, Hikaichi's gaze towards Lin Chu completely changed, shifting from admiration to awe. Those in the film industry know that the absolute dominant force in the industry is capital. Chapter 243. The trivial yet fulfilling days flowed by like water. After class, Lin Chu arrived at the long-lost headquarters of Simu Capital, ready to start dealing with the accumulated work from this period. It wasn't really difficult to handle. It was just signing and confirming documents. The projects the company was undertaking had all been verified by Lin Chu in advance using the eye of investing. The returns were high, and the risks had been minimized. However, it was only after Lin Chu signed off as the chairman that they could officially proceed. Lin Chu personally did not like to play the role of a leader or a dictator. He preferred to be a hands-off manager. However, he had no choice. The entire group was just starting out, and there were very few capable subordinates who had his complete trust. Zhao Yushi was one, but she already had enough trivial matters to handle. She had company affairs, had to take care of her younger brother, and also had to occasionally worry about the welfare home. And strictly speaking, although she had good potential, she still lacked experience. So, we can't give her too heavy a workload all at once. We can only take it step by step. Chapter 244, when Zhao Yushi woke up, more than 3 hours had passed. As the internal medicine director Lin Changgong said, there was nothing seriously wrong with her body. She was just a bit weak. A shot and a good sleep would be enough. However, Zhao Yushi, who was experiencing her first sudden fainting spell, clearly didn't think so. Looking at Lin Chu, who was casually holding a thick stack of examination reports, Zhao Xiaomi bit her pale lips, her expression tense. What did the report say? Do I have an incurable disease? Just tell me the truth. How long do I have left? What a mess. Lin Chu casually tossed the examination report onto the sofa beside him, rubbed his forehead, and looked at Zhao Xiaomi, saying, don't worry, your body is fine. You're just a bit weak. Really? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaomi's beautiful peach blossom eyes were still glistening with tears. Lin, please don't lie to me. I know my own body. Something must be wrong. Just tell me straight. I can handle it. Chapter 245. Lin, with a sickly blush on her cheeks, Zhao Yushi sat up in bed, her tone weak. Things are not as you think. Listen, that tone sounds just like something a scummy girl would say. Although Lin Chu was internally mocking her, he still found it hard to associate this delicate and quiet beauty with excessive indulgence. It felt strange. Specifically, it was like Naruto using a Rasengan to blow up Luffy, transformed into Ultraman Tiga. It was just a completely unrelated comparison. So tell me, Lin Chu's gaze was serious as he scrutinized Zhao Yushi, asking with curiosity, what did Dr. Tan say? Hearing this, Zhao Yushi couldn't help but lower her head again, remaining silent. Do you have a boyfriend? Seeing her continue to be silent, Lin Chu, with some difficulty, propped his face up with his fist and tentatively asked, It's okay if you do. You're not an idol. There's no need to hide your relationship. I don't. Really? I don't. Before Lin Chu finished speaking, the originally silent Zhao Yushi eagerly denied it. I've never had a boyfriend. Chapter 246, Is Zhao Xiaomi really a big fool? Her own words don't count, because Lin Chu, who held this little secret of hers, had already subtly transformed into the role of the evil boss for a movie. Madam, you wouldn't want this matter to be known by others, would you? The weekend on a business trip with a hated boss, the stormy night, after work, these classic plots beloved by the public. The secretary Zhao knew better than Lin Chu, who had mastered the strengths of various schools. However, what one learns from a screen is always superficial. True understanding comes from personal experience. Zhao Xiaomi said she didn't want to, but she couldn't resist the curiosity that had built up over the years, coupled with the pressure of Lin Chu's authoritative presence. In the end, Secretary Zhao still half-heartedly played the role of a little fool. Once Zhao Xiaomi's health improved, the subsequent plot development could gradually be put on the agenda. An hour later, Lin Chu hummed a tune. He composed himself as he walked out of the special care ward's bathroom. Wiping off the water, he turned back to look at the misty glass door of the bathroom. With that thought, Lin Chu felt happy inside. Zhao Xiaomi's hands were very sore. Chapter 247, The last weekend before National Day. Due to being just 2 days away from the 11th, according to the statutory holiday arrangements, there was supposed to be a makeup class. However, as a university student and a big boss, Lin Chu clearly did not fall into this category. He got up early in the morning, exercised for an hour, and then took a shower in the luxurious bathroom. After that, he walked into the spacious changing room, carefully tidied his hairstyle, and then changed into a brand new Versace autumn collection outfit. After preparing all this, Lin Chu looked at his handsome reflection in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. The reason for his serious dressing up was mainly because today was his girlfriend Yuan's birthday. So Lin Chu had made plans with his girlfriend's friends to celebrate Yuan's birthday together. Although it wasn't her 18th birthday, it was still the first birthday they would celebrate together after being in a relationship. It was naturally worth Lin Chu's serious attention. Knowing that Yuan particularly liked traditional Chinese styles, Lin Chu specially booked a top-notch resort hotel near Huangshan. He planned to bring a few girls along to enjoy the beautiful landscape of Jiangnan. Hey, get up! After getting dressed and ready, Lin Chu walked back to the bedroom and playfully tapped E's cute but through the blanket. Chapter 248. Wow, look at that young lady. She's really beautiful. Outside the campus of the Open University, at the street corner, passers-by were amazed by the girl in traditional Hanfu standing under the sycamore tree. Where? Over there. The one in Hanfu. Wow, she's so beautiful, so ethereal. Let's go ask her for the clothing link. Forget it. I feel like her beauty is not just about the clothes. Listening to the whispers of the passing pedestrians and facing the countless gazes of admiration, Qin Xuan, dressed in a white and blue Hanfu long dress, stood calmly by the street. A gentle breeze blew, and her garments fluttered, resembling a celestial being that didn't belong to this world, detached from worldly affairs. In the distance, along the smooth asphalt road, the sound of an engine roaring came from afar. A completely matte black supercar slowly approached. The Koenigsegg Jesko. This multi-million-dollar road beast made a strong impression as soon as it appeared, immediately causing a stir among the crowd on both sides of the road. What kind of car is that? It looks so cool. It's a Koenigsegg, but why do I feel like I've never seen this model before? Chapter 249. It feels like something is missing. Lin Chu looked at the photos in the camera and shook his head as if in distress. What do you mean? Qin Xuan leaned over, curiously looking at the camera screen. You see, doesn't it feel like something is missing? Not really. Qin Xuan blinked. I think you took great pictures. No, it's lacking something. Lin Chu pointed to the distant green mountains. Yuan, look over there. Huh? What? Before she finished speaking, the girl in Hanfu suddenly felt a cool and subtle touch on her chest. She quickly looked down instinctively. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, a delicate jewelry pendant appeared right in front of her chest. In the center of the golden diamond-studded pendant base in the new Chinese style, there is a pure and vibrant round emerald gemstone. The color is pure and clear, unmistakably a high-grade emerald. Even if Qin Xuan doesn't understand jewelry, she can immediately tell that this emerald pendant must be worth a lot. Ah Chu, you're holding the pendant in front of your chest. Qin Shihuan looked at the smiling young man in surprise. Chapter 250. The fine rain falls like silk, gently and gracefully. It drips between the white walls and black tiles, falling from eaves with a crisp sound. Yet this cool morning feels even more tranquil and peaceful. Of course, except for a certain room in this mountain view villa. Watching the sea and sky blend together, listening to the wind and rain, holding hands to disperse the vast misty waves. The phone rings. Huh? It's a video call from E. Should I answer it? Lin Chu glanced at the phone screen and reached out to grab it. How can I? What is wrong with that? E is not just anyone. No way. I don't want to. Qin Shihuan huffed, picking up a pillow to cover Lin Chu's face. I can't breathe. The fine rain has just stopped, but the sky is still gloomy. At the dining table, which is set with exquisite dishes, Qin Shihuan lay weakly on the edge, enjoying Lin Chu's considerate feeding. Do you like the stinky mandarin fish? Want to try a bit? I don't like this taste. How about some porridge? Then eat this tofu balls? Chapter 251. The three of them were chatting in the VIP lounge. Not long after, the door of the VIP area opened. Under the guidance of the staff, two young girls with graceful figures walked into the VIP area. Wow, Xiaoxue, dressed in a green long dress and carrying a white Hermes bag. Pan Tingting looked around the VIP lounge in surprise, repeatedly saying to the heroic girl beside her, "Is this the resting area for private jet clients? How amazing. All right, say less." In a stylish outfit of a jacket and short skirt paired with long boots, Guan Shui shot a glance at her little best friend and said in a deep voice, "After all, you call yourself a socialite in Shanghai. Look at how inexperienced you are." She is just experiencing a private jet for the first time. Pan Tingting pouted, suddenly looking up to see Lin Chu in the distance. Her beautifully lined eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, it's been a long time. Handsome brother." Huh? Hearing Pan Tingting shout, Lin Chu, who was chatting and laughing with his old friends Chan Suyo and Tian Qi, was momentarily stunned. He looked up to see Guan Shui and Pan Tingting walking toward them. Lin Chu pointed and asked, "Yao Gu, are these the two people you mentioned?" Chapter 252. President Lin, welcome aboard. Seeing Lin Chu in a tailored suit approaching. At the cabin door, four stunningly beautiful flight attendants stood on either side of the cabin entrance, wearing professional smiles that felt like a spring breeze, and respectfully called out to Lin Chu in unison. Their voices were sweet and melodious, unlike the previous flight to Huangshan, which was arranged at the last minute, resulting in ordinary flight staff being assigned. This time was completely different. This was the top crew that Chun Zai had booked for him long ago. Besides the captain and other technical crew members being experienced professionals, the most noteworthy were the flight attendants. This could be seen from their uniforms. They were not wearing the usual shirts and skirts of ordinary flight attendants, but a uniform of form-fitting black kipayos, custom-made to perfectly fit their bodies, showcasing their impressive figures. The Qipao SM reached just above mid-thigh, and their long, rounded legs and black stockings shimmered with a smooth, lustrous sheen under the morning sun. Chapter 253. 999. Ha. Xiaomin finished this drink in one go. What? You can't drink that much. Then dance a bit. It has to be a hot dance. Under the dazzling ambient lights, the flight attendants in kipayos stepped gracefully like models, their eyes dreamy as they moved to the energetic music. Chun Suyo and Tian Qi watched with keen interest, whistling. President Lin, would you like some fruit? President Lin, your cup is empty. Can I pour some for you? This cake is delicious. Would you like to try some? I can feed you. Are you tired? Should I help you with a massage? On this trip, there were a total of 8 flight attendants providing service, and the 4 most beautiful and well-proportioned ones remained close to Lin Chu. Besides various attentive services, the 4 curvaceous figures around him occasionally created seemingly accidental intimate moments. Chun Suyo and Tian Qi, sitting opposite, couldn't help but feel envious. However, it was just envy. After all, Lin Chu was a handsome and wealthy young man. How could he not be liked by women? Chapter 254. Wow. Why is there a special security detail to greet us? As Tian Qi stepped off the plane and saw the neatly arranged black-clad security personnel standing in 2 lines, he exclaimed in surprise, "ISNT this special security?" Beside him, Chun Seo looked at the fully armed elite personnel and whispered, "They seem to be specially hired security staff. I want to greet Chu," and they even called him boss? Tian Qi exclaimed, "My goodness, Chu's family actually has influence in the United States too? TSK. After glancing at Lin Chu at the bottom of the steps, Chen Xiao shook his head slightly and sighed. It seems our little brother's true background might far exceed our imagination. Boss, hello. In front of 2 rows of neatly arranged security personnel stood a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man. He walked up to Lin Chu, stood still, and politely spoke in standard Chinese. I am White Crad, the head of the North American branch of Wade Security Company. Welcome to St. Lodo. From now on, your security in the United States will be my full responsibility. Nice to meet you, Mr. Crad. Chapter 256, General Jia. You're always welcome to come home for a visit. Haha, I will definitely next week. Outside the Faraday Future headquarters, which was deserted, Lin Chu, who had completed the acquisition negotiations, smiled and said goodbye to Boss Jia. Surrounded by bodyguards, Lin Chu got into the business car. He opened his phone and sent a text message to Zhao Yushi. Done. $6 billion. Lin Chu's forward capital completed the full acquisition of Faraday Future. At first glance, this price does not match Faraday Future's current bottom market value and even seems excessively high. However, FF claims that since the company's establishment, its total investment in car manufacturing has exceeded $3 billion. Let's not talk about how much water is in this investment. The Faraday Future brand, which has been hyped by old Jia over the years, is well known globally, whether for good or bad. After all, in this era where traffic is king, a company is not afraid of bad fame, only of being unknown. As long as there is fame, there are many possibilities. Of course, besides its reputation, FF has another significant advantage. It is one of the only 5 new electric vehicle companies certified under the American National New Energy Vehicle Regulations. Chapter 257. Having completed his work, it was naturally time for Lin to enjoy leisure in the United States. After resting for a day, he waited for the brothers from the OB Club to arrive in the U.S. After discussing in the group, they headed straight to Beverly Hills. As the top gathering area for the wealthiest tycoons in the entire U.S., and even the world, this place is home to the most luxurious shopping centers, the most complete entertainment facilities, and stunning natural scenery. As long as you have enough money, you can live the paradise life that everyone dreams of here. The OB Club's male team-building activity this time was a high-end golf course near Beverly Hills. The address was in a hilly area and not far from Beverly Hills, surrounded by lush, tropical greenery, and in the distance, the endless blue Pacific Ocean sparkled under the warm California sun. The air was fresh, and the temperature was comfortable, making people feel relaxed. How about it? This place is nice, right? Leading the brothers from OB into the golf course, Chen Xiao pointed to the green grass in the distance and smiled. It's impressive. The brothers following behind looked at the lush scenery and exclaimed. Chapter 258. This woman. Hearing the raucous laughter from afar, Lin Chu huffed angrily while looking at the WeChat message. Damn, you should really open your eyes and see what kind of character your good brothers are. Although he mentally complained, Lin, of course, understood the rule of no photos in entertainment venues. That would be unethical. He simply set Gua Shui's messages to do not disturb, put away his phone, and looked at the lovely Sophia beside him. Oh dear Sophia, you know, women are inherently troublesome. Sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm a woman too, and your grip is too strong. It hurts. Oh, I'm sorry, that person, Ida, come here. Mr. Lin, you are so annoying. Sophia, Ida, Hannah, Eva, I see that over there by the seaside woods. The scenery is nice. Why don't we go there and enjoy the view and play some ball? Mr. Lin, you really know how to have fun. Hey, everyone can communicate and liven up the atmosphere. Lin was excited to lead a few Eastern European girls to the seaside woods of the golf course. When he looked back, he realized they had already walked quite far from the party area. Chapter 259. Lin Chu found the surprise of the crowd quite natural. After all, while Faraday Future's reputation was great, it was indeed not a good one. In many people's minds, a car that took 10 years to produce and still couldn't be mass-produced was almost indistinguishable from a scam company. For such a car company to claim it would enter the high-end car market with $1 million price tag was simply a pipe dream. The difficulty was evident. However, in Lin Chu's view, pursuing a path in the high-end, new energy vehicle market might be the only way out for Faraday Future. Was the most basic requirement for a car company. A complete production system including factories, a mature supply chain, and as many sales outlets as possible. These crucial elements have already been fiercely competed for by various new and old car-making forces in the domestic market. As a company that is almost starting anew, Lin Chu believed that Faraday Future could not possibly compare to the existing car companies in terms of local government support, policy, or strength. Forcing its way into the low-end or mid-range market would be incredibly difficult. Currently, besides having enough funds, he also had Weibo as a powerful promotional channel. Chapter 260. As night fell, the Sunset Boulevard was illuminated by lights, and the tall palm trees cast graceful shadows under the warm lights. Following the bustling Sunset Boulevard westward, the Beverly Hills Hotel, a luxurious hotel favored by Hollywood stars, was brilliantly lit. Countless celebrities and wealthy individuals got out of various luxury cars, walking in groups into the hotel. In the VIP lounge area of the hotel's entrance hall, a slightly graying, well-dressed white man sat on the sofa with a similarly dressed, middle-aged white woman, attracting the surprised gazes of many passing celebrities. The man and woman resting in the VIP lounge had a significant reputation in the celebrity circles of the entire U.S. and even the world. They were the hosts of tonight's exclusive cocktail party. Robert Iger, the executive chairman and CEO of the Walt Disney Company, and Zinnia Musha, the senior executive vice president and chief communications officer. Many celebrities and internet influencers passing through the hotel lobby approached them, eager to make connections. Chapter 261. The chairman and sole beneficiary of the mysterious offshore foundation was an identity layer given to Lin Chu when the system first arrived. At first, Lin Chu thought it was just a makeshift identity created by the system for the convenience of distributing funds. However, he didn't expect that this foundation identity would turn out to be quite practical. Besides funding various system rewards, including equity transfers, were all managed through this foundation. For instance, the reward of the film and literature copyright package given earlier was similarly handled. Although the specific acquisition steps displayed by the system sounded unbelievable and almost incredible, they indeed had rationality and legality in the real world. It was precisely because such an incredible acquisition could be achieved that Lin Chu, as a young wealthy heir from China, gained enough mystery to his identity. This made Robert Iger, the over 70-year-old head of a world-class entertainment company sitting in front of him, show a great deal of respect and humility since their meeting began. So your group hopes to collaborate with me? Chapter 262. Is this not enough? Robert Iger was taken aback. The emotions on his face could no longer be maintained and visibly turned serious at a rapid pace. The two conditions for cooperation he had proposed were already the maximum concessions he could offer as the chairman of Disney's board. If these were still insufficient, the situation would be quite dire. 5%. Just as Robert Iger's heart was in turmoil, he saw the young man from China sitting in front of him finally speak calmly. I can consider cooperation, but my minimum requirement is that the equity of the Disney group I hold cannot be less than 5%. 5%. Hearing this number, Robert Iger's eyes widened in shock. No, Mr. Lin, this is simply too crazy. Robert Iger's shock was not without reason. It should be known that shares of Disney, with a total market value of $200 billion, were worth $2 billion each. The price of 5% proposed by Lin Chu was worth a staggering $10 billion. This was terrifying. At this moment, Robert Iger felt a deep resentment towards the legal department of the group. Chapter 263. Mr. Lin, please accept this small token of my personal appreciation. After finalizing all matters, before the formal end of the meeting, Robert Iger took out a document wrapped in brown paper and handed it to Lin Chu with both hands. What is this? Lin Chu took the brown paper document, his tone slightly puzzled. It's nothing, just a house located in Beverly Hills, Robert Iger said with a smile. I've owned it for a few years, but rest assured, no one has ever lived in it since I bought it. I thought, as a senior director of the Walt Disney Group, it would be more convenient for you to have a private residence in San Lorenzo. In the end, Lin Chu accepted this small gift from Robert Iger. It wasn't because he was greedy for this little benefit, but because he had just stated that he would support Robert Iger in the board meeting. Thus, accepting his gift also represented Lin Chu's formal stance. After dealing with matters related to the Disney Group, the banquet hall downstairs was already filled with guests. Chapter 264. OH. Shit. 33. 5 million. Lot 136. That handsome gentleman has bid $35 million for this piece. Accompanied by the auctioneer's nearly hysterical shout, the guests on site all had their mouths agape in exaggerated O shapes, looking around in disbelief. They couldn't comprehend how the price of that ink painting had doubled in less than a minute. This was too crazy. Are the Chinese people really this wealthy now? Among those surprised guests was Nicole, sitting in the VIP auction seats. The dark-skinned maid frowned, her expression a mix of indignation and frustration. Crazy. He's really a madman. Nicole held her head in a headache, her small mouth muttering. A single bid increase of 10 million? How can there be such an auction? Miss, let's not bother with him. Just let it go. Miss, what are you doing? Hey, 55 million. On the auction stage, seeing the new bid from VIP Seat 8. Both the auctioneer on stage and the guests in the hall felt they were about to go completely insane. Chapter 265. You would have a story with her. Almost the moment he saw the other person's appearance, Lin Chu confirmed this fact. Ordinary passersby wouldn't possess such looks. She was undeniably a top choice for a female lead. This is what Mr. Lin said. Even Jesus can't save her. To be honest, this time it wasn't that Lin Chu was attracted by her looks. Strictly speaking, Lin Chu's aesthetic standards for girls were already quite high. However, the other party was nearly perfect in both appearance and figure, making her flawless. Because of this, when facing this fairy-like, beautiful girl, Lin Chu found it difficult to completely hide his appreciation and fervor. That painted by Mr. Wu, you bought it? Just as Lin Chu was secretly amazed, he saw the little black girl standing beside the beautiful girl step out from the surrounding security personnel, looking up at the young man from China and asked in fluent Chinese. In response, Lin Chu didn't say anything, nor did he even look at her. His gaze remained fixed on the beautiful fairy-like girl behind her. At the same time, the beautiful girl also looked towards him. Their eyes unexpectedly met in midair. Chapter 266. God, did I not see this right? The young lady actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with someone? Oh, my God. Either I went crazy tonight, or this world has gone mad. Watching her lady talk happily with that unfamiliar young man from China, the little maid Nicole, standing at a distance, felt like her worldview was about to be overturned. The woman smiling and chatting, is she really my icy, aloof lady? How is that possible? Lady Amelia is a socially anxious, high-cold lady. How could she chat so happily with a complete stranger, especially a strange man? What on earth is going on? Has she been possessed by someone? Speaking of which, it seems that Chinese people are quite skilled at such strange arts, right? God, what should I do? How can I wake the lady up? Unlike the distant Nicole, who seemed a bit neurotic with shock, Amelia, who was talking to Lin Chu alone, maintained a happy smile on her face. Is that so? So, Mr. Lin, you are also an art major in college? Chapter 267. On the last day in St. Lo. In the early morning, Lin Chu took a business car with private security and arrived at the luxurious Beverly Hills mansion gifted to him by Disney President Robert Iger. As the most famous city within St. Lo, Beverly Hills is situated along the refreshing Pacific coast and is known as one of the world's most prestigious residential areas. Properties here symbolize wealth and fame, with even the price of a random mansion starting at tens of millions of dollars. Those who can own property here belong to the elite class of the world's top wealthy individuals. Just as the richest tycoons reside in the mountain-top properties of Hong Kong Island, the prices of mansions in Beverly Hills also increase with the elevation. The mansion gifted to Lin Chu is located at the top of Beverly Hills. When Robert Iger bought it 7 years ago, he spent a high price of $73 million. Sitting in the business car, driving up the winding road, the view outside the window gradually opened up. Under the vast blue sky, the impressive skyline of St. Lo was visible in the distance. Chapter 268. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in the U.S. Just got off the FF and will return home next week. Let's suffocate for our dreams together. By the way, is this the first time FF has been officially acquired? Maybe this time they really intend to do something substantial. To those upstairs, you're overthinking it. This time it's just another gimmick from Accountant Jia, shifting money from one hand to the other, making a big deal out of nothing. $656 billion for the acquisition of the current Faraday Future? Do you believe that? To be honest, the current market value of Faraday Future is less than $10 million. Is there really someone willing to spend $656 billion to acquire it? If that's not a fool, what is? So, this time it must be old Jia making a fuss and weaving stories. If he doesn't come up with good stories, how can he lure in the investors? Don't talk nonsense. Old Jia will return home next week, and the FF91 will definitely go into mass production. Doge emoji. Let's not even talk about the mass production issue. The main question is where to find so many people willing to spend nearly $3 million on a broken car like the FF91. Laughing and cry emoji. Driving the FF91. becoming a 91 god, and enjoying a smooth life. Bro, give me a signal. The news of Faraday Future being acquired by a mysterious wealthy Chinese has stirred up a huge wave online. Chapter 269, Hu Hai, Dang Ge. In a luxurious private room decorated in Chinese style, Chao Wei was sat on a solid rosewood sofa, staring at the group report in his hands, his brow furrowed. Flying high. After a long time, this middle-aged man, who was not tall and looked ordinary, casually tossed the document onto the table and sighed as he looked at Wang Feigao, the CEO of Weibo Group, beside him. I never expected it. Really didn't expect it. We have been fighting with Alibaba for so many years, and I never thought these guys would just give up so completely when the situation turned against them. Sigh. Looking at the chairman, who wore a worried expression, Wang Feigao, standing beside him, also lowered his head helplessly. Chao Weiguo was right. For the past 10 years, Xintong Group and Alibaba had fought countless overt and covert battles for the absolute control of Weibo. Yet now, when they finally had the chance to obtain the absolute control they had long desired, Alibaba didn't even blink and simply handed it over. Once calling them little sweetie, now suddenly referring to them as Mrs. Neo, it's truly heartless. Chairman Chao, I think you don't need to worry too much. While he was internally complaining, Wang Feigao steadied himself and comforted him. Since the other party is willing to pay such a high price to take over Weibo, they must also believe that our Weibo Group has good development prospects in the future. Chapter 270. Just as Lin Chu was secretly observing Chao Weiguo, the latter was also carefully watching this mysterious wealthy man who had never been heard of before. What the hell? Chao Weiguo's first reaction was disbelief. This kid is just too young, right? Chao Weiguo found it hard to imagine that such a youthful-looking person, who seemed to be no older than 20, could quietly acquire the absolute control of Weibo Group. As a seasoned capital operator, Chao Weiguo had dealt with countless crises of acquisitions and mergers over the past 20 years at Xintong. His opponents were all giants like Shanda and Alibaba. Yet even so, Xintong under Chao Weiguo had always remained stable, weathering any storm. Until now, looking at the young man in front of him, who was almost the same age as his son, Chao Weiguo suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Of course, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before he quickly dismissed it. To be able to obtain the absolute control of Xintong Weibo Group under the radar. Chapter 271. Although the two were chatting casually, they both gained a preliminary understanding of each other from the conversation. The atmosphere in the private room remained relatively calm and relaxed. After some pleasantries, a waitress in a qipao started serving dishes in the private room. Money crab box, lychee fragrant crispy pigeon, 3 onion stir-fried lobster, matsutake soup with koi fish dumplings. As a Michelin-starred restaurant, Tanggu offered dishes that were visually appealing and flavorful, embodying the essence of Cantonese cuisine. However, despite such a lavish table of Michelin-starred dishes, none of the diners were the first to pick up their chopsticks. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Chu and Chao Weiguo. I wonder what wine Mr. Lin usually likes to drink. Chao Weiguo asked with a smile, his hands resting on the table. Occasionally, I drink some red wine, Lin Chu nodded. Red wine is good, Chao Weiguo responded with a smile. But with seafood, white wine is more suitable. By the way, Mr. Lin, I specially brought a bottle of champagne that I've treasured for many years today. I wonder if Mr. Lin is interested in tasting it? Since Chairman Chao has this interest, then of course I would love to. Good. Chapter 272. For humans, communication is extremely important. Through communication, after resolving the mental knots of Chao Weiguo and others, and dispelling the uncertainties and doubts in the minds of the senior management of Xintong, Lin Chu's control over Weibo Group finally came to a smooth conclusion. In the following time, the table was filled with joy, exchanging drinks, and everyone enjoyed themselves. As the first Michelin 3-star restaurant in mainland China, the standards of Huhai Tanggu were evidently quite good. However, it also carried the common flaws of all Michelin-star restaurants. The plates were especially large, but the portions were extremely small. It seems like a full table, yet it manages to leave everyone unsatisfied. However, for the health-conscious big shots at Xinlong who advocate for not eating afternoon, this feeling is just right. But for the young and strong Lin Zong, who's been hungry all day, this amount of food is a bit insufficient. Nevertheless, since it is a formal social occasion hosted by Chao Weiguo, Lin Chu naturally cannot overstep and order more food himself. So, he can only text his driver, Old Tang, to prepare some takeout in advance. The latter is a dedicated driver recommended to Lin Chu by wide security, known for being honest, low-key, and especially reliable. Chapter 273. After entering autumn, the temperature in Huhai is getting lower. On a breezy Friday evening, Lin Chu drove his Cullinan to a parking lot near the Open University. Today, he came to pick up the 4 little ones to spend the weekend at Lin's residence. After parking the car and noticing that the 4 sisters had not yet arrived, Lin Chu didn't pay much attention. Instead, he took out his phone, first sending a location message in the group chat, Goddess and Little Puppy, and then scrolling through luxury real estate listings in Huhai. Although the old Western-style house is quite comfortable, living in the same place for too long inevitably makes one feel a lack of freshness. Especially after experiencing that mountaintop mansion in Beverly Hills with a super domineering view overlooking the entire Los Santos skyline. Lin Zong has developed a fondness for mansions with super views. However, Huhai is different from Los Santos, lacking the excellent scenic spots like Beverly Hills. The most suitable option is a flat with a river view. After searching around, Lin Chu finally realized that the best riverview luxury property in Huhai was once the Huaxia Building King, Tangshaniping. Although Tangshaniping is no longer the Huaxia Building King, it might not even rank among the top 3 most expensive properties in Huhai now. Chapter 274. At dawn, a streak of golden light blooms on the horizon, slowly dispelling the deep night. The morning light washes over the sky like a tide, illuminating the dark sky. The endless sea of clouds is edged with layers of gold. Magnificent and grand. Wow! Watching the splendid dawn rising at 30,000 feet outside the porthole, Jiang Runan, sitting on the soft big bed in the Gulfstream G700 Master Suite, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. So beautiful. Yeah. A gentle voice of agreement sounded behind her, and the girl's soft body was enveloped in a warm embrace. Little Chu, she leaned against him, like a spoiled little cat, and Jiang Runan squinted her eyes in happiness, letting out a soft, affectionate murmur. Where do you want to take me? Guess. The girl tilted her head back, softly resting on Lin Chu's shoulder. Her warm, shining black eyes blinked affectionately. I can't guess. You dare not guess? The boy lowered his head, his nose gently rubbing against her ear. Aren't you afraid I'll sell you? Chapter 275. The weather is quite nice. The sky is a clear blue. A flock of crows flies in from afar, resting on the eaves of the pavilion, swaying their pitch-black bodies in the mountain breeze. The mountains are ablaze with fiery red maple leaves. The autumn wind blows through the gaps between the treetops, refreshing, with the wind chimes jingling above. Wow, this is the main stage of Kayamizadera. Standing on the viewing terrace outside the main hall, Jiang Runan, holding Lin Chu's arm, gazed at the distant red maples in surprise. Little Chu, look how beautiful the maple leaves on the mountains are. It's okay. Lin Chu raised his sunglasses, shrugging nonchalantly. Just the overall feeling is a bit petty. This isn't Lin Chu being arrogant. After all, compared to many famous mountains and temples in the country, Kayamizadera's scale and impact do have a gap. If it weren't for the mountains full of red maples to appreciate, this place would feel like an ordinary imitation park found everywhere in the country. It might even be slightly inferior, as the commercial atmosphere here is too strong. The area is small, and it's crowded and noisy. Chapter 276. After checking in at the sunset-lit Ninenzaka, Lin Chu and Jiang Runan enjoyed the most famous kaiseki cuisine in Kyoto. The so-called kaiseki actually comes from Zen, where ancient monks, during long periods of meditation, would hold a stone in their belly to resist hunger, hence called kaiseki. For some reason, this behavior originally intended to stave off hunger has evolved into a complex and elaborate dining experience with abundant and diverse ingredients in modern times, completely deviating from its original concept. So, the thought process of the Japanese can indeed be quite difficult to understand. Of course, Jiang Runan clearly did not have as many complicated thoughts as Lin Chu. Instead, she diligently held her phone, carefully searching for the right lighting angle to take beautiful food photos. Then she flooded the Goddess and Little Puppy group chat with them, inciting the other 3 little ones to frantically criticize her in the group. After dinner, when they walked out of the restaurant, the night had already fallen, and the city lights along the roads were lit. Holding Jiang Runan's small hand, the 2 wandered aimlessly through the foreign streets, which was indeed a very nice and special experience. Chapter 277. Dear chefs of the Xiaotian family, why can't I post super topics related to Yin Yin on Weibo? What's going on? At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the group chat of Tian Xiyun's official fan club, A fan with the ID guardian of the best union asked when the group admin inquired. Cocoa Union's little tea on orange juice. Yes, the admin. Why is my union's Weibo super topic in a blocked state? Sweet Melon has a little tea on. Not just the Weibo super topic. I also found that many posts about Union today are in a blocked state. What happened? Milk Fragrance Union, damn. Is Weibo sick? What are they messing up? Without my union's traffic, Weibo would die, okay? A bite of Tion's soup. Tion Shiun official fan club. Admin, what is going on now? I'm so anxious. Tion Shiun official fan club. Fans of Union, please do not speculate or spread rumors. Tion Shiun official fan club. Our union is doing well and there's nothing wrong. Tion Shiun official fan club. It should be that there are some technical issues on Weibo's side, and we will communicate as soon as possible. Chapter 278. After a while at dawn, the morning light shone on the crystal-clear Duck River, covering it with a layer of golden sheen. Amid the calls of waterbirds, Lin Chu slowly woke up. Through the gap in the curtains, the soft morning light revealed the delicate, fair skin of Jiang Runin beside him. After a little while, as his eyes fully adjusted to the dim environment, the outline of the sleeping girl appeared in his view. She was lying face down on the soft mattress with her hands covering the pillow, her smooth and delicate face slightly deformed against the fluffy pillow. Her long black hair spread out like a magnificent waterfall on the white mattress, mostly covering her snow-white back. However, through the dense strands of hair, in the faint morning light streaming through the curtains, it was still possible to see that Sister Nan's skin was so fair and tender, almost translucent. It was like the finest mutton fat jade. Usually, Lin Chu could leave a noticeable bruise on such fair skin with just a gentle suck. So Jiang Runin had forbidden him from doing so on her collarbone, shoulders, and especially her neck. Chapter 279. Huh? Is your surname Lin? The beautiful woman covered her mouth, her charming eyes full of surprise. Me too, she said with an elegant smile, her soft and enchanting voice sounding particularly captivating. That means we're from the same family, sister. You also have the surname Lin? Lin Chu slowed down and turned to ask. You could say that, the beautiful woman explained with a smile, seeing the boy's immediate look of confusion. Because my father's surname in Huaxia was also Lin, I see. Also, looking at your age, you might not be 20 yet. The beautiful woman turned on the treadmill to a slow speed and gracefully began to walk. Sister's eyes are really good. I'm 18 this year. Ah, Lin Chan, you're really young. The wealthy woman said with a surprised expression, covering her mouth and smiling. So, it would be more appropriate for you to call me Auntie saying this. She raised her head, her tone slightly proud as she added, because my daughter happens to be 18 this year too, ah? Really? How? Looking at the dumbfounded boy, the beautiful woman teased with self-deprecation and a hint of mockery. Now do you think I'm an old woman? Chapter 280, Zhonghai, Xingyuan Entertainment. Xiun, can you please tell me what the situation is? In the spacious conference room overlooking the Huangpu River, Wang Han, the boss of Xingyuan Entertainment, slammed his hand on the conference table and loudly questioned Tian Xiun, who was sitting not far from the round table. What exactly did you do to offend the newly appointed chairman of the Xinlong Weibo group? Facing the boss's loud questioning, Tian Xiun, sitting at the conference table, lowered her head, nervously fiddling with her fingers, not daring to breathe. At this moment, her delicate face was filled with inexplicable confusion and unexplainable grievance. Under her reddened eyes, there were deep dark circles, and her expression was extremely haggard, as the sweet girl image she once had in front of the camera had completely vanished. It was evident that she had been going through a very tough time recently. After all, offending a big shot like the chairman of the Xinlong Weibo group could be considered a disaster for any artist in the entertainment industry. Since last night until today, the gossip about Tian Xiun had been rampant all over Weibo. Issues such as acting like a diva, cursing on public media, being a little gangster, and even her past allegations of bullying classmates in high school had all been dug up one by one, occupying the top spots on trending searches. Chapter 281. Just because of this reason, they want to crush me? After hearing the words of the company's boss Wang Han, the haggard and red-eyed Tian Xiun's face turned pale, and her emotions suddenly became uncontrollable. No, it can't be. I never had any conflict with that Jiang Runin, aside from participating in that variety show together. I have no interaction with her, okay? As Tian Xiun spoke, she suddenly lowered her head and began to sob softly, her voice becoming increasingly stammering. It's really just my Weibo fans. It was them who acted on their own. Just because of this, they want to crush me? That's too unreasonable. I'm really wronged. As she spoke, tears streamed down Tian Shiyun's face, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, especially tragic and sorrowful. Since graduating from Huxi, she had climbed step by step from being an unknown in the entertainment industry to her current position. Only she knew how much effort and hardship she had put in. Although she couldn't be considered a big star yet, she had gained quite a bit of recognition and had even reached a point where she could be compared with first-tier stars. Chapter 282. After returning to Huhai, the autumn rain had been falling for quite a while, still drizzling nonstop. It formed a sharp contrast with the sunny Kyoto. On Monday, the persistent, drizzling rain tapped against the classroom's glass windows. Sitting in front of the easel, Lin Chu moved his brush back and forth on the paper. Although he had been allowed to skip the basic modeling class due to his impressive painting skills, painting was, for Lin Chu, an enjoyment regardless. So, in reality, aside from needing to deal with various company or interpersonal matters, he still made it a point to attend the public basic modeling class regularly. However, not everyone shared Lin Chu's mindset. Due to it being Monday, many students were still under the influence of the Monday syndrome, feeling lethargic. In the large public studio accommodating several new classes, low murmurs of chatter filled the air. The celebrity gossip incident that had exploded on Weibo over the weekend had evidently become the hottest topic among the students. Hey, did you guys hear about Xiaoyan's incident? Chapter 283. As night fell, the incessant autumn rain made the temperature in Huhai, which was entering deep autumn, even chillier. On the bustling elevated highway, Lin Chu sat in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, gazing at the blurred neon lights mixed with rain outside the window. His expression contemplative. Brother Tian had invited him out alone tonight, and it seemed unlikely that it was just for a simple meal. Lin Chu had a vague feeling that he had been entrusted to mediate a dispute. Most likely, it was concerning Tian Shiyun. Logically speaking, the still very angry Lin Chu had no intention of talking about anything other than thoroughly dealing with the issue at hand. No matter who came to mediate, he had no plans for reconciliation. In such a situation, meeting would easily lead to unnecessary awkwardness. But thinking about how Brother Tian had been working hard to facilitate the establishment of the Faraday Future Factory in Huhai, Lin Chu felt he couldn't deny him this face. He would go, give face, and that would be enough. As for whether to stop or not, it's not something that can be resolved by pleading. Chapter 284. Lin Chu, you are Lindong. Looking at the handsome man in a well-fitted suit in front of her, Tian Shiyun, who had just woken up, suddenly felt her mind buzz and enter a state of malfunction. Clearly, she couldn't accept it for a moment, the mysterious big shot who had claimed to completely destroy her. The image she had imagined was of a middle-aged man with a full head of white hair, a face full of flesh, and a big belly. But it instantly switched to such a graceful and handsome young man. This was completely 24 levels different from what Tian Shiyun had imagined in her mind. How is this possible? Am I the Mary Sue heroine in a female-oriented novel? A twist of fate, a happy accident, a domineering president's bad love? Moreover, the other party is too young, looking like he is much younger than herself. What to do? I didn't expect that I, little Tian, would have a day of eating tendergrass. What about the others? Facing Tian Shiyun's gradually infatuated gaze, Lin Chu, who was used to this, casually looked around the room and coldly asked, "What's wrong? Help! I really like his voice. So sexy. Like. Chapter 285. A high-end duplex apartment located next to the Film Academy, worth about 10 million, plus the apology video posted online. Tian Shiyun was willing to make these compensations, which was quite sincere. However, Lin Chu's mind was completely not on these compensation conditions, mainly because of that accidental slip just now. The sight of Lindong, who was treated to a visual feast, made him a bit unable to remain calm. What's wrong with Lindong? Already tipsy, Tian Shiyun seemed oblivious to this, gazing at Lin Chu with dreamy eyes, slightly tilting her head. Under the soft light, the rosy blush from her drunkenness filled her milky white cheeks, making her look incredibly charming, like a ripe peach, alluring and captivating. There is always a fairy wanting to harm me. Faced with such a captivating Tian Shiyun, Lin Chu couldn't help but swallow hard. Honestly, in such a situation, being indifferent is clearly not the behavior of a normal man. You like this way? Lin Chu looked at her. Is this also a form of apology? Oh, hearing this, Tian Shiyun, who had just realized something was off, quickly lowered her head and noticed her own gaffe. Chapter 286. In the Bulgari Presidential Suites Riverside Restaurant. at a modern-style solid wood dining table. Looking at the abalone seafood congee presented by the hotel chef, Lin Chu, his emotionless, cold eyes glanced at Tian Shiyun sitting across from him. The other party. In this silent atmosphere, after the chef skillfully served the dishes for both, he respectfully bowed and politely left. Saw the Lin Zhong. After regaining their privacy, Tian Shiyun tightened her bathrobe collar and gathered the courage to give Lin Chu a sweet smile. I was a bit confused earlier, just talking in my sleep. Please don't mind it, haha. Oh, hee. I knew you were magnanimous. Well, since it was a slip of the tongue, I guess I'll take responsibility for the trouble caused. So, in front of the sunny, transparent riverside floor-to-ceiling windows, the big star Tian Shiyun attempted her first live eating broadcast. Half an hour later, watching the fierce-looking beauty Tian gulping down water, desperately trying to alleviate the fishy taste of the seafood congee in her mouth. Chapter 287. Lin Chu still didn't stay. However, Tian Shiyun's final plea was not completely ineffective. At least, she ultimately made it onto Lin Dong's list of trusted contacts. You scumbag. Weakly leaning against the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, Tian Shiyun wiped her tear-streaked, reddened eyes, staring at the newly added contact on her phone screen, pouting angrily. You think you can just dump me after using me? No way. From now on, I'll cling to you. I want to let you go. After leaving the Bulgari Hotel, Lin Chu got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom that had come to pick him up and returned to the headquarters of Simu Capital. This afternoon, there was an important company meeting to discuss the next major action for the company, which is to short Bayer technology in Germany. Although Lin Chu could use the eye of investment ability to see the investment return rate, operational execution in reality still had to be done step by step. The total amount of funds for shorting Bayer technology involved over $4 billion, and it required remotely manipulating foreign accounts from within the country, with the initial preparation process being very complicated. Chapter 288. Wow. The decoration of this apartment is so beautiful. It's my favorite style. It's really not bad. In the living room of the high-end duplex in Ningjinghouding, the four little ones, curious and exploring everywhere since entering, were full of admiration. Following them, Lin Chu, who walked into the room last, looked up at the apartment. To Lin Chu's surprise, this duplex apartment looked quite spacious. And because it was a duplex structure, the space was maximized. The first floor was an oversized living room, while the second floor had 3 bedrooms. 1 master bedroom, 1 secondary bedroom, and a small room that could serve as either a bedroom or a study. For a girl living alone, the space was more than enough. Moreover, the decoration was very nice, featuring a youthful light color scheme, mainly in warm light tones, looking fresh and fashionable. What was particularly valuable was that this high-end duplex apartment even had a decent outdoor terrace. The terrace was already planted with colorful little flowers and trendy green plants, with a set of outdoor tables and chairs in the middle. This made the 3 little ones who rushed in first incredibly excited. Wow, this terrace is amazing. How does this woman know? In an instant, countless feelings of guilt and panic about being caught in the act surged into Lin Chu's heart. Facing Sun Vua's scrutinizing gaze at this moment, the instinct of a gifted actor was instantly triggered. Sister Ai, what are you talking about? Lin Chuqing squatted down in front of Sun Yi with an innocent smile. I'm only focused on my 4 sisters. Besides you, I'm not interested in anyone else. And you know that. As he spoke, he added affectionately, if I really have to say, what I want most right now is to be with you, Sister Yi. Sun Yi, who originally knew that the dog Junior was not very honest and was holding on to a thought of tricking him, was instantly thrown off by Lin Chu's straightforward love talk, and she couldn't pay attention to anything else. Hee, you should just be devoted to your Xiaonan sister and Yuanyuan's sister. As for me, you don't need to worry about me, General Lin. Chapter 290. The bracelet I gave you. Actually wore it on your foot? Looking at the delicate little foot that stretched onto his thigh, adorned with a diamond bracelet on the ankle, Lin Chu frowned and glared. This diamond bracelet was one of the 4 pieces of jewelry he had bought at the Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong. Sun Yi's ring, Qin Shiwan's necklace, Jiang Runin's jade hairpin, and Tang Yi's bracelet. Although the locations were different and the values varied, they all represented Lin Chu's deep affection for the 4 sisters. Oh, I'm just worried. Tang Yi tilted her head to look at Lin Chu, her lightly rose-colored lips pouting slightly. I was afraid wearing it on my hand would attract too much attention, so I purposely wore it on my ankle. Think about it. No one would guess that this casually worn chain on my ankle is actually so valuable, right? That's true. Lin Chu nodded in agreement. He certainly knew about Tang Yi's family situation. Although her parents had already cut ties with her uncle who only knows how to take advantage of his sisters. Women are soft-hearted. He was just afraid that her mother would suddenly have a change of heart and secretly take her daughter's things to give to her useless brother. All right, as long as you like it. Lin Chu, note that? Little Choo-Choo, my foot hurts so much. Could you help me massage it? Honestly, if you're not used to wearing high heels, then don't wear them. Lin Chu's tone sounded impatient, but in action, he seriously began to massage her feet. Although not as stunningly long as Sun Yi's legs, Tang Yi's legs were still straight and proportional, with exceptionally fair skin, especially smooth and tender, giving off a naturally youthful vibe. It was indeed a different kind of exquisite pleasure. As she enjoyed Lin Chu's careful massage, the cute short-haired girl let out a comfortable little moan. What's wrong? Does it hurt? No. What do you mean no? I just wanted to look a little taller. After getting used to Lin Chu's massage on her soles, the short-haired girl played with a strand of hair that fell down her temple, her face slightly blushing as she continued. Look, whether it's A, E, or Xiaonan, they're all so tall. Even Yuan, if she wears slightly thicker soles, she at least looks similar in height. But me, I'm not tall to begin with, and standing with them makes me look even shorter. Actually, I think you're really cute like this, E. Lin Chu smiled while gently massaging Tang Yi's small foot. This way, it makes you stand out. I really like you being so delicate. Really? Hearing Lin Chu say this, Tang Yi's big eyes sparkled with joy, looking as happy as a soft little kitten that just received a fish treat from its owner. Of course it's true, Lin Chu smiled. So Yi, don't force yourself in the future, okay? Okay, I got it. Tang Yi not that happily. All right, let us switch legs. It feels so good. As she enjoyed Lin Chu's caring massage, Tang Yi casually picked up a box of cream mousse cake from the side table. She took a spoonful of mousse and popped it in her cherry-like mouth. Wow, Kaijia's cream mousse is still so delicious. Little Choo-Choo. Her coquettish voice rang out in the living room as she playfully swatted at Lin Chu. What are you doing? You're so bad. Right. Lin Chu stroked his chin, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Tang Yi, Iue. Tang Yi shook her head nonstop. So disgusting, no. Chapter 291. They had originally agreed that Tang Yi would stay to help Lin Chu clean the kitchen. However, things became more chaotic the more she helped. The kitchen, which was supposed to be neat and tidy, soon turned into a mess. Bang, bang, bang. The noise was incessant. The pots and pans that were originally arranged neatly were now scattered everywhere. The oil bottle had rolled over on the countertop. The salt jar had spilled all over the floor. Hey, help me clean this up. Make it tidy. No, I still haven't cleaned myself up. Oh no, hurry up. Help me out. I need to get the kitchen clean. You are so annoying. Just then, as the two were cleaning, a sound of an electronic door lock opening suddenly came from the entrance, just a wall away from the kitchen. Lin Chu, Tang Yi, almost at the same time. Tang Yi jumped up and dashed out of the kitchen. Lin Chu quickly grabbed something and started wiping down the kitchen. Today's hanging beef is so fresh. As the front door opened, 3 little ones with big and small bags walked in, chatting and laughing. Chapter 292. Wow, I'm so full. After finishing the hot pot, several girls lay sprawled on the living room sofa, letting out satisfied groans. Yuan, your mom's calling. While tidying up the dining table with Lin Chu, Jiang Runin shouted as she picked up her phone. I'm coming. Qin Shuan, who had just settled down, hurriedly got up and ran over. Hello, Mom? Oh, what? Now? Oh, okay. Looking at Qin Shuan's slightly gloomy expression after hanging up the phone, Lin Chu curiously asked, What's wrong? What did your mom say? My mom is coming to Shanghai for a trip with her colleagues, and just got off the plane, Qin Shuan said helplessly. I have to go pick her up. Oh, I see, Lin Chu nodded. Then I'll accompany you. Qin Shuan nodded and asked Jiang Runin and the others beside her. Are we all going together? My mom said she misses everyone. Maybe we should skip today. Sun Yi replied. Annie is coming with friends, and if we all go, there might not be enough room in the car. That's true, Jiang Runin nodded. Since Annie is here to travel, she should be staying for a few days, right? We can meet another day. Chapter 293. Wow, what kind of car is this? It's so beautiful. The shiny and luxurious Cullinan instantly caught the attention of several ladies. Is this little golden figure with wings a Rolls-Royce? Rolls-Royce? Isn't that the most luxurious car? This car can't be cheap, right? Definitely. It must cost at least over $1 million. Just over $1 million? Then my son-in-law should be able to afford it. No, This car is a Cullinan. I heard it costs around 10 million. Cough cough. Haha. As expected from the big city of Shanghai, even a random car is so expensive. I wonder what kind of big boss can afford such a luxurious car. Just as the ladies were marveling, the door of the Cullinan opened, and a tall young man stepped out. The group, including Huang Wenxi, who had been murmuring, suddenly froze upon seeing him. Oh my gosh! I didn't expect the owner of such a nice car to be so young. Lucia opened her mouth and quietly said to her sisters, not only young, but this young man is really handsome. I always hear people talk about young fresh meat. He really is fresh. Chapter 294. Actually, my son-in-law booked the best J hotel in the city center. Huang Wenxi had been mumbling all the way in the car, and even as she got out, she was still chattering. Isn't that right? I originally thought I was doing the best among my old sisters. But then suddenly, a super rich second-generation heir driving a 10 million luxury car pops up, and it turns out to be the future son-in-law of the Ho family. This feeling of being knocked off the pedestal as a life winner, who was once looked up to, clearly made this show-off aunt feel frustrated and very unhappy. I just came to see you all. I'll leave in a bit. Just as she was rambling on, a few neatly dressed hotel staff approached with smiles and respectfully bowed to Lin Chu. Mr. Lin, hello. The short-haired lady at the front said respectfully to Lin Chu. I am Li Fong, the butler for your presidential suite reservation. During your stay at our hotel, my colleagues and I will provide you with service. Wow, a presidential suite? Seeing this, Lucia, Sun Lihua, and Huang Wenxi, who were pushing luggage at the back, couldn't help but be taken aback. Chapter 295. Oh my God. Pushing open the dark double doors of the presidential suite, Ho Xiaochun and the others, walking behind, looked at the grand circular opening with a giant embroidered screen depicting a dragon and phoenix, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This room is too luxurious, right? How big could it be? I heard it's over 400 square meters. Over 400 square meters? Wow, that's incredible. Look at the living room ceiling. It's all crystal. It's filled with crystals. Wow, my goodness, it's just like a starry sky. And that crystal wall over there, it's so big and thick. The carvings must be of Narcissus, right? Luxurious. It's just too luxurious. Like the amazed aunts, Qin Xuan, who accompanied Lin Chu into the presidential suite, looked around at all the crystal decorations and couldn't help but shine with excitement. Lin Chu couldn't help but secretly sigh. Indeed, women are like birds, naturally drawn to shiny, sparkling things. Our room is right next door. Taking advantage of the ants not paying attention, Lin Chu leaned close to Qin Xuan's ear and whispered, you can watch however you want tonight. Chapter 296. Ho Xiaochun called her daughter over and pulled her aside to a quiet place. Glancing at Lin Chu waiting outside, she earnestly said to her daughter, Yuan, Xiaolin treats you so well. You need to know how to hold on, understand? Of course I know. Qin Xuan nodded. Aren't I with Ah Chu? Being together is one thing. Ho Xiaochun looked at her daughter and lowered her voice, but with a guy as excellent as Xiaolin. You need to be more proactive. Find ways to make him unable to leave you. Mom, what are you talking about? I wouldn't know how. Silly. Is this something you still need me to explain? No. What exactly do you mean? Smack. Looking at her silly daughter, Ho Xiaochun was so annoyed that she raised her hand and slapped her daughter lightly. Qin Xuan, caught off guard, rubbed her sore bottom and complained, Mom, why do you like to hit me? Ho Xiaochun was taken aback. Do other people like to hit you too? Ahem. Realizing she had let something slip, Qin Xuan quickly thought a response. That's just when I was little and didn't study well. Grandma liked to hit me. Chapter 297. Hey, Mom. I'm telling you, Qin Xuan, Xiaolin is the son-in-law I've set my sights on. You must hold on tight, understand? Uft. Qin Xuan furrowed her beautiful brows and felt embarrassed to talk about her own mother. The son-in-law you've set your sights on. You only decided that because you saw Ah Chu is so rich, right? While she complained in her heart, she thought about it carefully, and it didn't seem like a bad thing. After all, which mother-in-law wouldn't tea like a son-in-law like Ah Chu, who is understanding, filial, rich, and handsome? Thinking this, Qin Xuan felt anxious and quickly turned around to speak. You're too twisted, aren't you? Speaking of twisted, do you have the right to say that to me? Qin Xuan's delicate face instantly flushed. You can tease me, but I can't tease you? What kind of talk is that? It's so unfair. Yuan, what are you mumbling about? Is there anyone else there? The voice of Ho Xiaochun on the phone instantly made Qin Xuan forget about arguing with her dog-like junior. Chapter 298. What? Playing games? Hearing Lin Chu's words, Ho Xiaochun on the other end of the phone chuckled. I know this game. Yuan Yuan usually loves to play it. You should take her to play together more often. Yeah, Annie, I often ask Yuan Yuan to play with me. She is really good at it. That is good, that is good. Ho Xiaochun's voice sounded relieved over the phone. Shaolin, Yuan Yuan may not talk much usually, but once you get to know her, she is actually very easy to get along with. Shaolin, let me tell you, as a guy, you need to be more proactive in relationships. Only by taking the initiative can you naturally get along with Yuan Yuan. Ha, you understand what Annie means, right? I see, I understand. Annie, Lin Chu note that? I will. You will, huh? Qin Shuan felt like her mom was going to get her into trouble. Okay, I'm glad you understand. I won't disturb you from playing games anymore, but still, take care and sleep early, okay? Okay, Andy, hang up the phone, and, as I lower my head, I saw Sister Yuan Yuan's gaze that seemed to want to eat people. Chapter 299. After visiting the new mansion and enjoying the supreme night view of the Huangpu River from the former No. 1 building in Huhai, Lin Chu's late-night barbecue order arrived. As one of the luxurious communities in Huhai, deliveries are not allowed to directly enter the Thompson one. Instead, they are required to deliver to the back door of the community. And then the property management arranges for a building steward to deliver them to the owners' homes one by one. Of course, not all delivery drivers are aware of this. So Lin Chu had to put in a lot of effort to communicate, which also took more time. Moreover, Lin Chu's order was enough for a family of 5. Especially with the very hungry Sister Yuan Yuan, the quantity was naturally not small. The number of items ordered was considerable. The building steward who came to deliver the food made 7 trips back and forth. Speaking of which, it seems that the old houses on Sunkai Road are more convenient. The delivery person can just drop the food at the front desk, and the owner can pick it up with a few steps, making it easier for everyone. When the takeaway boxes were opened, various late-night barbecue dishes filled a large round table. Although Lin Chu was wealthy, he was not the type to spend extravagantly and order randomly. Almost everything he ordered was what the sisters liked. Chapter 300. Regarding the little schemes in her friends' hearts, Jiang Runan seemed completely unaware. She skillfully peeled a few shrimp tails and thoughtfully fed them to Lin Chu before carefully taking off her gloves and wiping her hands with a wet tissue. Lin Chu felt that, perhaps due to a slight chill, Jiang Runan's originally calm demeanor gradually became cold while she was wiping her hands. Not only Lin Chu, but also Tang Yi and Sun Yi obviously sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. The two exchanged a quiet glance, feeling both scared and a little excited. The first internal conflict of the 502 group was finally about to happen. Zhu, while casually wiping her hands, Jiang Runan said in a normal tone, I've always wanted to ask you something. Saying this, she put down the wet tissue and looked at the somewhat trembling boy with a half smile. Between me and Yuan Yuan, who do you like more, her or me? Jiang Runan's tone was very calm, as if she was casually chatting with everyone, relaxed and ordinary. However, despite this, the other 4 people present, even though they were mentally prepared, still froze in unison when they heard this. Chapter 301. He Little Chu. After the 2 ladies kissed Lin Chu, Tang Yi took the initiative to come over and said with a smile, although I'm not your girlfriend from now on, I also want to be your family. After saying this, she hugged Lin Chu and gently kissed him on the cheek. Once she finished kissing, everyone's gaze turned to Sun Yi, who was sitting the farthest away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Facing the gazes of her friends, Sun Yi couldn't help but admire secretly. That little dog, this brat's verbal skills are really impressive. In just a few short sentences, he had stirred up the sympathy of the entire friend group and effortlessly resolved the crisis of the Shura field. Not only did he manage to win over all the sisters, but he also made everyone accept the idea of being a family with him. Now, no matter how chaotic this brat behaves in the friend group, he has enough reasonable excuses. Although she thought this way, Sun Yi was certainly also willing to pamper Lin Chu. Although she couldn't give him what she thought was a red line that must be strictly maintained, the thought of not having him in her future life was something Sun Yi absolutely could not accept. Chapter 302. After a night of deep sleep, the next day, bright sunlight streamed through the window into the room, with fine dust sparkling in the dim light. The wind from the fresh air system was at a comfortable temperature, refreshing and pleasant. Jiang Runan, feeling a bit chilly, rolled over in her dreamy state. I feel like I want to die. She finally understood Yuan Yuan's meaning and sighed helplessly. After wiping her face, she struggled to get up and took her bag from the hanger. She opened it and found a box to open. Oh, okay. Little Nan, cheers. Cheers to your sister. Gulping it down. The two sisters similarly raised their swan-like necks and swallowed it with water. After drinking, they continued to gaze at each other. Jiang Runin felt like she wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. She never expected to have such a shameful and embarrassing experience in her life. It's all that little dog, Chu's fault. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In the living room, just a wall away, Lin Chu was jogging on the treadmill when he suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. Damn, am I catching a cold? He casually switched the treadmill to a slow walking mode, rubbed his nose, and looked at the blonde goddess practicing yoga on the mat beside him. Sister E, were you cold sleeping last night? Not cold. I slept pretty well, son, E casually replied, gently stretching her soft body. Lin Chu couldn't help but be amazed. At the same time, while Sun E was leaning forward to stretch, she was secretly surprised. She didn't expect that this dog Junior's body was so good. He could still get up early and run his usual 10 kilometers today. Was this kid's body made of iron? His energy was too abundant. Chu. After finishing her stretches, Sun E sat cross-legged facing the Huangpu River view outside the floor-to-ceiling window and softly said, "What are your plans for the future?" "What do you mean by plans?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chu wiped his sweat and looked at her in confusion. Sister E, what are you asking about? Don't act innocent. Lin Chu's gaze did not catch Sun Yi's attention. She looked straight ahead with a cold expression and asked, "You and Xiao Nan and Yuan, this kind of relationship can't last forever, right? Isn't love enough?" Love? The blonde goddess sneered. Have you ever thought about how you will let them explain this to their families in the future? What will their families think? Sister, actually I bought an island. Lin Chu spread his hands and said, "This island is currently owned by me. If the conditions are right, under international law, it's allowed to establish a nation on your own. Just modify the marriage law when legislating, and in the future, we can all live on the island together. That way, the problem will be perfectly solved. Don't you think it's a good deal?" Huh? Sun E looked at him with a gaze that seemed to say he was an idiot. You brat, have you watched too many online novels? Chapter 303. After everyone woke up, Lin Chu ordered takeout. Breakfast consisted of the classic 4 big pancakes, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and sticky rice from Wuhai. A crispy sweet pancake was gently folded in half, with a thin golden fried dough stick in the middle. The crunchy pancake paired with the chewy and bouncy fried dough stick, complemented by a bowl of sweet hot soy milk to soothe the throat. And finally a small piece of sticky rice as a side dish. This carbohydrate explosion of a meal is the most authentic breakfast experience that only old Wuhai locals would understand. As a native Wuhai girl, Tang E was certainly familiar with this. So, sitting next to Lin Chu, she was kindly teaching him how to eat, how to hold a pancake and fried dough stick. The two of them were eating heartily, mouths full of grease. As for the other 3, it was a bit different. Jiang Runin and Qin Shuan both had flushed faces, heads down, silently nibbling on the pancakes, absently chewing the fried dough sticks. They mainly felt a bit awkward about facing the other 2 girls. After all, everyone understood what happened last night. There was an undeniable sense of embarrassment between them. Oh, I want to die. Chapter 304. Do Binkuan, this guy, keeps saying he is not interested in matchmaking. Yet, he dresses more elegantly than anyone else and is in a hurry like no one else. Old Lin should have some experience, so I want to mention him. On the way to the agreed restaurant, Do Binkuan flipped his bangs, chattering to his 2 buddies. You 2 rookies, let me tell you, when talking to unfamiliar girls for the first time, you need to make eye contact. Be generous like me, never act lewdly. Once you show a lewd vibe, your image in the girl's eyes will plummet, and you'll have no chance. Got it? Yeah, we got it. The 2 rookies, Ren Ziding and Wei Lin, nodded repeatedly. Kuan-ji, are there any other points we should pay attention to? Points to pay attention to? Do Binkuan smiled with a look of indulgence like he rundong. There are many, too many to mention. You can only understand but not express it. Bro, I want a girlfriend, please. He. Looking at his eager buddies, Do Binkuan shook his finger and smiled slightly. There are many things to pay attention to, like being generous and humorous in conversation, actively pulling out the chair for the girl and sitting down, pouring tea, sanitizing utensils, and being generous when paying the bill. There's more. Chapter 305. Hello everyone, my name is Ren Ziding. I'm a painting major, and, my buddies are also. At the round table in the restaurant, Ren Ziding scratched his head, speaking in a muffled voice. His overly serious tone was in stark contrast to his tall and robust figure. Of course, he was still better than Do Binkuan. the so-called love guru of the 404 group, who had been like a lost soul since entering the restaurant, just nodding along to others' words or drinking water, not daring to speak a word. With such kindergarten-level performance, how could he not be a sycophant? Any decent-looking girl could easily make him act like a fool. As for the girl he fancied, who resonated with Ren Zidong, was not a fan of old men. She was a tall girl named Li Min. She had a round face, big eyes, and long hair, and she smiled brightly. Although she couldn't be considered a beauty, with some makeup and nice clothes, she looked quite pleasing, matching well with Dadong. Due to Lin Chu and Pan Tingting's prior acquaintance, the responsibility of livening up the atmosphere naturally fell on him. Chapter 306. What? In a bathroom, Guan Shui's surprised voice echoed. "Will Lin Chu be my boyfriend? No way, no way. I absolutely cannot accept this." "Oh, don't go, wait a minute." Pan Tingting quickly grabbed her furious best friend, saying, pretend, just pretend. Let the handsome older brother pretend to be your boyfriend. Okay, pretend? Guan Shui paused, her brows furrowing slightly. Yes, just pretend. But that won't work. Oh, why can't you understand, Xiao Xue? Pan Tingting sighed, rubbing her temples in frustration. Or, do you really want to go on a blind date and marry that old man who's older than both of us combined? Hearing this, Guan Shui's previously excited expression immediately darkened. She lowered her head and fell silent. Come on, that Kai Zhaocheng is 39 this year, okay. Looking at Guan Shui, who was silent, Pan Tingting complained dramatically, I really don't understand what that uncle is thinking. Forcing you to go on a blind date with such a person? This is so unreliable. Chapter 307. You say I have to be your boyfriend just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Lin Chu thought angrily, straightening his clothes and following Guan Shui into the hotel lobby. Well, this time, Lin really couldn't resist Guan Shui, this little black girl. Under her professional boxer-level threat, he reluctantly agreed to this task. Of course, it wasn't without any return. Under Lin's strict request, Guan Shui promised that if he could handle this well, she would fulfill one of his requests. Any request. It was said like that, but Lin was, after all, a person of dignity. He wouldn't make unreasonable demands, right? According to the script set by Pan Tingting, the Gucci Hu Hai dinner was the blind date location arranged by Guan Shui's father, Guan Zhaolin. Thus, as Guan Shui's boyfriend, Lin Chu had to go with her. Then, in front of Guan Shui's father and the old man she was supposed to be matched with, he would declare his territory, solving this troublesome issue for Guan Shui beautifully. Chapter 308. Dad. Guan Shui smiled brightly, slightly tightening her grip on Lin Chu's arm, and said to Guan Zhaolin, "This is my boyfriend, Lin Chu." After saying that, she gazed unwaveringly into the eyes of the boy beside her. "Hello, uncle." Accepting the commission, Lin Chu naturally understood and immediately showed a friendly smile to the middle-aged man. "Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Chu." It was a rare smile, clear and sincere. When he smiled, it seemed as if all the starlight of the night fell upon him alone. The handsome young man stood casually, his neatly combed hair and a tailored gray checkered suit accentuating his tall figure. Almost as soon as he smiled, women nearby or passing by couldn't help but gasp in amazement. However, these outward traits clearly did not elicit any fondness from Guan Zhaolin. "When did you get a boyfriend?" After listening to his daughter's introduction, Guan Zhaolin's expression was obviously a bit off, and his tone became somber. Chapter 309. Dad, what are you talking about? Guan Shui was anxious upon hearing this, and quickly said, "Who said Lin Chu isn't my boyfriend? He is my boyfriend." "All right, daughter." Guan Zhaolin raised his hand, glanced at Lin Chu, and said nonchalantly, "Did you think I hadn't noticed you two before? You keep saying he's your boyfriend, but you don't seem close at all. Not like a couple." Saying this, Guan Zhaolin first smiled at Kai Zhaocheng beside him and slowly said, "You're my daughter. You might be able to fool others, but you can't fool me. You just found someone random to pretend to be your boyfriend, right? So that's how it is." Kai Zhaocheng shook his head and chuckled. "Uncle Guan, Xiao Xue really has a personality." "Ha, Xiao Xue likes to joke around. Zhaocheng, just ignore it." "No, it's not. Dad, he really is my boyfriend." Hearing them speak like this, Guan Shui was clearly anxious and quickly argued. "I said, we've only been together for a short time, so it's normal, isn't it?" Chapter 310. Somnian Capital. According to the information Lin Chu currently has, it is nominally a capital consortium headquartered in Huaxia, but upon digging deeper into the layers of equity, the real background is connected to the U.S. Moreover, the chairman of Somnian Capital, Kai Wei, is a Chinese national holding a U.S. green card. As for his son, Kai Zhaoqing's nationality, it is of course American as well. In addition to being the executive president of Sanling Capital, Kai Zhaoqing is also a senior director at the Taiwan Integrated Circuit Manufacturing Company, Limited. By connecting all this information, the truth becomes quite intriguing. If Lin Chu's guess is correct, Sanling Capital reaching out to the troubled Guan Zhaolin might not just be interested in his beautiful daughter. More likely, they are also eyeing the equity of Hongfa Times held by the Guan family. If we switch perspectives and consider Lin Chu from the standpoint of the Kai father and son, the best approach would be to offer bridge funding to help Guan Zhaolin as a condition for the two families to form a marriage alliance. This way, for the Kai father and son, they could allow Kai Zhaoqing to take control of Hongfa Times as a son-in-law. Chapitre 311, Patek Philippe, Master Grand Complications. Although Qin Zhaolin didn't understand luxury watches as well as Kai Zhaoqing, he certainly knew a bit about Patek Philippe. Of course, he also knew that a watch from a Master Grand Complication series would be extraordinarily valuable, with each watch worth at least tens of millions. And to afford such an expensive watch, one can imagine the wealth behind it. No way. Could it be that this kid is not that simple? Qin Zhaolin immediately understood. He glanced at the astonished Kai Zhaoqing beside him and quickly closed his mouth. As an old businessman, knowing how to adapt is basic etiquette. Since the situation has changed, it is best to stay silent. Compared to the seasoned Qin Zhaolin, Kai Zhaoqing's mood was not so good at the moment. He stared at the young man in disbelief. Hearing him calmly say, "That's right, I really won't be able to wear your watch in my lifetime." Lin Chu raised his hand wearing the watch and casually brushed back his hair. "Because, Mr. Kai, your watch is simply a bit too low-end to wear." Chapter 312. Not just Guan Shui. Any normal person, after experiencing what just happened, would completely not show a good face to someone as shameless as Kai Zhaoqing. But now, her father seemed to be completely oblivious to what had just happened, as if he had forgotten it entirely. Not only did he ignore it, but he was still forcing himself to be with Kai Zhaoqing. What on earth was going on? Guan Shui, both angry and anxious, couldn't understand. "Dad, are you really going to be so stubborn? Don't you care about my feelings at all? To you, what am I? Just a bargaining chip that can be traded with others for your benefit at any time?" With red-rimmed eyes, Guan Shui spoke word by word, her tone filled with a trembling cry. Seeing this, Lin Chu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his impression, Guan Shui had always been a very strong and competitive girl. He had never seen her show such a helpless and sad demeanor, which made Lin Chu feel a sense of pity for her. Although Guan Shui's personality was a bit more tomboyish and aggressive. Chapter 313. It's this kid again. Hearing Lin Chu's abrupt words, Kai Zhaoqing couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He really couldn't figure out the background of this mysterious wealthy young man wearing a Patek Philippe watch. "Little brother, did you misunderstand something?" Kai Zhaoqing's face turned cold as he looked at Lin Chu and said word by word, "What I said was 700 million. That's 700 million U.S. dollars, not what you think is an RMB. Ah, that's right, isn't it U.S. dollars? The young man raised his hand to rub the back of his neck, sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, "If it weren't for the sake of 700 million U.S. dollars, I wouldn't even bother playing with such a small amount of money." "Huh, I didn't expect you, kid, to have such a big mouth at a young age." Kai Zhaoqing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said sarcastically, 700 million U.S. dollars, can you come up with that? Not only Kai Zhaoqing, but even Guan Zhaolin, who was sitting beside him with a bitter face, looked at Lin Chu with disbelief. Although this young man could afford a Patek Philippe worth tens of millions, compared to 700 million U.S. dollars in liquid funds, this watch was almost insignificant. Chapter 314. Shaolin, your conditions are a bit too harsh, aren't they? Even without Kai Zhaoqing's sarcastic remarks, Guan Zhaolin understood that the conditions Lin Chu had put forward were simply more excessive than those of the Kai family. The Kai family's conditions were merely 10 equity and a marriage alliance between the two families. Let's put aside the matter of the gathering for now. As for the 10 equity in Hongfa, Guan Zhaolin can still grit his teeth and offer it, although he knows that what the Kai family is after is not just this. At least, Guan Zhaolin can catch his breath under immense pressure and 1T be completely crushed immediately. Moreover, he still holds 35 of the equity. So even if he has to tear his face with the Kai family in the future, he still has some power to resist. In contrast, the conditions proposed by Lin Chu are simply excessive. Taking away 20 directly? It's worth noting that the total market value of Hongfa era is still nearly 20 billion. 20% is equivalent to over 4 billion. To take away such a large amount of equity for a mere 700 million is something no one would be willing to part with. And that is not even the most serious part. The most critical issue is that once he takes away 20, this kid will immediately become the second largest shareholder of Hung Fa era. Chapter 315. The party is ongoing. In a lavishly decorated banquet hall, aside from a VIP area where invited guests are located, on the other side, in the special activity area, many celebrity endorsers invited by the Gucci brand are wearing outfits provided by the brand and are being photographed by exclusive photographers for brand fashion shoots. "Xian baby, you look amazing today," said agent Zhou Yinxiang, smiling as she looked at Tian Xiun, who was waiting for the photographer. "This yellow gown is just perfect for your style." "Is it?" Hearing her agent's praise, Tian Xiun looked down at her brand new Gucci dress. The yellow spaghetti strap style, made from well-tailored knitted fabric, looked especially radiant with her exquisite beauty and figure. However, compared to the glamorous haute couture worn by other top endorsers, it appeared rather ordinary and unremarkable. Standing among the stars, her aura and brilliance were instantly overshadowed. For the proud Tian Xiun, it would be impossible to say she was disappointed about this. Chapter 316. With a crisp notification sound, the descending elevator in the underground parking lot slowly opened its doors. Dressed in a sharp suit, the wealthy young man Lin Chu stepped out, still calculating the specific details of the business deal he had just finalized in his mind. Simu Capital invested $700 million as financing loans to Hung Fa era. The loan period was set for 5 years, with an interest rate according to the current industry average. After 5 years, if Hung Fa needed it, they were allowed to extend it for another 13 years. In return, Simu Capital would receive the 20 equity in Hung Fa pledged by Guan Zhaolin. During the next 5 years, Simu Capital would effectively hold this equity and enjoy the group dividends from it. Looking closely, this financing deal actually did not benefit Lin Chu too much, because in today's cash is king market environment, lending out such a large sum of $700 million for such a long term is not a very profitable deal in terms of long-term economic returns. Therefore, even the Kai family would only be willing to offer Guan Zhaolin short-term bridge financing and would never allow him to borrow for 5 years, let alone provide an extension. Chapter 317. An hour later, at the Waldorf Astoria on the Bund, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked smoothly in its spot. "Mr. Lin." Just as Lin Chu opened the car door, Tian Xiun, sitting in the passenger seat, wrapped tightly in a coat and sunglasses, cautiously said while looking out the window, "Do you have a mask or something in the car? It's a bit inconvenient for me to go in with you like this." Although Tian Xiun wasn't exactly a top-tier star, she is still counted among the 95 flowers. Therefore, public figures like her can easily become targets for paparazzi lurking around major hotels. Given the current relationship between her and Lin Chu, which could barely be called comrades, it would be troublesome for her if they were photographed entering a hotel together late at night. Breaking news. Famous 95 flower and mysterious rich young man spend the night at hotel. Such a Weibo trending headline would undoubtedly have a significant negative impact on her career. "You women are so troublesome," Lin Chu said impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. No, I never use masks or anything." Chapter 318. Since he revealed his identity as a Hilton Lifetime Diamond Card holder, the check-in process was, of course, expedited. No one dared to stop him and the frog he was with. Under the respectful gaze of all hotel staff in the lobby, he and the frog were led by a dedicated assistant to the VIP elevator that went directly to the presidential suite. "The young wealthy men these days are really getting extravagant," someone commented as they watched the VIP elevator doors close. "What is it like to share a presidential suite with a frog? What kind of kink is that? Hey, what's the big deal? I once knew someone who liked to hang out with avatar characters. Wow, that has quite a taste." Ding! The crisp elevator bell rang, and Lin Chu and his party quickly arrived at the floor of the presidential suite. "Dear Mr. Lin, welcome to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. I'm your suite concierge, Guan Fei." As the elevator doors opened, a respectful female voice rang out in the retro-style corridor with a luxurious carpet. Looking up, they saw a woman in a hotel concierge uniform bowing at the elevator entrance, with 2 rows of servers standing beside her. Chapter 319. In the wilderness and desert, the setting sun casts yellow sand. The hot wind sweeps through the yellow sand, blocking out the sun. A raging sandstorm rushes toward them. Walking in such a treacherous environment feels like stepping into the darkest horror, where each step requires enough courage to face the relentless onslaught of sand and gravel. Waves of sand come from all directions, crashing down like a rain of stones, painfully stinging the skin. However, after the initial sharp pain, there comes a sudden sense of inexplicable comfort, particularly a feeling of relaxation. People refer to this state as the detachment before death. In this state, one's heart gradually calms down, and a sense of joy beyond everything begins to emerge. You might find that your soul seems to have left your body, floating weightlessly in the air. The brain gradually empties. "Take a sip of red wine now," commanded the boy slumped back against the ground, breathing heavily. A series of muffled responses arose, but it was unclear what the other person was saying. Then, Tianxian stretched out her slender, fair arm and picked up the glass decanter that was placed on the ground. Chapter 320. Leaving the hotel, Lin Chu drove to the entrance of Sun Yi's residential complex. From a distance, he saw a tall and stunning figure under the golden-leaved phoenix tree. A gray coat paired with a hoodie and wide-leg jeans, wearing a classic white and black striped samba from Adidas. Her blonde hair had a hint of darker shades at the ends, casually tied into a half-high ponytail. She looked both youthful and relaxed, yet still retained a sense of propriety. Lin Chu in the car couldn't help but admire her. "My sister Yi's 9-headed body is really top-notch. She looks great in anything. Especially those long legs, they're just amazing. There's no way I could share her with anyone else. In this lifetime, I could never let anyone else have her." Lin Chu could only ponder daily, trying every possible way to devour his sister Yi. Thinking of this, Lin Chu, who was slowly breaking and gliding to the side, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But so far, it's still quite regrettable. Sister Yi's amazing long legs are still tightly closed. Seamlessly. He couldn't find any opportunity at all. This really troubled Lin, the CEO. "What are you looking at?" Sun Yi, who had sat in the passenger seat, shot him a strange glare. "You look like a pervert." Chapter 321. The pain of all love's obsession. The wound of all hate's obsession. I can no longer distinguish between love and hate. Is it just like this? Inside the car, surrounded by the melody of battle songs, there was a moment of silence. Lin Chu quickly returned to his senses from the initial panic, as if caught in bed by the legitimate wife. "Damn, isn't that the Gucci dress that Tianxian wore last night? Damn, I actually forgot about that. Can't tell at all." Sun Yi, with her 2 jade fingers, disdainfully pinched the yellow knitted dress and looked at Lin Chu with a sneer. "Lin, you really know how to play, huh? You even brought someone up to the car." At this point, the beautiful blonde suddenly froze, and certain restricted images that couldn't be spoken of rapidly surfaced in her mind. Especially the familiar, heavy breathing of the dog Junior in the imagined scene. "Damn it, that dog. Stop the car. Stop the car." The blonde's face suddenly flushed, and then she shouted with a disgusted expression. "What are you doing? No stopping here. I don't care. I refuse to sit on your dirty seat. Disgusting." Chapter 322. By the way, did I tell you about Xiaonan? Just as they were approaching the welfare home, Sun Yi suddenly asked casually from the passenger seat. "Huh? What matter?" Lin Chu, who was focused on the navigation route, replied absent-mindedly. Forget it." Seeing that Lin Chu seemed genuinely unaware, Sun Yi paused and ultimately decided not to continue. "What do you mean forget it? Sister Yi, what are you talking about?" "It's nothing, just focus on driving." Sitting with her arms crossed in the passenger seat, Sun Yi said casually, but then suddenly changed the topic. "Hey, is that your little Zhao?" "What do you mean my little Zhao?" Lin Chu mumbled. "Yes, that's right, it's her." "Lin, be careful as you come in this way." Zhao Yushi, who had been waiting at the gate of the welfare home, quickly pushed open the iron gate as the Rolls-Royce Cullinan approached. She guided the massive vehicle into the small courtyard of the welfare home. After getting out of the car, Lin Chu looked up at the courtyard. Apart from the parking area, the main structure of the welfare home was just an old 2-story building. Chapter 323. Yes, just like that. Inside the welfare home, the sounds of Director Sun's guidance rang out. Sun Yi, holding a Huawei P70 Ultra on a gimbal, was completely focused on her filming work. "Do move a little this way, okay? Hey you, Zai Shasha, don't look at me, look outside the window. Yes, just pretend I don't exist." Beautiful click. With her shout, cheers erupted from the hall of the welfare home. Sister, will we be on TV in the future?" "Silly. Of course it's not TV. It's filmed with a phone. It'll definitely be on the phone. Can I see on Douyin?" "Sister, can you send it to us later? We can only play with our phones for a little while each day." "Ah, of course. Once the video is made, I'll definitely send it to everyone. Okay. Zaya Shasha, I want to see it first. Sure. Sun Yi put away her phone, casually picked up a cute girl named Han Xiaosha, and smiled as she teased her chubby little face. Watching her interact happily with the children, Lin Chu, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile. Chapter 324, 9 Uhr morgens. Although today is a weekday, the entrance of the Shanghai Disney Resort is still packed with people, with tourists everywhere. However, in front of the main entrance's ticket checkpoint, a row of security guards stood neatly, blocking the entrance. We apologize, dear guests. In front of the security guards stood a man in a suit, who appeared to be a manager, apologizing to the long line of guests. Today, due to force majeure, this park will be temporarily closed and not open. What do you mean by force majeure? Among the crowded masses, someone shouted in dissatisfaction. I got here at 4 a.m. to line up. How can you just say it's closed? Yeah. Complaints quickly arose from the densely packed crowd of tourists, their emotions running high. How can you suddenly close the park? You didn't notify us in advance. Yeah, if you weren't going to open, you should have said so earlier. Our family came all the way from Altai. This is too much, wasting so much of our time. Can you compensate for this? I don't care. I bought the most expensive VIP package. I must get in today. Chapter 325. While Lin Chu was chatting with several high-level executives at Disney Resort, Sun Yi had already picked up her phone and started filming for the day. As a half-documentary, half-movie-style short film, her shooting didn't require special actors. Rather, she captured snippets from real-life events and then edited them into a film. Therefore, in order to capture the joyful moments of children in the Disney park, she had a lot of work to do. Picking up her gimbal, Sun Yi followed the children's footsteps and began shooting. Not far along, she heard a series of crying sounds. Curious, Sun Yi walked over, only to see Aunt Lu holding the crying Qiu, looking somewhat at a loss. Qiu is the youngest orphan in the orphanage. He was found 3 months ago, abandoned outside the orphanage door while still in swaddling clothes. Since his biological parents could not be found, Aunt Lu had no choice but to take him in. Seeing Qiu crying loudly, Sun Yi couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Although she usually had a cold, unapproachable demeanor, she really liked children. Especially upon learning that Qiu had been abandoned at such a young age, her heart ached for him. Chapter 326. Night Falls. Melodious music wafts through the air as the ambient lights around the Disney castle gradually illuminate, casting a dreamy pink, blue, and purple glow that makes the entire castle resemble a fantastical palace from a fairy tale. The fountain in front of the castle begins a mesmerizing water dance under the colorful lights, with sparkling water droplets lightly bouncing in the air, intertwining with the magnificent light and shadow to create flowing pictures. Against the deep night sky, it resembles a scene straight out of a fairy tale world. Following this, countless lights sparkled like stars between the castles, signaling the start of the castle light show. Under the projection of the laser water curtain, the entire castle began to change and shine with colorful and gorgeous lights, casting splendid images reminiscent of a magical world on the castle walls and towers. At that moment, reality and fantasy were cleverly blended together. The stunning visual effects elicited waves of heartfelt exclamations from the children witnessing it for the first time. Accompanied by classic characters from various Disney animations projected onto the castle, magnificent fireworks began to blossom in the sky, lighting up the dark night like shooting stars, painting it in vibrant colors. Chapter 327. Days passed day by day. Late autumn gradually passed, and the weather grew colder. In the campus of Shanghai University, where the leaves of the phoenix trees had mostly fallen, the older girls had mostly replaced their stockings with fleece-lined leggings. Dominated by black and nude colors, they looked visually similar, but they were indeed two different things. However, this topic sparked an intense debate in dormitory 404. Do Binkoen stated that these thick leggings looked more textured and made girls appear sexier. This view was met with strong opposition from Ren Zitong, who believed that any opinion not supporting the superiority of stockings should be met with the death penalty. Wei Lin, however, did not get involved in the heated dispute between the two. He only had eyes for tight jeans. Old Lin, come judge for us, which is the best leggings, stockings, or jeans. Oh, I treat them all equally. The broad-minded Lin Zong slightly shrugged his shoulders and, amid the roommates' indignant hisses, pushed the door open and left. Upon arriving at the company, as soon as he reached the ground floor, he spotted a stunning figure stepping out of the DD car. With an excellent figure and a curvaceous silhouette, her beauty was beyond description. Chapter 328. It was not yet 4 in the afternoon when Lin Chu asked Zhao Yushi to leave work early. He then had driver Lao Tang drive him and Zhao Yushi to the nearest auto trade city. What? You want to buy me a car? The road killer Zhao Yushi was taken aback by Lin Chu's words, her small face showing a flurry of emotions. Lin Zong, you know that although I have a driver's license, there's no way I can drive, especially since I still owe you so much money. How could I accept your things? Cough, cough. I know your driving skills aren't great. Lin Chu coughed lightly and said in a deep voice. However, times have changed. As my important employee in the company, you represent the company's image when going out. Always taking a taxi to meet clients, especially not small clients, but various group executives, this indeed affects our image. As for the money you owe me, that has nothing to do with this. This car is provided by the company for your daily commute. Hearing Lin Chu say this, Zhao Yushi first instinctively showed a look of realization, but then her delicate features revealed a hint of difficulty. But if you want me to drive. Bang, bang, bang. Congratulations, Zhu Xiao, on your new Mercedes-Benz GLE. Congratulations, Zhu Xiao, on becoming the proud owner of a Mercedes-Benz GLE. Just as Zhao Yushi stood across from the female salesperson, both feeling a bit awkward. A synchronized cheer erupted from several female sales staff in the car pickup area of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Amid fluttering confetti, a spacious Mercedes SUV sat under the spotlight, surrounded by flowers and balloons, creating a lively scene. Standing next to the car was a tall man dressed in a Burberry coat and a middle-aged woman, similarly plump, draped in fur and holding flowers. Holding the classic matte car key, Zhu Zhouxiang grinned widely at the petite salesgirl in black stockings who was flirting with him. I still think the BMW X5 looks better. After taking the delivery photo, the older woman immediately dropped her smile and muttered discontentedly. I asked my friend, and he said 700,000 is enough to get the latest top-spec X5. I already told them. But you insisted on buying a Mercedes that isn't even the top spec and ended up spending an extra 100,000. Chapter 330. Wow, you look so beautiful now. I never noticed how beautiful you were before. Sigh. I used to not pay enough attention to you, huh? You look so gorgeous now. It must amaze all our old classmates. Come on, let's go together. Look, that's the new Mercedes I just picked up, hee. No, I can't. I have something to do later. Facing the relentless Zhu Zhouxiang, Zhao Yushi felt a surge of anxiety and stammered. I can't go with you, Zhu. Huh? What are you saying? Zhu Zhouxiang pretended to be displeased and said, Yushi, I just bought a car from your dealership. As your customer, I should receive the service I deserve, right? You should come with me and explain the car maintenance and insurance details during the ride. Isn't that what your 4S store employees should do? Listening to Zhu Zhouxiang's incessant chatter, Zhao Yushi felt speechless. I'm also a customer here to buy a car. Why does your need for service have anything to do with me? However, she was well aware of this. Yet when faced with Zhu Zhouxiang's incessant chatter, she found herself unable to speak up. Chapter 331. Haha. When Zhu Zhouxiang saw Lin Chu walk to the S500L at the center of the display, he was first taken aback and then let out an exaggerated laugh. Wow, look at this guy, acting all high and mighty. Hey! Zhou Meilin glared at him with her small green bean eyes, her tone oddly sarcastic. That's an S-Class. It must cost over $1 million, right? Who says otherwise? S500L. The top spec. It must be at least $2 million when you include all the costs. TSK, look at this kid. Really knows how to pick the most expensive car to show off. Nowadays, kids watch a lot of online literature and short videos, and they have plenty of tricks up their sleeves. Haha. And the company image? Just wait and see. I bet this kid will find an excuse to not buy and leave. Zhu Zhouxiang said sarcastically, playing with the brand new car, key in his hand. Ready to watch the kid's good show. To be honest, when he first saw Lin Chu, especially how naturally this kid was hugging Zhao Yushi's slim waist, it really annoyed him. After all, as an old hand in the game of romance for many years, Zhu Zhouxiang believed that his judgment on women was never wrong. Chapter 332. Which one of you? Looking at the two wall-like fat people squeezing in, Tian Qi, who had just entered, couldn't help but be stunned. Mr. Tian, you really have a lot on your mind, said Zhou Meilin, her chubby face full of flattering smiles, a stark contrast to her previous sarcastic tone. The chairman of Meiqiang Real Estate, Zhu Erqiang, is my husband. Meiqiang Real Estate? Oh. Upon hearing this, Tianqi nodded thoughtfully. He had some impression of the Meiqiang real estate mentioned by this fat woman. The company wasn't very large, and, due to poor management, seemed to have been classified as a high-risk enterprise in the banking system. For such a high-risk enterprise that might face a funding crisis at any time, someone as shrewd as Tianqi would definitely not lend the money. Therefore, their chairman, Zhu Erqiang, had visited him several times regarding loans, but had been directly rejected by Tianqi each time. Are you kidding? Lending money to such a risky enterprise would surely turn real money into bad assets. Who the hell would do such a thing? Chapter 333. After swiping the card and signing a thick stack of contract documents, Zhao Xiaomi's first car, a Mercedes-Benz S500L, finally landed. Refusing the sales manager's proposal for a car delivery ceremony, Lin Chu and Zhao Yushi stood up and walked out of the VIP room. Looking at Zhao Xiaomi holding the brand new car key, Lin Chu smiled slightly and pointed to the S500 that had already been parked outside the door. From now on, this car is yours. Go on, take a look at your new car, feel it. From holding the new car key, Zhao Yushi nodded heavily, her heart filled with excitement. Knowing Lin Chu's family background, she understood that a 2 million yuan car was nothing to him. But for Zhao Yushi, this was an extraordinary gift. It meant she had officially stepped into the elite class of society from being an orphan girl who once worried about paying rent. This car would naturally speak for her. Just like Zhu Zhouxiang and Zhou Meilin watching from outside the glass wall, they gasped in unison upon seeing Zhao Yushi swipe the card to pick up her car. Chapter 334. As night fell and the lights came on, the neon lights on both sides of the bustling street reflected off the mirror-like body of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, making it even more dazzling. The well-insulated back seat of the car was quiet and steady, contrasting sharply with the lively and vibrant street outside, as if they were two completely different worlds. Sitting in the back seat, Lin Chu gazed out at the street scene, lost in thought. The decision to promote Zhao Yushi to vice president of Simu Capital was not a spur-of-the-moment decision for him. It was something he had seriously considered for a long time. For someone like him, who possessed a system that could cheat, the capability of an assistant was not the first thing he needed to consider. The most important factor was whether he could trust her wholeheartedly. Of course, on this basis, being capable, having a good rapport, being easy on the eyes, and being able to do some special favors for him were all additional pluses. Therefore, besides Zhao Yushi, no one was more suitable to be Lin Chu's vice president. While he was thinking about these things, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call and heard the cold voice of his granddaughter Wang. Hey, where are you? Why aren't you here yet? I'm on the way. Almost there. Don't rush me. Chapter 335. Chatting and laughing with a group of friends, the lights on stage dimmed. As the music started, the curtain rose, and the play Jing Ke's assassination of Qin officially began. On stage, 3 male actors appeared in a symmetrical triangular formation. The background screen displayed what looked like a tattered animal skin pattern. The ground was covered with a mat, with a low table in the center and a rough wooden table on the other side. The 3 male actors were, from left to right, a young man holding a sword lying on the mat, a scholar in a long robe kneeling properly, and a butcher holding a cleaver cutting meat on the table. Watching the scene on stage, Lin Chu in the audience stroked his chin. To be honest, he didn't understand theater and had never been exposed to this form of dramatic performance before. So at first glance, it did seem a bit nonsensical. Fortunately, sitting next to him was Qin Xuan, who majored in dramatic arts. As the screenwriters, she naturally had a good understanding of theater. So, while the plot had not yet unfolded and the few actors on stage were joking around, she took the opportunity to explain the general plot and characters of the play to Lin Chu in detail. Chapter 336. Accompanied by thunderous applause in the theater, the newly arranged play Jing Ke's assassination of Qin finally came to an end. After all the actors took their bows together, Lin Chu, as a family member, along with the 3 little ones, went backstage. There, in a red dress and still not having removed her makeup, Jiang Runin joyfully ran over, dashed into Lin Chu's arms. How was it? Did you find the play interesting? What she wanted to ask wasn't necessarily about the words. Lin Chu certainly understood this. Sister Runin, your performance was truly outstanding. Amazing. I absolutely love you. The seemingly vague response from the boy instantly filled Jiang Runin's face with joy. Her captivating, big eyes blinked, and then she suddenly reached out her hands, pulling him down forcefully. Her lips, still adorned with lip gloss, pressed passionately against his. Wow. Watching Jiang Runin and Lin Chu kiss without hesitation in front of everyone, Tang Yi covered her mouth. her round eyes curving into a playful arc as she watched the show. As for Sun E, seeing the two kiss so openly, she couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a tinge of sourness in her heart. Chapter 337. Don't want to be an actress anymore? Jiang Runin's words indeed surprised Lin Chu. In his perception, Sister Xiaonan truly seems to have a heartfelt love for acting. Just like tonight, when she stood on the drama stage, confident, composed, and incredibly radiant. It was precisely this dazzling brightness that made Lin Chu feel perplexed when she suddenly said she no longer wanted to be an actress without any warning. Why? Did something happen? Lin Chu smiled in confusion, looking at her with a gentle expression. No way. Jiang Runin paused, suddenly realizing that Lin Chu might have misunderstood her, and quickly explained, No, Xiao Chu, what I meant was, I don't want to be a film and television actress anymore. Oh, Lin Chu nodded in realization. So, Sister Xiaonan, when you say you don't want to be an actress, you specifically mean you don't want to continue in the film and television industry. That's right. Jiang Runin nodded firmly. Xiao Chu, I've thought it through. I don't think I'm suited to be a film actress, whether it's acting or participating in variety shows. All those distractions put a lot of pressure on me, and it's exhausting. Chapter 338. Oh my, this house is really nice. The next day, in the duplex apartment of Ningjing Haoding adjacent to the Film Academy, Zhang's mother, Yang Jiqing, entered and immediately marveled at the exquisitely decorated living room of the duplex. This decoration is really beautiful, Nan. This house must not be cheap, right? Hey, and it even has such a big terrace? Seeing Yang Jiqing's amazed expression, Jiang Runin couldn't help but exchange a wry smile with Lin Chu. This time, Yang Jiqing, a dance teacher, came to Huhai with her colleagues from the school to participate in a training meeting for a dance-related competition project. She would be staying in Huhai for a while, knowing that her daughter unexpectedly received compensation for a set of apartments. Yang Jiqing naturally requested to visit her daughter's new home. It had been several months since they last met in Linzhou, so Lin Chu's impression of her was somewhat vague. This time, he personally went to the hotel with Xiaonan to pick her up, and they chatted a lot along the way, which rekindled their familiarity. Although Yang Jiqing was already over 40, she looked quite young due to good maintenance. Chapter 339. What? You mean the agency that signed Xiaonan is run by you, Xiaolin? I was wondering, so that's it? Hey, yes, that's what I meant. Isn't that the case? That makes sense. In the living room, watching as Lin Chu patiently communicated with her mother, whose expression gradually softened, Jiang Runin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was wise to call Xiao Chu over. It really took her good son-in-law to persuade her mother for her to understand. The black-haired senior sister felt a bit smug as she tilted her head, blinked, and secretly gave her good brother a thumbs up. Noticing Xiaonan's approving gesture, Lin Chu pretended to be indifferent and nodded. He continued to speak to her mother, Yang Jiqing, saying, So, Annie, you really don't need to worry about Xiaonan. I think what we need to do now is respect her choice and support her quietly, and that will be enough. Xiaolin, you're also considered her boss. Yang Jiqing smiled with a hint of bitterness, her tone somewhat resigned, since you've put it that way. Let's go along with Nan's wishes. Chapter 340. Recently, regarding the short selling of Bayer technology, I am very satisfied with everyone's expressions. In the conference hall, the senior executives seated around the oval table listened attentively and respectfully to the eloquent speech of the handsome young man at the head of the table. However, as the saying goes, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I hope everyone remains diligent and focused until the final victory arrives, achieving our profit goals. I look forward to your good news. At that time, I will personally celebrate with all of you. Lastly, I have one more announcement to make. After saying this, the young man glanced at Zhao Yushi, sitting at the lower end of the table, and addressed all the senior executives of Simu Capital. The company appoints Secretary Zhao to be promoted to vice president. Upon hearing this, all the department heads present looked at each other in surprise. Soon, enthusiastic applause erupted in the conference room. Although everyone was somewhat surprised by President Lin's sudden appointment, they all understood deep down. Despite Secretary Zhao being a young graduate, she was one of the founding members of the company and was also the most trusted aide of President Lin. Chapter 341. As night fell. In the suburbs of Huhai, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, the Yangyuan Ammon Hotel stood. The gentle starlight fell between the high eaves and ancient high walls, creating a charming reflection with the blue bricks and black tiles. The Ming and Qing-style courtyard, filled with the ancient charm of Jiangnan, was deep with gardens and softly lit. A refreshing autumn breeze swept through. Outside the high walls, the ancient camphor trees rustled in the wind. Inside the high walls, the sound of the hot spring pool splashed gently. Accompanied by a burst of splashing water from the pool, Tianshi Yunyun emerged from the warm spring pool like a blossoming lotus. She wiped the water off her face with her hands and then pushed herself up from the edge of the pool. With her fair little hands, she grabbed a large bath towel hanging nearby and wrapped it around herself, smiling as she walked toward Lin Chu, who was sitting on a lounge chair. President Lin, the hot spring pool is so comfortable. Aren't you going to swim? It's chilly. I don't want to get in the water. Closing the traditional Chinese painting album in his hand, Lin Chu looked up at the stunning 95 flower in front of him. With her hair still damp and emitting steam, the bath towel casually wrapped around her. Her smooth, bare legs were fully visible. Chapter 342. What? You say you came back just to take a photo and check in at your alma mater and then hurriedly left? Yun, Shiyun, you've changed, do you know that? You're different now. You weren't this cold to me before. On the phone, Xiaoya's voice was incessant. Abba, Abba, Abba. After hanging up, Tian Shiyun finally let out a sigh of relief. Are you satisfied now? Not jealous anymore? Not jealous, really. Lin Chu's mouth curved into a mischievous smile. Tian Shiyun, are you overestimating yourself? Do you think I would be jealous of you? You. Tian Shiyun was momentarily speechless with anger. At this moment, given the situation, how could he say such heartless things? Calm down, Tian Shiyun. If he doesn't care, then let him not care. Who needs him to care? Oomph. I certainly know President Lin wouldn't be jealous of me. After calming down, Tian Shiyun's tone also returned to indifference. After all, as a trained actor, emotional and facial expression management is certainly much higher than that of an ordinary person. Chapter 343. The next day, noon. The sun shines brightly. Outside the high walls, sunlight filters through the lush branches of the ancient camphor tree, casting a patchwork of light on the grassy courtyard. In the bright, private hot spring pool, Lin Chu lies floating in the warm spring water, leisurely closing his eyes to bask in the sun. Although the temperature in the outskirts of Wuhai is not high today, the brilliant sunshine makes up for it. The autumn sun feels warm on the skin, combined with the perfectly heated spring water in the pool, creating a particularly comfortable sensation. He has been quietly emptying his mind for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, from a large bedroom with an ancient straight-paned window, a rustling sound breaks the silence. Following that, the faint sound of footsteps in slippers approaches. Accompanied by the dull sound of the elmwood door opening and closing, Tian Shiyun walks out of the room with her hair down. She is only wrapped in a pure white hotel robe, her bare face flushed with a vibrant red as if nourished by ample blood. Even without makeup, she looks stunningly beautiful. Awake? Lin Chu, floating in the water, glances at Tian Shiyun, who is walking slowly, and casually says, "Come eat something." Chapter 344. Everyone has their own price. Tian Shiyun is no exception. The price that Lin Chu offered clearly struck a chord deep within her heart. Before meeting Tian Shiyun, Lin Chu had always insisted that he would cultivate an emotional foundation before getting involved with someone. The saying goes, when feelings run deep, the legs naturally open. And this natural progression was the enjoyment Lin Chu pursued. However, after meeting Tian Shiyun, the only woman with whom he had an intimate relationship without any emotional foundation, she was the one who made Lin Chu eat his words. For Lin Chu, Tian Shiyun is undoubtedly very special. Her exceptional beauty and fantastic figure are just the basics. More importantly, when he is with her, they can completely throw moral ethics out the window, freely and unabashedly revealing the most primal and wild sides of themselves without any reservations. The absolute sense of obedience, where any request is unconditionally accepted, provides a kind of exhilarating pleasure that only a financial magnate could enjoy, making Lin Chu, who had never experienced such things, feel extremely satisfied. Moreover, due to sister Xiao Nan's sudden decision to retire from the industry, Lin Chu finds himself in an awkward situation, holding a wealth of entertainment resources with no place to use them. Chapter 345. At dusk, the luxurious hotel, made up of Ming and Qing dynasty architecture, is enveloped in a soft golden twilight. Jiang Runan, her best friend, her secretary, and a nominal girlfriend who isn't really his girlfriend, sighing softly from the back seat of the business van, Tian Shiyun reflects, relationships really are messy. However, thinking it over, being an underground lover without an identity may not be a bad thing after all. After all, she doesn't have to get involved in the chaotic harem entanglements. With this thought, Tian Xiun can't help but feel happy again. She simply craves Lin Chu's body, along with the resources he promised to provide her. Now, she is both a backing and a handsome boss to play with. That feeling is simply exhilarating. As she happily thinks about this, her mind involuntarily conjures up the image of the young man's distinctly defined 8-pack abs. Tian Xiun, slurp, sitting side by side in the back seat of the business car. Her manager, Zhou Yinchi, looks at her artist with a silly smile and can't help but show a hint of worry in her eyes behind her glasses. Chapter 346. In the first week of December, the continuously sunny weather in Huhai keeps the temperature in a very comfortable range. In the studio filled with the scent of turpentine, the white curtains flutter with the breeze, and the brilliant sunlight makes the glass transparent. Lin Chu holds a brush, gently rubbing it on the oil canvas, leaving behind vibrant colors. As a master of top-tier painting skills, Lin Chu wields his brush with ease and grace. Before long, a beautiful fruit girl painting that blends expressionism and fauvism comes to life on the canvas. Wow, did you guys know? Just as Lin Chu takes 2 steps back to admire his unfinished work, Wei Lin, who is scrolling through his phone beside him, suddenly exclaims, "Our department has a new exchange student from the U.S. Exchange student? What's so strange about that?" Ren Zitong, who was copying Starry Night, said without looking up, "Our school has always had international exchange student programs, right? This exchange student is different. She's a foreigner, an international exchange student." Do Binkuan, who was taking selfies with his phone, flicked his bangs. "If she's not a foreigner, is she an alien?" Chapter 347. Old Lin. "I just realized I'm really a frog at the bottom of the well." Lin Chu nodded in appreciation. "Kuan-ge, you finally realized." Do Binkuan. Wei Lin walked over, putting his arm around the bewildered Do Binkuan, and said to Lin Chu, "Brother Chu, you can't blame Kuan-ge for having this sudden epiphany. After all, we used to think that beauties like Guan Shui and Senior Tang Yi were the peak of beauty we would see in our lifetime. But now I can responsibly tell you that the new international exchange student is even more stunning." "That's right." Ren Zitong vigorously nodded. "I absolutely agree with what Wei said. This is the first time in my life I've seen such a beautiful girl with such a good figure. It's no exaggeration to say she looks exactly like an AI beauty come to life." "No way, guys." Lin Chu put down his brush. Looking a bit skeptical, "With what you guys are saying, she sounds like a fairy descended from heaven. Is it really that exaggerated?" "Not exaggerated at all. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself." "Oh, by the way, Kuan-ge has photos, right? Show Brother Chu." Chapter 348. Little Chu? Did she just call me Little Chu? Unlike the despairing wails of the 3 in room 404 at this moment, Lin Chu's heart feels a bit disordered by the way that goddess-like girl called him Little Chu. Such a familiar feeling. The only person who usually calls Lin Chu Little Chu is Jiang Runin. But before Jiang Runin, there was actually another girl who used to call Lin Chu that way. Remembering this, Lin Chu's thoughts drifted slightly. In his mind, memories from long ago quickly resurface, bringing to mind the image of a tiny, skinny girl with disheveled yellow hair. Xiao Qiu's mind suddenly recalled the figure of her childhood sweetheart, which slowly merged into the mixed-race beauty before her, becoming one. How is that possible? Looking at the somewhat dazed boy in front of her, Emilia's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she didn't continue speaking. Instead, she quietly stood in front of him, watching him. In her clear green pupils, there was a flicker, shining like transparent jade-like lake water under the sunlight. Soon, Lin Chu, who had fallen into memories of the past, shook his head self-deprecatingly and came back to his senses. Chapter 349. So many years have passed. What on earth happened to her? How did she, once a poor child, become a goddess-like beautiful and noble European noble lady? Could it be that she activated a system as well? Xiao Chu, I don't know why, but my phone doesn't work here. Just as Lin Chu was lost in thought, Su Qiugu, beside him, smiled apologetically while holding her phone. "You didn't change to a local SIM card, did you?" Glancing at Su Qiugu's phone, Lin Chu immediately identified the problem. "Oh, can you take me to get one?" Su Qiugu smiled at him, her eyes sparkling like stars. It would be hard for anyone to refuse a request from such a stunning beauty. "No problem." "Lin Chu, note that." "Did you bring your passport?" "There's a service center just outside the school. I'll take you there in a bit." "Great, thank you." The mixed-race beauty's cheeks flushed lightly, tender enough to seem as if they could be squeezed for water. Lin Chu was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Polite. How to put it? Although they were childhood sweethearts. So many years had passed. Chapter 350. When a stunning beauty, perfect like an AI-generated image, stands in front of you saying, she only has you now, it's hard for anyone not to be moved. In that moment, Lin Chu's mind went blank. Ever since he met the 502 girlfriend group, he had always been the one to take the initiative. Now, facing this direct confession from his childhood sweetheart, he felt somewhat at a loss. As the saying goes, sincerity is the best killer move. Facing Su Qiugu's candid words, Lin Chu, who had long been accustomed to his scumbag nature, found himself somewhat at a loss in front of her. After all, she was just too pure, too innocent, like a perfect lotus blooming in the clearest lake. It evoked a feeling of being something to admire from a distance and not to be defiled. Xiao, many things may not be as you imagine. Lin Chu scratched his finger on his prominent nose bridge, speaking with some hesitation. Think about it. After all these years, we've both started new lives. And we've made new friends. Chapter 351. What does it mean? Looking at Lin Chu's surprised expression, Su Qiugu tilted her head slightly, her deep, clear eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is it a curse word? How to put it? Lin Chu scratched his cheek, feeling somewhat speechless about the unexpected topic. But thinking about it, the classic curse word that originated in the North only became popular nationwide in the last decade. It was normal for Su Qiugu, who hadn't returned to the country for over a decade, to be unaware of it. Strictly speaking, this word shouldn't be considered a curse word anymore. Lin Chu spread his hands and began a little Chinese cultural lesson. In the current context, this word expresses a feeling of extreme surprise or shock. If you need a comparison, you can understand it as something like amazing or oh my god in English. Su Qiugu nodded seriously. So that's it. Lin Chu. Strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with the grammar or context. However, it felt a bit jarring to hear such a coarse word come from the mouth of a beauty as ethereal as a celestial being. Chapter 352. Lin Chu felt that even if he hadn't activated a system, as long as he could reunite with Xiao, he could still live a comfortable life by being close to a rich girl. Although Xiao didn't inherit shares of the group, her life seemed stable and smooth. It seems her foreign father had indeed considered her. So that's how it is. Lin Chu sighed in relief. That's great. Why great? So you will bling, passive. It's nothing. Just that I feel your father hasn't completely neglected you. That's true. The mixed-race beauty nodded in agreement. He always says, I don't have the talent to manage the group, so he hopes I'll live a carefree, ordinary life. Miss, do you have any misconceptions about the term ordinary life? By the way, who is the current chairman of the group? Rubbing his head, full of black lines, Lin Chu casually asked. Ont you? Yeah. Looking at Lin Chu's somewhat confused expression, Su Qiugu calmly explained. She was my father's later wife. I think she's the third one. Chapter 353. Help. Xiao, I feel like I'm going to die. After coming out of the spicy hot pot restaurant, the once ethereal goddess ultimately succumbed to the fierce hextech. Her fair, flawless face was now flushed red from the spice, and her originally pale lips had turned bright from the blood flow. I told you not to force it. Lin Chu sighed. This is China. Our spice level is not on the same dimension as Germany. I won't dare again. Su Qiugu, gasping from the spice, had lost the previous confidence in her voice. By the way, where are you living now? In the school dormitory? Lin Chu asked curiously on the way back. Yes, Su Qiugu nodded. The school arranged a foreign student apartment for me. Oh, living alone. Are you getting used to it? Lin Chu asked with concern. If he remembered correctly, Su Qiugu had a maid when she was in the U.S. I'm still not quite used to it for now, Su Qiugu said, fiddling with her flaxen hair. Nicole, because of visa issues, still need some time to come over. Chapter 354. The campus flower-level Tang Yi and Qin Xuan, along with the goddess-level Su Qiugu. At the bustling entrance of Huda University, three super top beauties stood together, instantly becoming the focus of attention from many passers-by. Looking at Lin Chu standing beside them, everyone couldn't help but gossip and speculate about what the relationship was between this man and three women. Is the main wife catching the mistress? Wow. Should we change places to chat? Feeling the curious gazes from all directions, Lin Chu gave a helpless smile and said to the three girls, sure. Obviously not used to such gossiping eyes, the girls nodded repeatedly. Ah, Xiao, how come you are here too? Just as they were about to leave, a gentle and elegant voice floated into their ears. Oh my, that sweet voice like toffee suddenly sounded surprised. mixed with a kind of joyful excitement, as if tasting a cocoa-filled toffee for the first time. Lin Chan, oh my, it's you. Huh? Lin Chu turned to look in the direction of the voice and was momentarily stunned. Not far away stood a voluptuous, beautiful woman. Chapter 355, Ahahaha. Suddenly being hit by the round and hefty direct ball from Zhu Kaili, Lin Chu immediately felt a chill down his back. A married woman is indeed very proactive and aggressive. However, Lin now really felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, Qin Xuan and Tang Yi, these two sisters, one bright and the other hidden, were glaring at him. They represented Lin Chu's heart and were the most important members of his 502 sister group. Joking aside, Lin must achieve his grand life aspirations. Lin Chu, who knew each of them well, understood that if it was just about accepting this sudden childhood friend, Xiao Qiu, the four little ones wouldn't really oppose it. After all, they were all peers, and Xiao Qiu had known him longer than anyone else. In this situation, as long as Lin Chu thought a way to make the four little ones accept Xiao Qiu just like they accepted Zhao Yuxi, it wouldn't be impossible, though it would require some effort, but it was within Lin Chu's ability to handle. Of course, this was something Lin Chu would do. But the situation with Zhu Kai Li was completely different. Chapter 356, On the outdoor terrace of the cafe, the beautiful woman's surprised voice rang out again. Lin Chan, are you really the president of Simu Capital? Confirming that Lin Chu was indeed the president of the consortium she had been seeking to meet. Zhu Kaili shifted her voluptuous body and said happily, this is truly like the old man losing his mother. Who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? The others sat there, thinking for a long time, but couldn't figure out what she meant. After a while, it was Su Qiugu, who was more familiar with Zhuani, who broke the brief silence. What you mean to say, I assent a blessing in disguise, right? Bingo, Xiao Qiu gets a point. Zhu Kaili nodded repeatedly in delight, reaching out to pat the sturdy and majestic figure that was slightly trembling from excitement. Oh, to be honest, Lin Chan wouldn't meet me before, so I was quite troubled. But now that we're all acquaintances, it's easy to talk, right? Personal relationships are personal relationships. Lin Chu crossed his fingers and rested his hands on the table, slightly shrugging while showing a charming smile. Work is work, and it shouldn't be mixed with personal matters. Chapter 357, Beautiful. She is indeed a real beauty. Looking at the stunning mixed-race beauty standing next to the dog student, Sun Yi was momentarily stunned. As top beauties, their standards for beauty are certainly high. A beauty that could shock both of them was certainly not an ordinary person. While they were sizing up Su Qiugu, the mixed-race beauty clearly noticed them as well. What a beautiful girl. Su Qiugu's mind immediately came up with this stunning thought. It's not that Tang Yi and Qin Xuan weren't pretty. In fact, the 502 sisters each had their own unique styles and charms. However, compared to the 172 centimeters tall Sun Yi and the 168 centimeters tall Jiang Runan, the 160 centimeters and 163 centimeters tall Tang Yi and Qin Xuan did seem to have slightly less visual impact at first glance. Moreover, Sun Yi's black coat paired with black stockings gave off a cold and elegant vibe, while Jiang Runan's short coat with fitted pants exuded a bright and charming aura, making the two tall and exquisitely dressed beauties stand together, radiating a strong presence. Chapter 358. Wow, this cake looks so delicious. Jian Libo, is that the orange-flavored drink we used to have when we were kids? I want to drink it. Beef sounds good. I like to eat beef. What est Dialong? San Huaji? Xiong Ko Luo? Qibing? What are these? Century egg? I don't like that. Huh. Xiao Chu, what are these strips? Duck intestines. Do we really have to eat this? The black tofu is duck blood? Oh my. Isn't that something only vampires eat? And what is this animal's internal organs? Waste flour? What is that? Scary. Brain flour? Pig's brain. In the bustling supermarket. Su Qiugu looked at the various hot pot ingredients in the shopping cart, her little face turning pale with fear. The ingredients for Huaxia hot pot were truly terrifying. What do you think? Pushing the shopping cart and following behind, Sun Yi quietly asked Jiang Runan, who was walking beside her. What do you mean? After confirming the production date of the coconut juice in her hand, Jiang Runan replied absent-mindedly, casually placing the coconut juice into the cart. Chapter 359. Wow. Did Xiao Chu make all of these? So awesome. So delicious. Xiao Chu is amazing. As night fell, in the brightly lit Western-style restaurant, Su Qiugu looked at the steaming hot pot and the table full of dishes, her big eyes filled with surprise. You don't know, do you? Xiao Chu is a great chef. Jiang Runan, walking over with a cast-iron pot of red braised beef brisket, said with a smile. He can make so many dishes. Huh, really? Su Qiugu's face showed a surprised smile. I didn't know this before. You'll gradually find out. As Jiang Runan spoke, she carefully placed the cast-iron pot on the heat-resistant mat in the center of the dining table. Xiao Chu is a treasure boy. He can do so much. All right. Right. Lin Chu, who was setting the tableware, glanced at the few sisters resting on the sofa in the living room watching a show, and said, Sisters, the hot pot is boiling. It's time to eat, right? Oh, the three little ones, who were engrossed in the show, said without turning their heads. Wait a minute. Just a little bit more. What show are you watching? So captivated? Lin Chu smiled upon hearing this. The three little ones may seem like high and mighty school beauties outside, but when they return home, each one of them is just a drama-loving TV fan. Chapter 360, Flirtatious? Upon hearing this, the four little ones immediately straightened their little faces, their four delicate faces coldly turning towards the trembling dog Junior. What kind of flirtation? Well, it's just that he particularly enjoys playing with girls. Su Qiugu's mouth curled into a smile, and a gentle light flickered in her slightly squinted eyes. While various different girls, he can really make them happy. Oh, upon hearing this, the four little ones also narrowed their eyes, not with a smile, but with a sense of danger. Well, little Chu was quite handsome back then, and he was particularly good at drawing, plus he could chat with girls. So you was my yently. Her green pupils revealing a nostalgic look. Whether in kindergarten or later in preschool, he seemed to be quite popular with girls. I heard that many girls secretly wrote those love letters and confession cards for him. The four little ones exchanged knowing cold laughs. Who would have thought? It turns out this little brother has been like this since he was young. I say, Lin Chu. The most straightforward granddaughter Wang teased with an acrid tone. You little guy are quite good at getting along with girls. Chapter 361, as night deepened. In the old Western-style house, the lights were bright. Xiaonan, do you think what Xiao Qiu said while eating hot pot was genuine? Sunny, who was tidying up the kitchen counter alongside Jiang Runan, glanced at the few people in the living room and quietly asked, Is she really not planning to date? Well, Jiang Runan smiled slightly. It's hard for us to say for sure about other people's matters. However, what? Just that I feel Xiao Qiu is very sincere. Unlike someone who would casually say things. Jiang Runan smiled and placed the dish she had rinsed under the faucet into the dishwasher, then continued. Moreover, for someone like her who has gone through such a childhood experience, it's very likely that she doesn't trust love and has no expectations for relationships, right? That makes sense. Sun Yi, who originally wanted to say something else, suddenly fell silent. Jiang Runan's words, though unintentional, struck a chord in her heart. Sun Yi's mind instantly recalled her own childhood experiences. The feeling of being abandoned by parents, relatives, and the whole world. Thinking of this, Sun Yi, who had also suffered emotional trauma from her original family in her childhood, suddenly felt a deep empathy for Su Qiugu. Chapter 362, Laughing and Chatting. The five girls walked out of the changing room and approached the bath. The exquisite crystal bath had already been filled with hot water by someone unknown. Under the gentle, warm light, the entire bathroom was steaming, feeling as warm as spring. Wow, it really is a crystal bath. So beautiful. Looking at the fully crystal clear and exquisitely carved crystal bath, the four little ones exclaimed in awe. It must be said that this crystal stone bath costing over 20 million from Lin was indeed a big hit with the older sisters. Sparkling and translucent. It's just too beautiful. With a splash, the eager four little ones jumped into the steaming bath. Wow, so comfortable. Leaning against the smooth wall of the crystal bath, Jiang Runan tilted her head back, resting it on the solid wood edge of the bath. Looking up at the ceiling and comfortably sighed. I haven't enjoyed such a comfortable bath since coming back from Kyoto. Can it not be comfortable? Sun Yi beside her casually folded a towel into a square and placed it on her forehead, also looking up at the ceiling leisurely, with a cost of over 20 million. Even the emperor hasn't enjoyed such a luxurious bath, right? Chapter 363. The night wind rustled the red maple leaves, branches swaying and shadows moving. A few red leaves floated down into the steaming bath, creating ripples in the water. Soft light shone down from above, illuminating the girl's delicate and fair skin through the mist, forming a stunning and beautiful picture. Qin Xuan, with a face mask on, scooped a handful of hot water and gently poured it over herself. The steaming water droplets flowed over her milk-white skin until they fell back into the pool, creating little ripples. Enjoying the warm bathwater, her distinctly double eyelids and slightly upturned almond eyes were filled with comfort and pleasure. Suddenly, something felt very wrong. What are you doing? Yi, don't move your hands and feet around. Because she had previously heard Sun Yi mention Tang Yi, Qin Shuan instinctively said this first. Just relax and enjoy the bath. Why are you running around? What am I doing? Exactly, a voice came from the mist. Sun Yi said, it's just that you borrowed a face mask. Tang Yi, is it really necessary? Causing chaos everywhere, feeling powerless to resist. Qin Shuan instinctively glanced out of the corner of her eye at Jiang Runin and Sun Yi nearby. The two were completely unaware, still applying their masks and enjoying life as pleasures. Although they might have felt the water in the bath stirring a bit, they thought it was just Qin Shuan and Tang Yi playing around, so they didn't pay it much attention. However, further away, sitting next to Sun Yi, Tang Yi was looking at her with a mischievous smile. This little brat must have known all along. Clearly, she did it on purpose and didn't say anything. Qin Shuan, who felt both shy and angry, thought to herself that once this was over, she would have to teach Tang Yi a good lesson. With such thoughts of shame and anger, Qin Shuan's gaze caught sight of the mixed-race beauty soaking alone at the farthest end of the bath. For Lin Chu, who had long been accustomed to it, this was actually nothing. Jiang Runin, nearest to her, suddenly lifted her mask, sniffled, and muttered in confusion. What the hell is there? Sun Yi suddenly shivered and quickly raised her nose to sniff around. No way, right? Tang Yi, are you really that wicked? Hey, I'll bite you. You are the one causing chaos. It wouldn't be that the renovation caused the drainage and bathroom to connect to the same pipe, would it? No way. They wouldn't make such a basic mistake, right? Shuan, do you smell that? Jiang Runin turned her head, looking somewhat puzzled at Qin Shuan. Then her voice suddenly stopped. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Sun Yi beside her also turned her head to look. That pair of bright eyes immediately narrowed slightly, gleaming with a murderous intent. Get lost. You little brat. Sisters, beat him up. Damn, let us talk properly, don't fight. If it really comes to it, don't slap my face. Lin, who was howling, had both eyes. Seeing this, Sun Yi, blushing with anger, playfully scolded and casually grabbed a towel from the side of the bath and covered it over the dog Junior's head. Whoa, hey sister, what are you doing? Take it off. I can't breathe. Help. Still pretending here. Shut up. Upon recalling the encounter just now, the granddaughter Wang felt an intense anger rising within her. In front of so many people, especially with the outsider Xiao Qiu present, how dare they ambush me like this? I won't let you off. She shouted angrily. Yuan, hold this dog down. I'll deal with him personally. Yes, let Xiao Chu have a taste too. Spare me. Ani, what the hell? Sisters, you can hit him but don't. Chapter 364, A Flurry of Punches and Kicks. Ding. The host gained a pleasurable experience from the group beating. Pleasure value, 666. Congratulations to the host for receiving the passive talent reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the derivative reward of passive talent. 28 equity in LVMH group. What the hell? Hearing the emotionless system prompt in his mind, Lin, who was beaten black and blue, couldn't help but twitch his lips. You can get rewards from being beaten? I'm not some attribute. Amidst the punches and kicks, the final blow was dealt by the granddaughter Wang's long, fair supermodel legs kicking him hard. Poor Lin was kicked out of the bathroom. Hearing the crisp sound of the door locking behind him, Lin, covered in scratches, furiously clawed at the door. Lin Chu. What the hell? Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips. He felt like he was becoming more and more perverted. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Lin Chu walked barefoot to the master bathroom upstairs in the old house. Chapter 365. After taking a shower, Lin Chu dried himself off, wrapped a towel around his waist, and walked into the master bedroom with his upper body bare. He plopped down on the bed and continued to look at the system interface. The equity given by the system didn't just appear out of thin air. In fact, this equity was acquired through the operations of the Foundation in reality. Of course, he didn't know what means were used to make others willingly sell, or how the equity was quietly acquired without alarming anyone. The system never provided any explanations. But for Lin Chu, it didn't matter. As long as the equity procedures were normal and legal, he didn't have to think too much about the other details. So, based on the trend of this batch of equity acquisitions displayed by the system, Lin Chu's acquisition of 28 equity in LVMH Group was due to the foundation controlled by the system through multiple private transactions, acquiring it from a U.S. private equity investment firm called Catterton. By the way, to help Lin better understand, the considerate system also provided a detailed explanation of the equity composition of the entire LVMH Group. Chapter 366. I must say, the little brother's physique is indeed too good. Muscles well-defined, broad chest and back, perfect lines. Under the cool light, his muscles were covered with a faint glow, exuding a sense of natural strength. Such perfect muscle lines. An amazing body proportion, and those unforgettable handsome features made Jiang Runin involuntarily bite her luscious lips. No matter how she looked, she felt she couldn't get enough. This little brother, I wonder how he trains. His physique is so good. For girls, just as boys like women with curves, they also drool over a guy's 8-pack abs. I must say, Lin Chu's physique perfectly matches Jiang Runin's aesthetic. His muscles are strong, but not bulky like those gym rats. Instead, he has a very natural and perfect state. The former, while muscular, can seem overly ostentatious, while Lin Chu's well-proportioned, solid, and toned appearance makes Jiang Runin unable to resist. Chapter 367. Although the lights in the room were off, tonight was a full moon night, and the moonlight was particularly bright and clear. The granddaughter Wang's pupils suddenly widened. Jiang Runin instinctively let out a panic scream. What? Lin Chu, who was behind her, curiously leaned over to look. Sister Ai, why are you here? Can I join? Huh? What are you talking about? Get out. A blushing Sun, covered her face with her hands and fled the door. Right? What did Sister Ai say she came for? Damn it. Jiang Runin struggled to get free and gave the little dog a few punches. It's all your fault. You said to lock the door but didn't, and now. She thought about smashing a pillow over her head. Originally, Lin Chu planned to just go to bed today, but lying in bed, thinking left and right, it still felt wrong. Mainly because today he had said he would deal with that bad girl Tang Yi. And since he had said it, he couldn't just let it go. Chapter 368. Wow. Didi is so handsome. In the room illuminated only by the TV screen, Tang Yi and Qin Xuan, wearing sleepwear, were lying on the bed with their delicate legs crossed, binge-watching a show. I suggest we crown him as the second most handsome in the world. Oh, then who is the first? Duh, of course, it's my brother Chu. Isn't that a clear first place? Xiao Chu, when did you come in? Hearing the sudden male voice behind them, the two girls, engrossed in their show, turned in unison. Xiao Chu, how did you get in? Looking at Lin Chu, who was casually lying on the bed with his head propped up, Tang Yi widened her big round eyes in surprise. This is my house. Isn't it easy for me to come in? Lin Chu pretended to yawn. It's so late. You two sisters are still watching shows? I think you should rest early. Hearing this, the two girls couldn't help but roll their eyes at him in unison. You snuck in at night just to tell us to rest early? You little brother. Are you kidding? You're so bad. With you here, can we rest well? Chapter 369. You. In the dark room, Sun Yi's cold voice echoed. Why are you here instead of accompanying your lady to sleep? I'm just worried about you, afraid you might be thinking too much. The little dog who had slipped and moved gently and skillfully wrapped his arms around her, pulling the golden-haired beauty into his embrace without tangling her hair. Wrapped in a thick and warm embrace, Sun Yi couldn't help but squint her eyes in comfort. However, a wave of jealousy surged in her heart. This dog really skilled. It seems he has done this with her two girls quite a bit. What can I think? As soon as the queen spoke, the sourness was hard to hide. President Lin and his girlfriend live a normal life. What right do I have to say anything? Look at you. All you know is to be jealous. Lin Chu chuckled. Baby, you should know that you can never be an outsider in my heart. Hey, don't say that. Sun Yi sneered. Half of our four-girl group has already fallen under your spell. I think you should show some mercy and leave us two seedlings. No way, I said. You all have to be my wives. Chapter 370. The breakfast location was arranged by Lin Chu. The place was in Yuan, chosen to be a local, somewhat old-fashioned Shanghai-style dim sum restaurant, specializing in authentic Hai-Pai-style soup dumplings. After parking the car, Lin Chu strode to the steamed bun shop's entrance. He saw a stunningly beautiful noblewoman standing by the roadside in the bustling street. Her long, silky hair was elegantly styled into a tall and slightly mature bun, and against the backdrop of her black hair, her exquisitely made-up face appeared as white and tender as Nid of Mu. Her tall figure was dressed in an elegant and noble long dress, the fitted style accentuating her slim waist and the simple yet exquisite neckline highlighted her smooth skin and full bosom. Below her beautiful apricot-shaped eyes, the beauty mark at the left corner of her eye radiated an enchanting charm. Just standing there quietly, she had already become a focal point for countless admiring glances from passing men, and also a prime target for street photographers snapping from a distance. Of course, all of this faded away with the arrival of a tall and handsome young man. Chapter 371. Wow, is this the most authentic Shanghai soup dumpling? The stunningly beautiful Jew slyly exclaimed as she looked at the table full of breakfast. Crab roe? Is that the crab's innards? What big, crumbly crab? What kind of crab is that? Oh, we in the East call this Shanghai crab, generally not eaten much. In the East, we usually prefer the crab roe from hairy crabs, especially those from Hokkaido. The crab meat and roe are placed back into the shell and grilled, and that rich flavor is one of my favorites. Sounds great. Lin Chu thoughtfully picked up a soup dumpling and placed it in her bowl. If I have the chance in the future, please take me to taste it. Jude Siley's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Really? Then we have a deal. Lin Chan, when you have time, you must go with me to Hokkaido. Sure, Lin Chu smiled. Since they set aside company matters, their conversation returned to food, and they found even more common ground, chatting enthusiastically. To be honest, even though she was 17 years older than him. Chapter 372. What is it like to be proposed to by a young, stunningly beautiful noblewoman? Damn. Lin Chu almost spat out a mouthful of jasmine tea in the dim sum shop, wiping his mouth with 2 napkins in a fluster. He felt that this beautiful woman was really bold, proposing over breakfast. This was in stark contrast to the unwillingness of Xiao Qiu, who didn't intend to date or marry. Speaking of this mother and daughter, their personality contrasts were too great. Oh, no need to be so surprised, the beautiful woman chuckled, covering her mouth, her charming eyes curving into lovely crescents. How about it? If you marry me, I will treat you well. As soon as the words left her mouth, the male customers passing by paused, clearly surprised. Almost simultaneously, several envious gazes turned toward the boy who could attract such an extraordinary woman to propose to him. Chapter 373. Approaching noon, Lin Chu watched the car carrying Ju Siley drive away before turning back to his own car. Of course, he did not immediately agree to the noblewoman's request. The shares and chairman position of Bayer Technology were not as tempting to Lin Chu. After all, this did not equate to the system's share rewards. The shares provided by the system were clean and hassle-free acquisitions. When granting share rewards, the system would also present all the shareholders and operational information of the company to Lin Chu in detail. Whether it was Xinlong Weibo or LVMH, Lin Chu could effortlessly understand the share distribution and overall situation of a large group through the detailed information provided by the system, which was crucial business intelligence that would be difficult to ascertain without spending significant money and effort on investigation. On the other hand, Jude Siley's verbal offer belonged to the latter. Since it was not a system-rewarded share, the entire Bayer Technology Group was completely unfamiliar to Lin Chu. Chapter 374. Ming Shi International Club. Welcome to Ming Shi International. Good afternoon, honored guests. Looking at the row of girls in white shirts, body-hugging skirts, and black stockings, the 3 brothers in 404 felt incredibly pleased. No wonder they say clubs are for young models. It sounds cliché, but it's really fun. Looking at the 2 rows of long legs and black stockings, Do Bingquan, Run Zitong, and Wei Lin couldn't help but feel eager to try. Hello, honored guests. A hostess with a headset approached and politely said after verifying their group purchase vouchers, due to a high number of customers during the opening. Please wait a moment in our upstairs self-service restaurant where you can have a light meal. All right. The group nodded, chatting and laughing as they headed to the self-service restaurant upstairs. I've heard about club models since I was little, and today I've finally seen it for real. The brothers joked. Hey, do you think the technicians later will be as pretty as the ones downstairs? They should be about the same, huh? Just thinking about it is a bit exciting. Wait, you're not playing games anymore? Chapter 375. Striding in her black stockings, Sun Yi hurried to the elevator. She saw the elevator had stopped at the 5th floor. Without a word, she grabbed Zhong Xiaoman's hand and sprinted up the stairs to the 5th floor. Luckily, Sunny Wang was wearing flat knee-high boots today. If she had been in high heels, such a mad dash would surely have twisted her ankle. Being pulled along, Zhong Xiaoman was clearly a bit out of breath. Shout, slow down, I can't catch my breath. Can we not hurry when catching a cheater? Sun Yi shot her a cold glare and said sternly, stop whining and follow me. The 5th floor was the foot massage area. The long corridor, lavishly decorated, was bathed in pink, suggestive lighting that created an atmosphere that made one's mind wander. One by one, the foot massage therapists in black stockings, dressed in various uniforms, pushed their luggage and entered the individual rooms. Through the crowd, Sun Yi spotted Lin Chu at the far end of the corridor. He was the last to enter one of the rooms. Seeing this scene with her own eyes, Sun Yi's face immediately tightened. She almost wanted to rush over and give her annoying younger brother a good scolding. Did he really enjoy going out to find such superficial massages? Chapter 376. Meanwhile, in the workplace. Wow, Xiao Yi, you look so tempting in that outfit. Seeing Sun Yi dressed in a flight attendant's uniform, Zhong Xiaoman gave her a thumbs up, her tone full of admiration. Oomph. Sun Yi snorted coldly, looking at herself in the mirror. With a set of air bangs and a black wig, her tall and proportionate figure was accentuated by a fitted white work shirt paired with a black pencil skirt, and below were her long legs and black stockings. Pure, yet alluring. Both her looks and figure formed an absolute contrast to the so-called gold medal technicians. Miss, I've taken care of what you asked. The female manager pushed open the door and said to Sun Yi, the room is arranged next door. You can go straight over. After speaking, the manager stared at Sun Yi, who had changed into her work outfit, momentarily stunned. Miss, you're so beautiful. Have you considered developing your career here? The manager said dreamily, a girl as pretty as you could easily become the top performer. Thanks, but no. Sun Yi replied coldly, picking up her phone and making a transfer. This is the agreed-upon fee for your hard work. Please take it. Chapter 377. Endurance. Sun Yi, you must endure. After being scolded a few times by the dog-like junior who had burned his feet, Sun Yi gritted her teeth and kept reminding herself internally. The evidence isn't conclusive yet. I must endure. I must endure. I'm sorry, dear guest. She took a deep breath, smiling sweetly as she said in a cutesy tone, it's my oversight. I'm truly sorry. All right. Hurry and add some cold water. I'm burning up. Okay. Dear guest, please wait a moment. Once the water temperature was ready, Sun Yi pretended to rub Lin Chu's feet and then dried them. Dear guest, how does it feel? Just okay, not bad. Lin Chu leaned against the massage table, speaking nonchalantly. By the way, be gentle when massaging my feet. I can't take too much pressure. Got it. A pair of delicate hands squeezed some essential oil in her palms, and Sun Yi grit her teeth as she vigorously spread it. Then, she took Lin Chu's feet and started rubbing and massaging. Although it was a one-on-one service in a private room, the dim lights and a mask on the girl made the atmosphere feel quite intimate. Lin Chu quickly found it boring and picked up his phone to chat with his friends. Perhaps finding typing troublesome, Wei Lin and the others directly called him on voice chat. Chapter 378. Too much exercise, huh? Back pain, huh? I'm gonna deal with you, you bastard. In the seductive, ambiguous pink lighting, though she was cursing inwardly, yes, that's right, just there. Lighta, ah. Boss, if you go any lighter, it'll just be like a touch. Will you even feel anything? I said I can't take too much pressure. Well then, how about this? Is this light enough? It's acceptable, still okay. Ah, lighter. By the way, do you even know what you're doing? I know. Don't rush. Wait until your true self is revealed and see how I deal with you. Sun Yi, filled with resentment, thought to herself, with the pressure you're giving. You come here for a massage? Isn't this just asking someone to scratch your back? Wait a minute. Did I spend a lot of money just to massage this dog thing? No, I came here to expose his true colors. However, this brat was surprisingly honest. He and T moved a muscle since the beginning. Sun Yi thought that perhaps the dog-like junior had been holding back all along. Was he too timid to act? Chapter 379. Sister E. Lin Chu jumped up, pretending to be enraged and confused. Why are you here? How can you do this in such a place? Me? Caught off guard by his unexpected accusation, Sun Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Sister, if you need money, just tell me. Lin Chu clutched his chest, looking heartbroken. How could you come to such a place and do such things? How can you degrade yourself like this? Even if you're short on cash, you shouldn't be working as a technician behind my back. Sonny. No, it's not like that. After being stunned by Lin Chu's sudden attack, Sun Yi finally regained her composure and flusteredly explained, You have the nerve to blame me? I only came to test you because I saw you enter this kind of place. Test me? Lin Chu refused to back down. I just came to get a foot massage at the group buy price of 99 yuan. Is that a test for you? Go ask around. Which place offers that kind of service for just 99 yuan and allows group buying? Chapter 380. Sunday, at the headquarters of Sumo Capital, in the temporarily allocated meeting room for Yunyu Automobile Company, Limited. By the way, the name of the car company, Faraday Future, which seemed like a knockoff at first glance, has been renamed by Lin Chu to Yunyu Automobile. Yunyu refers to a luxurious car driven by immortals. The name is derived from Chao Ji's discourse on the Tao from the Three Kingdoms. How can one still wish to see the immortals on Yingzhou? Seeking Anshi on the coastal seas, abandoning the golden chariot and gazing at the clouds, discarding the literary steed to seek the flying dragon, and from Ruan Seasongs carrying the cloud chariot in the mist, riding on the two dragons of the summer. Of course, the familiar English abbreviation FF is still retained. The first generation of the company's model, FF91, is also preserved. Director Lin, according to your suggestions, we have outlined a detailed plan for the future product line of Yunyu Company. In the conference room, a middle-aged man sitting at the head of the conference table picked up the report in his hand and politely said to the young boss sitting at the main seat, "Mr. Ma, please elaborate." Upon hearing this, Lin Chu slightly nodded and raised his hand to signal the middle-aged man to continue. In response, Ma Zhongyang, the executive director and president of Yunyu Automobile, who was recruited by Lin Chu with a hefty sum, cleared his throat and detailed to Lin Chu, according to your proposal, our Yunyu Automobile is currently undertaking a comprehensive upgrade of the FF91 model while retaining and enhancing its features. Chapter 381. Are we being choked on chips? After the meeting, Lin Chu returned to his office and frowned as he said, "Are you saying that the chip supplier for FF Company has proposed to cut off the supply? Why? Why would the supplier suddenly make such a demand?" Zhao Yushi, dressed in an OL professional outfit, with a complex expression, replied, "Our Yunyu Company's factory has moved away from the United States and has established a super factory in China, which violates the relevant provisions of the Chip Act. Therefore, they can only temporarily stop supplying us with the latest chips." What the heck? Hearing this reason, Lin Chu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Can this really happen? Being choked by such a reason was something Lin Chu had not anticipated. Old America, you really are insane. The core technology of the FF91, whether it's Yunyu's intelligent driving or the full vehicle intelligent interaction system, lies in the AI system of the vehicle built with the most advanced chips. Without chips, everything is out of the question. Without a stable chip supply chain, mass production is a distant dream. The entire research and production plan could even die before it is born. Chapter 382. Lin Chu glanced out at the magnificent Huangpu River view, took a deep breath, and then turned to Zhao Yushi, standing in front of him, speaking word by word. The landing plan for the R&D Center and Super Factory in Huaihai. The relationship between the political and business circles, my brother friends have contributed a lot. Moreover, the reason I entered the high-end new energy vehicle track is also to revitalize China's manufacturing industry on the world stage. If all these are moved abroad, let alone disappointing my good friends and brothers, it would be tantamount to completely handing over the life and death of Yunyu Automobile to others. Such a foolish deal Lin Chu will never make. Hearing Lin Chu's firm words, Zhao Yushi slightly nodded, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Lin Chu was testing Zhao Yushi, and she too wanted to know Lin Chu's attitude. Seeing the spiritual tacit understanding between them would naturally make Zhao Yushi feel a sweetness in her heart. Lin Chu did not misjudge her, and neither did she misjudge Lin Chu. Zhao Yushi smiled lightly. So, should the next plan be conveyed to the R&D Center according to my earlier suggestion, or? Chapter 383. Shaolin, you came here, but why did you bring gifts? Walking into the Guan's villa while laughing and chatting, Guan Zhaolin looked at the two wooden boxes sent by Lin Chu and said with a smile. Lin Chu smiled and replied, "Uncle Guan, it's my first visit. How can I come empty-handed?" "Oh, this child, you're being too polite. It's just 2 bottles of wine. I hope Uncle won't mind." "Hey, how could Uncle possibly mind the gifts you brought?" Taking the 2 exquisite rosewood boxes from Lin Chu, Guan Zhaolin glanced inside and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is Huaidiao wine, right?" "Shaolin, how did you know that Uncle's favorite is Huaidiao?" Lin Chu nodded. "I thought the weather was getting cooler, and drinking some yellow wine would be good for warming up." How thoughtful, how thoughtful. To be honest, my favorite in life is this old Huaidiao. Ha 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 ha. Guan Zhaolin joyfully said, narrowing his eyes to take a closer look at the wine box. The next second, he suddenly froze, and after a long time, he exclaimed, Oh my, this is 1949's Guyu Longshan Top Huaidiao. Chapter 384. Uncle Guan, I actually have something important to discuss with you. After the joking, Lin Chu paused slightly, his smiling expression becoming much more serious. Oh, what is it? Xiaolin, just say it. Guan Xiaolin, a person of stature, immediately noticed the change in Lin Chu's attitude, and he set down his wine glass, speaking gently. For your matter, as long as uncle can help, I will do my best. This matter, Lin Chu smiled slightly, looking at Guan Xiaolin seriously, and said, not only can you help, but it really can only be you who can help. Hearing this, Guan Xiaolin immediately straightened up. I would like to hear more. It's like this, Uncle Guan. Lin Chu paused, organizing his thoughts before slowly speaking. We're all our own people, so I'll speak frankly. To be honest, I previously acquired a new energy vehicle company and am now focusing on the new energy vehicle manufacturing industry. But we are constrained by the U.S. Chip Act sanctions, and the vehicle system developed by our group is facing the risk of chip supply interruption. Chapter 385. Uncle Guan, you are indeed an expert. Lin Chu smiled and gave a thumbs up. The proposal to produce 5 nanometers chips using NIL nano-imprint technology receiving Guan Xiaolin's approval indicates that it seems feasible. Do you think there will be difficulties if this plan is implemented? Well, upon hearing this, the originally excited Guan Xiaolin suddenly looked as if he had been doused with cold water, his tone somewhat dejected. Xiaolin, the proposal you mentioned to use NIL nano-imprint technology to produce 5 nanometers chips indeed has great feasibility. However, we are still in the research stage of feeling our way across the river, and it may still be too early to reach a mature mass production level. After all, the biggest difficulty in nano-imprinting is how to engrave the fine circuit diagrams onto the imprinting stamp. As far as I know, only Canon in Japan has relevant mature technology. And domestically, there seem to be quite a few research parties, but the progress may still be somewhat lacking. Is it true that as long as we can solve the technical issues, we can achieve mass production? Chapter 386. Watching her father and Lin Chu drinking together, Guan Shui, sitting aside, appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was already amazed. As a peer of Lin Chu, Guan Shui felt that the gap between them was too vast. How did this kid manage to be so composed, confident, and calm about everything? Just as Guan Shui was secretly amazed, a sound of high heels clicking on a marble floor came from the living room outside the dining room. Before the person arrived, a strong scent of perfume wafted into the air. What kind of wind is blowing today? Darling, how come you're having dinner at home? Accompanied by a delicate Hong Kong accent, a young woman with red hair and dressed in a black fur coat walked in with a beaming smile. Ida, you're back. Upon hearing this, Guan Xiaolin put down his wine glass and stood up, saying, You flew over from Hong Kong Island. You must be tired, right? Aren't I just? I'm all worn out, the woman said casually as she walked into the dining room, only to suddenly see Lin Chu beside the dining table. Her expression froze for a moment, then she immediately showed a hint of surprise or admiration. Oh, their SA guest today. Chapter 387. No need. I'm not interested in LV bags. Facing the brand new limited edition bag presented by Wang Charlie, Guan Shui couldn't even be bothered to take a glance. She had long been displeased with this old man who always looked at her with squinty eyes. As someone who frequently visited Hong Kong Island, she certainly knew that this guy was just a playboy. If it weren't for her father's face, she would have given him a set of combo punches to make him understand why flowers are so red. I'm Guan Shui, but someone like you, a lecher, could just look. How vulgar. How could this be vulgar? Wang Charlie said with a smiling face. Shui, just take a look. This is really a limited edition. Only 100 pieces released in the entire Asia region. Yes, Guan Shui, Wang Ida chimed in. If it weren't for my brother being a senior executive at LV in Hong Kong Island, we could never get this bag, you know? As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chu beside Guan Shui, her tone slightly sarcastic. This kind of rare item, ISNT, something just anyone can get. What are you talking about? Chapter 388. Well then, Mr. Lin, I'll take my leave. Aha, please stay. Watching Wang Charlie's back as he left with a completely different attitude, Guan Shui, who was sitting nearby, felt completely baffled. What's going on? How did that old guy's attitude change so drastically just because he got a phone call? Not just her. Even the previously domineering Wang Ida felt the strange contrast in her brother's attitude and was equally puzzled. She quickly made an excuse to send him off and chased after him. Charlie, wait. Outside the Guan family villa, Wang Ida called out to Charlie, furrowing her brows and asking, what was that about? Why did your attitude change so much? As your sister, it's fine if you don't stand up for me. But why are you flattering that kid? You don't understand. Wang Charlie turned around and said, "Do you know who that Mr. Lin is? What identity?" He cautiously glanced into the villa before leaning close to his sister's ear and whispering, "The new shareholder of LVMH Group." LVMH Group? Upon hearing this name, Wang Aida's face instantly turned pale, her eyes wide open in shock as she trembled. "You mean the LV company?" Chapter 389, What Wang Aida Was Thinking. Lin Chu naturally had no interest in guessing. He certainly wouldn't have any thoughts about making the other party submit. Although this aunt, who was under 30, did have some charm, she was definitely the kind of beautiful young woman most ordinary people would dream of. However, unfortunately for Wang Aida, Lin Chu's standards for mature women had already been elevated to a cosmic level by his sister, Orange. Therefore, facing someone like Wang Aida, he really couldn't muster any interest. Not to mention, the other party was a married woman. Although Lin Chu played around a lot, he truly didn't have the strange habit of putting hats on others. If you were to have any romantic encounters. Thinking of this, Lin Chu couldn't help but steal a glance at the hot black-skinned girl beside him. If it were like that, then it could be considered. At the same time, he noticed the youthful gaze from the boy. Sitting next to him, Guan Shui slightly furrowed her brows. Her female intuition was subtly telling her that it seemed she was encountering some lewd treatment in that brat's mind. Pervert. Unable to refuse Guan Dad's warm invitation, Lin Chu sat down and shared a bottle of Maodai 50 with him. Chapter 390. Lin Chu didn't even know how much alcohol he had consumed. He only felt that his consciousness was still hazy. He kept having all sorts of bizarre and inexplicable dreams. Feeling parched, Lin Chu was delighted to see this. Having eaten until his stomach was nearly bursting, he still hadn't quenched his thirst. Lin Chu only felt a wave of dizziness, and suddenly, the fragments of the dream flashed, and the scenery in front of him changed instantly. He found himself in a newly constructed building for a visit, without a guide or anyone accompanying him. It was just him. After an odd disappearance of a plot, late at night, in a high-rise hotel in Ojai, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a middle-aged woman dressed in an elegant suit gazed at the bustling night view outside, her expression serious and contemplative. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a gentle knocking sound at the hotel room door. Hearing this, the secretary standing behind the woman quickly walked to the door and opened it. Then, without surprise, she nodded at the well-dressed man outside. Chapter 391. The next morning. The sun was just right, and soft sunlight streamed through the thin curtains, slanting into the quiet bedroom. Dust sparkled like light powder in the direct sunlight. Lin Chu turned over and slowly woke up from his dreams. Rolling over, he felt his head still throbbing from last night's hangover. Not only was his mouth dry, but his entire body felt as if it had been emptied, a wave of emptiness and fatigue washing over him. His eyelids fluttered, and Lin Chu struggled to open his eyes. What came into view was an unfamiliar light gray ceiling in a Nordic style. The boy lying on the bed blinked, turning his eyes left and right. He saw that he was lying on a similarly unfamiliar Windsor bed. On the large bed, he was the only one there. What's going on? Lin Chu scratched his fuzzy head, trying hard to recall, but he couldn't remember what had happened last night at all. Suddenly, he thought something was wrong and quickly lifted the blanket covering him to peek inside. He was completely naked. What the heck? Lin was somewhat baffled. He seemed to have never had the habit of sleeping like this, right? What on earth happened last night? Chapter 392. After getting dressed and heading downstairs, in the dining room, Aunt Wu had already prepared breakfast. A variety of dishes, both Chinese and Western, were laid out. At the round table, Guan Zhaolin sat in the central main seat. On the left and right are his wife Wang Aida and daughter Guan Shui. "Zhaolin, you're awake. Come quickly." Seeing Lin Chu coming down the stairs, Guan Zhaolin immediately showed a kind smile and waved warmly at him. "Let's eat something together." "Okay, Uncle Guan." Lin Chu nodded and walked to the dining table, taking a seat next to Guan Shui. He glanced at the dark-skinned beauty in a bathrobe beside him, a pleasant fragrance wafting from her voluptuous figure. "Here, your chopsticks." However, Guan Shui did not make eye contact with Lin Chu. She simply reached for a clean set of chopsticks from the table and handed it to him. Without looking up, she spoke in a soft tone that Lin Chu had never heard from her before. "Feel free to eat whatever you like. Oh, by the way, the pan-fried dumplings made by Aunt Wu are particularly good. Want to try?" "Okay, sure." Lin Chu nodded in response, but he suddenly felt that this girl seemed a bit different from before. Chapter 393. Puzzled, he opened the newly acquired Talent Gold Appreciation Voucher. Talent Gold Appreciation Voucher. automatically binds to the current host's daily earnings talent. After use, you will receive 10,000 times the weekly earnings of the current level daily earnings talent. P.S. All funds obtained from the Talent Gold Appreciation Voucher can only be used for investment circulation and cannot be used for consumption or cash withdrawal. A windfall. After reading the detailed explanation of the Talent Gold Appreciation Voucher, Lin Chu, lying comfortably in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, felt a surge of joy. To be honest, the current Sumu capital under his planning was aggressively implementing a monetary policy globally, using the guise of Wall Street capital to buy up quality assets in various countries with substantial funds. Coupled with the unlimited RD investment in Yunyu Automotive and the soon-to-be-launched construction plan for the Shanghai New Automotive Super Factory, as well as various company expenditures. These were all genuine money-eating beasts. For a long time to come, these projects would require Lin Chu to invest huge amounts of capital. As for future returns, while the prospects were indeed bright, the return cycle would obviously take a long time. Chapter 394, Jin Mao Junyu in Shanghai. Located on the 83rd floor of the Executive Lounge. On an autumn afternoon, sunlight streamed through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Sitting in a comfortable sofa by the window, overlooking the magnificent views of Lujiazui and the Huangpu River, sipping a good bottle of wine and enjoying exquisite afternoon tea was truly relaxing and pleasant. Due to its high-end and private nature, it had become one of the popular spots for many visitors to Shanghai. Tourists flocked daily to experience this trendy spot. However, today's situation was somewhat different. Many visitors who came to enjoy the afternoon tea at the high-altitude executive lounge looked at the hotel security blocking the entrance with varying degrees of displeasure on their faces. What's going on? I specifically spent a lot of money to stay at your hotel just to check out your high-altitude executive lounge. And now you're telling me it's not open to the public today? Are you kidding me? At the front of the crowd, two young women, adorned with exquisite trendy makeup and dressed in a very elegant style, stood in front of the executive lounge door. Their faces filled with anger as they loudly argued with the hotel staff. Chapter 395. Picking up the red tea, he took a sip. The fresh and elegant tea flowed out with a sweet fragrance. In terms of tea quality, it was undoubtedly top-notch. However, at this moment, Lin Chu was not in the mood to savor this excellent tea. Instead, he furrowed his brows slightly and opened the latest message received on his phone. It was insider information about the Alder family, who controlled the LVMH group. After quickly and thoroughly reading the intelligence sent by Zhao Yushi about the Alder family, Lin Chu finally understood the strange situation of encountering representatives from the same family today. As expected, the internal situation of the LVMH group was turbulent. As the head of the entire group, the largest shareholder holding 40 of the LVMH Group shares, and the president of the LVMH Group, Bernard Alder, was already 75 years old. No matter how powerful he was in his youth at this age, how much energy could he have left to handle the complex affairs of the group? This remained a question mark. Meanwhile, his eldest daughter, Fielna Alder, who was about to turn 50, was in her prime. Chapter 396. At 6 p.m., the sun had set below the skyline of the Magic City, and the night gradually descended, leaving only the last traces of sunset in the sky. On the 83rd floor of the Jin Mao Junyu Hotel, in the executive lounge by the window, at exactly 6 p.m., the lights along the bund lit up uniformly in the twilight. As night fell, the dazzling lights illuminated the bustling Shanghai bund, instantly transforming it into a vibrant and extravagant scene. After admiring the thriving night view of the bund, Lin Chu turned his head upon hearing footsteps approaching his table. Mr. Lin, hello. A middle-aged woman, dressed in an elegant white suit and maintaining a composed smile on her dignified face, spoke in a professional tone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Wei, a senior director on the board of LVMH Group. Hello, Ms. Sun. Please have a seat. Lin Chu smiled and nodded, extending his hand in a gentlemanly gesture for her to sit. Before she arrived, Lin Chu had already looked up some background information about her. She was from Yinjing, one of the earliest students studying in the U.S. in the early 1980s. She held a Ph.D. in law from Columbia University and was one of the first Chinese students to obtain a lawyer's license in the U.S. Chapter 397. Mr. Lin. Sun Wei smiled non-committally, maintaining a humble and respectful demeanor as she spoke to the young man in front of her. I originally thought our communication could be more sincere. I think I've been quite sincere. Lin Chu laughed and shrugged. He had obtained the shares as a reward from the system. In fact, he had never really thought about how to use these shares or what goals to achieve. After all, the LVMH group was too large, with intricate connections both within the group and among family factions. As an outsider, Lin Chu had no understanding of the internal affairs and had no interest or energy to delve into them. As for using his 28 shareholding to participate in the internal struggles of the LVMH group, or even to seize control of the entire group, sorry, Lin Chu did not have that kind of free time. He currently only holds a simple portion of the shares, with no voting rights at all, and completely lacks any connections or foundation within the group. In this situation, trying to stage a bold takeover and seize control of the LVMH group is simply a pipe dream. Chapter 398. This young man, looking at the calm young man in front of him, Sun Wei couldn't help but sigh. He knew exactly where the LVMH group's vulnerabilities lay. He was right. A 28 stake in a group is a huge piece of cake that competitors would undoubtedly rush towards like starving wolves. In this regard, the entire Auld family has no way out except to pay a huge price. This is exactly the situation that the group's leader, Bernard Auld, least wants to see. With this in mind, Sun Wei sighed deeply, tried to calm his emotions, and slowly revealed a serious and earnest expression as he looked at Lin Chu and spoke sincerely. Mr. Lin, before visiting you, I have already obtained full authorization from Mr. Bernard Auld, so what I am about to say represents the honor of Mr. Bernard Auld and the entire Auld family. I can promise you that as long as you refrain from intervening in the struggle for control of the LVMH group and do not engage in any actions that harm the LVMH group, you will have the full support of the entire Auld family. Chapter 399. When the lights of the Bund skyline went out, Lin Chu walked out of the Jumeirah Hotel and got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom that the driver had brought, supporting his head with his hand. He shifted his gaze from the bustling streets outside back to the brown paper file in his hand. Inside was a pre-prepared appointment document for the LVMH group. This represented that he, Lin Chu, had now become the first senior director of Chinese nationality in the history of the LVMH group. It also meant that he now had an official and formal identity within the LVMH group. The so-called director's rights are simple. They merely entail that all brands under the LVMH group, whether they're fine wines, clothing, jewelry, watches, etc., can be supplied to Lin Chu in unlimited quantities for free as long as he wishes. This also includes any brand boutiques of the LVMH group located around the world. If he wanted to use his director status to completely clear out all flagship stores of the LVMH group brands in Shanghai, theoretically, there would be no problem at all. However, Lin Chu naturally looked down on such matters. Not only him, but basically all board members would not deliberately exploit this right to take advantage of the group. Chapter 400. The blue and white Gulfstream G700 private jet roared into the sky, breaking through the clouds. This fastest business jet in human history flew steadily at a cruising speed of 0.925 Mach in the stratosphere, heading west. This time, Lin Chu planned to go on a long trip to Europe. Of course, it wasn't for leisure, but for business. The first stop was to Leuven, Belgium, to inspect the VIA Microelectronics Research Center under his name, while also finalizing technical cooperation matters with the domestic Hongfa Times. Such cross-national actions, especially those exporting cutting-edge technology to China, are considered very sensitive behaviors in the entire European and American semiconductor industry, which has extremely strict technological controls over China. Therefore, this time, Lin Chu, the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss, had to personally step in. Otherwise, the executives of the VIA Microelectronics Research Center might not obey. Since we're talking about going to Europe, it is necessary to take along the childhood friend Su Qiugu. As a native of Europe, Su Qiugu is fluent in the languages of major European countries, such as English, German, French, and Italian, making her Lin Chu's destined translator. Chapter 401. Wow. After understanding the situation, Lin Chu widened his eyes in surprise. He thought to himself, when did this girl squeeze into his bed? She even crawled into his arms. Can we not treat childhood friends as if they are men? Perhaps she felt it. The mixed-race beauty in his arms slowly woke up, her jewel-like green eyes blinking at Lin Chu. Good morning, Xiao Chu. Good morning. The sudden scene made Lin Chu's heart race and his breathing become difficult. At that moment, Su Qiugu opened her eyes again, her clear green eyes already shimmering with a deep and mysterious hue. The blushing young girl, shyly leaning against Lin Chu's arms, tightly grasped the fabric of his back with her fair hands. I really want to kiss. Looking at the shy little Chi who was holding him tightly, The thought suddenly arose in Lin Chu's mind, growing stronger. Xiao Chu, your hand. Just as the boy's heart was in turmoil, Su Qiugu, who was holding him, suddenly spoke softly. Chapter 402. Perhaps due to childhood experiences, the simple-minded little Qi has always held a negative attitude towards love, romance, and even marriage, not believing in them. Lin Chu was well aware of this. Therefore, regarding little Qi's attitude, Lin Chu personally adhered to her nature. Whatever she said was what it was. Okish. If she said it was just an act between good friends, was fine, mainly from her attitude. It seemed she really thought it was merely an intimate act between good friends. Lin Chu thought carefully. Well, friend are friends, right? No one said that good friends can only limit themselves to just a kiss. Perhaps in the future, they could, cough cough, we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. After more than 10 hours of intercontinental flight, Lin Chu and his party's Gulfstream G700 successfully arrived in Brussels, the capital of Belgium. After getting off the plane, Lin Chu and his companions took the car fleet sent by the VIA Microelectronics Research Center to the headquarters of the VIA Microelectronics Research Center located in Leuven. There, Lin Chu was warmly welcomed by the entire management team of the research center. Chapter 403. After resolving the biggest issue of NIL nanoimprinting technology, the heavy stone in Lin Chu's heart finally fell. This was the most important agenda of his trip to Europe, and being able to resolve it so smoothly indeed made him breathe a sigh of relief. Although it went smoothly, Lin Chu's previous planning was indeed comprehensive, which allowed him to successfully win over the senior executives of the VIA Microelectronics Research Center and achieve such a grand plan. Lin Chu had originally made ample time plans, intending to stay in Europe for about a week to 10 days, but with such smooth progress, he can now take some time to wander around Western Europe and relax a bit. In Leuven, Ghent, and Brussels, Lin Chu took a stroll, then headed north to Rotterdam and Amsterdam. After a big loop in these two developed small Western European countries, Lin Chu couldn't help but secretly sigh. Europe is indeed too comfortable. With a high latitude, it's not hot, and the warm Atlantic current from the west keeps it from being cold. The climate is particularly pleasant, and there are many plains and few mountains. Additionally, due to the transfer of heavy industrial pollution to developing countries, only high-tech industries remain in the homeland, resulting in exceptional environmental protection. Chapter 404. Pushing open the door and walking into the store, the two found a relatively quiet spot to sit. A blonde, blue-eyed waiter came over and presented them with menus. While ordering, Lin Chu looked around the interior carefully. It was just like many classical European oil paintings Lin Chu had once copied. The decor of the Diviv Vliegen was entirely in the medieval European style, featuring a sense of age with wooden structures. Delft blue ceramic tiles were interspersed with white tiles in a regular pattern on the walls. And under the slightly dim yellow light, combined with the solid wood structure, it instantly created a rich European retro ambience. The black and white tiles on the ground inevitably reminded one of the interiors depicted by Johannes Vermeer, a master of the Dutch Golden Age, known alongside Rembrandt. Still life paintings, landscape paintings, and hand-painted old maps filled with a medieval European fantasy style adorned every wall and space in the store. Some dark wooden shelves hanging on the walls were neatly arranged with wooden carvings, silverware, and copper engravings. All these retro decorations perfectly replicated the Dutch charm of the 17th century. Chapter 405. Tang Yi. Wow, Zaya Kuchu, are you now in Amsterdam? It looks so beautiful. Europe is really amazing. Lin Chu. It's okay, mainly because my photography skills are quite good, okay? Qin Shiwan. Good photos, beautiful place. I really want to travel to Europe once if I get the chance. Lin Chu. If my wife wants to go, it must be arranged. Son, TSK. All you do is sprinkle dog food every day, huh? Tell me, when is it going to be arranged? Lin Chu. How about this after I come back from this business trip? We can arrange it when everyone is free. Jiang Runin. Are we going to Northern Europe in winter? I heard it's quite cold. Maybe we should wait until it's warmer? Tang Yi. I think so too. I've heard that spring and summer in Europe are quite comfortable. Qin Shuan. All right. Let us say we'll plan for early spring next year. Lin Chu complies with the great lady's decree. Just as Lin Chu was chatting with a few sisters in the group, a WeChat message suddenly popped up at the top of his phone. Teacher Xiao Tian. President Lin, why aren't you replying? Looking at Tian Shiyun's nonsensical message, Lin Chu raised his eyebrows in confusion and then reopened his moments. Chapter 406. It's not surprising that Tian Shiyun would feel such frustration. After all, Sitting in front of her was Su Qiugu, whose looks were truly impeccable. Both her father, Ludendorff, and her mother, Su Qi, were exceptionally good-looking. Adding to that was the genetic advantage of mixed Western and Eastern blood. Not to mention, she hit the genetic lottery, fully inheriting all the advantages of her parents' looks and blending them seamlessly. With such a stunning appearance, along with the best years of being 18, she could be said to be so youthful that she seemed to exude freshness. This made Tian Xiyun, who was nearly 10 years older than her, naturally inferior in looks. But beyond looks in terms of temperament, it seemed even less comparable. After all, Su Qiugu's German name, Emilia von Ludendorff, includes the surname von, which is not casually added. Von is a transliteration that represents the traditional military aristocracy that controlled the German Empire during the Prussian era. With noble blood and being the only daughter of a large family, Su Qiugu, who grew up in luxurious conditions, naturally exuded an innate noble aura. Chapter 407. I'm really sorry to disturb you, President Lin, while you're flirting. Tian Xiyun smiled at Lin Chu, slightly tilting her head, her tone flirtatious. Flirting? After Su Qiugu's figure disappeared through the door, Lin Chu shrugged and said nonchalantly, "She is my good friend, childhood sweetheart." Really? Really? Tian Xiyun widened her round eyes, covering her mouth and laughing. President Lin, you really don't need to lie to me. She would mind. Why would I need to lie to you? Wow, that beautiful girl just now ISN to your girlfriend? No way, no way. Can't you understand Mandarin? Seeing Lin Chu's serious expression, Tian Xiyun chuckled inwardly and cautiously asked, "You haven't had anything with her, right?" "What anything?" That. If you're going to say something, say it clearly. What's this, that, and this? Oh my, you beautiful star are getting flustered. Just blurt out. Is it that Bigwood's blessing? Tian Xiyun, you're also a public figure. How can your mind be filled with such crude words? Damn, it's not like you didn't lead me on. Tell me, have you had anything with her or not? Chapter 408. However, these luxury brands do not treat their endorsing stars uniformly. Instead, they distinguish among various levels. Generally speaking, the titles for endorsers of the 6 major blue blood luxury brands, from highest to lowest, are Global Brand Ambassador, with country region prefix, Brand Friend, and Brand Buddy. Each level represents the basic assessment of the brand's partnership by these top-tier capital entities. For example, a brand ambassador in Greater China is already a household name in the entertainment circle and usually has multiple representatives. As for the global brand ambassador, such individuals are rare. This top title, equivalent to a global spokesperson, generally has only 1 or 2 people, and they're always held by extremely popular top stars, such as Reba, DaBaby, Liu Tianxian, and other well-known beautiful stars. Generally, only endorsers at the level of brand ambassador and above are qualified for high-end customization. This is a recognition of the artist's status within those top fashion resources and represents a symbol of their position in the industry. Therefore, as a mere brand buddy at the lowest level, Tian Xiyun is naturally not connected to high-end customization. Chapter 409. President Lin, is what you just said true? That is the global brand ambassador for Dior. Previously, there was only Sister Reba in all of Greater China. Can I? Really, can I? Faced with the shocked and perplexed expression of Tian Xiyun, who kept asking questions, Lin Chu, holding his phone, only frowned slightly in displeasure and then made a shushing gesture to her. Yes, it's me. Once the stunned Tian Xiyun forcefully covered her mouth, Lin Chu calmly spoke into the phone he had just dialed. Haha, yes, I have arrived in Europe, and of course, I look forward to meeting Mr. Alder as soon as possible. The day after tomorrow? Sure, I have no problem with that. All right, it's a deal then. By the way, I have a small favor to ask of you, Miss Sunday. The situation is this. I have a friend whom I personally believe has great potential for future development. So I hope she could be appointed as Dior's global brand ambassador. Her name is Tian Xiyun, a young actress from China. Yes, all right, thank you very much. Chapter 410. Tian Xiyun. Looking at the little teacher Tian, who was tightly holding on to him with a flushed face, Lin Chu felt somewhat confused and furrowed his brows. You are really getting more and more heated. Do you know that? In response, Tian Xiyun, nestled like a little bird in Lin Chu's arm, mumbled softly, "ISNT it all thanks to your good education, Mr. Lin." Haha, if you say that, it gives me a sense of achievement. All right, husband, let us go home and sleep. Upon hearing her sweetly call him husband, Lin Chu felt goosebumps all over. Looking at the beautiful star who showed him a half-dimpled smile, He felt a bit hot. Indeed, he had been holding it in for quite a while. Thinking this, Lin Chu didn't hesitate and directly took Tian Shiyun and walked out of the restaurant. They walked out of the alley, hand in hand, got into the business car that came to pick them up, and drove away. Wow, I got it. I got the big scoop on Tian Shiyun, the 95 flower. Haha. After the business car, carrying Lin Chu and Tian Shiyun left, two men in masks and hoodies. Sitting in the front row of a black SUV parked at the street corner, looked at the camera screen in their hands with grinning faces. It's already resolved? After hearing Lin Chu's words, Tian Shiyun sighed, slightly disappointed. As a star, she genuinely hoped to be caught by paparazzi this time. After all, if her agreement with Lin Chu only stated that she could not actively use paparazzi exposure to gain status, it meant that if her relationship with Lin Chu was exposed through paparazzi taking pictures of her passively, it would not count as a breach of contract. In that case, her relationship with Lin Chu would be revealed to the world, and regardless of whether Lin Chu wanted it or not, facing the vast public pressure, he would probably have to give her a title. It might even be possible for her to have the title of the legitimate girlfriend. Thinking of this, Tian Shiyun couldn't help but pound her chest in frustration. What a pity. This was, of course, just Tian Shiyun's wishful thinking. She had no idea how high Lin Chu's personal security level was, given that he owned a professional security company. In the country, he had nearly a dozen plainclothes bodyguards protecting him secretly 24/7. This kind of tight protection was usually undetectable. Whenever the leading bodyguard judged, through experience, that there was a possibility of sudden danger to their boss Lin Chu, the highest level of security response would be activated immediately, and the hidden bodyguards would quickly act to control the risk before it escalated. Chapter 412. Knock, knock, knock. After resting for a while, just as Tian Shiyun finally had the strength to get up and wash up, a gentle knocking sound suddenly came from outside the Villa Suite's door. Good day, ma'am. When she opened the door, she saw two hotel waitresses pushing a food cart, respectfully saying to Tian Shiyun, "These are the meals, mister. Lin ordered for you before he left." The villa housekeeper politely added, "Also, Mr. Lin has mentioned that you can stay in the room as long as you want. There's no need to rush to check out." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." The little scoundrel is quite thoughtful. After the hotel staff set up various dishes from the food cart on the dining table, Tian Shiyun, sitting at the table, looked at the sumptuous meal and couldn't help but smile slightly. Thinking carefully, being with Lin Chu was actually quite good, aside from not having title. He was rich, exceptionally handsome, had abundant resources, and was in great shape. These advantages aside, what really touched Tian Shiyun was that although Lin Chu seemed like a typical domineering CEO, he was actually a warm-hearted good man in private. Chapter 413. Sister Zhou, what are you saying? The head of the Dior group personally invited me to be Dior's global brand ambassador. Tian Shiyun stared wide-eyed in shock, her mouth involuntarily forming a large O shape. Even the piece of fruit she hadn't had time to swallow dripped down the side of her delicate, smooth white chin. That's right, Shiyun, you really struck gold this time. Do you know? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Yanqi, eager to share this super good news, was increasingly unable to contain her excitement, her voice almost breaking. This is Dior, Dior's global brand ambassador. Among all the stars in China, except for Reba, you are the second female artist. If this news goes out, you'll definitely rise to the first tier. Promoting to the top tier among the 95 flowers is absolutely secure. Ha ha, this will definitely make those other 90, 95, and 00 flowers envious and jealous to the point of madness. I can't wait to see who will dare to say my Shiyun is a second-tier mediocre star. I want to see who has the guts. Who is that kind of clout, daring to call Dior's global brand ambassador a mediocre star. Chapter 414. Switzerland, Engelberg. This tranquil little town, surrounded by the majestic Alps, seems like a dazzling pearl carefully carved by nature, nestled between the pristine snow-capped mountains and dense forests. It is renowned for its extraordinarily magnificent mountain scenery, fresh air, long history, and world-famous ski resorts, making it a perfect vacation destination for countless people seeking peace away from the hustle and bustle of the city. As night fell, the overcast sky began to snow. Light and silent, it quietly wove a dreamlike white feast among the towering mountains, in a secluded and luxurious estate in the Alps. The blazing firelight danced within the red-bricked European-style walls, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning pine, adding warmth to this snowy night. Is this all the information you have collected on Simu Capital? In a single armchair beside the fireplace, Bernard Alder, wearing reading glasses, looked up and softly inquired of his children after finishing the document in his hand. "Yes, father." First to respond was the eldest daughter sitting next to him, Fiona Alder. Chapter 4:15 Bayer Technology. As soon as she finished speaking, Alexander Alder, who was sitting on the other side, asked in surprise, "The largest pharmaceutical company in Germany?" "That's right." Fiona glanced at her brother and nodded. "According to our intelligence, Director Lin has invested nearly 7 billion euros in shorting Bayer Technology in this operation." 7 billion euros. Upon hearing this amount, the several Alder family members present could not help but exchange glances, stunned. As direct descendants of the Alder family and heirs to the world's richest, they certainly were not naive. However, despite this, when they heard that the young director who had just joined the group could suddenly invest 7 billion euros to short Bayer Technology, they still felt extremely shocked. Perhaps the Alder family could indeed come up with 7 billion euros in cash. However, while burning money on new energy vehicle companies, they could still throw 7 billion euros into multinational shorting. Not to mention that he even had funds to acquire a stake in LVMH Group. Chapter 4:16 Director Lin, please. "Mr. Alder, you are too polite." Amidst the laughter, Lin Chu stepped onto the wide steps of the Alder family's villa courtyard, welcomed by Bernard Alder. Other Alder family members followed closely behind, their attitudes respectful. Ascending the white stone steps, still holding a bit of snow, they passed through a heavy solid wood door and entered a spacious and tall foyer. The scenery before Lin Chu's eyes instantly opened up. It must be said that the Alder family is indeed a top giant in the global luxury goods industry. The luxurious decoration within this villa courtyard could even amaze Lin Chu, who had seen numerous top decorations. The luxurious hall is entirely designed in the Gothic Revival style. Walking in from the white stone archway felt like stepping into a magical hall where dreams and reality intertwine. The towering ceiling is adorned with exquisite wooden reliefs, and sunlight filtering through the large stained glass windows after the snow falls creates a dazzling interplay of light and shadows on the beautifully woven carpet, enveloping the entire hall in a splendid, sacred, and luxurious atmosphere. Chapter 4:17 I think, Mr. Bernard Alder, you are somewhat similar to Chowminda, Lin Chu said with a light smile, looking at him and slowly continuing. To speak frankly, I believe you too have a heart that desires to unify the world and encompass all realms. Of course, what I mean is within the grand industry of global luxury goods. Listening to Lin Chu's words, Bernard Alder gently shook his head, not saying much, only revealing a slightly meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Lin Chu, who keenly captured this detail, immediately felt assured. It seemed that his words had hit the mark. In fact, calling him Chow Chow was merely a formality. If anything, Bernard Alder was more like Sima, a minister under Chow Chow. In fact, after gaining shareholder status in the LVMH Group, Lin Chu conducted an in-depth understanding of Bernard Alder, the creator of the LVMH Group. After researching the other party's rise, Lin Chu suddenly realized, Bernard Alder is not simple. He is definitely a cunning and fierce wolf. Chapter 4:18 Even if Bernard Alder racked his brains, he would never know that Lin Chu was able to understand the internal financial movements of the LVMH Group. It was completely deduced from the relevant documents of the former shareholders of the group when receiving the shares from the system. Of course, Lin Chu himself was not 100% certain of this information earlier. However, seeing Bernard Alder's shocked reaction at this moment was enough to confirm that this situation indeed existed. Mr. Lin Chu, Bernard Alder, having seen many storms, quickly calmed his inner shock. His aging face subtly restored its previous polite smile. I didn't expect you to know so much about the internal matters of the group. After all, I'm a director on the board. Lin Chu smiled back. I still know a little about the matters that should be understood. Is that so? I see. Bernard Alder nodded silently. Chapter 4 Wood Capital Headquarters. The Vice President's office, separated from the office hall by a glass wall, always attracts employee subconscious glances. Brother Fong, why is the desk in front of the Vice President's office so sought after? In the office area, the new employee Han Mei Li quietly asked the senior employee Li Xiaofeng, who brought her along. As an intern, she still had the mindset of a student. Just like feeling uncomfortable sitting under the teacher's watchful eye, shouldn't the employee seats next to the manager's office be hot potatoes? However, in the Wood Capital Headquarters office hall, how did the row of desks next to the Vice President's office become a coveted spot among many male employees? What do you think? Li Xiaofeng glanced at the direction of the vice president's office and winked at the new girl with a smile. I think they all want to show themselves in front of the leadership. Han Mei Li Blingxiet, asking in Konfuhun. Show off? Li Xiaofeng Shukulat. Leaning closer to the girl's ear and whispering. These little bastards want the desk next to the vice president's office simply to take advantage of this good spot to sneak a peek at our vice president Zhao. Chapter 4:20. Don't worry, President Zhao. As long as it's Mr. Lin and your instructions, our technical department will not hesitate to face any challenges. Our economic business department is the same. Our capital markets department will absolutely strive for first place. Our investment department is willing to serve Mr. Lin with utmost dedication. These guys really know how to rally. Watching the ambitious company executives cheerfully leave, a young girl standing next to Zhao Yushi quietly murmured as she closed the door. It's fine to chant slogans. After stretching after the summary meeting, Zhao Yushi smiled and said to her new assistant, as long as they do their jobs well, let them chant slogans if they want. True. The assistant, Jean Jiajia, nodded with a smile. After all, with you, President Zhao, leading us, the company is well organized and everyone has their roles. Wait, stop. Zhao Yushi stretched out her fair, slender fingers and pointed at the post 2000 assistant with a smile, saying, Jiajia, you still talk about others? Look at you, flattering again. Chapter 4:21. The collapse of the stock price isn't the most critical issue. The more critical issue is that those board shareholders who were originally fighting to the death for power and profit, upon realizing that Bayer Technology is likely doomed, none of them are willing to stay and accompany the company. Just a short while ago, they were fighting tooth and nail for control of the group, and now they're all beginning to sell off their shares. A dead comrade is better than a living Taoist. This is easy to understand. But the problem is that when members of the board, who are supposed to be the management, start dumping their shares, what does that mean for the market? Doesn't this just accelerate the complete loss of confidence in Bayer Technology? When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Bayer Group, one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, has finally fallen to the brink of collapse. The group's finances are in complete turmoil, with their D departments, production factories, and sales terminals coming to a standstill. Bayer Technology Group, this global pharmaceutical giant, is on the verge of total collapse. It's just a matter of time. Of course, these problems are no longer something Lin Chu needs to consider. As one of the earliest short sellers, he has reaped rewards far beyond his expectations from this action. Chapter 4:22. Sisters, look, this is Luxembourg. On a sunny afternoon, wearing sunglasses and carrying a backpack, Lin Chu walked alone on the streets of Europe, acting as a cloud tour guide for the four little ones on a video call. Beijing time is 9 p.m. Luxembourg time is 3 p.m. Due to Su Qiugu having something to attend to and returning to her German hometown temporarily, Lin Chu has been traveling alone in Western Europe these days. Feeling okay, but a bit lonely. Of course, although he has met many international friends of the opposite sex who have expressed a willingness to engage in deeper exchanges, he has politely declined them all with a smile. Are you serious? This is Western Europe, which is full of gambling and drugs, especially open. Isn't it pure suicide to dare to engage? Sunny. Wow, Xiaochu, the sun is still so bright. Lin Chu. Do you understand time difference? I love you. It doesn't matter that little time difference. Sun, puffed. Just talk normally. Why are you singing nonsense? Lin Chu. Isn't this my heartfelt song? Chapter 4:23. Of course. Leo grinned, looking at the bustling ball downstairs, spreading his arms. Otherwise, why do you think I would hold such a grand party? Zhu slyly blinked in surprise. Isn't it to satisfy your vanity? How could that be? Leo smiled nonchalantly, turned around, and picked up 2 glasses of red wine from a tray held by serving staff. After watching the servant politely retreat, he handed 1 glass to the noblewoman and gently clinked glasses. This is the great prelude to the revival of the Rudenhoff family and the brand new overture to Bayer Group's rebirth. Sorry, Mr. Leo, the elegant lady said, carefully shooting him a glance. I think you could be a bit clearer. Very simple. Leo took a sip of red wine, speaking with undeniable pride. Madam, if you had carefully checked the guest list, you would know that all those invited to the Rudenhoff Manor tonight are the top tycoon families of Europa. I know that. Jude Siley frowned slightly. But what does that mean? It means they are the hope for our Rudenhoff family's resurgence. Chapter 4:24. Why did you suddenly come? You didn't tell me in advance. Ignoring the pouting maid, Su Qiugu happily stood up and walked in front of Lin Chu. If I had told you in advance, there wouldn't be a surprise, right? Lin Chu smiled slightly, naturally extending his hand to wrap around the beautiful girl's slim waist. Suddenly being approached so intimately by him, Su Qiugu's fair face turned red. However, she showed no intention to dodge or feel uncomfortable, just shyly lowering her head. Lin Chu, This is also a gesture of friendship between good friends, right? Of course. Hey, seeing Lin Chu hugging her young lady in public. Little Nicole angrily waved her arms. I told you, don't go too far. These are all the elite nobles of Europe. Please don't be so frivolous. Huh? Am I frivolous? He casually held Su Qiugu's small hand and kissed it. Wow. You jerk. What are you doing? A hand kiss. Isn't that very common in your Europa? No, there's no such thing as your kind of hand kiss. Chapter 425. Mr. Rittenhoff, long time no see. Your charm is still so suave. In the center of the banquet hall, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit walked up to Leo von Rittenhoff and Ju Tsai, smiling and greeting. And I suppose this beautiful lady is Mrs. Ju? Truly deserving of your reputation. Your beauty is as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Ah! Facing the flamboyant middle-aged stranger, Ju Tsai smiled awkwardly and looked at Leo beside her. Let me formally introduce, Leo said with a beaming smile, his tone formal and respectful. Mr. Sofronova Henry Pilov and his son Gabriel van Pilov. Pilov. Ju Tsai's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. One of Europe's top families. The controller of the luxury goods empire, Kering Group. No wonder most of the guests in the hall have shown them respect since they entered. Hello, Mr. Pilov. Ju Tsai immediately bowed in a Japanese-style greeting. It is our Rittenhoff family's honor that you and your son could attend our banquet at the Rittenhoff Manor. Chapter 426. Watching the unfamiliar Chinese man getting cozy with the beautiful lady, Leo von Rittenhoff felt extremely displeased. Anger surged in his heart. Fiancé? What a crude term. Ah! Mrs. Ju really likes to joke. Although Sofronova Henry Pilov was puzzled, he made a casual joke to ease the awkward atmosphere. I see this gentleman is so young. How could he be your fiancé? Mr. Pilov, I think you might not have heard me clearly. The noblewoman pouted in disdain, clearly unhappy with Sofronova's words. What I said is that Lin Jiang is my fiancé. I took the initiative to propose to him. Ah, is that so? Lin Jiang, have you finally decided to marry me? I currently have no such plans. Thank you. Orange Kai, Li's big failure. Please stop messing around. Madam. Looking at the sorrowful expression on Orange Kai Li's face, Leo von Rittenhoff could no longer contain the jealousy in his heart, and with a dark face, he said in a deep voice, After all, you are my brother's widow, the chairwoman of the Rittenhoff family business. In front of esteemed guests, please pay attention to the occasion before making jokes. Be mindful of your identity. Chapter 427. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the VIP area, where only a few of them were sitting, suddenly became a bit strange. Su Qiugu's polite smile gradually froze on her face, her expression shifting towards confusion. Next to her, Orange Kai Li blinked her big eyes, quietly stealing glances at Lin Chu's expression. As for Lin Chu, he remained expressionless, only maintaining a faint, indifferent smile at the corners of his mouth. That's how it is. Seeing that Su Qiugu had not responded, Leo, sitting in the middle, grinned and said, Emilia, Mr. Bino's proposal represents his son Gabriel's most sincere thoughts. By the way, I may have forgotten to tell you that this Mr. Bino of Sofranwa is an old friend of your father's and also the chairman of the global luxury goods company, Kering Group. Mr. Bino has only one son, Gabriel, and you're also the only daughter of my brother. If you can facilitate this wonderful marriage, I think it would definitely be a beautiful tale and a match made in heaven for both our Rittenhoff family and the Bino family. Chapter 428, what did you say? Our Kering Group can't guarantee its own survival? Listening to the words of this young man from Huaxia, the Sofranwa father and son looked as if they had heard the funniest joke, revealing mocking smiles. I can forgive you for not having her at Kering Group, Gabriel said sarcastically, mocking. After all, you're a rustic from the East. In your country, is it true that even mobile phones and the internet are not widespread? You are overthinking it. Facing the father and son's mockery, Lin Chu was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled back. Even if our Huaxia is backward, it is still better than your France. After all, in any city in our country, you wouldn't find streets filled with filth and garbage like in your capital. Nor would you see thieves and pickpockets everywhere. The Bino father and son were so angry they stared wide-eyed. They wanted to retort, but found it hard to start. After all, what the other party said was the plain truth. Mr. Lin, please mind your words, Leo said in a deep voice. We are seriously discussing the future of our two families, so please do not arbitrarily change the subject. All right, since that's the case, let's get back to the point. Glancing at the flushed faces of the Beano father and son, Lin Chu relaxedly leaned back on the sofa, speaking with ease. Chapter 429, what did you say? Upon hearing this, Leo's mouth first twitched in surprise. Then he revealed a disdainful sneer, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. Beside him, Safranois, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, did not speak, but his mocking expression when looking at Lin Chu was like watching a clown. You are the master here? Look at this despicable guy. Gabriel couldn't help but point at Lin Chu, laughing uproariously. He is not only a vulgar little man skilled in deception and lies, but he is also a mentally deranged lunatic. You say you are the master here? The white man spread his hands. His expression exaggerated as he sneered. There should be a limit to shamelessness. Ha ha. Uncle Leo, hurry and make him get lost. Having a clown like him appear here is simply a disgrace to the Ludenhoff family. Exactly, Leo nodded, saying in a deep voice, Kid, I will say this one last time. Please leave immediately, right now. Otherwise, I will have to call the estate security to expel you. Mr. Ludenhoff, I told you. You don't have that right. Chapter 430 Shermu Capital. Lin Chu. The boy's brief self-introduction was like a loud bell ringing in the ears of Leo and Safranois, deafening. The mysterious Eastern financial giant who shorted Bayer Technology. The master of Shermu Capital, Lin Chu. He is surprisingly so young, unable to comprehend, completely unable to understand. You. What exactly are your intentions? Looking at the calm-faced boy in front of him, Leo shouted loudly. Nothing much, just for the sake of Sister Orange and Xiao Qiu. I will slightly help clean up the mess for your Ludenhoff family. Casting an indifferent glance at the elderly man in front of him, Lin Chu said nonchalantly, As I said earlier, I can make Bayer Technology perish, and of course, I can also make it thrive. Bayer Technology will be rejuvenated in my hands. However, this has nothing to do with you, because the future beneficiaries of Bayer Group will only be MS. Orange Kai Li and Miss Amelia from the entire Ludenhoff family. You wish, Oral shouted angrily. Just because of you. You think you can strip Bayer Group away from our Ludenhoff family? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 431 Woo. Managing a group is indeed a troublesome matter. Lin Chan, shall we go on our honeymoon instead? At the Bayer Group headquarters. Bored, the widow's sister lay on her office desk, her fair hand propping up her well-maintained, delicate face. Her big eyes with a hint of charm gazing at the handsome young man beside her who was carefully reviewing the company's documents, her little mouth constantly acting cute. Diving in the Maldives? Watching the sunset in the Sahara? Or breathing in the fresh air of New Zealand's forests and wilderness? Her slender fingers, painted with black nail polish, gently tapped under her coral red lips, and the beautiful woman's eyes sparkled, revealing a surprised expression as if she had hit bingo. Now at this season, going to Hokkaido for hot springs is also an extremely enjoyable life experience. Just the two of us, using your Huaxiao words, it's like, the husband sings ahead, and the woman follows behind, right? She must be referring to the harmony of husband and wife. While seriously looking at the computer screen, Lin Chu's mouth involuntarily twitched. Dreaming of the wonderful life after stepping down, the widow's sister stretched her arms longingly and yawned widely. Chapter 432, before the short-selling action against Bayer Group. Lin Chu had never thought that one day he would actually control this company that he had personally brought down. The boomerang thrown a few months ago had unexpectedly hit himself. What a headache. Looking at the Rhine River quietly flowing through the city of Leverkusen outside the scenic elevator, Lin Chu rubbed his head, feeling quite troubled. If I had known this would happen, I would have held back a bit and not gone all out. However, thinking about it, Bayer Technology is indeed a solid top 50 global pharmaceutical company. At its peak, the total market value exceeded $20 billion US. With top-tier research and production standards in biopharmaceuticals, particularly in prescription drugs and anti-cancer medications. Although Bayer Group is now on the brink of collapse due to internal strife following the death of the former chairman and the dual blow of self-sabotage. With its stock price plummeting, reviving the group could yield returns beyond imagination for this top pharmaceutical company. Reflecting on this, Lin Chu couldn't help but feel excited. Since ancient times, whether commoners or nobles, no one can escape the human fate of aging, sickness, and death. Chapter 433. Can I spend money? Seeing the prompt on the operating interface, Lin Chu felt a surge of joy. Problems that can be solved with money can't really be considered problems. With a thought, he invested 1 billion. Consume 1 billion funds. Project RD speed increased by 1,000. Accompanied by the voice prompt from the intelligent brain Tai Hao. The estimated RD time on the interface instantly changed from 720 hours to 72 hours. Lin Chu was thrilled. Of course, he could continue to spend money to accelerate the RD speed. After all, there was no limit to spending for acceleration. Theoretically, Lin Chu could invest enough funds to achieve instantaneous results. However, at this moment, there was no need for that. The returns from spending money decrease as the investment increases. Spending 1 billion to increase the RD speed by 10 times, shortening the RD time to 72 hours, is not significantly different from spending 10 billion to increase it by 100 times, also shortening it to 72 hours. The cost-effectiveness of spending 1 billion to shorten the RD time by 648 hours compared to spending 90 billion to do the same is vastly different. Advanced technologies like cancer cell blocking drugs typically have RD times measured in years or even decades. Chapter 434. So, looking at the situation. After listening to the situation report from CEO Newer Anderson and Vice President Masiotti Burning, Lin Chu blinked and said, in summary, our group's situation is internal troubles and external difficulties. This was indeed the case. Newer Anderson shrugged, sounding helpless. Currently, we are constrained by cash flow pressures, and our Group S stock price has been at rock bottom. This has triggered a series of adverse consequences, severely impacting our entire supply chain, production chain, and sales end. Branches in multiple countries across Asia, Europe, and America have reported wage arrears. Even in our main production base in Germany, workers have gone on strike to protest reduced wages and benefits. At this point, Newer Anderson's tone grew heavier. These combined events have further exacerbated the group's current predicament. I see. Lin Chu nodded gravely at these words. The difficulties Newer Anderson mentioned were indeed very severe. Bayer Technology's situation was a classic case of a broken drum being beaten by everyone. Chapter 435. Lin Chu's words resonated loudly. The senior executives of Bayer Technology present exchanged glances. Most of them had heard about the defects in the agricultural chemical department. However, to directly eliminate the entire department because of these flaws seemed like a huge step, but they did not know that before holding this high-level meeting, Lin Chu had already spent a significant amount of time thoroughly understanding Bayer Group. Thus, when he proposed to eliminate the entire agricultural chemical department, it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but the best solution after careful consideration. Just as he had mentioned earlier, the shortcomings of the agricultural chemical project were not something the current Bayer Technology Group could solve. Even if hypothetically they could resolve it, it would require an astronomical amount of continuous funding. This was something Lin Chu was absolutely unwilling to do. He was not a philanthropist. His willingness to take over Bayer Technology was purely for profit, not to throw his hard-earned money into a bottomless pit. Chapter 436. A brand new cancer cell blocking drug? Looking at the presentation on the projection screen, the senior executives of Bayer Technology suddenly changed their expressions, their eyes brimming with excitement. Newer Anderson blinked in disbelief. Looking at Vice President Masiotti Burning, the head of the Medical Technology Department, by eliminating the UXS1 metabolic enzyme within cancer cells, we can significantly slow down the growth rate of cancer cells, thereby inhibiting their generation and metastasis, blocking the spread of cancer cells. Masiotti Burning read the detailed content displayed on the materials with a serious expression, increasingly shocked. As a senior executive responsible for managing RD, no one present understood better than Masiotti Burning just how incredible the information on the screen was. He knew this method of blocking cancer cells, but he also understood that based on current cutting-edge cancer treatment research, no institution had developed effective means to eliminate UXS1 metabolic enzymes. The existing mature technologies for cancer cell blocking drugs typically target only a single type of cancer. Chapter 437. Lin Chan, you look so handsome. After the long meeting, Orange Tsai, who returned to the chairman's office with Lin Chu, looked at him with starry eyes filled with admiration. You know, every time I discuss group plans with Mr. Anderson and Mr. Burning, no one is ever willing to listen to my opinions. And after so many meetings, there has never been one where unanimous resolution was passed as smoothly as yours. The beautiful woman smiled charmingly, not to mention, making a significant decision like moving the R&D production department to China would have been absolutely impossible even when the old chairman was around. That's because they didn't grasp their pain points, Lin Chu replied with a smile. He sank into the office sofa, finally feeling relaxed. The proposals to eliminate the agricultural chemical department, which had the largest revenue, and to relocate the entire group's production and R&D to China indeed sounded shocking. In the past, such resolutions would have never been approved by the board. Chapter 438. Resting on the beautiful woman's silky, soft thighs until the sky turned completely dark. Outside the office window, a faint cheerful melody could be heard. Today is Christmas Eve. The orange-haired Kylie, who was gently massaging Lin Chu's head with her fingers, glanced out the window with surprise in her tone. Christmas Eve. Lin Chu was taken aback and instinctively picked up his phone. Sure enough, he had missed quite a few voice and video calls because he had been on silent mode. He opened the notifications on WeChat and scrolled down. Jiang Runan, kisses. Little Chu, Merry Christmas Eve, heart, heart, celebrate, celebrate. Qin Xuan, hubby, I miss you so much. Tang Yi, Little Chu, Merry Christmas Eve. Son, the other party is canceled. Son, you dog dare not answer the phone? Smile, Zhao Yushi. Lin Chu, Merry Christmas Eve. May you have peace every year. Guan Shui, Merry Christmas. Su Yao asked me why he hasn't seen you lately. Are you still in Europe? Xiao Tian, Happy Christmas, Lin. Since we last parted, I feel unwell everywhere. I did a fortune-telling for myself, and it said I'm missing something. How profound, doghead. Can you help me interpret it, Lin? Chapter 439. The car slowly started and drove along the streets of Leverkusen. This small town, located between Cologne and Dusseldorf, is not very large. Before long, the Maybach arrived in front of a luxurious villa by the lake. It features a very symmetrical and unified Renaissance architectural style, with light gray walls, red-tiled roofs, and white marble windowsills. It perfectly aligns with the public's long-standing imagination of German architecture. In the courtyard, a tall Christmas tree stood, with a vast expanse of dense coniferous forest covered in pure white snow in the distance. Snowflakes danced in the air, reflecting the colorful atmosphere lights hanging from the eaves, creating a fully festive Christmas ambience. This is Xiao Qiu's residence in Germany. Seeing Lin Chu examining the villa with interest, the orange-haired Kylie, who had gotten out from the other side, walked over in high heels and cheerfully introduced when they bought it. Her father said the reason for choosing this place was to inspire her artistic creativity with the beautiful scenery. Indeed, the environment is quite nice. Lin Chu note that, even from his master-level perspective, Xiao Qiu's painting talent and standards are quite impressive. Chapter 440. A few minutes later, in the villa's dining room, decorated with a Christmas tree as tall as a person, the firewood in the fireplace burned brightly, accompanied by the occasional crackling sounds. Soft Christmas songs played from the old antique turntable. In the middle of the long dining table, covered with European floral pattern tablecloth, the flames of the candles on the enamel candlestick flickered. Under the romantic warm yellow light, the steaming hot pot added a cozy warmth to this cold, snowy night. Lin, could you help me? The orange-haired Kylie, dressed in a white chef's apron, walked up to Lin Chu and turned around, saying sweetly, Could you untie this, please? Thank you. No problem. A refreshing and pleasant aroma wafted into Lin Chu's nostrils. He held the strings of the apron tied around the beautiful woman's waist with both hands while admiring her graceful back. Due to her busy work in the kitchen, she had already taken off her suit jacket, and her perfectly fitting light-colored shirt was neatly tucked into her tight dark pencil skirt. His gaze involuntarily followed the curvy outline downwards, as the skirt tightly hugged her beautifully shaped thighs, the edge of her stockings occasionally shimmering under the candlelight, which was the metallic ring of her polka dot thigh-high socks. Chapter 441. The snow fell silently. Outside the window, large goose feather snowflakes blanketed the European marble windowsill with a thick layer of white. Worried that Xiao Qiu might catch a cold, Lin Chu directly picked up the drunken girl, Su Qiu, and carried her back to her room, placing her on her soft velvet bed. After gently covering her with a blanket, Lin Chu walked back downstairs. Just before he reached the bottom, he heard the clear sound of high heels tapping on the floor. Looking down, he saw the blushing Kylie standing up from the dining table, twisting her waist as she walked towards the wine cabinet. The tight pencil skirt wrapped around it. Perky figure swayed slightly, exuding a different kind of mature allure in the flickering flames. Moreover, each time she took a step, Her proud curves were further highlighted by her slightly unsteady movements, making Lin Chu on the stairs take a few more glances. Even though his mind was very clear, his gaze was still firmly captivated. Mainly, the widow's figure was simply stunning. Where it should be plump, it was voluptuous, and where it should be tight, it was perfectly slim. Chapter 442. Ruben von Riddenhoff is, to me, an absolute jerk. Snuggling in Lin Chu's arms, Kylie thought for a moment before pouting her flushed face and saying, "Oh, why do you say that?" Looking at the beautiful woman who suddenly showed a hint of girlish innocence, Lin Chu asked in surprise. "Ah, let me correct that." Kylie raised her hand to block Lin Chu's lips, pouting in dissatisfaction. "Not only to me, but also to Xiao Qiu's mother. Ruben von Riddenhoff is a big jerk." "So why do you say that? Do you know why I've been married for 16 years without children?" "Yeah, really?" Burying her head back into the young man's chest, Kylie complained with a hint of grievance. "The Riddenhoff family and the Sumitomo family all say it's my fault. They blame me behind my back for being a useless woman. What does it have to do with me that I can't have children? So what's the real reason?" Lin Chu leaned his head back slightly to better observe her expression under the soft, dim light of the fire as she spoke. Chapter 443. A Night of Wind and Snow. On a sunny morning, the coniferous forest outside Leverkusen was covered with a thick layer of white snow. The European-style villa, standing in this snowy world, shone brightly under the sun. On the luxurious European-style bed, Lin Chu slowly woke up in the glaring sunlight. After patting his alcohol-clouded head, he got up and splashed his face with cold water in the adjoining washroom. When he returned to the warm room, he had completely shaken off the lethargy from his hangover. Under the brilliant sunlight, the beautiful woman lying on the European-style bed looked particularly charming in her sleep. She lay on her stomach with her arms wrapped around the pillow, her black hair cascading down like a waterfall, like a black satin fan, covering most of her snow-white back. Even so, some white skin still peeked through the black strands, glistening in the sunlight. From Lin Chu's perspective as he looked at her dressing, he saw that Ju Kalina had her long-lashed eyes tightly closed, with traces of moisture from tears left behind. Only her small, plump lips, tinted with a hint of lipstick, were slightly parted. Upon closer inspection, he could even see her white teeth and the fine fuzz on her flawless profile. Chapter 444. Where is it, huh? Looking at Su Chiogu, who was serious and determined to get to the bottom of things. Lin Chu smiled foolishly to cover up his feelings, thinking to himself, damn, I just cheated, and now it's going to be exposed? He didn't care for himself, but was mainly worried about affecting Xiao Qiu and himself, as well as her relationship with Sister Ju. It's all so confusing. Ding dong. Just as the atmosphere became delicate, a crisp doorbell rang from the distant entrance. At the same time, a clear voice called out, "Miss Amelia, it's me, Nicole Nice, little black girl." Praise God. Lin Chu had never thought that the voice of the little black maid would be so pleasant. "Aha, I'm going to open the door." Lin Chu, as if granted amnesty, turned around without hesitation and rushed to the front door to open it for the little maid. Why is the scumbag here too? Seeing the boy behind the door, holding a large cardboard box with a little black maid, her originally innocent eyes turned cold in an instant, puffing up her tanned cheeks in displeasure. "You might want to be a bit more polite with my title." Grateful for her life-saving help, Lin Chu took a deep breath and forced a smile. Chapter 445. Xiao Chu. The snail powder is ready. Xiao Zhu. Su Qiugu came out of the kitchen, looking around in confusion. Behind her was Nicole, the maid, holding a large bowl of steaming snail powder. "Miss Amelia, is this thing you like to eat poisonous?" The little black maid's face turned even darker from holding her breath, her expression instantly shifting to a mask of pain. "Forgive my frankness. This is just too smelly. Can this really be eaten? Are you sure?" "Definitely, absolutely sure," Su Qiugu said confidently, cupping her hands around her mouth to continue calling. "Xiao Chu? Where did you go?" Here," with the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. Lin Chu, appearing somewhat flustered, came down from upstairs. I forgot my phone, went up to get it." Miss Amelia, don't look at him. Scumbag, you didn't even zip up your pants." "How rude." Lin Chu, damn, I rushed out too quickly." He quickly turned around to zip up. He also pulled at his collar to cover his neck as much as possible, then turned back with a grin. Chapter 446. In the West, Christmas is usually a nationwide holiday. Everyone is immersed in this grand annual festival. However, due to a pile of unfinished work at the group, Lin Chu went to Bayer Group's headquarters with the former chairman Ju Kalina, under the guise of assisting with work. passing a lavishly decorated giant Christmas tree amidst the cheerful melody of Christmas songs playing on repeat. The Maybach they were in arrived at the empty Bayer Technology Group headquarters parking lot. Little Zong, you've worked hard. Sitting elegantly in the back seat, Ju Kailina smiled at the capable lady driver and spoke in a charming voice. From now on, go enjoy your Christmas holiday. Merry Christmas. Hearing this, the capable woman paused for a few seconds, then politely nodded toward the rearview mirror. Understood, Mom. Merry Christmas to you too. For the Japanese, who had been fully westernized since the Meiji Restoration and actively engaged in joining the West, Christmas, the most important Western holiday, was naturally a significant occasion for them as well. Chapter 447. As the lights came on, Paris's 6th arrondissement, adjacent to the left bank of the Seine, sparkled. As one of the symbols of Paris and all of France, the glass pyramid entrance of the Louvre glimmered with splendid lights celebrating the arrival of the new year. In the distance, the classical building with a strong Ottoman style stood on the 3rd floor. Gabriel Van Pino, the young master of the Kering Group, walked out of the bathroom, casually drying his wet golden hair with a towel. Glancing at Leo von Ruden, who was waiting outside, Gabriel smiled slightly and gestured to the 2 charming ladies on the bed. The 2 vixens, seeing this, simultaneously revealed a look of lingering charm on their faces. However, they clearly did not dare to go against the thoughts of this young master of a large corporation. They obediently put on their clothes and walked out of the room with their heads down. Mr. Leo, come over and talk. Dressed in a white bathrobe, Gabriel sat on a single sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and waved to Leo, who was not far away. I'm very glad to see you again, Mr. Pino. Leo, greedily scanning the 2 alluring women passing by, swallowed hard and slowly walked into the room. Chapter 448. At the beginning of the new year, Suyubu, who had to fly to the United States to handle her trust fund matters, left Germany first. As the sole beneficiary of this huge trust fund, she had to personally go to the foundation's headquarters in New York at the beginning of each year to verify her identity as the owner. This was a strict requirement that most large trust fund institutions had to follow, aimed at confirming that 100 of the trust fund's dividend profits were for the beneficiary's personal use. Although only Lin Chu remained in Germany, fortunately, the gentle widow's sister was always there to accompany him. Bayer Group, chairman's office. Lin Chu lay leisurely on the soft leather sofa, his head resting on a plush pillow. Looking up, since shedding the identity of chairman, the recent widow's sister had completely transformed from her initial business style into a gentle and intellectual big sister style. Wearing a fluffy off-shoulder sweater, the particularly soft and fitted fabric made her beautiful and exquisite bust shape clearly discernible. The soft and wonderful curves were pleasing to the eye. The lower half was paired with shorts that didn't reach the hem of the sweater, embodying the classic no-bottom, wear vixen style, but on the widow's sister. It exuded an even more powerful, mature, and alluring vibe than a sexy vixen. Chapter 449. A week later, in the empty chairman's office, Lin Chu sipped his warm coffee, watching the market changes on the screen. The bitter and robust taste of the mandolin coffee from Java left a rich aroma on his lips and teeth. After Xiao Qiu and Madame left, Lin Chu felt quite uncomfortable being alone in a foreign land. He originally thought that for someone who had lived alone for a long time, enjoying solitude had become a routine. But reality told him that it seemed not to be the case. Indeed, being too comfortable for too long could lead to changes. He sighed softly and could only shift his attention to the computer screen in front of him. The group was currently facing a fierce attack from the external enemy. The Kering Group, as the newly appointed chairman, he naturally had to stay at the helm and stabilize the morale. After all, only the senior management was aware of the news regarding the special anti-cancer drug. For the vast middle and lower-level employees, all they knew were about the sudden change in leadership, the massive layoffs of an entire important department, and the stock price facing malicious short-selling from many competitors. Chapter 450. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. France, Paris. In the chaotic chairman's office of the Kering Group headquarters, the chairman, Sofrano Henry Pierre, was furious. His face flushed from anger as he slammed his hands on the desk, breathing heavily with red eyes. Under his feet, the luxurious carpet was littered with broken antique ceramics and scattered sheets of paper. Who can tell me what has happened these 2 days? His roar echoed through the large office. It's just a drug launch. How could Bayer Technology's stock price skyrocket? Listening to his father's hysterical shouts, Gabriel, standing in the corner of the office, dared not make a sound, and could only vent his frustration on Leo beside him. Didn't you say Bayer Group had no movements? Gabriel's face was pale as he growled in a low voice. What's going on now? I'm not aware of this either. Leo looked troubled, unable to defend himself. I was clearly informed by the insiders in the board meeting that there were absolutely no movements within the group. This is really... Chapter 451, Switzerland. A tranquil manor nestled deep in the Alps. Sunlight streamed through the tall, grid-patterned floor-to-ceiling windows into the European-style study, which was covered with a red wool carpet. Bernard Auld, the head of LVMH Group, was sitting on the sofa, looking at the recent European stock index. A knowing smile gradually appeared on his aged face. I didn't expect Director Lin's methods to be so impressive. Sitting beside Bernard Auld, his eldest daughter, Fieldna Auld, looked at the real-time stock price fluctuations on her younger brother Tone Auld's tablet with amazement. He didn't even invest a penny in Bayer Group. Yet with just one launch event, he brought the dying Bayer technology back to life, making it a darling of global capital. Yes, thanks to him. The speaker was his second son, Alexander Auld, who smiled and exchanged glances with his brother Friedrich, speaking casually. Our group's upcoming acquisition of Kering Group is practically a sure thing. Bernard Auld, upon hearing this, put away his smile and looked calmly at his two sons. Chapter 452. Where is it? With a phone tightly in hand, Lin Chu stood at the exit of the international arrivals, eagerly looking forward. Xiao Zhu. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind the dense crowd of foreigners. Immediately, a graceful figure with long hair rushed towards him. Her dark hair shimmered like smooth satin, swaying gently with her running rhythm, creating elegant arcs. Standing out among the crowd of blondes and blue-eyed people, she was especially eye-catching. Seeing the beautiful girl running towards him, Lin Chu smiled and opened his arms. In front of everyone's amazed gaze, her soft and warm figure leaped into his embrace. Lin Chu also held tightly onto the little sister in his arms, their bodies closely intertwined in that moment. They spun around in an embrace, followed by a long, Bashenitkish, joyful heartbeats, excited breaths, and the emotions of a long-awaited reunion were fully released at that moment. Xiao Zhu, did you miss me? Jiang Runan, with her lips parted and her cheeks flushed with joy, smiled as she gazed into Lin Chu's eyes. How could I not miss you? Chapter 453. Looking at the four little ones chattering beside him, Lin Chu finally felt his empty and lonely heart once again filled with joy. Indeed, as long as they were around, it would never be boring. After leaving the airport and arriving at the parking lot, Lin Chu, concerned that the four sisters would suffer from jet lag, specially drove a Dembele-type RV this time. Since the original plan was to drive from Paris all the way to Bavaria, Germany, it was most suitable to get a top-notch RV for the journey. Wow, as expected, the four little ones followed Lin Chu to the parking lot and looked up at the massive vehicle in front of them, their mouths agape in unison. Wow, Xiao Zhu, you're too extravagant. Looking at the 12-meter-long vehicle, Tang Yi blinked in surprise. Did you bring a bus to pick us up? What bus? This is an RV. Lin Chu smiled and explained, Dembele, a must-have for luxury self-driving trips. It's equivalent to an entire suite in a star-rated hotel. Is it really that outrageous? Chapter 454. The Dembele RV, comparable to a bus, drove through the streets of Paris, attracting countless amazed gazes along the way. Indeed, foreigners and Chinese people are not so different. They are all carbon-based beings who enjoy gossip. However, this attention was limited to Lin Chu, who was driving, and Sun Yi, sitting in the passenger seat. The other three sisters had long since washed up in the bathroom and had gone to sleep in a master bedroom. Ahi, why don't you take a rest for a while? Lin Chu, leisurely holding the steering wheel, glanced at Sun Yi, who was stretching beside him, and said with concern, You look so tired. I'm not tired. Sun Yi, who had just stretched halfway, forcibly stopped and twisted her body in the passenger seat. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, settled comfortably in the seat. She then propped her chin on her hand, looking at Lin Chu with a stubborn tone. I slept all the way on the plane. I'm wide awake now. I can't possibly be tired. Hearing this, Lin Chu withdrew his gaze and shook his head with a gentle smile. The hardest mouth and the softest heart perfectly described his sister Yi. Clearly, she was worried about him driving alone and insisted on keeping him company in a passenger seat. Chapter 455. After taking a series of photos in the entrance hall, the group of five officially began their sightseeing tour. As the most famous of the four major museums in the world, the scale of the Louvre far exceeded what they had imagined. Looking at the three entrance halls in front of them, they picked up the navigation and started discussing. The Richelieu Wing, the Sully Wing, and the Denon Wing? Seeing the names of the three wings on the navigation, Tang Yi blinked curiously. What do these mean? That's just ordinary people's names, Lin Chu shrugged. Europeans have this habit. They like to name places and streets after people. For example, the Americas in Europe are named after an Italian navigator and a character from Greek mythology, respectively. Wow, Xiao Chu, you are so knowledgeable. Just a bit of understanding about everything. Life is more colorful that way. I like my little Chu like this, Jiang Runin said with a smile as she leaned over, hugged Lin Chu, and affectionately pressed her face against his. Following that, the two naturally shared a kiss. Along the way, Sister and didn't he know how many times she had kissed her little Chu, making the three little ones beside them grin widely. Chapter 456, Sketchmaster, another painting challenge. Steadying himself, Lin Chu accepted the challenge task. Before this, the system had issued a character portrait challenge task. Perhaps the two tasks could be completed together. It seemed he needed to arrange his time. He wondered what good things could be unlocked from the two tasks. While thinking this, after passing a crowded little corner, the group arrived at the exhibition hall for the Mona Lisa. At a glance, the large room was filled with a sea of heads. In the farthest corner of the tightly packed crowd, he could vaguely see a classical portrait displayed in a transparent glass case. That was the world-famous Mona Lisa. From Lin Chu's artistic perspective, he had always firmly believed that the artistic level of the Mona Lisa could not be considered Leonardo da Vinci's pinnacle work. The reason why this painting had reached such a globally recognized level of fame was ultimately related to its legendary encounters and the various speculations about it by the world. To put it more bluntly, it was actually a highly successful marketing hype. Chapter 457. After queuing to visit the Mona Lisa, they had already seen most of the main attractions in the Louvre. Now, more than 3 hours had passed since Lin Chu and the others entered. Seeing that the sisters looked tired, considerate Lin Chu naturally suggested they leave. The family of 5 quickly agreed and walked towards the exit. Lin Chu, ISNT that Lin Chu. Not long after they started walking, someone suddenly shouted from a distance. Lin Chu instinctively stopped and looked over. He saw an old man with a long beard waving at him. It was actually the old Professor Chung Xin who taught him the basic course for his freshman year. Professor Chung? Lin Chu walked over with a smile and greeted him. What brings you to France? Hi, looking at his most accomplished student. Chung Xin smiled and said, I came here with several senior brothers from Central Academy of Fine Arts who were invited to participate in the Eurasian Artists Exchange Conference at the Louvre. How about it? Want to join us for some fun? I think I'll pass, Lin Chu humbly replied. This is a gathering for you esteemed artists. A small fry like me shouldn't interfere. Chapter 458. Shaolin, it would be great if you could join us. The group arrived at the exchange venue within the Louvre, and the white-bearded old Professor Chung Xin said with a smile, the organizers will arrange for young artists to exchange painting skills soon. You must show us your skills and open our eyes. Teacher, you say that. Lin Chu replied with a smile. I'm just here to join the fun. No need to embarrass myself. Hey, Lin Chu, you're being too modest. Zhang Wengu, wearing old scholar glasses, laughed and said, my senior brother Chung has always had high standards. You're truly the only student he has favored so much in the past few decades. During the skill exchange later, you must show us old folks the talent and energy of today as young elites. Haha. Hearing this, Zhao Yiyong, the vice president of Central Academy of Fine Arts, also nodded slightly. As Chung Xion's junior, they had long heard of this genius from their senior brother and had seen Lin Chu's class assignments. Although his artistic accomplishments had indeed amazed them, they had never seen Lin Chu in action, so they were naturally looking forward to it. Chapter 459. Why is it this guy again? Watching the well-known Urshio Sun swagger into the venue, surrounded by reporters, Sun, Yi, and the others, seated in the back row of the guest seats. Couldn't he help but curl their lips? Qin Shuan shaded her eyes and blinked. By the way, why is his seating ahead of our Chinese artists? Tang Yi stroked her chin. And there are so many reporters around him. Jiang Runin turned her head and asked, is he famous? The 4 girls simultaneously looked at Lin Chu, hoping to get an answer from him. However, they only received a slight shrug from the boy. He really hadn't heard of this Urshio Sun. No way, no way. You guys don't even know the famous Mr. Urshio? That's too ignorant. Gu Tianyi, sitting behind them, sneered and began to lecture them in a self-satisfied manner. He is Urshio Sun, the best ink wash painter in all of East Japan. even the whole world. No exceptions. You say this guy is the best ink wash painter in the world? Hearing this, Sun E turned slightly and incredulously retorted. Isn't ink wash painting a traditional art form of our country? How can the best be a guy from East Japan? Chapter 460. It's you? Sun glanced over and noticed Lin Chu stepping onto the stage. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect you to be a painter too. I think I need to correct you, Mr. Urshio. Before Lin Chu could respond, Gu Tianyi interjected disdainfully. In our country, a freshman still doesn't qualify to be called a painter. Oh, I see. Sun smiled contemptuously. I thought that those who were invited would at least be somewhat famous. You two really can talk a lot. Facing the scornful expressions of the two, Lin Chu showed a puzzled smile. How strange. Since when did painting become something you do with your mouth instead of your hands? Nonsense. Gu Tianyi's face darkened, and he scolded. Lin Chu, do you know who you were talking to? This is Mr. Nijo Hoon, the most outstanding ink painter in the world. Moreover, he comes from a noble family, one of the 5 famous photographers of the East. How dare someone like you be so rude to Mr. Nijo? I ask you, are you out of your mind? Faced with Gu Tianyi's incessant nonsense, Lin Chu had no intention of indulging him, speaking in an indifferent tone. I don't care if he is some kind of painter or so-called nobleman. What does that have to do with me? Chapter 461. What? This kid not only dares to accept Nijo Hoon's challenge, but he also actively chose the character portrait that the opponent is best at. Upon hearing Lin Chu's words, the surrounding guests who came to watch were astonished and began to discuss among themselves. Previously, he boasted about betting 10 million euros. This is getting interesting. I wonder if you'll back out later? Haha. Listening to the rising discussions, Zhao Yiyong, who was sitting next to Chung Xin, and Zhang Wengu both looked a bit nervous. Senior brother, what do you think of the situation? Zhao Yiyong frowned and said, should we go stop him? Yes. Zhang Wengu said in a low voice, forget about the money for now. I'm worried this might not end well. This. Chung Xin's expression was also somewhat serious upon hearing this. As an old scholar, he certainly understood that while Nijo Hoon's character wasn't great, he indeed had skills. Although he had confidence in Lin Chu's talent, hearing Lin Chu himself say he would bet 10 million euros made him feel a bit uneasy, his heart racing. That's 10 million euros. Chapter 462. Oh dear, he hasn't even started and he has already made a mistake. What has to be done? Watching Lin Chu on the broadcast screen, Zhao Yiyong and Zhang Wengu exchanged glances, scratching their heads in confusion. This kid is too reckless. How can he use so much ink on his first stroke? Now it's going to be embarrassing. Naturally, Nijo Hoon, who shared the same thoughts, was also watching. Looking at the inky black splotch on the rice paper, he pretended to show a regretful expression and hypocritically said, what a pity, Mr. Lin. For the sake of fairness, why don't we have the organizers give you a new piece of paper? Although he spoke generously, his words were laced with ulterior motives. Changing the paper might not be a big deal, but it depended on the occasion. With everyone watching, if Lin Chu really had the organizers change the paper, it would be tantamount to admitting his mistake. No matter how good the subsequent painting turned out, it would still be tainted in the eyes of the crowd, affecting their perception of him. In other words, as long as Lin Chu changed the paper, it would almost equal a direct concession. Lin Chu, look how magnanimous Mr. Nijo is. Seeing Lin Chu make a mistake in public, Gu Tianyi, who had always been jealous of him, was now even more excited. Chapter 463. Hey, what are Dean Zhao and the others talking about? Sitting behind the 3 professors, Jiang Runin and the others listened to their excited chatter and began to whisper among themselves. Jiang Runin curiously looked at the 3 little ones. What is the painting Saint Nine Absolute? What is that? I don't know. Qin Shuan tapped her cheek with her finger. But it sounds impressive. My husband is really amazing. Tang Yi. Little Chu is so impressive. Next time I wanted to paint one for me. Qin Shuan, me too. I'm his wife. I should be painted first. Son, all right. Just watch the painting and don't argue. Okay? Qin Shuan, I don't think you can take advantage just because my husband spoils you. According to the seating, little Chu should pay me next. Son, okay. You can have your husband paint however you want. Why drag me into it? You think I care? Tang Yi, little you're the one who has all talk, but doesn't act right. Son, Tang Yi, I'll make you regret it. Although she was bickering with her little friends, Son, had a smile on her face. Indeed, my little Chu is the best. Soon, many of the audience members began to react. Chapter 464. Oh my, this is truly amazing. After saying goodbye to Professor Chung and others, on the way out of the venue, Jiang Runin's three little friends were so envious they could hardly contain themselves. Tang Yi covered her face with her hands. Little Nan's portrait can actually be displayed at the Louvre. This is simply unbelievable. Qin Xuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, so envious. Sunny huffed. Too bad that little guy ran away secretly. So shameless. Forget it, forget it. Lin Chu waved his hand, rolled the promotional brochure into a tube, and handed it to the smiling Jiang Runin. Miss Jiang Runin, how do you feel right now? Oh, just a little bit happy, I guess. Jiang Runin lifted her right leg, smiling as she hugged Lin Chu, her little mouth speaking in an exaggeratedly sweet tone. Thank you for my little Chu's wonderful masterpiece. The painting is actually just okay. Lin Chu rubbed his chin. The main reason is that the model is just too beautiful, which inspired me. Oh dear, you really know how to sweet talk. Let me give you a kiss. Mwah mwah mwah. Watching the two suddenly kissing, the three little friends felt a wave of nausea. Chapter 465. I'll leave some for me. What the? How come you finished the soup so quickly? Hiss, a little chew more, I want more. There's none left. All the stock is gone. Inside the RV, seeing the four sisters with expressions of longing, Lin Chu felt helpless. The instant noodles are all gone. With no choice. To satisfy the sisters' cravings, Lin Chu rummaged through the cabinets and finally found a few bags of salted chicken feet and marinated quail eggs. The four little ones cheered upon seeing this. Watching the sisters immersed in delicious food, Lin Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had time to carefully check the system panel for the rewards he just received. Top core technology company and complete RD technology for high-end GPU chips. After a quick glance, Lin Chu quickly gained a general understanding. Top core technology company is a leading domestic chip RD enterprise, mainly engaged in the research and production of GPU chips that compete with international top standards. However, due to its short establishment time and limited RD team capabilities, it currently can only produce GPU chips with performance far inferior to international first-tier brands, mainly used in low-end mobile phones, car machines, and other electrical appliances, serving as a cost-saving alternative for many companies. Chapter 466. No, long-distance flights are too exhausting. We just want to wash up and sleep now. Tang Yi playfully winked and stuck out her tongue. This made Lin Chu very angry. You little Yi, just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Yi is right, Sunny said, reaching out to hug Tang Yi's delicate shoulder, nodding repeatedly. The sisters are all tired tonight. You just kneel and be good. Kneel? You're kidding. Lin Chu was so angry that he kept pouting, thinking to himself, is that all you can do? A small wicked thought flashed through his mind as he smiled at his girlfriend and good wife. Sister Nan, Sister Yuan, oh, I'm sorry, Xiaochu, I'm really tired today, so I won't be joining you. Jiang Runin stretched lazily, shot a glare at her annoying younger brother, and, ignoring him completely, turned to hug Qin Xuan and walked away. This left the love-struck Qin Xuan at a loss. She looked reluctantly at her lonely husband. Qin Xuan opened her mouth and finally couldn't help but say, how about I stay with Chu tonight? Chapter 467. Without a moment's pause, Lin Chu moved like a black cat in the night, skillfully crossing the dim corridor. Each step he took landed precisely on the thickest part of the carpet, and he even deliberately slowed his breathing. Moonlight slanted in from the window at the end of the corridor, elongating and blurring his shadow. Arriving at the door of the adjacent room, he slightly bent down and gently pressed his ear against the cold door. The chill from his solid wood door made him unconsciously hold his breath. The room was eerily quiet, not even a faint hum from the air conditioning vent, as if time had frozen here. Looks like they're all asleep, Lin thought to himself, unconsciously rubbing the doorknob with his fingers. The metallic chill sent a rush of nostalgia through him, reminding him of the thrill he felt as a child sneaking into the kitchen to steal candy. Wow, thinking about it, this feeling of sneaking around is quite exhilarating. Just then, the click of the lock echoed in the silent night, sharp and jarring. Lin Chu's hand froze, and even his heartbeat seemed to pause for a moment. He stared at the doorknob, fearful that this slight sound would wake the people inside. After all, it was his artist sister, the hot-tempered queen of his friend group from the Northeast. If caught, he would be in big trouble. Chapter 468. Looking at the already informed Jiang Runin and the indignant son, Lin Chu thought, well, I might as well accept my fate. I, Lin Chu, am full of righteousness and pride. Since I've done it, I will take full responsibility. The dog-like younger brother jumped up from the carpet, speaking with determination and pride, clearly stating, "I've said it before, I will marry all four of you. Our family of five will always be together. Even in death, we must be buried together. So I absolutely cannot give up any one of you. Each and every one of you is my wife." Lin Chu's straightforward and bold declaration stunned the four little ones present. The living room fell into silence. After a long moment, the four little ones finally snapped back to reality from Lin Chu's resolute and shameless words. Sun Yi, who prided herself on being the queen of friends, had her delicate lips twitching. She thought to herself, "This dog really is spoiled by love. How can he say such shameless things so confidently? I have to kick him." Meanwhile, Tang Yi and Qin Shuan had completely different reactions, their eyes sparkling with joy and excitement. Chapter 469. Although they had forgiven him, the four little ones still felt the need to show their united front against Lin Chu. Bang, bang, bang. Each threw a punch at Lin, and then the four little ones got up and returned to their rooms. With a bang, they locked the door behind them. Locked outside, Lin Chu knew this was the 502 friend group's internal discussion and post-event review. However, no matter what they discussed, he felt relaxed and happy. He stretched his back, which was a little sore from sudden movement, and casually returned to the adjacent big bedroom, lying down and falling fast asleep. Inside the locked room, the four little ones squeezed onto a big bed. Jiang Renan sat at the edge by the window, next to Sun Yi, followed by Qin Shuan and Tang Yi. Glancing at Jiang Renan, who was looking out at the night view in silence, it was Sun Yi who first couldn't stand the quiet atmosphere. She turned to Qin Shuan beside her and gave her a look, signaling her to start a conversation. Qin Shuan understood immediately and looked at Tang Yi beside her. Grinning, "Yi, have you gained weight recently? Your little belly looks so round. It's almost like you're pregnant." Chapter 470. Really? Sun Yi's response clearly surprised Jiang Renan, but also felt reasonable, leaving no room for argument. Meanwhile, the two who were quietly observing, Qin Shuan and Tang Yi, both showed some disappointment. After all, as good sisters, they had been watching the relationship between Sun Yi and Lin Chu closely. They knew that Sun Yi probably still couldn't let go of her pride, just holding on, too proud to suffer. Of course, it's true, Sun Yi pouted, her face flushed, hugging her pillow tightly, and turned her head away. "I said we're siblings, and we can only be siblings." Okay. Watching the stubborn woman, Qin Shuan yawned, propping herself up and getting out of bed. "Whatever, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep." "Yuan, aren't you staying here?" "Why would I sleep here? I'm going to sleep with my husband." Watching Qin Shuan open the door and leave, the three little ones exchanged glances. Tang Yi said, "Oh, I really need to go to the bathroom." After saying that, she quickly slipped out in her slippers. Chapter 471. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. Lin Chu and the five of them set off from the magnificent hotel to the Champs-Élysées. Since the Concord Square at the hotel entrance was the starting point of the Champs-Élysées, they chose to walk instead of driving. The weather was perfect, and the family of five walked and chatted, filled with laughter. Since they were at one of the three most bustling streets in the world, shopping naturally became the main topic of discussion for the sister group. Being in Paris, their main goal for the day was to check out the world-renowned LV flagship store. "Wow, there are a few new bags this year that I've been eyeing for a long time. I must get them." Walking beside Lin Chu, Sun Yi's eyes were full of determination to shop. "This time I must score big." Jiang Renan added, "Yes, I've had my eye on the carry-all for a while. I'm going to grab it too." Oh, and the polka-dot handbag from the collaboration with Yayoi Kusama. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the two little rich girls, Qin Shuan and Tang Yi, who were walking beside them, felt a bit envious. After all, unlike Sun Yi, who came from a wealthy family, and Jiang Renan, who had recently received a large compensation payment, they didn't have the same financial backing. Chapter 472. Inside the luxurious LV flagship store. The air is filled with the unique brand fragrance of LV, fresh yet luxurious. Under the soft, warm lighting, exquisite solid wood display cabinets and glass showcases feature the latest collections and classic styles from Louis Vuitton, ranging from handbags and wallets to accessories and clothing. Each piece, illuminated by the lights, showcases its superb craftsmanship and exquisite quality. Walking through, it feels as if one is immersed in the empire of luxury goods. Among the dazzling luxury items, the four little ones who entered with Lin Chu are currently extremely shocked and bewildered. They never imagined that the one who could enjoy the exclusive VIP treatment at the LV flagship store would be Lin Chu. Moreover, he is being called Director Lin. Could it be that Xiao Chu is actually a member of the LV Group's board? This is just too unbelievable. Although the four little ones know that Lin Chu is particularly wealthy, even the wealthiest person cannot simply become a senior director of the world's top luxury goods empire. LVMH. This once again solidifies a realization among the four little ones. Chapter 473. Looking at the delighted expressions of the sister group, Lin Chu couldn't help but secretly admire Bernard Arnault for truly understanding human nature and how to please women. He is well aware that with Lin Chu's wealth and status, no matter how expensive the gift, it might not catch his current interest. Thus, Bernard Arnault directly focused on the women beside Lin Chu, the 502 besties. He must have done his homework and knows that he is closest to the four little ones, which is why he took the initiative to please them. On the surface, the main person, Lin Chu, seems overlooked. But in reality, seeing the joy on the faces of the four little ones because of this small gift makes Lin Chu quite happy. After all, he knows the nature of the four little ones. Just like earlier, he clearly stated that they could choose anything from the LV flagship store, and they could pick whatever they liked. Moreover, his comment to Sun Eek about getting a semi-trailer to load everything was merely a seemingly joking truth. As long as the sisters nod, Lin Chu would definitely do it. However, it is evident that none of them, Jiang Runin, Sun Yi, Qin Xuan, or Tang Yi, would ever do that. Chapter 474. In the evening, as Lin Chu was preparing to take the sisters back to the hotel, he was suddenly stopped by Tang Yi. What? Want to go see the Seine River? Upon hearing Tang Yi's request, Lin Chu was taken aback. What do we need to go to the Seine River for? ISNT, that just a public toilet? No, that's slander. Tang Yi retorted confidently. I want to check in by the Seine River. All right. You mean take a video by the left bank of the Seine, right? Lin Chu wasn't clear about VLOG expert EES thoughts. Of course, she wanted to shoot some video material for later editing. Tang Yi, yes. How can we come to Paris without going to the Seine? It's not far anyway. How about we just skip it? You can smell the strong odor from so far away. No way. Dan Yi Hoop Fet Xiao Zhu. You promised me before coming that you would go to the Seine with me and help me take a set of photos. Lin Chu smiled wryly at this. I did promise, but I didn't expect the Seine to smell so strong. Looking for help at the other three sisters, seeing that they had no objections, Lin Chu helplessly shrugged and took the four little ones to the Seine River. Chapter 475. Playfully shouting and making noise. The four girls in the living room quickly reached a temporary truce, sitting in the living room and starting to snack and drink. Wow, who brought Rio? Don't they know not to drink and drive? What does it matter? We're not asking you to drive. Oh, it's definitely you, Yuan, the little drunkard. Speaking of which, is Rio even considered alcohol with such a low alcohol content? It's just a drink, right? Come on, good sisters, cheers. Come over and drink with me. In the driver's seat, Lin Chu, wearing sunglasses, drove while listening to the four women chattering and making noise behind him. He really enjoyed this cheerful and playful atmosphere. After all, we are a loving family. The roadside heading to the small town of Zermatt is filled with beautiful natural scenery. Lin Chu used to enjoy watching the Tour de France, not because he liked watching a bunch of rough men cycling, but because he could appreciate the charm of the French countryside during the live broadcasts. After all, due to geographical climate and sparse population, Western Europe gives a beautiful and comfortable feeling. He passed through the French southern plains filled with vineyards. Chapter 476. Birds flew into the valley, singing joyfully. Screams echoed among the foothills. After Lin Chu left, the three little ones who continued to drink tea felt instantly bored. Although the scenery in front of them was still breathtaking, everyone felt that something was missing. They were distracted, especially Qin Xuan, who was wearing a helmet. If it weren't for Sun Yi and Tang Yi pulling her, she would have insisted on riding a little bike to find Jiang Runin. How shameless. Jiang Runin, how did you become like this now? What happened to the persona of the cool goddess? It's all ruined, completely ruined. While drinking tea and chatting aimlessly, as evening approached, a small electric vehicle carrying two people slowly returned from the distance on the road. Jiang Runin, sitting on the chair, Qin Xuan jumped up, grabbing her helmet and wanting to confront her. All right, don't make a fuss. Jiang Runin quickly showed weakness. The unnatural blush on her face had not faded, and her body swayed weakly, resembling a frail willow in the wind. The three little ones, something off, very off. Look, what are you looking at? Seeing the three little ones swarm around, Jiang Runin felt a bit anxious. Chapter 477. As the sun set, the sky gradually darkened, filled with countless stars. The outdoor lawn set up with a canopy is illuminated by the gentle warm light emitted by vintage-style outdoor lamps, creating a cozy and beautiful atmosphere. Accompanied by the melodious music from the speakers, the charcoal fire in the barbecue grill burned, filling the air with the savory aroma of grilled meat and the fragrant steam of seafood hot pot. With a pop, Lin Chu opened a bottle of Romani Conti and elegantly poured red wine for the four sisters present. "Thank you, Xiao Chu. You're welcome." The young man glanced at the starry sky above, a happy smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. After the sisters poured the drinks, Lin Chu slowly raised the goblet in his hand, gazing affectionately at the four little ones in front of him, his tone filled with emotion. "I 曾经孤苦伶仃，一个人孑然一身，直到某一天，命运的齿轮开始转动，让我有幸与你们相遇。我很开心，真的很开心。我这辈子最开心的时刻，就是与你们大家在一起的每时每刻。所以，我真的很感激命运，能够让我与大家遇见." Chapter 478. The night deepened. After everyone finished the camping picnic, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky at the foot of the Alps. "Wow, it's snowing. Hachu, it's so cold. Hurry back to the car, or we'll freeze to death." The four little ones had no time to get excited before they were frozen by the sharply dropping temperature in the mountains and hurried into the car. They took turns showering in the RV bathroom. After washing up, the four little beauties squeezed together on the master bed, filling the room with a warm and inviting atmosphere. Outside the window, the wind howled and the dark, snowy Alps loomed. However, inside the RV's master bedroom, it was exceptionally warm, dressed in thin, silk nightgowns. The four little ones sat in a row, leaning against the soft cushions of the big bed, munching on snacks and binge-watching shows. This feeling was simply heartwarming. With a whoosh, the sound of the water stopping in the bathroom came through. Lin Chu, covering his head with a towel to dry his wet hair, walked in. The three little ones, already used to this stinky little brother, didn't treat him as an outsider at all. They continued eating, drinking, and happily watching TV. Only the granddaughter in the middle, Sun Yi, instinctively turned her head to glance, her small face instantly turning red. Chapter 479. This is all an internal decision of the group. What does it have to do with me? Lin, who was secretly worried, smiled and spoke slowly, fearing he might accidentally reveal something to his artistic sister. "I'm just a mere director, usually just pretending to be impressive and sharing dividends. I don't participate in the group's internal matters at all. Okay? Really? Really? Haha." Facing Sun Yi's scrutinizing gaze, Lin felt cold sweat starting to form. He had just confessed deeply to the four little ones, and now it seemed the truth was about to come out. No, he couldn't let them find out. Thinking this way, Lin quickly regained his composure with his award-winning acting skills. Oh, right, at that moment, Tang Yi inadvertently provided a helpful remark. Indeed, Little Chu's director position is just a nominal role. It's normal not to be clear about it. Nice Yi. Upon hearing Tang Yi's words, Sun Yi's previously furrowed brows relaxed slightly, although she still felt that this matter seemed a bit coincidental. Chapter 480. Lin Chu knew his artistic sister's character all too well. She appeared tough on the outside, but was actually a block of ice inside. As long as he found the right method, he could quickly melt her away, turning her into a flowing stream. Sensing the wonderful scent of the shampoo wafting from Sun Yi's hair, Lin Chu tightened his embrace around her soft, smooth body, deciding to take further action. He gently lowered his head, illuminated by the faint light reflecting off the snow outside, and looked at the beauty in his arms. Her long hair, dyed golden, cascaded down, covering most of her cheeks. The black spaghetti straps revealed large areas of her snow-white skin, creating a striking and alluring contrast with the black nightgown, filling the dim air with a sense of sensuality. Noticing the fiery desire rising in Lin Chu's eyes, Sun Yi instinctively turned her face away in a flurry. However, this action only seemed to urge Lin Chu to act faster in his eyes. No longer hesitating, he cupped her small face in his hands and kissed her deeply. Perhaps it was due to the red wine they had just drunk, there lingered a hint of sweet intoxication between her rosy, warm lips. This was far more enchanting than any previous encounter. Chapter 481. Night fell. Inside the luxuriously decorated castle, orange flames danced in the fireplace, continuously emanating warmth and light. Vines covered the Count's grave, making the castle look desolate. With a click, the song in the Bluetooth speaker suddenly switched. Yeah, it's night, haha. I wish you prosperity. I wish you excitement, accompanied by the familiar festive voice of Huazai echoing through the castle. The four little ones sitting around the bonfire finally relaxed their tense expressions. Unconsciously, they glared at the stinky little brother sitting in the middle. It was all because of this guy who insisted on telling vampire stories in such a large, empty castle. Listening to this Western horror was meant to scare the sisters to death, ignoring the resentful gazes from the four little ones. The knowledgeable Lin Chu continued to speak confidently. The legend of vampires comes from Romania. All right, stop. Don't say any more. Jiang Runin was the first to lean over and tightly cover the young man's mouth. Ahaha. I suggest we play a game instead. Okay, I agree. Chapter 482. The game continued in the gradually tense atmosphere. With Sun Yi's first social death penalty as a precedent, everyone became cautious. After all, no one knew what kind of blind box punishment they would draw next. The more tense and scared they were, the more thrilling it became, making it hard to stop. Wow, it's a 6. Ready to take off. Oh no, please don't be a 1. Please don't be a 1. Phew, luckily it's a 2. 1, 2, 3. Damn it. Just a little bit more, and I would have reached the end. Damn it. Xiaonan, why did you bump me back? It has nothing to do with me. This is just a random number from a dice. No, damn it. Wow, I got a 1 again. Come on, baby. Looking at the blind box card presented by her smiling little friend, Sun Yi sighed helplessly. What on earth is going on today? Why am I so unlucky? With a face full of despair, she drew a card and glanced at it. Her hair stood on end. Truth or dare? Shout out the name of the opposite sex you care about the most at this moment. TSK, the three little ones gathered around Sun Yi. Having read the card's punishment content, all let out a collective TSK. Chapter 483. From the phone, a familiar melody that was embarrassing to hear rang out. It felt like being brushed by a soft strand of hair across the chest, making Lin Chu shiver uncontrollably. Love cycle. I only saw Su Chiogu on the screen, wearing a dark sailor suit, her long legs wrapped in smooth white stockings. The edges reached just up to her fair thighs, making the soft, bouncy whiteness outline some wonderful curves under the slightly tight stockings. Paired with her beautiful flaxen long hair styled in twin ponytails, she was simply stunning. I could see her awkwardly moving to the rhythm of the music. Although not very adept, there was a kind of natural cuteness to her clumsiness. Kawaii. Watching the slightly stiff dance moves of Xiao Qiu in the video, Jiang Runin gently covered her mouth and couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. The three little ones beside her clearly shared the same sentiment. Their gazes softened because of the cute charm of the beautiful girl. Really, she's super cute. Although her dancing isn't proficient, it feels just right. Chapter 484 in Huai, Hangzhou Airport. A brand new Gulfstream G700 glided down from the clouds. After more than 10 minutes, it smoothly landed on the VIP runway. Lin Chu's family of 4 disembarked from the plane. The reason for the absence of one sister was that during the return trip from Germany, Lin Chu's private jet made a stop in Xijing to drop off Qin Shiwan at home. After all, it was near the end of the year, so there was no need to go back to Huai together. They had agreed to meet again after the new year. Lin Chu, accompanied by Jiang Runin, Sun Yi, and Tang Yi, arrived in Huai. Just after landing, with no time to catch a breath, Sun Yi, who was rushing to catch a flight back to Qionghai, pushed her luggage and said goodbye to everyone. Leaving so soon? Can't you stay a few more days? Lin Chu said, looking at the blonde beauty at the boarding gate. You have your girlfriend and little lover to keep you company, Sun Yi replied nonchalantly, pushing up her black glasses frame that had no lenses. All right, I'm off. After hugging her two close friends, Sun Yi pushed her suitcase, waved coolly to the others, and decisively turned to leave. Chapter 485. Need help? Jiang Runin asked with a smile. Sure. Lin Chu turned around and flashed her a happy smile. Jiang Runin gently nodded and stepped behind Lin Chu, wrapping her arms around his waist. The firm and toned 8-pack abs of her stinky little brother had a strength that only an older sister could truly appreciate. Just the light touch of her fingertips made Jiang Runin feel a rush of warmth surging through her body, heading straight for her face. Xiao Chu, I really like you. Listening to her sweet words and feeling the shy demeanor behind him, Lin Chu paused his work, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. Being able to make a cool goddess so infatuated with him must be something any man would feel immensely proud of, right? Lin Chu turned around, intending to embrace Xiao Nan, but the beauty behind him seemed to be a little impatient. He saw her arms around his waist tightening, and on tiptoe, her soft, luscious lips came up. By the time Lin Chu realized what was happening, his lips were already met with her soft, pink ones. After a minute, they paused slightly. The boy turned around recklessly and pulled his beloved sister into his embrace. Chapter 486a. What are you two whispering about? At the reception of Sumu Capital, Jean Jiejia, who had just walked in with a packed coffee from the elevator, noticed the two excited girls at the front desk and curiously approached them. Any latest gossip? Xiao Jia. The receptionist Xiaoyu said with a grin. Nothing much, just that our company boss came by earlier. Boss? You mean Lin? Jean Jiejia was taken aback for a moment. Then her face lit up with surprise. Where's he now? She was full of curiosity about this elusive company boss. She had heard that he not only had a terrifying fortune, but was also particularly young and incredibly handsome. He was like the ultimate CEO from a romance novel. The perfect boss. Everyone in the company, from the reception to the cleaners, from young girls to older women, was infatuated with Lin. Jean Jiejia wanted to see for herself what this perfect boss was like. Just went to the office. Oh, Vice President Zhao also went to report on work. Another receptionist. Xiao Qian said, Hey, Xiao Jiao, where are you going? Chapter 487. Hey, bro, what's up? Just got back yesterday. Let's meet up, okay? We're the guys. Over an hour later, in the OB Supercar Club's member lounge, Lin Chu pushed the door open and walked in. Jo, bro. A group of friends with a West Coast accent greeted him with smiles. After fist-bumping with his long-lost brothers, he finally approached Guan Shui. Long time no see. To Lin Chu's surprise, the usually loud Guan Shui was unusually reserved, even avoiding eye contact with him. A strange blush appeared on her sun-kissed, smooth skin, which was unexpectedly adorable. What's up? Lin Chu smiled slightly, spreading his arms in an embrace gesture. Seeing your long-lost boyfriend. Aren't you going to show any reaction? What reaction? Who's your girlfriend? Guan Shui said, biting her small canine teeth, huffing in annoyance. Didn't we agree before that it was just a temporary pretense? Chapter 488. The thunderous roar of engines, akin to a mountain flood breaking its dam, came rolling in from afar on Wukong Road. The deafening sound drowned out the bustling crowd in front of the Wukong building. Everyone squeezed by the roadside, turning to look in the direction of the sound. The first thing that caught their eyes was the all-matte black, incredibly cool and imposing Koenigsegg Jesko, with a futuristic sci-fi-like design that was exceptionally eye-catching. What car is this? Park Uba, holding a smartphone gimbal for a live stream, was left dumbfounded, clearly astonished by the imposing supercar, his bulging eyes almost popping out. He looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Seems a bit familiar. Could this be a new electric car produced in Huaxia? Is it called BYD or some brand like Xiaomi? Just a reminder, in Huaxia, vehicles with blue license plates are all fuel cars. The logo looks familiar. ISNT this Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg, the top supercar brand globally. Cough cough if I'm not mistaken. This should be the only limited edition ultimate supercar from the Koenigsegg Group, the star of the night.